Chapter 282, is the Cambrian Empire also playing with demons now? What the F? What did you say? You mean the Cambrian army specifically summoned a demon just to raid our artillery? Oh my goodness, have the Cambrian Empire's armies gone this crazy? When Major General Buletin Xi heard this news, he was completely distraught. This world, after all, had finally gone completely mad. He had heard before that the Wuxiao Empire had already started developing demon engines and even used demons for mass production. So now, the Cambrian Empire was also summoning demons? Adding to that, their abyss mages also had the knowledge to summon demons, and it was rumored that the Iris Empire seemed to be busy with enchanted warriors. Thinking along these lines. Yes. He suddenly realized that this world seemed to be swept up in a strange trend. Why did everyone like to play with demons so much when fighting wars? However, Major General Buletin Xi would not flinch because of this issue. Those two big Bertha artillery pieces absolutely could not be lost. Therefore, he just roared into the other end of the communication. Enough. If they summon demons, then drive them back for me. Soldiers, you are the Black Hawk Empire's finest soldiers, and I believe in your abilities. Repel the demons summoned by the enemy and drive them back to hell. After saying this, Major General Buletin Xi cut off the communication, because he still needed to have his troops quickly reinforce the artillery. Meanwhile, Andre was also roaring at his players. Wait a minute. Oh my god, what kind of monster have you summoned now? On the other end of the communication, a player, flying in the sky, casually replied over the radio. General, nothing special, just a warp demon. But if nothing goes wrong, we might have summoned a Lord of Change. Hearing this, Andre almost spat out a mouthful of old blood on the spot, feeling that this world was beyond saving. Alright, so this is how they're playing, hey? He wondered if Xianch had thrown a Lord of Change onto Terra when the Emperor fought the Unification Wars on Terra. After thinking for a moment, the player immediately made an excuse. General, don't get excited. The demon we summoned this time doesn't seem to have fully manifested in the real world. It seems to have only partially manifested. Although we can see through the cracks of the warp tunnel that it should be a Lord of Change, given its distinctive big bird-like appearance. But it seems unable to pass through the warp tunnel, only able to extend one hand. So there's no big problem, it's just one hand. Well, that was truly a blessing in disguise. Andre breathed a slight sigh of relief. It wasn't a full Lord of Change manifesting, which seemed a little better, but only marginally so. Who knew if that Lord of Change would widen the warp gate and then force its way through? By then, he felt that compared to dealing with the Black Hawk army, he would probably have to consider how to deal with a Chaos Greater Demon first. He also wondered if having the players charge at the Chaos Greater Demon with bayonets could actually kill it outright. If he remembered correctly, Crete had once used a bayonet charge tactic to kill a Kern Bloodthirster, which set a new low for how a Chaos Greater Demon could be defeated. While Andre was still busy figuring out how to stab a Chaos Greater Demon with bayonets, on the Black Hawk army's side, they were already being beaten senseless by the suddenly appearing Lord of Change. Although the Lord of Change only extended one arm beyond the warp, even so, the Chaos Greater Demon still personally demonstrated what a true Chaos Greater Demon was capable of with its magical prowess. Large blue fireballs rained down like torrents from its staff, constantly falling into the Black Hawk army's ranks, followed by a series of explosions. And one after another, swirling fire whirlwinds constantly moving across the battlefield burned countless Black Hawk soldiers to death. These fire whirlwinds were brilliantly colored, appearing as a mix of blue, purple, and red, like a rainbow, but their destructive power was equally astonishing. This thing was not only lethal in terms of temperature but also directly inflicted damage on souls. So much so that when the firestorm swept through, many Black Hawk soldiers appeared outwardly unharmed, but their souls had vanished, leaving only empty shells collapsing to the ground. Other Black Hawk soldiers continuously concentrated their artillery fire here, while trying their best to quickly withdraw the two big Bertha artillery pieces. More than a dozen dreadnought mech swayed and gathered here. They were originally meant to be the artillery guard. But unexpectedly, they didn't encounter a large number of Cambrian army launching a surprise attack. Instead, they were met with a suddenly appearing Chaos Greater Demon. One artillery blast after another continuously slammed into the Lord of Change's exposed hand, but the Lord of Change's hand was also surrounded by a void shield. This was just a parlor trick for a top spellcaster. The Lord of Change could conjure one up effortlessly. Don't let the fierce artillery bombardment from the Black Hawk army fool you. In the end, who knew where these shells were being deflected? Perhaps as they kept firing, these shells would end up hitting Nurgle's territory. Nurgle? Caw. Humans, these big iron lumps still want to run. When the Lord of Change saw the two artillery pieces being moved away, it, still in the warp, suddenly burst into laughter. It mocked these humans for being too naive. The Lord of Change was quite pleased with the drama unfolding before it. In return, the Lord of Change naturally bestowed generous rewards. Although the two artillery pieces were protected by void shields and seemed to have withstood several rounds of its magical attacks, everything ended here. After it synchronized with the frequency of the void shield, a blue beam of light effortlessly shot through the opponent's void shield, as if passing through a transparent film. The Black Hawk artillery watched in despair as the blue light enveloped their artillery. The light was incredibly dazzling, instantly filling their entire field of vision. But when the scene before them darkened again, they opened their eyes and found that everything around them seemed to have remained unchanged. That's strange, we're not dead? What was that attack just now? A Black Hawk artillery looked puzzled, but in the next moment, he suddenly felt the cockpit he was in become extremely hot, with blue flames erupting from beneath his feet. Unbeknownst to him, the seat beneath him had transformed into a row of steel teeth. He felt as if he had fallen into the belly of a monster, as if into a steel furnace that would crush everything. Several unfortunate artillery and drivers didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to ashes by the scorching environment. Meanwhile, to the horror of the Black Hawk soldiers, their two moving Big Bertha artillery pieces suddenly stood up. Although this thing had two mechanical legs, due to its tonnage, these two mechanical legs appeared extremely heavy, and each step could only cover a very short distance. Therefore, this type of artillery could not move quickly at all. These mechanical legs were the earliest Titan chassis design of their Black Hawk Empire, but because the Emperor at the time was very dissatisfied with this walking machine, it was repurposed for other uses. After all, artillery didn't need high mobility, mounting this chassis on a giant cannon actually seemed quite fitting. But right before the eyes of the other Black Hawk soldiers, these two thick, short legs suddenly extended, reaching a height of 10 meters. At the same time, the giant cannon located on the back of this mech suddenly shifted to its side, as if becoming the mech's left arm. On the other side, a huge mechanical arm, like an eagle's claw, suddenly extended. The mech's abdomen opened into a massive, abyssal maw, spewing flames, with an eerie blue glow. At the very top of the mech, a head was conjured out of thin air by psychic flames. After completing this spell casting, the Lord of Change's hand retracted back into the warp, closing the warp tunnel amidst a burst of wild laughter. Meanwhile, the Lord of Change sat high on its throne, watching the live broadcast on the screen, laughing like a 300-pound idiot. Ha 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 ha, a battlefield like this is much more interesting. Someone prayed to me, hoping I would bestow power to help them defeat their enemies, and I did. Whether that power also defeats them along with their enemies, well, that's another matter entirely. Hearing this laughter, the two Lords of Change exchanged an imperceptible glance, feeling that their boss's mischievousness was still as consistent as ever. Indeed, when it came to paying a price, their boss would appear very generous. However, their boss loved to mix in some personal agenda with that price, so much so that those who made deals with Tsianch often ended up with terrible fates. In comparison, the Lord of 1,000 Forges, Vashtor, seemed much more reliable. Although he was known for charging exorbitant interest, he would clearly write the loan conditions in the contract and wouldn't tamper with the agreement. Of course, if the other party signed the contract but still couldn't bear the hefty price, they could only stay and work to pay off the debt. Otherwise, where would Vashtor get so many demon engines from? It's all because he has a bunch of debtors who can't pay up. Andrei's armored units were still approaching, but just then, he received another radio communication from a player. General, we have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Andrei wanted to lash out, wishing he could just shoot the player on the other end of the radio. But he still suppressed his anger and said coldly. Hurry up, no nonsense. Alright, the good news is we successfully repelled that demon, or rather, the Black Hawk army successfully repelled that demon. Before he finished speaking, Andrei looked into the distance with a puzzled expression. What a joke. The Black Hawk army defeated a Lord of Change so quickly? If the Black Hawk army was truly that formidable, then he wouldn't need to fight, he'd just surrender. With that kind of ability, why would the Black Hawk Empire's soldiers need to fight here? They should just report to the Inquisition and replace the Empire's Grey Knights. Wouldn't that be better? But the bad news is, before the Lord of Change left, it cast a spell that transformed both Big Bertha artillery pieces into demon engines. Now those two things seem to have become demon engine version titans. Damn it. He knew it, how could a Lord of Change be repelled so easily? That damned big blue bird. If he ever got the chance, he would definitely invade the warp and have the players kick the big blue bird's butt. Andrei gave orders and assigned tasks to the players, while also quickly contacting the Living Saint fighting on the other front, telling him to rush over. 2 Titan-level demon engines had appeared here. He felt that he absolutely had to bring in the Living Saint, otherwise, he felt there was a high probability his own troops couldn't handle it. The Living Saint, who was originally in Petrograd, was still busy ambushing the enemy's rear. Compared to other Living Saints, this player's mind was much more flexible. The actions of a Living Saint must rely on a church, or rather, on the spread of faith, so he couldn't go too far. But it didn't matter, even at close range, he had plenty of ways to ambush the enemy. For example, he had now snatched a Black Hawk soldier's S uniform from the battlefield and loaded a Black Eagle Empire language pack into himself. He took advantage of the chaos of the attack to blend into the attacking Black Hawk army, then began to silently backstab the enemy. Many Black Hawk soldiers didn't even realize what was happening before they felt a sudden chill from behind. Immediately after, they found themselves impaled through the chest by a long sword made of ice. He had learned his lesson. If a Living Saint kept flying in the sky, making himself look like a giant ice archangel, that appearance was too conspicuous. Even if he could activate a shield, the anti-air firepower on the ground was enough to give him trouble, not to mention the terrifying laser beams from the enemy's Titan Legion when they moved. Before this, he had tried to ambush the enemy's Titan, only to be blasted to death by the combined laser fire of multiple Titans. After resurrecting, he immediately used this method to blend into the enemy's ranks of soldiers, starting to ambush in the dark, collecting enemy kills, especially assassinating officers in the enemy's ranks. Anyway, he wasn't some character from the church, nor did he have any heroic spirit. He had no interest in his identity or reputation as a Living Saint. In his opinion, he was now just a super soldier with powerful skills. How to pay the smallest possible price, gain more merits, and kill more enemies, that was what he needed to consider. Of course, This might also be because battlefield players are either reckless or cunning old foxes, accustomed to ambushing people, which is why they chose this tactic. As he was fighting, he suddenly received a mission from Andre and learned about the situation on that battlefield. Holy crap! A demon engine ifid titan. No, I have to see this. He then shot into the sky, soaring towards the distant horizon amidst the astonished and angry gazes of a group of Black Hawk soldiers. Damn it, that bastard! This is the first time I've seen such a despicable, shameless living saint. A Black Hawk officer rushed over, cursing at the departing living saint. Good heavens, you, a dignified living saint, wore our uniform, infiltrated our ranks, and then ambushed us from behind? How utterly despicable. They had never encountered such a shameless fighting style before, to the point where many soldiers were ambushed and killed. Within the Winter's Fury Titan Legion, Katyusha herself sat on the steel throne, excitedly controlling her Thunder Emperor Titan. After some discussion with Andre, she ultimately abandoned the original Cambrian Empire's Scythe Titan modification design, cancelling that purely melee Titan modification. Instead, she chose to add 2 pairs of massive mechanical arms to her existing Titan, plugged into its back, with 2 huge steel scythes precisely attached to them. If you could combine both functions into one, creating a brand new Titan, why would you choose another version of the model? While the Scythe Titan mode might indeed be very suitable for Titan duels, how could this thing provide fire support to other units? Katyusha didn't know that the structure of this Titan was a design Andre came up with when he suddenly thought of Slaaneish's Keeper of Secrets. After all, in his impression, Slaaneish's Keeper of Secrets had a pair of enormous pincers on its back, an extra pair of limbs, which seemed quite useful in combat. If so, couldn't he also make some modifications to the Titan mech on his side? That way, he could engage in close combat with the Black Eagle's Titans. In a chaotic battle, her Winter's Fury Titan Legion lost another Titan. Even with player repairs, she couldn't save the Titan mech whose ammunition depot was precisely hit by the enemy. But relying on this close combat mode, she once again went head-to-head with the Emperor's Son Titan Legion, personally piloting her mech to take down 2 of the enemy's Caesar-class Titans. It was strange, though. Katyusha noticed that after using this close combat mode to take down 2 of the enemy's Titans, she seemed to have received some kind of wondrous blessing. She felt that when she took down the enemy Titans, the entire Titan mech's movement speed seemed to become faster, and the chassis became more agile, as if the enemy's movements were in slow motion. It was precisely because of this that she was able to instantly kill the second enemy Titan after taking down the first, which made her strongly suspect she had been blessed by the cold-blooded lady. Warriors of the Empire. Charge with me. Continue to pursue the enemy's Titan Legion. Don't let their remaining 2 Titans escape. Ha ha ha, today I, your old lady, will personally tear apart the entire Emperor's Son Titan Legion. Over the comms, Katyusha laughed wildly to the other Titans, immediately receiving a chorus of fervent responses. Listening to the continuous Yura shouts over the comms, she felt her entire being ignite. But just then, she suddenly noticed the living saint rapidly departing in the sky. That's strange, the direction that guy is heading, it seems to be towards Andreas's side, right? Katyusha frowned, suddenly realizing that Andrei's situation might be dire, otherwise the living saint wouldn't be rushing over to support him. After thinking this, she looked at the enemies before her and immediately became annoyed. Guys, put in some effort, take them down, we might have to go support Volkov later. The general might be in danger. We need to be prepared. The front army commander might order us to transfer to support at any time. As soon as she finished speaking, Katyusha maneuvered her Thunder Emperor Titan and charged forward. The drivers inside the 2 remaining Black Eagle Titans in front were scared stiff. Whether it was an illusion or not, they felt as if a red phantom was sitting on a throne made of skulls behind the Titan in front of them, laughing wildly at them. The other Thunder Emperor Titans looked at their Legion commander, who was far ahead, their hearts full of holy crap. Legion commander, what's going on with you? We're all piloting the same Titans, so why is your speed so much faster? Could it be that the engineers under General Vorontsov secretly installed some extra modifications on that Titan, giving it special treatment? Damn it, why didn't their original Titan Legion have so many reliable engineers? Flying at top speed, even hitching a ride on a bomber mid-flight, the Winter Saint arrived at Andrei's battlefield in a short time. When he arrived, he saw 2 demon engine Titans behind a hill, seemingly firing at several aircraft in the sky. Bro, are you kidding me? Whose Big Bertha artillery can be used for anti-air? Seeing the exaggerated movements of these 2 demon engines, the Winter Saint couldn't help but laugh. But in the next moment, his laughter abruptly stopped. Because one of the Big Bertha cannons suddenly spewed out a dazzling torrent of energy, and a massive beam of light swallowed a Spitfire fighter in the air, directly vaporizing the fighter and the player inside. Holy crap! Dude, are you serious? What is this thing? What version of Big Bertha cannon is this? Why is it a psychic version of a super cannon? Honestly, the Winter Saint thought he had always been a very resilient person, until he saw the psychic version of Big Bertha. When he saw this brutal super cannon, he realized that this world had completely gone insane. As for the other super cannon, its attack method seemed somewhat different from the psychic cannon next to it. This super cannon spewed out a slightly different colored, and finer, stream of energy, casually hitting a destroyed Black Eagle mech nearby. And in the next moment, the wreckage of this Black Eagle mech came back to life as if it had a mind of its own, suddenly reassembling into a strange creature, much like a spider. But in the next moment, this spider suddenly unfurled butterfly wings made of steel plates and flapped them, flying into the sky. What the hell? What is this now? A psychic cannon specifically used to create demon engines? Alright, truly worthy of the Xianch faction, it's too abnormal. Although the Xianch faction isn't specialized in creating demon engines, for that, one should look to the half-immortal of WA. But it must be said that the Lord of Change knows almost everything. He is equally proficient in how to create demon engines, and it's clear he learned a lot from the Emperor, as the Emperor was the inventor of demon engines. Because of this, many Warhammer players suspect that the half-immortal of WA's birth was very likely due to the Emperor. Some even suspect that the half-immortal of WA might have been the very first demon engine created by the Emperor. Although the players' air force suffered heavy losses against the demon engines, their attacks were always intercepted by the enemy's void shield, and the demon engines had incredibly abnormal anti-air capabilities. But no matter what, they eventually managed to lure these two demon engines towards the Black Hawk Army's position. Major General Buletin Xi, who was originally rushing over with his mechanized infantry to provide support, looked up and saw the two demon engine Ifid Titan super cannons in front of him. When he saw these two extremely abstract things, he didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately issued a retreat order to his army. Despicable Cambrians, wantonly summoning demons on the battlefield. And this is unscientific. How did they collude with the deep layers of the Seven Hells? Without pre-prepared rituals or large quantities of sacrifices, can they really summon archdemons so easily? While retreating, Major General Buletin Xi recalled his knowledge of demonology, finding everything to be incredibly counterintuitive. However, he didn't know that the players weren't summoning demons from the Seven Hells, but directly from the warp. As for summoning warp demons, that, of course, was very mystical. Although summoning warp demons also involves various messy rituals, to a greater extent, summoning warp demons seems to depend on the mood of the Chaos Gods. After all, the cost of summoning a Chaos Daemon Prince varies wildly under different circumstances. If the warp gods are in a good mood, summoning a Chaos Daemon Prince is quite easy. No, I must report this immediately. The Cambrian Empire is suspected of forming its own demon summoning units. They are very likely preparing to use the method of opening the gates of hell to force us into a dilemma. While retreating, Major General Buletin Xi quickly ordered someone to pull out the radio in the military vehicle and send a message to the rear at the fastest possible speed. This critical news must be reported immediately to the General Staff for analysis. In future battles on this battlefield, they are very likely to clash with the enemy's demon forces. Thinking of this, he suddenly hesitated. Before this, he was relatively opposed to those madmen further lowering their bottom line, especially against their mass summoning of demons or unlimited necromancy warfare. But if the enemy truly reached that level first, then for the sake of victory, they seemed to have no choice but to raise the stakes as well. This damned war. At this moment, Major General Buletin Xi's face also became pained. They retreated towards the outskirts of the city, attempting to use the complex urban terrain to barely obstruct the two demon engine titans. There was no other way, their unit had no Titan Legion, and only those two giant cannons could barely be considered Titan units. Now, those two giant cannons had all become demon engine titans. How were they supposed to fight these things without anti-Titan units? So, they could only retreat into the city as much as possible. On one hand, he hoped the urban terrain would conceal their troops. On the other hand, he also hoped these two demon engine titans would turn around and attack the Cambrian army in the city. Sure enough, after the two titans discovered their large unit, they bombarded their army with psychic artillery while striding towards the city of Folkhov. Seeing this, Major General Buletin Xi's face showed a hint of madness. Excellent, that's it. Next, the convoy must turn at the fastest speed, try to follow the route I planned, and don't run around. He shouted at a nearby soldier. Remember, as long as we can lure these two titans into the urban area, near the Cambrians' train station, we will win. But just then, the two demon engines, which had been frantically pursuing them, suddenly went from an extremely agitated state to completely still. This bizarre change not only startled the Black Hawk soldiers but also the living saint who had just caught up, ready to fight these two demon engines to the death. What's going on? What's the situation? The living saint looked at the two demon engine titans with a puzzled expression. Before he could figure it out, he suddenly noticed friendly markers appearing above the heads of the two titans. Seeing this, he quickly abandoned the idea of attacking, dispelling the half-formed spell in his hand. Then he quickly descended towards the urban area, wanting to see what these two titans had triggered to suddenly become allies. Searching for other players, he had just entered a building when he saw several players surrounding Jean, who was holding a military flag, cheering 666. Jean looked at her flag with a slight hint of confusion, then looked into the distance at the two demon engine titans, which seemed to be under her control, and said with some bewilderment. Everyone, don't look at me like that. I don't know what's going on either. I inexplicably gained control of those two behemoths. I don't know what happened. When these two behemoths approached, I suddenly received a revelation from the Lord, saying I could subdue them, and then they obeyed my commands and stopped moving. Not long after, Andrei's armored unit also arrived. Despite heavy losses along the way, Andrei's armored unit still made it. On one hand, he had players first control the heavy factories in the city to quickly replenish his lost tanks. On the other hand, he quickly approached Jean. One reason was that he wanted to see how his teammate, who had teleported through the warp to the enemy's rear, was doing. The other reason was that Andrei felt a strange summons. Upon arriving, Andrei saw Jean, at some point, standing on top of one of the demon engine titans. At this moment, she excitedly drew her long sword, seemingly commanding the two demon engine titans to perform various actions. Seeing this scene, Andrei's face instantly darkened. Good heavens, he had been worried that Jean, along with the Thousand Suns Legion, might accidentally get crushed, but it turned out they seemed to be getting along quite happily. Looking at the friendly markers appearing above the two titans, Andre quickly asked Jean what had happened. Unfortunately, Jean herself was still completely bewildered, only mentioning a revelation from the Lord. Andre, however, rolled his eyes exasperatedly. Revelation? What revelation? Can you trust Xianqi's revelations? The last one who trusted that stuff was a certain red-eyed ogre, and his great feat was blowing up the imperial household's toilet with a psychic phone call, successfully turning the emperor into a perpetually constipated old man. Therefore, Andre didn't believe anything from Xianqi. Xianqi's blessings might seem very useful, but they were full of hidden pitfalls. Just then, Andre suddenly paused. Wait a minute, if I'm not mistaken, my chosen deity faction on my system interface seems to be Xianqi. Good heavens, doesn't this mean I can now also be considered a Xianqi chosen? Suddenly realizing this, Andre felt a bit dumbfounded. He hadn't noticed it before, but now that he looked, he suddenly realized that Jean seemed to truly be on the same side as him, both were in the faction of the Great Changer. After realizing this, Andre also tried to issue commands to the two demon engine titans through thought. In the next moment, the two titans, which had been busy tap dancing under Jean's command, suddenly froze in place as if stuck. Ow! What's wrong? Why aren't they obeying suddenly? Jean, standing on the titan, never expected the two mechanical behemoths beneath her feet to suddenly stop like that, and she instantly fell to the ground. Rubbing her stinging tailbone, she used her sword sheath to prop herself up, looking at the titan beneath her with a puzzled expression, not understanding why it suddenly wouldn't obey her commands. Seeing this, Andre quickly cancelled his previous command, and then Jean found that she had regained control over the two titans. Hiss, interesting. It seems my control is even above this Xianqi chosen in front of me. Realizing this, Andre couldn't help but roll his eyes, unsure what to say. He never expected his status within the Xianqi faction to be quite high. However, even so, he wasn't going to keep these two titans with him, because these things were simply ticking time bombs. These things were suddenly modified by the Lord of Change, so there was no doubt that the ultimate control of these things always remained in Xianqi's hands. And this also meant that as soon as Xianqi had a thought, these two things would suddenly betray them. He had done such operations too many times in the warmer world, almost always appearing at the most critical moment, and then backstabbing his chosen. It was precisely because of this that Andre dared not keep these two things by his side. Otherwise, if these two things suddenly turned traitor and blasted him or his army, wouldn't the situation be dire? Thinking of this, Andre decided to hand over control of these two mechanical behemoths to Jean, treating it as an expansion of her Thousand Suns Legion. He had players by his side, and in the future, he would definitely be able to create Titan units. There was no need to keep two ticking time bombs like these around, they looked truly dangerous. Hey, Andre, we seem to have won this war. The Black Hawk army has retreated. Hearing this, Andre quickly climbed onto a high ruin, set up his binoculars, and looked into the distance. He found that it was indeed true, the other Black Hawk army units that were encircling them seemed to have chosen to retreat, perhaps because they were scared by the demons in front of them. Tisk, I never thought I'd one day be able to bask in the glory of the warp. This really is like turning into a dung beetle. Andre was momentarily speechless, never expecting the deterrent power of the warp to be so strong, even forcing the Black Eagle Empire to give it a wide berth. It seemed the reputation of the warp as a giant cesspit was well deserved. The Black Hawk army quickly received news that the Cambrian Empire had summoned demons on the battlefield and even spontaneously created demon engines. This news immediately caused an uproar in their general staff. At the same time, this news became the final straw that broke the camel's back. By the very next day, the Black Hawk Emperor issued an emergency decree, demanding the full public disclosure of the necromancy factories to the imperial populace and the complete necromancification of all factories. Concurrently, imperial citizens were required to unconditionally donate the bodies of the deceased to contribute more productivity to the empire. Furthermore, the emperor suddenly decided to also begin researching demon engine technology, and at the same time, restrictions on the application of necromancy in biological modification were lifted. More importantly, he planned to spend a vast sum of money to import a batch of artificial wombs from the United States of the Stars. He did not intend to create a clone army, but he planned to further modify these devices after acquiring them, attempting to use them to create super soldiers. Before this, he believed the Black Hawk Empire's Fear Knights were already quite good. But as the war progressed, he felt that the Fear Knights seemed insufficient to support his war. If that were the case, they would have to conduct further research, they had to create even more powerful super soldiers. Not long after, this news also reached the ears of Tsar Nicholas III. Demons? How strange, who is lying? Nicholas III pondered, because he had heard two completely different versions. Intelligence gathered from the Black Hawk side stated that the Cambrian Empire had suddenly initiated demon summoning, while battle reports from the front claimed that the Black Hawk army had suddenly summoned demons on the battlefield. After much thought, he felt that the enemy's intelligence seemed more reliable, as the enemy had no reason to deceive him. What exactly does the Vorontsov family want? It seems they are truly ambitious. Having understood this crucial point, Nicholas III couldn't help but sneer. At the same time, he issued orders, demanding his scientific researchers accelerate his Hawk project as quickly as possible. The world's situation was rapidly transforming into something unfamiliar to him, so his army had to be improved. Otherwise, he would be unable to resist foreign enemies or suppress the domestic feudal lords. Chapter 283, why does this design look like the Lord of Skulls? Alright, I understand. Send a telegram back to my imperial father. I will pay attention to these matters from now on. On a special train, Grand Duke Konstantin Nikolaevich, the second prince of the Cambrian Empire, had just finished reading the telegram that had been sent. After finishing the telegram, only a helpless smile remained on his face. Being suddenly ordered by his father to travel from Moscow to Petrograd had already caused him some resentment. He never expected that, on the train to Petrograd, he would also receive such a mission. The Tsar demanded that he secretly investigate the current strength of the Vorontsov family, primarily to determine if the Vorontsov family was researching demons, and also to investigate which factions they were colluding with. Regarding this mission, the second prince could only say that he felt a headache after reading it. Before departing, he had heard many rumors about the Vorontsov family. At least, according to the Tsar, the Vorontsov family seemed to be one of the empire's greatest ambitious figures. Initially, he didn't take it seriously, but after hearing the Tsar's description, he suddenly felt that this family was indeed extraordinary. Without mentioning anything else, just the soldiers who suddenly appeared in battle, the industrial capabilities and technology to independently produce Titan units, and the weapon development that surpassed the current level of the Cambrian Empire, were enough to reveal a lot. Furthermore, before this, they had also managed to get the Winter's Fury Titan Legion to arrive in Petrograd. And the Legion commander of this Titan Legion, it seemed, was the fiancé of the Vorontsov family's next heir. From this perspective, this Titan Legion had almost become half of the Vorontsov family's private army. As soon as he thought of this, his expression couldn't help but become solemn. Based on current comparisons, the number of private armies the Vorontsov family possessed was unknown, but they firmly controlled the Petrograd front army, making it difficult for the Tsar to interfere with this massive army. Moreover, they not only possessed their own Titan power but had even managed to get one of the Empire's only 2 Titan legions. If compared this way, it was very possible that the Vorontsov family's current Titan power was even greater than the Tsar's Titan power. It was hard to say if they could overthrow the Tsar's position, but carving out their own territory was definitely more than enough. So, his imperial father was really setting him up. The second prince couldn't help but roar in his heart. Knowing that the Vorontsov family was ambitious and possessed such immense power, the Tsar still wanted him to investigate and find some results. Honestly, what if he really uncovered something he shouldn't have, and then was directly silenced? It was wartime now. Whether it was enemy infiltration teams, the nightmare child that might or might not have been completely eliminated, or a sudden air raid and shelling, any of these could take a person's life. Don't think that a prince was so extraordinary. In the history of the Cambrian Empire, was the number of princes who died unnatural deaths really small? To put it bluntly, even if the Vorontsov family really killed him, to maintain the overall situation, the Tsar would not be able to avenge him now. Thinking of this, the second prince immediately decided in his heart that he would just slack off when he arrived in Petrograd. He only needed to occasionally attend various social banquets and parties, constantly refresh his sense of presence, and eat and drink everywhere. That would be enough. As long as he refreshed his sense of presence, it would show that Petrograd was still under the control of the imperial family, and at the same time, it would maintain the superficial friendly relationship between the two parties. And similarly, if he died, it would inevitably cause a huge uproar, which might make the Vorontsov family hesitate somewhat. As for investigating anything, he certainly wasn't going to investigate. Even if he didn't find anything, the Tsar couldn't do anything to him, at most, it would just be a stern reprimand. Anyway, the throne belonged to his elder brother, and he had no interest in competing for it. He was perfectly content being a peaceful Grand Duke. When this massive train, with an armored locomotive attached to its front, arrived at Folkhov, the train doors had just opened when a team of honor guards in splendid military uniforms immediately ran down. Seeing this honor guard, Andrei suddenly felt like laughing for some reason, perhaps because of the strange decorations on their heads. The uniforms of this honor guard were almost identical to those of the Semyonovsky Life Guards. Back then, in the movie of the Salvation Alliance, the sound of Yura Konstantin was truly brainwashing. Just as Andrei was thinking this, the military band began to play, and then the honor guard simultaneously shouted, "Yura Konstantin." He didn't understand what kind of strange operation this was, but he had to admit, the scene before him was truly déjà vu. In the next moment, he saw the second prince, escorted by 2 knight attendants, stepping out of the train onto a red carpet. Good heavens, this second prince, isn't he a bit too tall? Andrei looked at the second prince's height and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Although the other party was wearing a somewhat exaggerated top hat, which artificially added a significant amount to his height, even without the hat, he felt that the second prince's height must be at least 2 meters. Otherwise, how could he be a head taller than Andrei, who was 1.8 meters tall? Besides his height, Andrei felt that the second prince's expression looked slightly melancholic, and his appearance was quite good. Coupled with the melancholy, he had a certain quality that was very attractive to young girls. Thinking of this, Andrei's favorable impression of the second prince immediately dropped a notch. After all, no one wants a man who is both taller and more handsome than himself standing next to him. Oh, right. The other party was also a prince, and his background was even more distinguished than his own. Upon seeing the second prince, Andrei saluted him and introduced himself coolly, but to his surprise, the second prince's attitude towards him was incredibly enthusiastic. Lieutenant General Vorontsov, I've long admired your name. I've read about your series of deeds in the newspapers. Thank you for your outstanding contributions to the Empire. Andrei was bewildered as he watched the prince bending over and shaking his hand without stopping. What was going on? Honestly, he had already prepared himself for the prince to have a bad attitude towards him or to try to humiliate him. After all, he didn't believe that Tsar would have a very good impression of him, and young people who achieved such accomplishments often easily incurred the displeasure of other young people. Although this prince was actually quite a bit older than him, he should be around 30 years old this year, but that didn't prevent him from also being considered a figure in the second-generation circles. Your Highness, you are truly too kind. Andrei could only awkwardly shake hands with the second prince, unsure what to say. It wasn't until a knight attendant next to them let out a cold snort that their awkward handshake finally ended. Next, Andrei temporarily became a tour guide, taking the second prince to visit his troops and introducing the defensive situation in Folkhov. Your Highness, this is the current situation of our army. Although our fighting spirit is indeed tenacious, we have a huge disadvantage in terms of equipment, and many of our tactics are already outdated. The Empire now needs to further innovate military technology and outdated tactics so that it won't be abandoned by the times. In addition, Folkhov also needs additional troop support, otherwise, if the Black Hawk army keeps attacking this important transportation hub, Petrograd will be very dangerous. Andrei spoke eloquently, while the second prince next to him seemed to have transformed into a nodding monster, doing nothing but nodding. To be honest, looking at this scene, an uninformed person might think Andrei was showing his servant around. The two knight attendants next to them frowned, and it seemed they were about to lose their temper. However, the second prince frequently winked at the two knight attendants, so until now, these two merely stared intently at Andrei without speaking. After a general tour, the second prince said he was going back to rest and then returned to the train with his guard. If all went well, a large number of military trains should arrive here the next day. Andrei's troops would take the train back to Petrograd, also escorting the second prince's special train. After returning to the train, the second prince sat down in the dining car and let out a long sigh. Then, he somewhat ungracefully poured himself a glass of strong liquor, tore off his tie, and drank it down. Ah! I'm finally alive again, I. After drinking the wine, his complexion clearly improved. Just as he was about to say something, one of the knight attendants next to him asked with a hint of dissatisfaction. Your Highness, if I may be so bold, that General Vorontsov is truly too rude. Why must you keep smiling at him? That fellow clearly got used to being arrogant in the army and doesn't even put your status in his eyes. As the saying goes, a minister dies if his lord is humiliated. Although the Cambrian Empire didn't have this exact saying, they had similar proverbs. So, there was no doubt that when they saw the second prince bowing at the waist beside Andrei, his attitude not only respectful but even slightly fawning, they were naturally dissatisfied. You are a prince, Your Highness, can't you be a little more assertive? That Andrei was merely the son of an earl. What was there to respect? Seeing the dissatisfaction of the two knight attendants, the second prince smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, you don't understand. You simply don't know how dangerous my appointment this time is. This governor's position is simply a death warrant. Both of you listen carefully. I don't care how arrogant you usually are, but once you are in Vorontsov's territory, you must put away your usual temper and absolutely not cause trouble. I can't tell you too much, but I can only say that the waters here are very deep. A slight misstep, and we all might die here. Hearing the second prince's words, so serious, the two knight attendants' faces showed shock. They never expected His Highness the second prince to say such things. Although they were full of doubts, since the words had been spoken to this extent, they naturally found it inconvenient to ask further questions. So, the two of them could only withdraw and then went off to sulk. After the two men left, the second prince recalled Andrei's previous words and couldn't help but say to himself with some astonishment. The Vorontsov family, what exactly does that ever-victorious general mean? Accusing the Empire's equipment of being backward, while showing off his own advanced equipment? Is he trying to intimidate me in this way? Or is he hoping the Empire can increase military purchases from the Vorontsov family? The second prince couldn't quite understand Andrei's meaning, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the young general was unfathomable. This person seemed kind-faced, but in reality, he was extremely cunning and definitely harbored immense ambition behind the scenes. Leaving aside everything else, the sheer fanaticism of the soldiers watching him made the second prince's heart pound. At the same time, after Andrei returned to his headquarters, he signed one document after another while recalling his previous interactions with the second prince. He didn't know that he seemed to be on the verge of being demonized in the second prince's mind, but he did sense that something was amiss. That's strange. I thought that guy was a fan of mine, but from the current situation, why do I feel like he's more afraid of me? Why would he be afraid of me? Is my killing intent too strong? General Constantin wouldn't be that timid, would he? Andrei couldn't figure it out, he truly couldn't understand what the trick was. However, since he couldn't understand, he simply put the matter out of his mind and stopped overthinking it. Andrei had a good mindset in this regard. If he couldn't figure something out, he simply wouldn't think about it, as long as he developed himself well. During his conversation with the second prince, some of his remarks were merely complaints, such as the backward equipment and outdated tactics of the Cambrian Empire. Military strategists must have brought this up long ago, but why had the Tsar never innovated the army? Andrei didn't know, but he knew the waters here must be very deep. But no matter what, establishing the Folkhov front army to support this area was absolutely necessary. The enemy not attacking Schlüsselburg and instead turning to attack here put immense pressure on Andrei. He couldn't continuously defend here for a long time with his army. After all, he belonged to the Petrograd front army, and this place was quite far from Petrograd. But this place had to be heavily guarded, otherwise Petrograd's supply lines would be cut off by the enemy. I hope the second prince can convey my words. I wonder if he can say a few words in front of the Tsar. The more he thought about it, the more unreliable Andrei felt it was. If this prince were truly favored, he wouldn't have been sent to a place far from Moscow at such a time. Although full of doubts, overall, Andrei felt that this second prince was actually quite alright. What he had worried about most was a suddenly arrogant and ignorant royal who would try to micromanage military operations here and contend for power with him. If he encountered such a situation, it would be like having a cockroach jumping in his face, utterly disgusting. But this second prince seemed to have a good sense of self-awareness. In his conversation with Andrei, he almost explicitly stated that he was just a figurehead sent to stabilize morale and had no intention of interfering with specific command affairs. Given this, the problem became much simpler. Andrei just needed to find a place to settle him and treat him as if he didn't exist. By early the next morning, a large number of military trains arrived punctually. These military trains first unloaded their supplies and transferred them to the defenders in Volkhov city. Immediately after, Andrei's troops quickly boarded the train, and various armored units also took their positions, then departed from here. However, upon leaving, St. Joan of Arc's two titans seemed to have a bit of trouble. These two massive demon engine titans obviously couldn't be transported by train. Becoming a demon engine had one drawback: it couldn't be easily disassembled. If it were a normal titan, it could be disassembled into parts by a player and then packed away. But if a demon engine were truly disassembled, it would only release the demons inside, bringing a heap of trouble to Andrei. Fortunately, Jean indicated that she had her own clever plan. Under Andrei's curious gaze, she suddenly drew her longsword, opened a warp gate, and thus, with her Thousand Suns Legion and the two newly acquired demon engines, swaggered into the warp. Not long after, Andrei learned from the activities of other players that Jean's army had arrived in Petrograd. Damn! I forgot we had a chosen here. The warp is really convenient. Andrei grumbled with a hint of jealousy, almost crazy with envy for this ability. But even so, if he were to take the warp route himself, he wouldn't dare. What would happen if he entered the warp without a Geller field? Andrei could only say that this was something that would lead to death if tried. The various flesh mutations of humans after being corrupted by the warp were simply too gruesome to behold. It was interesting to note that although Andrei's P1000 rat was scrapped and in a state of wreckage, Jean still had the two demon engines carry it back. Andrei wasn't sure if the P1000 rat in this state could still be repaired, but according to Jean, it was a shame to just abandon such a large Titan machine's wreckage. Perhaps when they returned, it could even be modified into something else. They would try it later, maybe the factory could repair it, or players could unleash their inner greenskin potential and transform it into some other heaven-defying contraption. Upon arriving in Petrograd, as Andrei stepped off the military train, Katyusha and Yelena greeted him together. That's great, Andriusha, I was so worried about you. I heard your army was ambushed by the Black Hawk army and almost completely wiped out. Is that true? Yelena grabbed Andrei's arm, holding on tightly, and asked him with a worried expression. Fake, of course, it's fake. Fake news. Andrei waved his hand vigorously, saying with feigned ease. Just kidding, how easy would it be for the Black Hawk army to ambush me? They thought they could swallow my army whole, but in the end, I almost beat them to within an inch of their lives. Seeing Andrei's deliberately playful demeanor, Yelena couldn't help but smile. Katyusha, however, tugged at Yelena's arm, rolled her eyes, and said. See? What did I tell you? I said he's definitely tough and wouldn't be easily taken down by the Black Hawk army. Seeing that he's still in the mood to joke, you know there's no problem with his battle. But as soon as she finished speaking, Yelena showed a puzzled expression. Katyusha, why don't I remember you saying that? I distinctly remember when you heard Andriusha was surrounded, you directly rushed into the front army headquarters, yelling for Uncle Konstantin to prepare a train to transport your Titan Legion to rescue him. Seeing herself exposed, Katyusha's face immediately turned red. She glared fiercely at Yelena, then pouted and said nothing more. Ha ha ha, thank you for your concern, but I'm really fine this time, although it was indeed a close call. Andrei hugged Yelena, then picked up Katyusha and spun her around, saying. Don't worry, I have the ability to save my life. Even if my troops are truly wiped out by the enemy, I have a way to break through the encirclement. I will never be easily taken down by them. You have to believe me, according to the newspapers, I am the ever-victorious general of the Cambrian Empire. Being held like a child by Andrei, Katyusha blushed slightly and continuously pounded Andrei with her small fists. But feeling the force, and Katyusha not struggling at all, but rather leaning closer into Andrei's embrace, he knew he shouldn't let go now. Oh, forget it, I won't talk about you anymore. But next time, you really have to be careful. This operation was too risky. Facing Katyusha's dissuasion, Andrei could only be non-committal. To be honest, this encirclement was indeed somewhat beyond his expectations. After all, who would have thought that the Black Eagle Empire would invest such a large sum? Such a large encirclement was difficult for him to even scout, but fortunately, the enemy was ultimately scared off by the warp and demons, so they temporarily retreated. Otherwise, he would have truly wanted to reorganize his defenses in urban warfare, and let the Black Hawk army pre-enact the meat grinder of Stalingrad. On the way back, Katyusha suddenly thought of something and stopped Andrei, asking. By the way, I heard your Iron Lord super tank was destroyed by the enemy? Is it completely scrapped? Yes, it's really unlucky, I accidentally lost my tank. Andrei nodded, sighing with a dejected expression. Even now, he was still bothered by the loss of his discontinued tank. Seeing Andrei's expression, Katyusha patted his waist and said, "Don't be sad. I'll tell you some good news. The engineers of my Titan Legion and the woman from the Iris Empire studied it and finally came up with a brand new plan. Although your tank is basically completely scrapped, the main structure of the chassis is still intact, and the engine isn't beyond repair. When we get back, we can transform it into a brand new weapon." As soon as she finished speaking, Andrei grabbed Katyusha's hand and asked, "Really? There's a modification plan so quickly? Are the engineers in your Titan Legion all that capable?" "Of course." Katyusha became a little smug. "Humph, just look, this is my Winter's Fury Titan Legion, the Cambrian Empire's top war machine. The people who can repair and modify these super war machines are naturally the Cambrian Empire's top engineers." Immediately after, Katyusha pulled Andrei back and walked directly towards the Titan factory in the distance. "Forget it, seeing is believing. We happen to have the design blueprints here. I'll take you to see them, and then you'll know how formidable we are." Getting into a military vehicle, Andrei and his group, escorted by guards, quickly arrived at the Titan factory. As soon as he entered, he saw a Titan being disassembled by a large number of robotic arms. "This is..." Andrei pointed at the Titan wreckage. Katyusha glanced at it, then said with a slightly displeased expression, "The Black Hawk army launched a fierce attack on Petrograd before, and we lost many people. This Titan was also one of them. It was accidentally taken down by the enemy's heavy artillery. But it doesn't matter, I took down 2 more Son of the Emperor Titans. Now the Son of the Emperor Legion has been completely crippled and basically has no further combat capability." Andrei nodded. He had heard that another Titan battle had broken out here before, but he didn't know that the Wrath of Winter Legion had lost another Titan. "So, is there any possibility of repairing this Titan?" "Basically no. It's too severely damaged, all the internal structures are destroyed, so we plan to simply dismantle it and use it to build other weapons," Katyusha said with a hint of regret. Such a 1,000-ton Lady Titan being dismantled like this truly pained her heart. But there was no other way, otherwise, it would just be left aside as an ornament, and it was better to dismantle it and use it for other things. Coming before an engineer, Katyusha introduced him to Andrei, saying, "All right, this is Master Mikhail. He is the chief engineer of our Titan Legion. He also urgently completed the modification design for your war chariot." Upon seeing Andrei, the engineer excitedly came over to shake his hand, laughing heartily as he said, "Haha, General Vorontsov, I've heard much about you. Don't worry, I will complete the modification of that war chariot as soon as possible." As soon as he finished speaking, Andrei found a blueprint in his hand. If nothing unexpected happens, after this war chariot is modified, the rendering should look like this. You can take a look and then offer some suggestions for modification. Andrei opened the blueprint with some apprehension, mainly because he was not entirely confident in the engineer before him. He couldn't quite put his finger on why, perhaps it was because Master Hakimi's attire was simply too exaggerated. Not only did he wear a pair of strange large goggles on his head, but he also had one arm missing, replaced by an exaggerated mechanical arm with a very complex structure, like a multifunctional pocket knife. Not only that, but on his back, there was a large pack from which 4 slender mechanical arms extended. This series of designs made Andrei instantly think of the mad doctors among the greenskins, so he was genuinely worried. What if this engineer turned his war chariot into a greenskin contraption? When he opened the blueprint and saw the steel behemoth that greeted his eyes, Andrei's eyes instantly widened. All right, he was wrong. This engineer didn't seem to be from the greenskin side, but from Kern's faction. Because the war chariot that came into view, no matter how he looked at it, felt especially like Kern's demon engine, the famous Lord of Skulls. The front half of the war chariot, where the turret was originally installed, was designed with a huge upper body robot structure. The giant cannon on its left hand, the huge scythe extending from its right hand, plus the giant cannon device similar to a Karl mortar on its back, and the cockpit located on its head, all made this thing look extremely ferocious. But the more he looked, the more Andrei felt that the design style of this thing was extremely similar to Brother Kern. To put it bluntly, if an additional Kern symbol were installed on the head of this war machine and it were painted red, then this thing would truly become a Lord of Skulls. How is it, General Vorontsov? My design is not bad, is it? Although this design might cause the war chariot's center of gravity to tilt forward, these parts can all be salvaged from the destroyed Titan. By piecing them together, I can create a hybrid of a Titan mech and a war chariot, ensuring the combat power of this war machine while maximizing the reuse of all parts. Of course, you don't have to worry about the center of gravity issue. The giant cannon installed at the rear of the vehicle is specifically for balancing the center of gravity. It was evident that Master Hakimi seemed very confident in his design. Andrei pondered for a moment, and in the end, could only nod in agreement. If the design looked a bit like Kern, then so be it. He couldn't worry about such details now, he just wanted to restore his Titan's combat power as soon as possible. Although the Black Hawk Army's Titans seemed to be almost crippled by him, he believed that with the Black Eagle Empire's current industrial strength, their replenishment speed would likely be very fast. Once the enemy had new Titans in place, his side would quickly fall into a numerical disadvantage in Titan combat. After this design plan was approved, the factory immediately went into full operation, and Andrei even saw several players participating in the factory. Master, what's the deal with those few? Andrei pointed at the players and curiously asked the master. He mainly wanted to know how these players performed in the factory. They weren't here to cause trouble, were they? Oh, right, General. Speaking of them, I just wanted to have a good talk with you. Andrei's pointing seemed to remind him of something, and Master Hakimi immediately began to vent to Andrei. I protest. You shouldn't keep such engineering talents in the army. They can play a more important role if they stay in the rear. I don't understand, is the Cambrian Empire currently short of a few cannon fodder to fill the lines? They won't survive a day on the battlefield, but if they stay in this factory, they can build more war machines for the Empire. Throwing such talents onto the battlefield is a huge waste of talent. Well, perhaps it was indeed a bit of a waste. He really didn't have the heart to tell him that besides these few guys, he also had nearly 10,000 talents of the same level under his command. Just give them a wrench, and they could display endless creativity. Andrei shrugged and then said to the master. All right, master, if that's the case, then I'll leave them to you. I believe they will definitely play a greater role. Turning around, Andrei left the factory. As soon as he stepped out, he felt as if the air before him had become much fresher. Although this Titan factory was enormous and filled with the ultimate aesthetics of mechanical power, the working environment inside was truly not good. The huge noise, the scorching environment, and the toxic exhaust fumes everywhere made the factory almost like the inside of a tank, even worse than the environment inside a tank. He couldn't even imagine what kind of torment the workers laboring in such an environment must endure. He had a fleeting thought of suggesting improvements to the workers' environment, but he ultimately just mumbled and didn't voice such a thought. Because it was now a critical stage of the war, everything had to serve the war. He couldn't shut down the factory and then spend several months on further modifications, sacrificing the factory's production efficiency just to make the internal environment more comfortable. The production of these factories was crucial for the upcoming victory in the war, so he could only choose to put these issues aside for now. But he did make a note of it, and when the intensity of the war subsided, he would definitely find a way to improve the conditions in these factories. After arriving in the city, the second prince seemed much more relaxed, at least not as nervous as he was when he first met Andrei. He had just arrived, and the local nobles immediately showed their hospitality. Several noble families offered to book the most luxurious hotel in the area and host a grand banquet to welcome His Royal Highness. And the second prince, naturally, was not modest. He ate and drank as he pleased, and connected with these nobles as needed. Andrei also received an invitation to the reception, but he did not attend. Neither he nor Katiusha had any interest in such boring receptions. Rather than running to a bunch of noble lords, putting on a smiling face, and not being able to eat properly, they both preferred to stay at their own manor and get some good rest. It was a rare moment of rest, who knew when they would have to go back to the battlefield. At dinner, while helping Katiusha reach a lamb chop that was out of her grasp, Andrei casually asked General Konstantin. By the way, old man, what are our current food reserves like? Have we stored as much food as possible? General Konstantin heard this, put down his knife and fork, gulped down the wine in his glass, and then grumbled angrily. Damn it, I've tried my best to collect food, but these guys who want to profit from national calamity are truly despicable. I tried to contact several grain merchants, but they all said that grain was in limited supply and had driven the price up 50 times its usual amount. This is clearly an attempt to extort people. Besides that, the food supply from Moscow has been cut off again. I don't know what that old man the Tsar is thinking. Is he planning to let Petrograd starve to death like this? Andrei's expression was somewhat gloomy. He truly detested these people who profited from national calamity, completely disregarding the lives of those struggling. Then how much grain has our family currently stockpiled? 40,000 tons. This is the maximum I could collect during this time. General Konstantin said sullenly. He naturally knew what this number meant. 40,000 tons of grain might seem like a lot, but even at the lowest standard allocation, this amount of food would only be enough for the entire Petrograd to eat for 20 days. And most importantly, these 20 days also depended on ensuring that the 40,000 tons of grain could be accurately distributed. What if someone interfered, or someone took bribes, or there were some inexplicable losses? Then these grains might not even last 15 days. Katiusha also raised her hand and spoke about the grain reserves of her family, but her family's grain reserves were even smaller, totaling only 10,000 tons of grain. By the way, what about the other nobles in the city? They must have hoarded a lot of grain, right? Andrei suddenly asked, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. He wondered if these noble lords would be reasonable. If not, then he might have to borrow their heads at a critical moment. They definitely hoarded some, but not too much, because most of the grain has already been monopolized by us. General Konstantin naturally guessed what Andrei was thinking, but he said indifferently. The biggest problem with the food shortage in Petrograd right now isn't noble hoarding, but that food simply cannot be transported in from outside. Too little food is being transported in. I'm now directly sending people to purchase grain from the Wuxiao Empire and the Svaya's kingdom. If all goes well, merchant ships should deliver a batch of grain to Murmansk in a few months, right? Alright, if that was the case, then Andrei couldn't get rich by ransacking homes. He had really wanted to ransack a few fat targets, seize grain from them, and save it for opening granaries at critical moments. Alright, this grain should last for a while. Try to conserve it as much as possible. If needed, I'll find a way to break through the enemy's blockade and get outside grain delivered. I'll also have to urge Moscow again. No matter what, the grain must be transported in, otherwise Petrograd simply cannot be held. Chapter 284, What kind of front army commander is this? Andrei muttered, still feeling a bit unwilling. Unfortunately, conditions didn't allow for it. Players couldn't travel that far, otherwise he would have really wanted to send players to eliminate all those grain merchants who were taking advantage of the situation to raise prices. Moscow, sigh. He sighed, and the atmosphere grew a bit heavy. However, Andrei suddenly thought of the other front. By the way, can we do business with Kievan Rus? That place is the Cambrian Empire's largest grain-producing region. If we could establish contact with them and exchange weapons or other goods for grain, perhaps the situation would improve. But no sooner had Andrei spoken than Katiusha shook her head and said. That's unlikely. We are currently cut off from Kievan Rus by the enemy. If we want to contact Kievan Rus, we would have to fight our way through the Black Hawk's Central Army Group, and first capture Minsk, before we could reach Kievan Rus. If we had that capability, we could completely encircle the Central Army Group and win this war in one go. Hearing this, Andrei slapped his forehead, realizing he had been too naive. After all, he wasn't very familiar with the map of the Cambrian Empire. He had just said it offhand, and after saying it, he immediately realized the huge distance between the two places. And it wasn't just a matter of distance, the Cambrian Empire's terrible railway network layout also meant that the actual distance to reach Kievan Rus would be very far. The Cambrian Empire's railway network was more radial than grid-like, so east-west transportation was relatively developed, but north-south transportation was very poor. If Kievan Rus wanted to transport grain to Petrograd, considering the railway capacity, Andrei estimated they would probably have to transport the grain towards Moscow first, and then it could reach Petrograd via the Victory Railway. In that case, he might as well just get grain from Moscow directly. After dinner, General Konstantin immediately went back to command the battle. During this time, the dinner was a rare opportunity for him to rest, as the enemy's attack had just been repelled, and the Black Hawk army couldn't launch a new counterattack immediately. Andrei, after observing the map for a while, quickly fell asleep. Although physically, his semi-playerized body no longer felt fatigue, he did feel mentally exhausted. For the next few consecutive days, Andrei's life could be considered relatively peaceful, with not much happening to him. On the players' side, some players were sent out by him to act as guerrillas to harass the enemy, while others were given wrenches and joined the factories for production. Many players, after coming to this game, seemed very interested in the engineers' functions, because they found that the engineers' functions in this game were richer than they had imagined. Since that was the case, he might as well send them to the factories to tighten screws, and at the same time, let them repair the equipment withdrawn from the front line. Besides these players, some other players went off to catch spies again. It was strange, but it seemed some players really treated this game like a spy war game, enjoying patrolling the streets and catching spies all day long. Before they set off, Andrei, based on the previous reconnaissance, handed them a list and roughly explained which spies could be caught and which could not. At the same time, these instructions were also generated by Andrei as a mission, serving as a second restriction for the players. After all, a considerable number of these spies had lost contact with their superiors due to previous capture operations, so they were harmless at the moment. These spies, unable to contact their superiors, could only choose to lie low and wait, trying their best to disguise themselves and not expose any flaws. And it was also interesting. Andrei found that perhaps due to a guilty conscience, these spies, when lying low and disguised, even worked harder than ordinary Cambrians, especially some public officials. Andrei had previously marveled, thinking that the quality of civil servants in Petrograd was much better than he had imagined for Tsarist Russia. But later he discovered that these higher quality individuals were basically Black Hawk Empire spies, which was why they appeared diligent in their daily work and rarely accepted bribes. For them, accepting bribes was a risk factor. If they were caught because of a little money, it would be too much of a loss. As a result of these overachievers, other civil servants felt too embarrassed to slack off. Many Cambrians couldn't help but curse them in their hearts, the Tsar only paid so little, why be so diligent? So, Andrei would not let players touch this type of spy. As for the other type not to be touched, they were the economic spies who had many businesses in Petrograd and were quite wealthy. Taking them down quickly might instead lead to economic instability within Petrograd, and at the same time, a considerable portion of their businesses would fall into other people's hands. Therefore, Andrei was still having the Vorontsov family prepare to take over the businesses of these people, while focusing on taking down their superiors as much as possible. Similarly, once they lost their superiors and had no orders, they would not quickly transfer funds. By then, they would become ownerless cash cows, the kind that were foolish and rich, and easy to deal with. Players, busy catching spies, would occasionally cause considerable commotion within Petrograd, and some players even had shootouts with spies in the streets. In this situation, besides some citizens being dissatisfied with them, some nobles also expressed dissatisfaction. To be precise, these nobles were not dissatisfied with the players, but with the Vorontsov family. Although the Vorontsov family had a large number of businesses and influence in Petrograd, and it could even be said that their development focus was in Petrograd, their ancestral home was, after all, Moscow. Therefore, for the noble forces in Petrograd, the Vorontsov family was undoubtedly an outsider, a dragon crossing the river, and did not belong to their local noble circle. Coupled with Andrei's continuous victories on the front line, General Konstantin's promotion also meant he firmly controlled the front army, even implementing partial military control over Petrograd. This led to a sharp increase in the Vorontsov family's influence in Petrograd, naturally encroaching on some of their interests. So, at the ball they held to welcome the second prince, they subtly conveyed their concerns to him, essentially accusing the Vorontsov family of having rebellious intentions and hoping His Majesty the Tsar would take it seriously. Of course, they also hoped that the second prince could, under the title of governor of Petrograd, some would restrict the Vorontsov family, and ideally represent them in a challenge against them. For these nobles, they didn't care about the ongoing fighting on the front line. If they didn't engage in infighting amongst themselves, that would be a rare occurrence. For their own interests, they didn't hesitate to deliberately cause trouble for the Vorontsov family at such a time, hoping to even replace the front army commander. Having traveled a long and arduous journey to arrive here, the second prince's expression immediately turned sour upon hearing such words. These nobles were merely complaining and trying to smear the Vorontsov family, but with the second prince already prejudiced, he felt increasingly alarmed. Good heavens, even these small and medium noble factions had already discovered that the Vorontsov family was secretly ambitious. What did this indicate? Did it mean the Vorontsov family was no longer even willing to pretend? This was bad. Could it be that they were really preparing to use their military power to assert independence at this time, or even secede and establish themselves as something like the Principality of Novgorod? As soon as he thought of this, the second prince quickly wrote down what these nobles had said, and at the same time prepared to find an excuse to return to Moscow as soon as possible in a few days. He didn't dare to report it now, because he was worried that he might encounter some unforeseen misfortune after making the report. In his opinion, since the Vorontsov family was already so powerful in Petrograd, almost to the point of having complete control, how could his phone or other communication methods not be monitored by them? It was even possible that not far from here, there were mages using some eavesdropping spells to monitor them. Therefore, the second prince had made up his mind. No matter what, during his upcoming days in Petrograd, he must be completely docile and harmless, as much as possible. If worst came to worst, he would just go and stay in a hospital. As for making a small report, he would definitely personally make a small report once he returned to Moscow. But before returning to his own territory, he had to lie low, with everything focused on self-preservation. Of course, while some noble families opposed the Vorontsov family, there were naturally others who were willing to support them. Not to mention General Konstantin's side, Andrei himself, within his army, heard many noble officers from other armies secretly making small reports to him, vividly describing what had happened at the previous banquet. Andrei chose to throw all such matters to the old man to handle, completely ignoring them himself. Worrying about so much was useless. He knew his political level was that of a pure political novice. He had never been a noble before, didn't know how to deal with these people, and had no inclination to engage in any overt or covert struggles with them. Andrei's bottom line was this. As long as these people didn't hinder him during wartime, deliberately set him up, or scheme behind his back, he would ignore it and let the old man solve everything himself. But if these guys dared to cross the line and stab him in the back, then he wouldn't hesitate to let players transform into assault teams and wipe them all out. To solve this kind of problem, Andrei could actually easily manipulate things. At that time, he would arrange a Black Hawk voice pack for the players forming the assault team, and then give them a special set of external skins, disguising them as Black Hawk people's assault teams. As for why the Black Hawk army would suddenly infiltrate the city? Does that even need asking? There must be spies in the city. It's time to start the purges. After a few days of rest, which could barely be considered peaceful, just as Andrei was wondering when he would need to go back to war, he suddenly received a brand new transfer order. Hey? I say, old man, you're not kidding me, are you? My promotion is way too fast. And isn't this a trap? They only promoted my position, why didn't they promote my military rank as well? Holding the transfer order, Andrei said to the general with a look of astonishment, but the general indicated he was equally bewildered. All right, you brat, stop dilly-dallying here. Go take up your post now. Damn it, you're confused, and so am I. Who knows how you, a mere boy, inexplicably became a front army commander? To be honest, when General Konstantin suddenly received this appointment letter from Moscow, he was completely dumbfounded. Good heavens, what's going on? Moscow directly appointed Andrei as the Volkov front army commander? Logically speaking, whether considering his military rank, the speed of his promotion, or other traditional aspects, this transfer order was incredibly outrageous. No need to mention anything else. How long had it been since Andrei was promoted to army commander? Not even a month. Yet, in such a short time, you were just promoted to army commander, and then immediately became a front army commander. Isn't that a bit too abnormal? Thinking of this, General Konstantin couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. He had diligently worked his way up in the Cambrian Empire's army for so many years, relying on the glory inherited from his ancestors and the merits he earned during the Great Northern War, to be appointed front army commander at the beginning of the war. But Andrei, at the outbreak of the war, was merely a captain and only a company commander. Now, this young man has already become a front army commander, just like him? Something's not right, very not right, 10 out of 9 parts are not right. Almost at the same time, both the general and Andrei thought the same thing. All right, a lieutenant general going to serve as a front army commander, I wonder if this counts as a first for the Cambrian Empire. But then again, if I've become a front army commander, what about the troops under me? How many armies can I command in total? At this point, Andrei asked with a hint of anticipation. Since he had already become a front army commander, he should at least have a few armies under him, right? If calculated according to the first formation of the Volkov Front Army by the Soviet Union during World War II, that front army should have consisted of 6 combined arms armies and 1 Air Force combined army, plus 3 independent armies. At that time, this front army had approximately 330,000 soldiers in total. Although it suffered heavy losses in the early 1942 campaign, it was still a massive front army, no matter what. I'm afraid, there are only 2 armies in total. At least according to Moscow's current plan, your front army will only have 2 armies. General Konstantin shrugged, delivering this extremely disappointing news to Andrei. No, I mean, are you kidding me? A front army with only 2 armies in total, is this a serious plan for fighting a war? Which front army would be so meager? Even the Karelian front army, which had been fighting the Austranian people, at least had 2 army groups. It must be said, Andrei was truly a bit bewildered. 2 armies, even combined, they couldn't form a single army group. Yet, with these few people, they were forming a front army. This was simply like a joke. To Andrei's complaint, the general merely shrugged and said, "Unfortunately, I told the Tsar the same thing when I called him earlier, but that old man is only willing to assign you 2 armies. One of them is even the army group originally stationed in Folkhov, so you understand." Hearing this, Andrei couldn't help but roll his eyes again. The Folkhov army group, he naturally knew this unit. Just by its name, this unit seemed to have the scale of an army group. But in reality, the total strength of this unit was roughly that of a light infantry division, and now it was even less than a division. He had just returned from Folkhov and had taken the opportunity to count the local defenders there, discovering that the entire army group now only had about 7,000 people in total. And these 7,000 people even included logistical personnel, he almost counted the laundry women. Damn it! What kind of nonsense is this? Alright, old man, tell me what's really going on? I smell a conspiracy. It had come to this point, if Andrei still couldn't see that there was something fishy about this appointment, it could only mean his intelligence was abnormal. He could tell that the Tsar's appointment of this front army was not because he valued Folkhov so much. It was more likely that the old man wanted to move him out of Petrograd. I guess you've probably already figured it out. Just as you thought, it seems that Tsar wants to split our family. General Konstantin shrugged and said. Clearly, the reason I can firmly hold the position of front army commander now, besides having achieved a series of good combat results, is mainly because I have an excellent general like you. You command the strongest forces in the entire front army, and even the entire Northwest Army group. At the same time, you are a core member of the Vorontsov family, which naturally gives me incredible influence within the entire front army. Plus, the series of things you've brought out before were too brilliant. I estimate that old Tsar probably couldn't sit still, which is why this situation has arisen. Since they don't have any effective means to restrict us now, they can only choose to split us up. Good heavens, what kind of push enactment decree is this? Andrei frowned, but it was true. If he were to go out and serve as a front army commander independently, then General Konstantin would certainly no longer be able to mobilize his troops. At that time, General Konstantin might not have as much influence in the army, and after he was split off, he ended up with a front army that had only a title and nothing else. With this arrangement, the two sides couldn't merge, nor could they concentrate their resources and power, so their influence would definitely weaken. But isn't this idiotic? They were busy fighting a war, and suddenly they started playing these games. What about the war situation here in Petrograd then? He had been urging the Tsar to support Folkhov precisely because Petrograd currently couldn't spare enough troops to defend Folkhov as well. Now, it's great, the Tsar directly and forcefully weakened the Petrograd front army. This was simply playing with the security of Petrograd. At this moment, Andrei suddenly thought of a certain bald man. He always felt that such a bizarre operation was very much like something that micromanaging Bald Master would do. Alright, if that's the case, then I'll take my troops to Petrograd. Oh, by the way, where is the Winter's Fury Titan Legion fighting? Andrei rubbed his forehead, suddenly thinking of a crucial question, where would Katyusha's Titan Legion be assigned next? The Titan Legion will follow you. After all, I've already reported it. The Winter's Fury Titan Legion now belongs to the Vorontsov Battle Group's formation, and you are indeed the commander of this unit. To Andrei's surprise, General Konstantin actually gave the Winter's Fury Titan Legion to him without hesitation. Then what about you? What will you do without a Titan? Hearing Andrei's concern, General Konstantin laughed heartily and said. Ha ha ha, don't worry. With that Tsar cannon and the fortress cannons built from dismantled naval warships, if their Titan Legion wants to assault the city, they'll have to pay a bloody price. Moreover, Petrograd's terrain isn't suitable for the Titan Legion to defend. They can't stay in the city for defense, and staying in the suburbs would disconnect them from our troops. It's better for them to follow you. As he spoke, General Konstantin drew on the map and said. The Titan Legion is under your command. If I encounter an unfavorable situation here, you can have your front army support me from the flank. And most importantly, you must have Titan power to hold this transportation hub, and at the same time, you must be well prepared for a breakthrough. Once Petrograd is completely blockaded, you'll have to relieve me from the outside. This way, it's most important for the Titan Legion to remain in your hands. In my hands, it might not be able to function effectively, and it might even break down due to fuel issues. Andrei pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, in his hands, this Titan Legion seemed to have a greater role. However, Andrei didn't know that General Konstantin actually had other ideas for this arrangement. Katyusha and Andrei were directly linked, their relationship was bound, so this Titan Legion had to be in Andrei's hands to become a direct force of the family. If it fell into his own hands, he would have to go through Andrei's connections to command Katyusha. At that time, she would belong to the Kuri King family and could only be considered his ally. Coupled with strategic considerations, this Titan Legion naturally had to be given to Andrei. Besides the Titans, you also need to take a batch of the corresponding production lines, otherwise this unit cannot be maintained. If I remember correctly, Volkov should have quite a few existing factory buildings that can be directly used at that time, and you can also take a batch of workers and civilians from the city. Andrei raised an eyebrow, asking with some uncertainty. Wait a minute, are you sure you want to take some workers and poor people to Volkov? That doesn't seem reliable, does it? Volkov has been attacked by the enemy several times. What if it accidentally falls? Recalling the previous street fighting, Andrei knew that the situation in Volkov in this war was completely different from that in the Soviet-German war. This place was very likely to become the focus of enemy contention, and he might even have to fight a meat grinder of street battles with them here. At that time, wouldn't all these civilians become cannon fodder? Idiot, who told you to keep all of them in the city? Can't you turn around and send them to Moscow, or somewhere else? General Konstantin slapped Andrei on the forehead, unable to help but scold. Think a little more. If we directly say we're evacuating a batch of civilians from here, then all the civilians in Petrograd will inevitably fall into chaos. Who wouldn't want to evacuate quickly before the enemy arrives? But by using the excuse of assisting the auxiliary corps in combat and maintaining the Titans, to transfer a large number of civilians and workers to the rear, wouldn't that be much smoother? Petrograd is short of food. Keeping too many people is useless. Before the enemy completely breaks through the surrounding defenses, it's best to evacuate as many people as possible. Andrei instantly understood, comprehending the old man's intention. Evidently, Petrograd didn't need so many citizens right now, it was best to evacuate as many as possible. At the same time, they certainly couldn't directly order people to flee, otherwise, everyone in the entire city would run away. They didn't have such strong transportation capacity to transport millions of people at once, nor could they really let the city become empty. But if they were to pick some people by drawing lots to let them escape, while the rest stayed to defend, how could the morale of the army hold up? Therefore, the only way was to transfer some skilled workers and their families from Petrograd under the guise of military deployment, which could gather at least 100,000 people. The departure of these people would not only save some food for Petrograd but also allow them to go to the industrial areas of the Urals and Moscow, where they could continue to contribute. Most of Petrograd's industrial zone would inevitably be abandoned in the future, and transportation here would basically only be maintained by the Victory Railway. Relying on this railway for transportation could basically only maintain food transport, as this railway did not have such a strong carrying capacity, especially since it might be repeatedly cut off by the enemy in the future. Therefore, without sufficient raw materials being transported in from outside, Petrograd's industry would basically be unable to function, and a considerable number of these workers would become useless. In this case, transporting them to the rear was the best choice. After receiving the commission, Andrei saluted General Konstantin and said gloomily, "All right, that's it. Take care. Don't worry, I can't speak for other places, but I can definitely defend Volkov. As long as I'm needed, I will immediately organize troops to relieve Petrograd, at least trying to open the railway line." Seeing Andrei's gloomy expression, General Konstantin suddenly laughed, shook his head, and said, "Haha, let's not be so serious. No matter what, it's a good thing that you can become a front army commander. Your promotion speed, young man, is definitely the fastest in the entire Cambrian Empire army, and even the fastest in the history of the Cambrian Empire. I believe that one day, perhaps I will even witness your promotion to Marshal." Andrei grunted, unable to resist cursing in his heart, "Damn it, when I really get promoted to Marshal, I'll overthrow that Tsar's damn throne." If he really got promoted to Marshal, he would single-handedly shoulder the Cambrian Empire's battlefield and, by the way, stage a military coup. Whether or not to kill the Tsar was secondary, at least, controlling all the military forces in the world was certain, to avoid having idiots messing with him behind his back all day long. But just then, Andrei suddenly realized something. If he became the Volkov front army commander, then when he arrived in the city, it should only be a little over 500 kilometers in a straight line from Moscow, shortening the distance by a full 150 kilometers compared to Petrograd. At such a distance, would players already have a chance to reach Moscow? Realizing this, Andrei's mouth suddenly curved into a cold sneer. Before, he couldn't extend the player's reach as far as Moscow. But after coming here, and further shortening the distance, it seemed he already had the ability. After measuring on the map and confirming the distance, Andrei found that if he served as a front army commander, he could indeed cover the player's range. In that case, those grain merchants who had been making things difficult in Moscow and trying to profit from the national crisis would be in trouble. Upon receiving the order, the Vorontsov combat group, still in training, immediately assembled. This was the first time Andrei had gathered all of his newly acquired troops. A large number of rooted soldiers were gathered and then reorganized. All of Andrei's troops combined now numbered over 55,000 people. According to the Cambrian Empire's military organization, this unit's size was definitely over the standard, as a typical Cambrian Empire army would not exceed 30,000 men. However, if calculated according to the army group's organization, the number of troops was a bit small, as an army group usually had around 80,000 to 100,000 men. But when he thought of the neighboring Volkov army group, Andrei couldn't help but complain. From that perspective, their army group was truly miserable, with only 7,000 people including everyone. Everyone, I won't say anything superfluous. I think you've heard the news. Next, we will merge with the Volkov army group to jointly form the Volkov front army. We will be leaving Petrograd to fight. But don't think that you are leaving this battlefield, leaving Petrograd. On the contrary, the reason we are leaving is to better support Petrograd. Andrei cleared his throat, waved his hand, and pointed in the direction of Volkov, saying, "Soldiers, Only by holding this important transportation hub can we ensure smooth transportation for Petrograd. If we fail, then everyone in Petrograd will suffer famine, and the enemy will starve the city to death. So the burden on us is very heavy. But please believe me, I will lead the front army to victory. The evil invaders will never be able to defeat us. Yura. As soon as Andrei finished speaking, the soldiers present erupted in fervent shouts, with earth-shattering Yura sounds echoing endlessly. Seeing this, the surrounding citizens who were watching also felt their hearts swell, and many joined them in shouting loudly. However, some people hiding in the shadows saw the scene, and their expressions were very ugly. Andrei's charisma and personal prestige over this army made these people feel as if their hearts were pierced. Congratulations! I didn't expect you to become a front army commander so quickly. Andrei had just come down from the podium and was about to sit down in the back for a while when he ran into Saint Joan of Arc walking towards him. Ha 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 ha, it's all right. I was also quite surprised by this appointment as front army commander. Andrei gave an awkward laugh, too embarrassed to say that the reason he got this appointment was because he had been set up. But no matter what, this appointment as front army commander was real, even though this front army was truly impractical. Next, I will also take my people and go with you. Seeing Andrei's surprised expression, Jean smiled and said, don't forget, I led my troops here to support the Cambrian Empire because I saw the future, I saw the revelation brought to me by the Lord. So wherever your troops go, I will take my people and follow. I believe the Thousand Sons Legion will surely be of great use in the upcoming war. Since that was the case, Andrei naturally didn't mind taking such a Tsianch Legion, even though he had always been very uneasy about this unit. Very well, in that case, you will be considered the Front Army's Foreign Volunteer Corps. Welcome to the front line against the Black Eagle Empire. May our future cooperation be pleasant. Andrei shook hands, already calculating in his heart how to make the most of this Thousand Sons Legion. Although the Thousand Sons Legion was a huge pit, that didn't stop the Thousand Sons Legion from being a very powerful unit. If this unit was utilized well, whether as an assault spearhead or as a meat grinder to wear down the enemy, they could complete their tasks very well. Seeing the cunning glint in Andrei's eyes, Jean always felt that this guy didn't seem to be planning anything good. But it didn't matter, she believed in the Lord's revelation. Along the way, the reason she had achieved her current victories was all because of these revelations, so she had an almost superstitious blind obedience to the series of revelations. As he followed the troops on the train leaving Petrograd, Andrei suddenly opened the system interface. He casually spent a little influence points to create a skin in the style of a Black Hawk Army light infantry. Immediately after, he named this skin behind enemy lines infiltration unit and then posted a mission. Side mission, after the front army arrives in Folkhov, proceed to Moscow, eliminate some treacherous grain merchants who are price gouging, and uncover the Black Eagle spy mixed among them. Mission participants, 0/30, mission reward, 3000 merits points. Note, all participants in this mission will temporarily use 2 new skins and can only equip these 2 skins. This mission requires maintaining stealth combat as much as possible. Please try to follow the mission prompts to complete the mission. After posting this mission, Andrei studied it for a bit and then created a random civilian skin for players. This skin, like the previous one, had no bonuses. It was just the most ordinary whiteboard skin, and its effect was to randomly generate various civilian appearances. Otherwise, if these players directly wore Black Hawk soldiers' skins, jumped off a train, and then rushed into the city to kill indiscriminately, then it would be a miracle if they weren't annihilated by the entire Moscow army. Even if the Black Eagle Empire had been infiltrating the Cambrian side, it was impossible for the Cambrian Empire to remain indifferent to enemy troops jumping off a train, which would cause a series of troubles. So wearing a skin could somewhat conceal them, and even if players acted a bit abnormally, it wouldn't be too conspicuous. When this mission was just released, it was snatched up by a bunch of players almost instantly. Looking at the players willing to participate in this mission, Andrei smiled. When he posted the mission, he specifically set a threshold for it. Only players whose favorability towards him reached a certain level could accept this mission. This way, most of the players who could accept this mission were experienced veteran players. These veteran players could avoid various rookie mistakes and also had richer combat experience, and they were also more willing to obey commands. After all, if they were too individualistic and always went against orders, they wouldn't have accumulated such favorability. What pleased Andrei the most was that among this team, his currently most capable player in terms of command, Colonel Yulton, was also participating. With this player who was good at commanding, Andrei felt that the team seemed even more secure. Of course, from another perspective, if they had unified command, perhaps they could create even bigger trouble. Meanwhile, in Moscow, the Tsar was still furious about the price of grain in the city. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Why are grain prices so expensive now? Beria, come here. Have you found out what's going on with these damned grain prices? Chapter 285, Oh my god, the Black Eagle elites are attacking. Upon hearing the Tsar's summons, Beria, the commander-in-chief of the special forces, quickly rushed over. Although he was the Tsar's top spy master, in charge of the Tsar's secret police, he showed no sign of a ruthless or sinister temperament. Instead, he was refined and scholarly, even wearing small spectacles. Seeing Beria rush over, the Tsar angrily questioned him, what is going on? Lately, the price of grain in Moscow has skyrocketed, and many citizens are on the verge of rioting. Why has flour become so expensive now? Damn it, a worker's hard-earned monthly wage can only buy enough bread for his family to eat for one day. Are they trying to force them into rebellion? Hearing the Tsar's roar, Beria knew the situation was dire. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly explained, I apologize, Your Majesty, it is my oversight. It's those damned grain merchants. They want to profit from the national crisis, so they have colluded to inflate prices. I will send people to deal with them immediately. However, as he said this, Beria felt a slight sense of grievance, because he had actually discussed the issue of dealing with the grain merchants with the Tsar before. It was just that at that time, the grain prices in Moscow had not yet risen. The merchants' price increases were mainly targeting those who bought large quantities of grain, or rather, they were targeting the Vorontsov family. Because up until now, the Vorontsov family had been the biggest purchasers of grain from Moscow. By their actions, it was as if they wanted to buy all the grain in Moscow. So at that time, in order to suppress the Vorontsov family and also to exchange benefits with them elsewhere, the Tsar ignored Beria's suggestion. However, when the grain merchants raised their selling prices for the Vorontsov family, they naturally couldn't just raise prices for one party. Before long, the prices of all grain on the market had multiplied countless times, and grain suddenly became an extremely expensive commodity. Clearly, the Tsar could not admit he had a problem, much less admit his mistake. Therefore, even if Beria felt wronged, he could only take the blame himself, as a large part of his purpose was to be a scapegoat for the Tsar. Indeed, Beria, this is your dereliction of duty. I do not wish to see such a thing happen in Moscow again, so I hope you can speak with those grain merchants and get them to control the grain prices. Tell them, if they are still unwilling to lower the grain prices, then I will send the military police to seal their grain shops. At that point, they shouldn't blame me for being merciless with them. At this point, the Tsar's expression also became a little gloomy. These grain merchants also had significant backing, most of them were supported by major domestic aristocrats, especially traditional conservative nobles. These nobles owned much land, and their income mainly came from farming and selling grain, so naturally, they formed a monopoly over grain. It was precisely because of this that the Tsar did not directly order the confiscation of these grain merchants' properties, but only asked Beria to discreetly pressure them. Because a considerable number of these nobles were very powerful individuals, almost local warlords. If he pushed them too hard at this time, the Tsar worried they might simply defect to the Black Eagle Empire, and such a thing was not impossible. However, the Tsar and Beria did not know that while they were busy figuring out how to suppress grain prices, Andrei had already dispatched a team of assassins composed of players to cause trouble for these grain merchants. Andrei was not the Tsar, nor was he interested in considering how powerful these people were. He just wanted to vent his anger. To put it bluntly, what good was it if these guys were powerful? They were selling grain so expensively, were they trying to force people to their deaths? Since they wouldn't accept reason, Andrei wouldn't hesitate to resort to extreme measures. If they refused to lower grain prices, Andrei would keep killing. Although killing often doesn't solve problems fundamentally, it can always solve the people who create the problems. On a train bound for Moscow, 30 players, looking displeased, squeezed into the crowded carriage. They watched the chaotic crowds around them and couldn't help but complain. Damn it, why is this train so crowded? I'll never complain about the Spring Festival travel rush being crowded again. This is even more packed, almost like an Indian train. These players were all crammed into a narrow carriage. Besides these 30 people, there were many others squeezed in with them. There was no such thing as a seated ticket, because this carriage was originally used for cargo and didn't even have a single seat. Everyone was packed like sardines in a can. A slight movement could easily lead to accidentally stepping on some unlucky person's foot. As for going to the toilet, there was a small, specially sought-out hole in the corner of the carriage, that was where they went to the toilet. There was no other way. This train was converted from a freight car into a passenger car. To transport the civilians as quickly as possible, Andrei couldn't worry about such details. So, in the end, these trains looked almost like they were used to transfer concentration camp prisoners, with absolutely no comfort whatsoever. At this moment, all these players had changed into civilian skins preset by Andrei, randomly transforming into various appearances. Andrei wasn't sure how the system managed this. He had initially thought that when players selected civilian skins, they would simply get various civilian clothes and appearances. However, he found that these players had clearly transformed into entirely different people, randomly generating the appearances of men, women, and elders. Unfortunately, these players seemed unable to generate images of minors, and Andrei couldn't figure out why. Otherwise, if they could turn into a bunch of children, guerrilla warfare would be incredibly effective. To understand the specific functions of this civilian skin, Andrei specifically had players test it thoroughly, and he roughly summarized the following patterns. First, this civilian skin completely changed them into a different person. After selecting this skin, the person they became had nothing to do with their original mission. Second, the people they transformed into all seemed to be unregistered individuals, without any household registration, identity documents, or even any social connections. This made Andrei realize that players using these civilian skins seemed only capable of performing short-term infiltration missions. Expecting them to operate or even establish themselves in a certain place for a long time was unrealistic. Third, he found that when players selected the civilian skin, the character they transformed into seemed to be different each time. This further prevented players from operating long-term with a fixed civilian identity. Honestly, if it weren't for this series of problems, Andrei would have really wanted to find a group of players, have them all switch to civilian skins, and then station them in Moscow or other cities for extended periods. Even if they didn't have identity documents, Andrei would have found a way to issue them some. After all, in those days, the Cambrian Empire's household registration system was chaotic, and there couldn't have been any kind of database. Andrei's family, as feudal lords with many fiefdoms, could easily issue them a bunch of household registrations. After all, who could go to Andrei's territory to verify and investigate whether they were long-term residents there? Alas, Andrei couldn't help but sigh. Otherwise, if he could station such a group of civilians in Moscow for a long time, and even allow them to establish some industries in Moscow, that would have been great. Later, if Andrei were to launch some kind of coup in Moscow, he would have been met with widespread support. But the current situation wasn't bad either. When they disguised themselves with these civilian skins, they truly looked no different from ordinary civilians. As long as they blended into the crowd, they were essentially the most inconspicuous presence. Of course, except for one lucky player who generated a suit and tie appearance and looked a bit out of place squeezed in this carriage, the rest of the players seemed to blend in quite well. Oh, damn it. You damned thief. The player in the suit and tie couldn't help but complain. Because his attire looked too high society, too much like a capitalist, he had been targeted by pickpockets more than once while squeezed in this crowded carriage. Of course, it was impossible for pickpockets to steal money from a player. The few pickpockets who approached were all scared away by the player. This player was squeezed in a corner, looking out of place with those around him, and dressed like he had money. That's why he was targeted by the pickpockets. But when the pickpocket reached out, he didn't feel a wallet or a valuable item like a pocket watch. Instead, he felt a cold submachine gun. Faced with a cold MP-18 submachine gun, the approaching pickpocket was immediately scared out of his wits. The player said nothing, just stared at him with sharp eyes, and the pickpocket scurried away. As he retreated, he couldn't help but turn his head to look back, but he found that the submachine gun in the person's hand had turned away and seemingly disappeared, as if everything before had been his own hallucination. However, he was certain that the feeling of that dark muzzle pressed against him could not have been a hallucination. That guy clearly had a submachine gun on him, but somehow, he had hidden it. Realizing this, the pickpocket's expression became even more terrified. This magic-like ability to conceal a gun was unprecedented, but he was sure that the person in front of him was definitely not someone he could provoke. Possessing such a skill, riding a train, and even carrying a submachine gun, this guy was probably some kind of assassin. After getting off the train, these players, using the chaotic crowd, scattered everywhere, quickly disappearing. Even if the patrol police guarding the train station noticed these people scurrying around, with their capabilities, they couldn't stop the players who were darting everywhere. Not long after, under the command of Colonel Yulton, the players chose an inconspicuous spot and reconverged. Alright, everyone, we have finally arrived in Moscow, the capital of the Cambrian Empire in this world. Once we complete our mission, we'll have plenty of time to enjoy the scenery here, but for now, let's not. I suggest we finish this quickly. Colonel Yulton clapped his hands, signaling the players to focus their attention on him, then opened the mission interface and began to read the detailed instructions within the mission. I do have some good news here. If nothing unexpected happens, these grain merchants will most likely come to this count's mansion to hold a banquet. I'm not entirely sure why they're holding a banquet here. Perhaps it's to re-coordinate grain prices, or to discuss how to further monopolize the market. Anyway, this is information provided to us by the game interface. Since these guys are all gathered in one place, things become very simple. We just need to storm the place, there's no need to consider other tactics. The players nodded in agreement. Their way of thinking was completely different from that of secret agents, it was actually more akin to the military. If it were secret agents, like those from the special forces, if they wanted to assassinate these grain merchants, they would absolutely not choose a frontal assault soldier. If they were to act, they would most likely send spies to infiltrate the banquet and then poison the designated targets, which is a common assassination method for the special forces. Of course, more often than not, they don't always use this method, they are more likely to simply show up with an arrest warrant and apprehend people. For the players, each of them was a veteran who had fought their way through various shooting games, so their style of action was primarily characterized by recklessness. They didn't need to consider how much chaos their actions would bring to Moscow, nor did they need to worry about the complex impacts of causing too much commotion. They didn't even need to retreat, after all, even if they died, they would simply respawn at their designated resurrection points, so there was no need to worry about retreating. Under these circumstances, they naturally chose the reckless tactic of a frontal assault soldier. Alright, coming back to it, approximately how many guards does this mansion have? If I'm not mistaken, these grain merchants usually make all sorts of illicit money, so they must pay attention to their security, right? Brother Hunan was also part of this operation. He thought for a moment, then suddenly raised his hand and asked. These guys had sold grain at exorbitant prices, and countless people wished they could tear them apart. Under such circumstances, what if someone, extremely dissatisfied with them, suddenly rushed out and stabbed them? So, when they traveled, they definitely had to bring various bodyguards, plus the original guards of the mansion. It was estimated that this operation would probably have to face quite a few people. Regarding this, Colonel Yulton had previously made some inquiries and said with some uncertainty. I can't guarantee that the number I've estimated is absolutely accurate, but I can only say that this number should be the result of a generous estimation of the enemy's strength. If nothing unexpected happens, we may need to face about 2 companies of enemies. As he spoke, Colonel Yulton counted on his fingers. First, there are the bodyguards these guys usually carry with them. We need to assassinate 10 targets, and their bodyguards combined would make up 1 company. That mansion probably doesn't have many guards on normal days, but this time, many important figures have arrived, so the owner will probably have to send more guards for security. Furthermore, I suspect there might even be military police patrolling nearby. At that time, they will all be our enemies. No sooner had he finished speaking than another player immediately added. It's probably more than that, right? If we cause such a big commotion in Moscow, it shouldn't be long before a large number of military police arrive. But as soon as he finished speaking, Colonel Yulton merely rolled his eyes and said. These reinforcements that arrive later basically don't need to be considered. Even if they move as fast as possible, they won't be able to get here within 15 minutes. With 15 minutes, isn't that enough time for us to wipe out all these guys? The mission will be completed by then, so why bother considering these things? Although some players were quite eager to have a big battle with the military police, Colonel Yulton was not prepared to waste energy on such meaningless matters. Their purpose here was to eliminate the unscrupulous grain merchants, not to turn Moscow upside down. What good would it do to fight a brutal war of attrition here and eliminate a bunch of Tsar's military police? Their current enemy was the Black Eagle Empire. This kind of internal conflict might or might not deduct their merits or even titles, but it would most likely not give them extra rewards. So Colonel Yulton was prepared to honestly complete this mission and then consider whether to stir up some other trouble in Moscow. As for completing the mission and then immediately respawning at other resurrection points to withdraw from Moscow. No player had thought of such a thing. After all, Moscow, for them, was practically a newly opened map. Not to mention whether they could encounter NPCs giving quests in this place, at the very least, they certainly had the desire to explore a new map. And who knew if they would encounter some additional enemies here? Perhaps there would be other combat activities then? After assigning the mission, the players began to advance towards the mansion along different routes. Although they actually thought this civilian skin was quite good, for the upcoming battle, the players still planned to switch to the newly acquired Black Eagle Empire skin during the engagement. This was mainly because their civilian skin had a series of equipment restrictions. While wearing this skin was more stealthy, it weakened their combat power. For example, when wearing civilian skin, they couldn't use bolt-action rifles, semi-automatic rifles, or other types of long-range weapons, much less any heavy weapons. Weapons like mortars, light machine guns, and net launchers were all unusable with civilian skin. When wearing this skin, they could only use various pistols, submachine guns, and shotguns. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The most critical issue was that when wearing civilian skin, they seemed to have no ability to replenish magazines. In this mode, no matter what weapon they carried, they only had one magazine loaded in the gun. Once the bullets were used up, they were gone, they couldn't even drop ammunition packs for resupply. How could that be allowed? If they had no bullets, how could they launch a frontal assault soldier? So the players realized that this civilian skin was apparently meant for them to blend in with civilians and act discreetly. Beyond that, expecting to use this skin for intense combat seemed unlikely. As the players began their operation, a grand banquet was underway at Count Dukov's mansion. The entire banquet was divided into 2 layers. The outer layer was for invited ordinary guests, where they ate and drank, and there were dances and other unrestrained small entertainments. However, in the small reception room at the core, the banquet there was much simpler. The entire small reception room had only one huge long table. Count Dukov and a large group of grain merchants sat there, eating and discussing the upcoming grain price issues. Next to Count Dukov, an adjutant sent by Beria looked at these grain merchants with a gloomy expression and said in a hoarse voice. Gentlemen, you need to rein it in for a while, it's getting a bit out of hand now. Look at the current grain prices in Moscow. I can't even imagine how you managed to raise them so high. Don't forget the great revolution that broke out in the Iris Empire 100 years ago. If you really raise grain prices to the point where commoners can't afford them, be careful when they go crazy and hang us all from lampposts. Facing the accusations of this special forces colonel, several grain merchants couldn't help but shrink their necks. They also knew that they had gone a bit too far recently. However, thinking of their backers, their spines stiffened again, and one of them said, feigning grievance. Sir, what you're saying isn't right. How can you blame it all on us? The fat grain merchant sitting opposite the special forces colonel wiped his mouth, raised his hand, and complained. You also know that a while ago, the Vorontsov family was like crazy, buying grain from us at an astonishing speed. We raised prices accordingly, which is also reasonable market behavior. No matter what, we are also businessmen. If we see money and don't earn it, can we still be considered businessmen? No sooner had he finished speaking than a grain merchant next to him also stood up and said. Yes, sir, and the price of grain has become so expensive, that can't all be blamed on us. You also know that when we acquired grain recently, all grain prices were skyrocketing at an astonishing rate. The price of wheat has at least doubled, and the situation for other grains is similar. Plus, that damned Black Eagle Empire's continuous attacks on the front lines have severely disrupted our transportation. It's very difficult for us to transport grain out of Kievan Rus, which further increases transportation losses along the way. If we were still selling at the original grain prices, we would all go bankrupt in no time. Even now, we're not making much profit. Hearing such a defense, the Special Forces colonel took a deep breath, wanting to curse. He knew that not only were these grain merchants frantically raising prices, but even the nobles and landlords who sold grain to the merchants were also taking advantage of the current situation to profit from the national disaster. Although grain did become more important due to the war, and the transportation capacity on the front lines had decreased significantly, that wasn't the main point. According to some information investigated by their special forces, some nobles even secretly diverted military trains, using vehicles originally intended for transporting military supplies to transport grain, in order to quickly transport grain out and earn more money. This guy was something else. The equipment for the troops on the front lines was completely insufficient, and a large number of weapons were piled up in factories, unable to be transported. Then they checked and found that the vehicles originally meant for weapons were all used to transport grain. What kind of situation was this? Not only that, but many soldiers' rations were also resold by their officers in the army. Theoretically, the Cambrian Empire's grey cattle should not have such poor food. They were also imitating the food of mainstream European armies, providing soldiers with a more balanced nutritional diet. But in the end, why did the soldiers on the front lines only eat expired flour paste or black bread so hard it could kill someone? That was a complex question, suffice it to say, those who knew, knew. Enough. I am here to deliver His Majesty's directives, not to negotiate with you. Your actions have already touched His Majesty's bottom line. The Special Forces Colonel suddenly stood up and roared at the group of grain merchants. You can make things as difficult as you want, but don't blame me for being blunt. If I don't see grain prices on the market rapidly decreasing within a week, then don't blame me for bringing people to search your warehouses. Heh, you can tell me that there are no prohibited items in these warehouses, and no one is involved in smuggling. As for whether that's true, we'll see then. Seeing the atmosphere grow somewhat tense, Count Dukov, as the host, stood up to mediate and said, Everyone, let's not make the atmosphere so tense. We can discuss things. Regarding the food issue, I must admit that some people have indeed gone a bit too far, but these things are unavoidable. I've always believed that what those people from the Wuxiao Empire and the United States of the Stars say is right, market matters should be regulated by the market itself. Forced intervention will only lead to problems. No sooner had the Count finished speaking than, seeing that the Special Forces Colonel seemed about to explode, he quickly added. However, it's clear that current food prices are somewhat inconsistent with market rules, so we will definitely have to readjust the market later. Please assure His Majesty that we will give him a satisfactory answer. In response to this, the Special Forces Colonel merely snorted coldly, not attaching much importance to these words in his heart. The words sounded good, but it was all just an attempt to smooth things over. If he set aside his identity as a secret agent and spoke purely from his personal feelings, he truly wanted to hang all these guys. Damn it, making food so expensive, did they really think that secret agents didn't need to eat? After some arguing, they reluctantly reached an agreement. The grain merchants, unwillingly, agreed to a certain degree of price reduction in the future. Of course, a drastic price reduction was out of the question. If prices dropped too much, what would happen to their profits? The price they paid for grain was rising, and if they didn't raise their prices, they would truly starve to death. But just then, someone suddenly heard a series of crackling sounds from outside. A chubby grain merchant, not understanding, looked out with a curious expression and asked. What's going on? What's that sound outside? Is someone setting off fireworks to celebrate? However, the Special Forces agent, hearing this sound, immediately became restless. Unlike these pampered nobles and grain merchants, he had fought his way through countless hidden battlefields. To have risen to his current position, he had experienced an unknown number of covered battles along the way, so he naturally recognized the sounds from outside. Not good, it's submachine guns. Someone is attacking us. Damn it, who is it? Are they insane? How dare they attack my territory? No sooner had he spoken than Count Dukov stood up abruptly, his eyes filled with fury. Gentlemen, don't worry. My guards will take care of those little rascals. However, the gunfire did not stop quickly, instead, it grew even more intense. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted, its deafening sound instantly cracking the stained glass ceiling of the mansion. Something's wrong, this isn't a simple attack. Quickly contact the military police department, we need backup. The Special Forces Colonel stood up and rushed towards a nearby telephone. Such dense gunfire meant the enemy had at least multiple automatic weapons, and this sudden explosion indicated they even had bombs ready. Damn it, these weren't rioters. This was clearly a well-trained army. This absolutely couldn't be a gang or some private militia attacking them, it had to be a well-trained assault soldier team launching an offensive here. They must have had a lot of guts, this was Moscow, how dared they do such a thing? The colonel went to make a call, while the other grain merchants and the count were still somewhat at a loss. In the small banquet hall, their respective bodyguards pulled out submachine guns, vigilantly watching the door, fearing that enemies might rush in at any moment. As for the main banquet hall outside, they couldn't worry about that, other soldiers were responsible for security there. They only needed to protect their employers, nothing else mattered. Just a few minutes ago, players who had converged here from various directions almost simultaneously changed into Black Hawk soldiers' skins. After putting on this skin, their language pack also automatically switched to Black Eagle, and although they could also speak Cambrian, their default primary language would become Black Eagle unless they switched it. Snipers, take out the soldiers in high positions first. We'll eliminate the gatekeepers and patrol teams. No sooner had Colonel Yulton finished speaking than several snipers, hidden in the shadows, simultaneously initiated their attacks. The riflemen on the watchtowers in a machine gun position set up on the roof were taken down by sudden bullets before they could even figure out what was happening. Although the terrain around this mansion was relatively open, with the players' sniping abilities and their long aiming times, they could easily take down these guys from hundreds of meters away. Especially since some players, for the sake of sniping, had even changed into tank hunter gear, which was clearly meant for taking down enemy mechs. The sudden sniping instantly threw the soldiers, who hadn't understood the situation, into a panic. Following the direction of the bullets, they naturally saw people hiding in distant trees and firing. However, at such a distance, these soldiers' shooting abilities made it almost impossible for them to retaliate. And before they could even figure out what was happening, large numbers of fully armed Black Hawk soldiers suddenly charged out from several nearby street corners. Under a fierce volley of gunfire, the guard posts and patrol teams at the intersection were instantly wiped out. Immediately after, these players, dressed in Black Eagle military uniforms and wearing gas masks, launched a fierce assault soldier on the outer perimeter of the mansion under the command of Colonel Yulton. Beware of enemy attack. Damn it, where did these Black Hawk soldiers come from? When the soldiers inside the mansion rushed out and saw a group of enemies dressed in iron-black military uniforms and wearing pointed helmets, their expressions were utterly bewildered. They never expected that such a group of Black Hawk soldiers would infiltrate Moscow. Had the enemy already reached the capital? A soldier shouted, wanting to counterattack, but suddenly a Black Hawk soldiers raised a light machine gun and began an uninterrupted spray of bullets towards them. The terrifying firepower instantly knocked down 3 soldiers and suppressed the others, preventing them from raising their heads. Using this suppressive fire, the other players quickly charged forward. Although there were many soldiers guarding this mansion, most of them were Count Dukov's private army. These soldiers usually functioned more like security, only responsible for guarding the noble lord's mansion and territory, and did not have rich combat experience. So, even now, they hadn't realized what kind of enemies they were facing. They hid behind the wall, suppressed by continuous machine gun fire, unable to raise their heads. One of the Count's soldiers gestured to a nearby comrade, feigning ease, and said, "Don't be afraid, our wall is thick enough, their bullets can't hurt us. That guy's machine gun can't fire indefinitely, once he runs out of bullets, we can immediately retaliate and take him down." But no sooner had he spoken than a volley of grenades was thrown over the wall from the opposite side. The players' suppressive fire wasn't meant to kill them with machine guns, but to prevent them from counterattacking. The several assault soldier who had just charged forward immediately threw more than a dozen grenades here, and the fierce explosions instantly created a bombing zone behind the wall. Under such explosions, the soldiers hiding behind the wall suffered heavy casualties, even those who weren't killed instantly were dazed by the blasts. Before they could react, players had already planted satchel charges at the corner of the wall and then detonated the bombs directly. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the wall here was instantly blown open, and then a group of players rushed in, throwing smoke grenades as they went. The soldiers standing outside the mansion had never seen this smoke grenade tactic before. When they saw the enemies disappear into the smoke in an instant, they immediately realized the situation was bad. These soldiers fired wildly into the smoke, but their bolt-action rifles couldn't generate enough firepower. Except for one unlucky player who was hit by a shot and then revived by a nearby medic, the other players were unharmed. When these players, armed with submachine guns, charged out of the smoke, the soldiers guarding the outer perimeter of the mansion were instantly finished. Tat-tat-tat. Tat-tat-tat. The fierce submachine gun spray instantly wiped out an entire platoon that had rushed forward. Over 30 of the Count's soldiers couldn't even retaliate before they lay dead on the ground. Seeing this, the other Count's soldiers were all terrified, and not a single one dared to continue charging forward. Damn it, they must be elite soldiers of the Black Eagle Empire, only the elites of the Black Eagle Empire could have such combat power. One of the Count's soldiers, who considered himself very discerning, commented. In his opinion, being able to wipe out dozens of their soldiers without losing a single man, suppressing them so they couldn't fight back, could only be achieved by the Black Eagle Empire's elites. As for how weak they themselves were? No, they felt quite good about themselves. Their not actively approaching didn't mean the players wouldn't actively approach them. Players armed with semi-automatic rifles took out several of the Count's soldiers blocking the main entrance with a few bursts, and then they rushed into the mansion. When those inside the mansion saw these fully armed Black Hawk soldiers rush in, they immediately erupted in exclamations of alarm. The men and women who had been indulging in pleasure, impeccably dressed, now vividly demonstrated what a disorganized mob looked like. Over 100 people ran around the banquet hall like mad, and women screamed incessantly. One particularly corpulent noblewoman's screams were like a pig being slaughtered, causing players to quickly turn down their in-game volume as fast as possible. It was too terrifying, they felt their ears were almost deafened. This thing could be used as a sonic weapon on the battlefield. One player, looking at the scene before him, suddenly had a strange sense of déjà vu. He grinned, raised his submachine gun, and sprayed the ceiling, once again causing a wave of panicked shouts. After emptying an entire magazine, he reloaded and shouted at the people. Listen up, all of you. Men on the left, women on the right, and those who are neither on the middle. Stand still and hand over all your valuables. However, because he was currently in the Black Eagle language pack state, only the nobles who understood Black Eagle quickly sprang into action, while the rest of the group remained utterly bewildered. Chapter 286, Kill these damned lamppost ornaments. Hurry up, what are you dawdling for? Get a move on, don't tell me you don't even know if you're a man or a woman. Oh my goodness, big brother, no, auntie. You're really a woman. It's unclear if that player was just getting too into it, to the point where he was now directly moonlighting as a bank robber, even enthusiastically chatting with the group of nobles in front of him. Especially the one whom all the players thought was a man, but who ended up joining the women's team, which truly startled him. There was no helping it, a height of a full 1.8 meters, a weight of at least 300 catties, and even a few inconspicuous wisps of mustache on his chin. Facing such a rugged individual, Even if he himself was wearing a woman's evening gown, people would still assume he was a cross-dressing man. Hey, I say, we didn't come here to rob a bank, did we? Seeing that guy start to snatch gold watches and gold rings from the people in front of him, another player poked his waist with a submachine gun and said. Although their group was dressed in black and masked, wearing gas masks, their appearance in no way resembled bank robbers. After all, what kind of bank robbers would be carrying a light machine gun, or even at launchers and rifle grenades? If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't use any vehicles for this operation, there would definitely be players who would first occupy a nearby factory and then directly roll out a squad of tanks to do the job. Oh, right, I almost forgot about the main business. The player who had been so engrossed in the robbery atmosphere that he couldn't extricate himself finally remembered what their mission was this time. So, while putting away the pocket watch and rings he had stolen, he asked the crowd. Alright, now I have a question. Where are the real main characters of this banquet, those grain merchants, hiding now? The nobles who didn't understand Black Eagle language still looked bewildered by these words, but those who did understand immediately sold them out without hesitation. In the back, in the small reception room in the back, they are all with Count Dikov. The player nodded in satisfaction, a cold smile playing on his lips. Heh, not bad, you guys are sensible, you really didn't lie to us. As he spoke, several players had already rushed towards the small reception room. Because even if they didn't ask the nobles in front of them, they would still know where their mission targets were. Don't forget, they had the minimap function. Although their minimap couldn't specifically mark the mission targets, at this moment, they had already sealed off the entire perimeter of the mansion, and several snipers were positioned at different locations with their guns ready, so the targets couldn't possibly escape. Since that was the case, they must be hiding in some area of this mansion, most likely the small reception room in the back. Hearing the player say this, the noble who had previously sold out his companions couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. They came here to find the grain merchants, more to sell their own grain, hoping to find an opportunity to sell it at a good price and make a profit. They weren't stupid, they could protect business partners in normal times, but at such a critical moment, how could they possibly risk their lives for money? After the players left, several nobles couldn't help but frown. One of them cautiously said to his companion beside him. Something's not right. These guys don't feel like Black Hawk soldiers is to me, and Black Hawk soldiers is appearing in a place like this is too strange. They give me a very contradictory feeling. From their mode of action and weapon usage, they are absolutely elite soldiers, their behavior in all aspects is very capable. But listening to them speak, I just don't feel like they're soldiers, soldiers wouldn't be so talkative. The more he spoke, the stranger the Cambrian noble felt. It was precisely because he could understand Black Eagle language that he felt many things were off. The mental state of these guys was too relaxed, too uninhibited. Even if they were absolutely confident in this mission, they wouldn't be like this. This kind of speech and behavior itself did not conform to the Black Eagle Empire's strict requirements for soldiers. Perhaps in the relatively undisciplined United States of the Stars, and the equally free-spirited Iris Empire, their soldiers might exhibit such behavior. Forget it, don't think so much, just stay put. Don't provoke them. If they suddenly open fire, we're finished. Another noble beside him shook his head, uninterested in such deductive activities. Although he was also curious about the identity of these people, he knew that now was not the time to satisfy his curiosity. These people seemed to be after the grain merchants, but who could guarantee that they wouldn't suddenly turn on them? Meanwhile, in the small reception room, the Special Forces colonel drew his pistol and cautiously leaned against a corner. Several other Special Forces soldiers and bodyguards also found places to hide, preparing for a desperate fight. All of you, get down, don't stand up. Those guys are definitely trouble, they are not Black Hawk soldiers. The Special Forces colonel whispered. Although separated by a not-so-soundproof wall, he had already heard the unbridled Black Eagle language outside, but based on the previous combat patterns, he could confirm that these people were definitely not Black Hawk soldiers. The Black Hawk army had commando tactics, but their commandos mostly used grenades to clear the way, rarely throwing smoke grenades everywhere. And at the same time, the Black Hawk army would not undertake such a high-profile operation in enemy-occupied territory, they would only use snipers for assassination. Sacrificing dozens of elite soldiers like this would be a huge waste of military power. He narrowed his eyes, unable to help but begin to ponder. At such a time, who would suddenly choose to act against the grain merchants? But he only thought for a moment before he came up with a whole host of chaotic possibilities, because these grain merchants were truly hated by so many. The Tsar was unlikely to act against them, because the Tsar had sent him to negotiate with them. If he wanted to act, then General Beria would not have given him this mission. Although many nobles were in the same boat as them, it was not impossible for nobles to act against them. After all, there was also competition among nobles. Perhaps these grain merchants had not treated everyone equally when buying grain, thereby angering some nobles? And there were also groups like the Red Cabal, it wasn't impossible for them to act either. The actions of these grain merchants truly harmed the interests of the common people in Moscow. According to their usual principles, they should not stand idly by in the face of the common people's current plight. But he reconsidered and then ruled out the Red Cabal. These people, in most cases, would not use assassination or similar methods unless they were passively counterattacking. And more importantly, they couldn't possibly arm such a luxuriously equipped elite commando unit in Moscow. If they truly had channels to transport these weapons and equipment in, they should first transport some more urgent items, such as radios and medicine. Unless they wanted to fight a war in the city, How could they possibly bring in so many heavy weapons and equipment? Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly heard footsteps from outside. Before he could give an order, a bodyguard holding a submachine gun had already opened fire towards the door. Tat 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 tat. It must be said that the enemy who had just rushed over was too careless, actually charging directly towards the door. This alone did not conform to the rigorous style of the Black Hawk army. Undoubtedly, this burst of bullets had instantly riddled the opponent. From the sound of someone falling outside, it seemed an enemy had been killed, but the useless nobles suddenly screamed, making it impossible for the Special Forces colonel to discern more details. Just as he was trying to listen for more enemy movements, suddenly, a huge explosion rang out. One player, seeing that his teammate hadn't even had time to open the door before being killed by bullets from behind it, quickly stopped. While mocking this careless fellow in the chat, he quickly lay down and set up his IT launcher, firing an armor-piercing round at the wall in front of him. The armor-piercing round, capable of penetrating 20 mm of homogeneous armor, easily pierced through the wall in front of him, instantly creating a large hole in it. A bodyguard hiding behind the wall was instantly shot through the chest by the armor-piercing round, his entire body split in two. Before the other bodyguards could react, more armor-piercing rounds shot through the wall, killing another person hiding behind it. That reckless fellow before was killed by the enemy just like that. It was truly his own doing. Even though they could clearly see the enemy's hiding position on the mini-map, he still charged directly towards the door. One could only say he was a bit too carried away. After 2 consecutive armor-piercing rounds, a large section of the wall collapsed. Before the few bodyguards inside could recover from this terrifying scene, smoke grenades were thrown in. As white smoke billowed, the grain merchants in the reception room let out screams like slaughtered pigs. It was their first time witnessing such a scene, and they had been stunned before. It was only the irritation of the smoke that brought them back to their senses. Seeing the smoke-filled scene before them, they thought the house was on fire and tried to scramble out using both hands and feet. But the chaotic footsteps and a burst of intense gunfire made these useless people quickly lie down on the ground again. Feeling bullets flying overhead, and even an armor-piercing round occasionally blasting in, these grain merchants trembled with fear, soiling themselves. The phrase soiling themselves here was truly not an exaggeration, but literal. It's unclear why these pampered individuals, usually so accustomed to comfort, were such cowards, so terrified that their bodies wouldn't obey them. Fortunately, the players had not enabled the olfactory system in the game, so they didn't notice the peculiar smell filling the room. Otherwise, these players might have just gone straight for the flamethrowers. In the smoke, the players transformed into smoke fiends. Neither the Special Forces soldiers nor the bodyguards hired by the grain merchants knew how to deal with such tactics. They dared not fire indiscriminately, fearing they might accidentally hit their own people, but large volleys of bullets coming from the smoke knocked them down one after another. A burly man roared, drew a short knife, and lunged at the shadow in front of him, but the player's shotgun was aimed directly at him, and he pulled the trigger hard. With one shot, the burly man's chest was blown into a bloody mess, and his entire body fell heavily backward. After firing, the player coolly twirled the shotgun, then said with feigned profundity. "Heh, beyond 7 steps, the gun is fast. Within 7 steps, the gun is both accurate and fast. Stop showing off, hurry up, where have our mission targets gone?" No sooner had he spoken than Colonel Yulton, who had rushed in with a submachine gun, couldn't help but kick his teammate in front of him. These guys had thrown so many smoke grenades that the scene before them was truly difficult to discern. They had clearly eliminated all the standing enemies, so why were there still so many red dots on the mini-map? "Get up! Tell me, who are you?" Suddenly, a player noticed the Special Forces colonel cowering in the corner and unceremoniously pulled him up. At this moment, the colonel's face was contorted with a pained expression, clutching his arm, his previously holstered pistol now lost somewhere. Just a moment ago, as he was about to open fire, a shotgun blast from an unknown direction directly struck his arm, almost tearing his entire right arm into 2. The intense pain made him let out a muffled groan, and even though he had undergone specialized training against interrogation in the past, he found it difficult to suppress his cries under such agony. When he heard the fluent Black Eagle language inquiry, he suddenly noticed the thick smoke permeating the area and the soldiers emerging from it like smoke fiends. "Smoke fiends? You are soldiers of the Vorontsov family." In a flash, a thought suddenly sparked in his mind, recalling the revered title for Andrei within the Black Hawk army. Andrei's soldiers seemed particularly skilled at using smoke grenades, always appearing and disappearing with the smoke to kill enemies, earning them the nickname Smoke Fiends. And these soldiers before him, despite all speaking fluent Black Eagle language, their classic combat style betrayed their true identity. Hearing this, the player was somewhat surprised. "Oh, good eyes, who are you, kid?" The Special Forces colonel did not reveal his identity, but instead looked at the player with an incredulous expression and asked. "Mad? You're all completely mad, how dare Vorontsov? Just because of a group of grain merchants, he actually dared to send such a commando unit into Moscow? Do you intend to rebel? At a time like this, suddenly attacking this place, if not for these grain merchants, then who could it be for?" The Special Forces colonel wasn't surprised that the Vorontsov family wanted to kill these grain merchants, because facing these ruthless, black-hearted devils, he himself felt an urge to kill. But he couldn't understand how much Vorontsov must have hated these grain merchants to go to such great lengths to kill them. Sending a single elite veteran with a sniper rifle could have found an opportunity to snipe them all in their homes, yet these dozens of soldiers before him were all armed with long and short firearms, even several machine guns and small artillery pieces were brought in. This was absolutely insane. With such resources, they could have found an opportunity to assassinate the Tsar. And in the end, it was all just to deal with a bunch of grain merchants. Seeing that he couldn't extract any useful information, or rather, any side quests or quest clues, the player lost interest in conversing further with this seemingly extraordinary individual. After tossing him to the ground, the player casually fired a burst, ending the Special Forces officer's suffering. Meanwhile, Colonel Yulton finally found the cowering grain merchants on the ground. I mean, does this game really have to make the NPCs' pleading postures so realistic? Seeing all these grain merchants huddled under the dining table, each of them having soiled themselves, Colonel Yulton couldn't help but complain with a hint of disgust. He had once imagined what kinds of pleading postures NPCs in this game might have, but this was the first time he had seen such a disgusting scene. It must be said, this scene looked a bit Nurgle-like. Alright, I was wondering why I couldn't find these guys after searching for so long. Turns out they were all hiding under the tables. Brother Hunan leaned over, saying excitedly, while also feeling a bit puzzled. Why hadn't he looked down earlier? It's common knowledge that most players don't look at their feet or the ceiling when playing games, especially after throwing smoke grenades. Under the cover of smoke, these grain merchants lying on the ground were even more concealed. However, the red dots marked on the minimap exposed their positions completely. If not for the players' ingrained habits, they would have been found much earlier. One of the grain merchants, who had previously overheard the Special Forces colonel's words, cried and pleaded. Please, please don't kill me. How much did Vorontsov pay you? I'll give you double. No sooner had he spoken than a player standing nearby walked over with a pistol and casually said. Tisk, you don't even use your brain. You've already said it was the Vorontsov family who did it. What do you expect us to do? Do you want us to trust your ability to keep a secret? As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed the pistol against the man's forehead and shot this quest target. Seeing this, the other grain merchants immediately started clamoring, all expressing. We have plenty of money to buy our freedom. We've never heard of the Vorontsov family or anything like that, we don't know them at all. But no sooner had they spoken than the player from before showed a malicious grin. What nonsense, you don't even know the famous Vorontsov family. And you claim to be someone who gets by in the Cambrian Empire. Kid, you're probably a spy sent by the Black Eagle Empire, aren't you? No sooner had he spoken, there was another gunshot, bang. Stop, don't do this. We are just merchants, all of this is market regulation. One grain merchant cried and pleaded, but as soon as he finished speaking, the player sneered angrily. Alright, hey ex-invisible hand, right? Don't worry, after you die, I promise to hang all of you on the streetlights outside. It's time to let you witness the great hand of the Sansculottes. Bang. 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 No matter how these grain merchants begged or cursed these people with all their might, the players remained merciless. Even Count Dukov, who was in cahoots with them, colluding with a group of grain merchants to frantically inflate grain prices, also couldn't escape the players' peanuts. Since you all love to eat grain so much, then peanuts are guaranteed to be plentiful. A single loaf of bread dared to be sold for 500,000 rubles? They couldn't even imagine what they would dare to do next. Outside the game, they had only scrolled through short videos and hadn't personally experienced it, so they couldn't grasp too much, only treating it as a meme. But when they walked on the streets of Moscow and saw the emaciated commoners and those who had starved to death by the roadside, they felt as if a fire was burning in their hearts. These grain merchants, on one hand, sold a loaf of bread for 500,000 rubles, and on the other hand, they casually threw away bread worth 500,000 rubles to their pet dogs, or even used it merely as a tool to wipe their mouths during meals. By doing so, were they being fair to the starving people outside? People outside were in hunger, yet these people were holding extremely lavish banquets, discarding all kinds of food at will, taking extravagance and waste to the extreme. Facing such a scene, the players felt that none of them deserved sympathy. These beasts in human skin, they all deserved to die. After dealing with these guys, a player suddenly stepped forward and asked Colonel Yulton, who was their leader. Boss, speaking of which, what should we do with those noble lords outside? Those fat pigs are still standing out there. Colonel Yulton snorted coldly, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Does that even need asking? Just shoot them all. Anyone who came over at a time like this is not innocent. The grain prices outside have been inflated so high, it's not just the fault of these grain merchants, they had already raised prices by who knows how many times from the very beginning when they sold grain to the merchants. Without a doubt, they are equally to blame. The other players nodded in agreement upon hearing this. However, one player hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but ask. But then again, these people are also from the Cambrian Empire, and they should be on our side, right? The mission is already complete. Is there any chance we might get banned by the GM for attacking people from the same faction? But no sooner had he spoken than Colonel Yulton waved his hand and said. Who's on the same side as them? Besides, if this game bans accounts for something like this, then it can only mean this game is trash. I play games to have fun, not to get angry at these noble fat pigs. No sooner had he spoken, he charged out directly. Outside, a group of noble men and women huddled together in a corner, each looking extremely awkward. On one hand, they still wanted to maintain their aristocratic demeanor at such a time, so they all held themselves stiffly, putting on airs. But on the other hand, hearing the constant screams, please, and continuous gunshots from inside, these guys were trembling with fear. Seeing a player run out, a nobleman adjusted his tie and, feigning authority, spoke in Black Eagle language. Enough, you thugs, it's time to stop your evil deeds. The people you wanted to kill have been killed. Now, please leave immediately. It won't be long before the grain merchant's subordinates and the gendarmes arrive, and then none of you will escape. As soon as he finished speaking, another person, seemingly emboldened by someone taking the lead, also plucked up courage and said with his head held high. Yes, so why aren't you leaving now? If you don't leave, the Empire's soldiers will only hunt you down like stray dogs. Facing these fools who were oblivious to their impending doom, Colonel Yulton had no desire to communicate with them, as if saying one more word to them would insult his intelligence. He merely waved to the people behind him and then left the area directly. Seeing such a gesture, the nobles thought that these thugs, disguised as Black Hawk soldiers, wanted to leave, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Although they believed that their noble status should deter them, who knew if these guys might suddenly go mad. But just then, they suddenly saw. Another soldier walked over, carrying a light machine gun with a huge drum magazine, and without a word, walked to face them, then aimed the machine gun at them. In their disbelieving eyes, a continuous storm of metal instantly shot into the crowd, immediately unleashing a bloody massacre. The player said nothing, merely silently held down the trigger, continuously firing until the machine gun overheated. Immediately after, he pulled out his pistol, aimed at a few still breathing individuals on the ground, and shot each of them in the head to finish them off. After finishing them off, he suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha, damn it, that felt good. If there were a few miners mixed in with these nobles, I might have hesitated, but everyone standing here is a bunch of bloated, arrogant lords, so I have no moral qualms whatsoever. A player nearby shrugged and also said with a laugh. Don't worry, this game should have miner protection. We can't even change our skins to look like miners, let alone lay a hand on them. But it looks like our game really does count these guys as enemies, there were no warning prompts for killing them, and we even got quite a bit of extra merit. In fact, according to Andre's initial faction division, the player's current actions would indeed be considered slaughtering people from their own faction. However, when Andre, who was far away in Folkhov, saw what these nobles were doing in Moscow, and read the player's chat content, he directly removed their faction identification. What kind of monsters are these? These scoundrels, do they even deserve to be in the same faction as me? Honestly, when Andre saw what they were doing in Moscow, he even had an impulse to personally pull out his gun and spill their blood. Damn it, I'm over here in Petrograd, losing hair worrying about food, and these guys are making food prices so expensive in Moscow, where food isn't even scarce, and they're even holding back my supplies. Screw it. If Andre had felt a bit impulsive about sending players to act before, now he didn't feel impulsive at all. He only regretted that when he reached Folkhov City, he didn't directly send players to wipe out these guys in one go. Instead, he let them live a bit longer and wasted so much food. At Count Dikov's mansion, a sniper player stationed outside suddenly issued an alert. Wait, I suddenly see a large number of armed forces coming this way. There seem to be a lot of them, at least several hundred. Colonel Yulton raised an eyebrow, asking with a hint of surprise. What's going on? We haven't been here for more than 10 minutes, have we? Could the military police have sent people over so quickly? This was not what he expected. Even estimating the Cambrian military police as elite as possible, they shouldn't be able to send additional forces within 15 minutes, let alone hundreds of people at once. Gathering hundreds of people in such a short time, they probably would still be busy with roll call. It shouldn't be the military police. Their attire looks more like gang members, each with a scarf around their neck and a small beret. The sniper player observed while aiming his rifle, then shot down the leader of the group. I know. If I'm not mistaken, they should be from the grain gang, which are essentially the thugs hired by these grain merchants. Colonel Yulton recalled the information he had gathered earlier and said casually. These fat pigs also know that what they're doing is too hated, so they've raised a large number of thugs for themselves. It's really interesting. Every year, they'd rather spend a lot of money to support a large number of thugs than slightly lower their profits and get a relatively better reputation for themselves. Brother Hunan, while switching his weapon to a heavy MG-18 light machine gun, chuckled and complained. What's so strange about that? Capitalists would rather pour unsold milk into the river than give it away. Isn't that normal? Charge, get rid of these guys, and let's break out directly. Since the current mission was completed, there was no need for the players to stay here. Although some players had role-played as bank robbers before, they had no real interest in the wealth here. This game isn't about exchanging money for items, but about merits. What use would they have for stolen money? Andre, you don't need it, but I do. The sniper, who had just fired 2 shots, looked at the grain gang with some confusion. He had truly overestimated the quality of these guys before. Clearly, he had been misled by some reckless gang members in other games, forgetting that this was Moscow, not Gotham. Following the idea of catching the leader first, he took down 2 of the opposing leaders with 2 shots. As a result, hundreds of these guys all dropped to the ground in a heap. Compared to the Black Hawk soldiers, who were tactically disciplined and knew to quickly find cover and form crossfire for a counterattack, these guys lying on the ground were no different from ostriches burying their heads in the sand. After several consecutive shots, the player easily took down a few more. Oh my god, retreat, quick retreat. The wind is tight, let's get out of here. Going out today was truly like running into a ghost. Our boss must have offended some master. Where did such a sharpshooter come from? Despite being several hundred strong, these gang hooligans were all terrified. They had been waiting outside to prevent their boss from getting into trouble inside, but when gunshots rang out, they immediately realized something was wrong at the mansion. They rushed over, thinking there was another riot, but when they arrived, they found that it seemed like a battle had suddenly broken out. Neither the smoke-filled mansion in the distance nor the deadly marksman whose bullets could claim a life were something they could handle. They had no problem suppressing rioting civilians, but if they had to fight regular soldiers, they wouldn't dare. Unfortunately, before they could escape from the sharpshooter's gun, players quickly rushed out of the mansion and set up machine guns. 2 players, one on the left and one on the right, quickly formed a crossfire with 2 light machine guns, sweeping the group of guys. Although these hooligans actually had quite a few guns, how could their small pistols withstand the firepower of the 2 MG-18s in front? 2 scorching chains of metal instantly mowed down countless people, simultaneously terrifying the other hooligans on the spot. Some clamored for mercy, but the players simply ignored them. If they were dealing with other gangs, the kind who were so hungry they had to resort to black-on-black crime to feed their families, then perhaps some players might not have thought them deserving of death. But these guys took ill-gotten money and helped unscrupulous merchants bully ordinary people. What kind of situation was that? Kill them all, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to face the emaciated civilians starving outside. Despite the players numbering less than a tenth of the enemy, in the face of the players' terrifying firepower, the scene before them was a one-sided slaughter. After dealing with these people, the players ran at top speed, quickly making their escape. They used the chaos to quickly switch to civilian skins, then dispersed and fled to various locations. After a long while, military police arrived in trucks, slowly making their way to the scene. When they saw the bloody scene, many military police couldn't help but feel dizzy. Crazy, damn it, it's truly crazy. Who did this? What's going on? Who broke in here and went on a killing spree? The streets outside were already strewn with corpses, and when they entered the mansion and saw the noble lords mowed down by machine guns, many military police looked as if their parents had died. An officer quickly grabbed a surviving servant in the mansion and asked furiously. Sir, I don't know what happened. We were holding a banquet here, and suddenly a group of Black Hawk soldiers rushed in, carrying rifles and cannons, killing everyone they saw, and then it turned into this. The servant trembled. Even now, he didn't understand what had happened, his mind a complete blank. Black Hawk soldiers? How do you know they were Black Hawk soldiers? Those people were wearing Black Hawk soldiers' uniforms, had gas masks on their faces, and seemed to be speaking the Black Eagle Empire's language, but I couldn't understand what they specifically said. After asking for a long time, the officer didn't get anything useful. He directly waved to the soldiers outside and said, "Take them all away and interrogate them slowly back at headquarters." Damn it, how could so many Black Hawk soldiers infiltrate Moscow? At the same time, a large number of military police immediately launched a full patrol, imposing a lockdown on the entire Moscow. If it were just some guards and a bunch of gang members who died, they wouldn't have gone to such great lengths. But in this incident, over 100 mid to low-level nobles died, and several ancient families even became extinct as a result. The Cambrian Empire had not lost so many nobles for a long time, and this incident enraged them. A group of noble lords shrieked in anger as if their feet had been stepped on, clamoring to catch the culprits and tear them to pieces. Unfortunately, even with the lockdown and a citywide search, these military police found it very difficult to locate the players. Because with their civilian skins, players were simply too easy to evade. Even if their movements were suspicious and they were spotted by patrolling military police, they only needed to quickly find a secluded place to switch skins, then switch back again, which was like refreshing their identity and becoming a new person. As a result, after all that effort, these military police ended up with nothing. Colonel Yulton, however, was not idle. His execution ability was terrifyingly strong. Taking advantage of the chaos, he directly led several players to raid the Grain Gang's headquarters, taking all the cash they could, and then quickly purchased several properties. These properties were not in valuable areas, their characteristic was that they were sufficiently remote, and basically no one would frequent them. After securing these locations, the colonel directly used the player trading channel, spending a sum of merits to buy several flags from other players and planting them inside these houses. In this way, these houses were set as respawn points, giving them a place to respawn and refresh in Moscow. And this meant that whenever Andrei wanted to launch an operation against Moscow in the future, he could immediately bring a large number of players out from these respawn points. As long as he issued a mission, he could order players to strike within Moscow at the fastest speed. After all this was settled, Colonel Yulton also felt his mood improve significantly, no longer as gloomy as it had been at the start. He suddenly couldn't help but complain to several guild mates. Ugh, this is infuriating. After coming to Moscow, I suddenly don't have as much confidence in the Cambrian Empire's ability to win. Before this, I thought the nobles here were all like Andrei, organizing armies to resist invasion, finding ways to raise food, even distributing relief on the streets, and researching how to improve worker treatment. Before he could finish, another player in the guild couldn't help but interject. Boss, consider what you just said. Even if you thought with your butt, you'd guess Andrei is a rare gem among nobles, and that normal nobles aren't like that, right? Chapter 287, Player Guerrillas encounter local guerrillas. Hiss. At this, Colonel Yulton suddenly realized that Andrei's usual behavior indeed didn't resemble that of a noble. He didn't put on airs in the army, nor did he favor noble officers, instead, he managed to get along with everyone. On the battlefield, he would lead the charge, and back in the city, he not only had his family set up relief points to distribute food but also discussed with factory managers to appropriately raise worker benefits and improve the production environment. All these actions truly did not fit their stereotypical image of a noble lord. Could it be that our general is actually an enlightened, or even a revolutionary, figure? As he said this, several players' eyes suddenly lit up, feeling that they might be unearthing a hidden storyline. While patrolling, or rather, exploring the streets, they had heard rumors about the Red Secret Party and even seen their wanted posters. Could it be that Andrei had connections with these people behind the scenes? Andrei didn't know that his image in the players' minds had suddenly grown a little taller, with some even beginning to speculate about his potential ties to the Red Secret Party. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't take such matters seriously, as it wasn't the first or second time for such misunderstandings. Just like his own father, he still thought he had some connection with the Tiangong party next door. But honestly, Andrei had never dealt with them, even though he deeply admired these retrograde, pioneers/rebels, in his heart. In the Imperial Palace, Beria rushed into the Tsar's study. As soon as he entered, he saw the Tsar looking gloomy. Compared to before, when the Tsar loved to smash things when he lost his temper, this time he seemed frighteningly calm. Feeling the lingering sense of crisis in his heart, Beria wiped his sweat, his nerves stretched to the limit. Speak. Give me a detailed report of your investigation results. The Tsar first gazed deeply at Beria, remaining silent for a full half-minute before finally speaking. That moment of silence and gaze made Beria feel as if he had walked the edge of hell. A slight misstep and he might be ordered by the Tsar to be dragged out and shot. Yes, Your Majesty, these are our investigation results. Beria quickly pulled out documents, rambling on about various details he had uncovered, but he had barely spoken half a sentence when the Tsar furiously slammed his fist. Enough. You know I don't want to hear these meaningless things. Answer my question, who is the mastermind behind this assassination attempt? I don't need evidence, I just need you to provide me with an accurate identity. Beria wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his mouth twitching. It's the Vorontsov family. This should be an elite commando unit they trained, very likely the personal guards of that young lieutenant general. Hearing that name, the Tsar's brows furrowed tightly. Do you have any evidence regarding this suspicion? What the hell? Didn't he just say he only needed a suspect, not evidence? Beria couldn't help but inwardly grumble about the Tsar's capriciousness, but he dared not show such thoughts on his face. I apologize, Your Majesty, we haven't found direct, decisive evidence, but many clues point to them. For example, those small-caliber artillery pieces we've never seen in the Black Hawk Army before. Only the Vorontsov family's troops have large quantities of such weapons. Also, their tactics are very standard smoke fiends tactics. Adding to that, the Vorontsov family has been buying large amounts of grain recently, and the grain merchants' actions have thoroughly offended them. And then there's their reckless style of operation. Often only military actions are carried out with such fanfare. At this point, the Tsar nodded. With so many suspicious points all pointing to the Vorontsov family, he was at least 90% certain that they were behind it. However, a new question now arose in his mind. Beria, then what do you think? Why did they make such a big fuss in this operation? If they only wanted to kill these grain merchants, they could have easily done it with 1 or 2 snipers, or even hired assassins in the city. Yet they directly sent in dozens of commandos, brought in a large number of heavy weapons, almost creating a horrific massacre, and killed hundreds of nobles. What are they trying to do? With such power, they could even assassinate me. Recalling the previously tallied number of machine guns and artillery pieces the enemy possessed, the Tsar felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. With so many machine guns and small artillery pieces, he could arm at least a battalion of troops. With such military strength, if they attacked his motorcade while he was traveling, he would surely not survive. Even if he had a mage consultant in his team and the car itself was bulletproof, they couldn't instantly resist multiple small-caliber artillery pieces firing simultaneously without any preparation. Thinking of this, the Tsar glared fiercely at Beria, his eyes full of anger. Beria was truly useless. He hadn't realized it much before, but in this incident, he couldn't help but want to shoot this fool. He wondered how this guy usually supervised Moscow, to allow a group of thugs to bring in so many heavy weapons. Next time, what else would they bring in? Could they transport them in multiple batches and eventually assemble a Titan mech in Moscow? Beria knew that he had absolutely committed a serious dereliction of duty this time. Although he felt wronged, he knew deep down that the Tsar was furious. The enemy had such an exaggerated smuggling route, capable of bringing in so many heavy weapons, yet he had no knowledge of it whatsoever. Honestly, it was only because the other party didn't assassinate the Tsar this time, otherwise, his head would have been blown off on the spot. Your Majesty, I wonder if they might be trying to demonstrate to you in this way. Beria's brain spun frantically, trying to prove his usefulness, so he immediately thought of a possibility and blurted it out. As you know, our actions against the Vorontsov family recently have been a bit too obvious. Whether it was the second prince or the previous front army commander appointment, they were all clearly shackling the Vorontsov family. Could they be expressing their dissatisfaction in this way? At this point, Beria himself could hardly believe his own words, because he thought it was simply too outrageous. Logically, revealing such an exaggerated trump card just for deterrence, and incidentally to show dissatisfaction, what kind of idiotic behavior is that? It's like a trump card, either you don't use it in daily life, or when you do use it, it should be a fatal blow. Beria didn't know if it was because he was a secret agent, so his way of thinking was different from those noble lords, but he knew that he would rather die than perform such an abnormal operation. After listening to Berya's words, the Tsar suddenly sneered. Heh, expressing dissatisfaction. The Vorontsov family is truly something. I never thought they would have grown so powerful. Just over 2 years ago, old Constantin was just promoted to general of the empire, and his son was still a notoriously big fool. They are truly good at pretending, they only showed their claws at this moment. The Tsar had previously wondered why Andrei, clearly a talented general, acted like a fool in daily life, not only associating with a bunch of sour literati but also wanting to be a poet all day long. Now he understood, it turned out the other party was just biding his time. As soon as he thought of this, the Tsar couldn't help but shiver. Because of this sudden war, the Vorontsov family had to expose their strength to resist the invasion of the Black Eagle Empire's northern army, which prevented him from being caught off guard. If this war hadn't broken out, or had been delayed for a few more years, would it have been possible for the Vorontsov family to have already made a move against him? With at least tens of thousands, or possibly more, elite private soldiers, possessing a large number of advanced weapons and equipment, including light and heavy weapons, armored units, and an air force, they could almost form an independent system. Coupled with a capable and talented commander as an heir, all of this combined meant their strength could even rank among the second-tier great powers on the European continent. At the very least, he didn't think that so-called third-tier great powers like the Blazing Sun and the Netherlands could contend with the strength the Vorontsov family now displayed. They even had Titan units. Thinking of the other party hiding their strength and developing in secret for so long, he felt his whole body drenched in cold sweat. Berya, that useless man, he hadn't discovered any clues at all. He was utterly useless. Berya had no idea that the Tsar had already sentenced him to death in his heart, but because the Tsar had no suitable replacement, he temporarily wasn't prepared to immediately remove Berya. But he was no longer going to let this fool continue to be his head of secret police. This guy arrested people all day long, yet he didn't even discover the truly hidden major cancer. Alright, from now on, you don't need to concern yourself with anything regarding the Vorontsov family. I don't want you to take any unauthorized actions without my orders. The Tsar waved his hand, coldly telling Berya. Also, after you leave this study, forget everything you said before. Do not speak of anything that shouldn't be spoken of. Don't let me hear any inappropriate rumors. Facing the Tsar's death glare, Berya quickly nodded repeatedly. Your Majesty, please rest assured. I am quite forgetful. I promise to forget this matter from beginning to end as soon as I leave, and I will never remember anything I shouldn't. Let's hope so. The Tsar remained noncommittal, muttering softly, but then suddenly thought of something. Oh right, next, investigate carefully for me. I want to know all the smuggling channels in Moscow, including how those weapons and equipment were smuggled in. Besides this channel, I suspect those thugs might have an even more covered channel. You must find all these channels for me. Berya was somewhat dumbfounded, and cold sweat instantly broke out. Your Majesty, this. Although he wanted to argue, hoping the Tsar would give him more time, under Nicholas II's icy gaze, he ultimately chose to agree. If he said he couldn't do it, he had no doubt that His Majesty the Tsar would find someone else to do it. After giving the order, the Tsar waved his hand, telling him to get out of there quickly. As he left, Berya's mind was in a mess. He didn't know why the Tsar wanted him to investigate an additional channel. Or rather, why did the Tsar believe the other party might have a more covered channel? After thinking for a while, he suddenly understood. Since the other party was only using this action as a demonstration, it meant that even if this channel was lost, it should not cause any fundamental impact on them. Undoubtedly, the other party must have a more covered channel to transport soldiers and weapons into Moscow. Strange, is someone thinking about me? Andrei suddenly sneezed, rubbed his nose, and muttered to himself with a hint of confusion. He couldn't explain why, but he always felt like someone was talking about him behind his back. Could it be the old man? Thinking of his father, Andrei was sure that his operations here would definitely not escape his eyes. He knew that the players' actions were indeed quite crude, but he didn't care. On one hand, he didn't expect the players to come up with a very elaborate plan, players were here to fight, and being simple and brutal suited their style. On the other hand, it was because Andrei knew very well. Even if the Tsar guessed that he was behind this, what could he do in the end? After all, he hadn't left any decisive evidence, even if the other party produced something, it would just be speculation and wouldn't hold up. Could he really start a war with him over a few grain merchants and the deaths of those parasitic nobles, especially with such a formidable enemy at the gates? If he had any sense, he wouldn't turn hostile at such a time, because if such a thing really happened, wouldn't he be afraid that the Vorontsov family would directly defect? Thinking of Krasov, who had surrendered earlier, Andrei's lips curled into a cold sneer. Krasov's surrender had undoubtedly set a very bad precedent for the Cambrian Empire. After this surrender incident, who knew how many people within the entire Cambrian Empire were secretly stirring? However, he didn't care about such matters, although he wasn't planning to follow the Tsar, he also had no interest in being a national traitor, so naturally, he wouldn't go and surrender. He was currently only concerned with the battle at hand and when that damned grain would finally be delivered. If nothing goes wrong, the old man should have already sent people to buy grain, and I believe they will be sensible at this time. Although he hadn't communicated with General Constantin, Andrei estimated that he should have already seized this opportunity to act. As for whether General Constantin would be furious and jump up and down after learning of this incident, that was another matter entirely. Anyway, none of his calls or telegrams had been sent to him, so Andrei naturally pretended that nothing had happened here. He knew very well that General Constantin would not call or send him a telegram at such a time. Calls might be tapped, and telegrams might be leaked during transfer, and this incident, without a doubt, absolutely could not be leaked. So he estimated that even if the old man wanted to ask him about this later, he would definitely have to find a suitable opportunity and then discuss it face to face. Moscow's safe houses. Andrei looked at the players' activities in Moscow and found that their execution was somewhat beyond imagination. In just a short while, they had already purchased a good number of properties in Moscow and began setting up resurrection points. Although these resurrection points were all in relatively remote locations, none of them were near the Kremlin or other important areas. But even so, with the players' astonishing ability to integrate, these resurrection points would be enough to play a decisive role at critical moments. Of course, Andrei had also pondered in his heart how he would act if he went to war with Moscow. After much thought, he came up with a sufficiently effective and absolutely uninterceptable course of action: the warp. As long as he found an opportunity to throw a psyker into Moscow to self-detonate, a warp gate could be opened there. With the abilities of Saint Joan of Arc and her Thousand Sons Legion, these Psianch Chosen would immediately be able to teleport to Moscow and begin operations. The Thousand Sons Legion could now be considered to have upgraded their equipment. They not only had power-armored soldiers but had even acquired 2 demon engine titans. Although Andrei always felt that these two things looked abstract no matter how he viewed them, this did not negate the powerful combat effectiveness of 2 titan units. Titans that could teleport everywhere, no one could stop them. These things were the truly terrifying super weapons. Oh, right, Yelena, how have the Black Hawk Army's movements been recently? Suddenly, Andrei thought of something and asked Yelena, who was standing not far from him. In her daily life, Yelena, in addition to being a medical sister, had now also begun to serve as Andrei's confidential secretary. No matter what, Andrei was now a lieutenant general and a front army commander, so having a confidential secretary was perfectly normal. Moreover, the intensity of the war on his side was not that great at the moment, and the medical sisters were relatively idle for the time being, so Andrei naturally used his power for personal gain and transferred her here. It's returned to calm for now, I suppose. Yelena said to Andrei while looking through the compiled intelligence. In the previous offensive, the Black Hawk Army suffered heavy losses, and they also encountered stubborn resistance in the suburbs of Petrograd. Clearly, for them, engaging in street fighting in such a large city, and with a legion of several 100,000, is not a wise choice. Yelena was meticulous, so she could quickly organize this intelligence. And after fighting many battles with Andrei, she also developed a certain analytical ability. At the very least, her current military experience was already richer than most of the newly appointed commanders in the Cambrian army. Heh, I actually hope they lead their troops into the city. They'll definitely experience what a meat grinder is then. Andrei sneered twice. He genuinely wasn't afraid of fighting street battles with the enemy now. Although he was currently the Volkov front army commander, if necessary, he could completely have the players quickly transfer from Petrograd's resurrection points. As long as a portion of the citizens were evacuated beforehand, clearing out large areas of the city, players could quickly turn it into a true meat grinder battlefield. At that time, Stalingrad, the intensity of street fighting would absolutely not be as tragic as what the players would bring. It was a pity that the Black Hawk Army had already engaged in street battles with players in many towns before, suffering extremely heavy losses. Clearly, after learning from this series of lessons, they were no longer prepared to launch large-scale street battles. It doesn't matter, since they don't want to fight, let's take the initiative. The initiative in war isn't so easily held in their hands. Andrei tapped the table with his pen, pointing at various spots on the map as he casually spoke. After this mission ended, Andrei immediately unlocked the usage rights for these skins for all participating players and officially put the Black Hawk soldiers' skins up for sale. Immediately after, he compiled multiple guerrilla warfare missions, allowing players to directly don these Black Hawk soldiers' skins and go participate in guerrilla operations. Having our soldiers go deep behind enemy lines and engage in guerrilla warfare like this, won't it be too dangerous? And what about the Volkov defense line? Yelena asked, somewhat surprised, upon hearing Andrei's words. Don't worry, you have to believe in the abilities of our soldiers. This time, I specifically handpicked a group of soldiers with good disguise capabilities. Andrei grinned. His players not only had Black Hawk soldiers' skins but also had language packs activated. What else could that be if not good disguise capabilities? They weren't going deep behind enemy lines to carry out intricate missions, they were merely to attack and harass the enemy. This combination, along with the players' abilities, would definitely keep the Black Hawk Army from sleeping soundly. At this point, Andrei suddenly thought of the original garrison of Volkov. Oh, right. Arrange a batch of military trains soon to withdraw the Volkov army group, originally stationed here, back to Petrograd. Their situation is truly too tragic. They are no longer suitable for continued combat, they must recuperate. Recalling earlier, when he was reorganizing the army, he also took the opportunity to count the remaining personnel of the Volkov army group, and he was immediately shocked. Although this army group had always been a misnomer, by now, the entire army group should have no more than 2,000 soldiers still capable of fighting. Even if all those who could pick up a gun were included, the number of people who could fight would not exceed 5,000, as Andrei did not include the logistical laundresses and cook ants. It had come to this point, getting them to retreat was the only real solution. After tallying their casualties, Andrei couldn't help but complain about Moscow. An entire army group suffering such heavy losses, yet they still hadn't been ordered to withdraw. He wondered what Moscow was thinking. He didn't believe that Moscow's military strength was so stretched that it couldn't even deploy a small unit here. When Andrei's order for them to withdraw was conveyed to the army group, the remaining soldiers who could still pick up a gun and fight were slightly agitated. Several officers collectively ran over, they sought an audience with Andre and shouted from outside his office. Sir, you shouldn't transfer us away. We are familiar with the city, familiar with all the terrain, and we can still fight. The damned Black Hawk Devils have been attacking us, but we have stubbornly held our ground. Now that reinforcements have arrived, we will not retreat. Andre walked out of his office and looked at these several disheveled, even scarred, officers. Although they looked disheveled, upon seeing Andre, they all saluted neatly. Because they knew that if it weren't for this general coming to support them, they would probably have been completely annihilated by the enemy. Andre sighed and, after returning their salute, said, I understand your feelings, but your withdrawal now is by no means desertion, on the contrary, you are now a valuable asset. You have fought bravely against the Black Hawk army for so long. I need you to tell the stories of your valiant battles to everyone in Petrograd. I need you to teach all the combat techniques to the new recruits who are currently in training behind us. Please believe me, the Volkov army group will never perish, it will only grow stronger. You are now the seeds of this glorious unit, and you must now make the army group take root and sprout again. Seeing that they still seemed unwilling to leave, Andre patted their shoulders and said, All right, when you return and retrain an entire army, I will let you rejoin the battlefield here. You've seen it, I currently only have one army, which is essentially no different from being a bare-bones commander, so I really need you. After hearing the general's repeated assurances that they would return to fight again in the future, these officers finally agreed to withdraw. After they left, Andre couldn't help but sigh. Alas, they are all resilient soldiers, but it's a pity they didn't get a good monarch or a good high command. If the Tsar and the current high command were truly reliable, their entire front army wouldn't have been reduced to such a state. Judging by their current appearance, these soldiers were clearly abandoned as cannon fodder. At this moment, within the Black Hawk army, several frontline commanders were reporting on the massive offensive that had just taken place. Overall, they felt the offensive was a losing proposition. Although they successfully reached the outskirts of Petrograd, greatly boosted morale, and even plundered many treasures, they also lost many soldiers in the process. If they continued fighting this way, even if they managed to take Petrograd, it would likely be a near mutual destruction, which was absolutely unacceptable to them. So they reported the battle situation here to the general staff, hoping that the rear could reconsider the battle. Not long after, the Black Hawk Emperor personally signed the order and issued instructions. Besiege. We don't need to attack, we just need to surround the city completely. Before long, the city's massive population will drag them down, and the harsh winter that will arrive in a few months will bring even greater disaster to the city. We just need to gather our army, quietly watch the city die, and then destroy it, that will be enough. The Black Hawk Emperor did not intend to keep the city, because according to their plans, there was no real need to preserve it. Petrograd was one of the Cambrian Empire's important industrial bases, and also a city with a long history, even serving as the Empire's capital for a long time. But the Black Hawk army had no use for it, it was simply too far north. They did not lack this industrial base, nor did they need such a large population, so they planned to use starvation and continuous bombing to completely destroy the city and annihilate its inhabitants. Once the city fell, the Cambrian Empire's will to resist would also pretty much collapse. Because according to the Black Hawk army's planned schedule, by the time this place fell, Moscow should have also fallen. Upon receiving the order, the Black Hawk army began to reorganize its northern front. On one hand, they withdrew a large number of armored units to the east, further preparing to attack the two transportation hubs of Schlüsselburg and Volkov. On the other hand, they concentrated a large number of artillery units, preparing to launch a fierce bombardment against the city with artillery and air force units. But just as they were acting, many player teams dispatched by Andre had already taken action. Hurry, hurry. Get over there, don't dawdle, there's a whole line of people waiting behind you. At a checkpoint, several Black Hawk soldiers shouted loudly at the trucks parked there. According to standard procedure, they should have thoroughly inspected the cargo of these vehicles and exchanged passphrases with the soldiers. However, to transfer a large number of armored units and to gather more troops here, their transport capacity was completely maxed out. Numerous vehicles were jammed on the road, a bunch of impatient guys were busy honking their horns, which also annoyed the sentries immensely. Therefore, they now only took a quick glance at the items on the vehicles, let the soldier report the contents themselves, and then waved them through. Regardless of whether this was safe or not, it was at least efficient enough, otherwise, their transport mission would be impossible to complete. After this convoy left, the players driving the vehicles looked bewildered. No, what's going on? This game is too simplistic, why didn't they even check the passphrase? One player nudged his teammate beside him, feeling a bit incredulous. They had noticed the chaotic situation here earlier, so they quietly stole a few trucks from the garage and then came here to fish in troubled waters. Their idea was that if conditions allowed, they could get more supplies out of the enemy's warehouses. If conditions didn't allow, they would simply launch a direct assault on the warehouse. After all, they brought a whole truckload of people, and 2 of them even carried battle flags, so they weren't afraid of a war of attrition with the enemy. However, these checkpoints seemed to be blind, not one of them checked their passphrase. As soon as they heard them speak fluent Black Hawk language, everyone let them pass, and they didn't even use the cigarettes and money they had prepared in advance for bribes. Not long after, the players, who had hauled away several truckloads of supplies, quickly turned and drove these vehicles down another small road. A soldier saw their direction and seemed puzzled, not understanding why they weren't taking the main road ahead. Brother, the main road ahead is too congested, if we take a detour from the side, we'll actually get there faster in the end. Hearing this, the questioning soldier shrugged and then reminded them. All right, but be careful, I remember there might be gorillas in the forest over there. The players chuckled. They themselves were the gorillas, and now the enemy army was actually reminding them, the gorillas, to be careful of nearby gorillas. Don't worry, we have a whole truckload of soldiers, what kind of gorillas can defeat us? After driving the truck away and onto the secluded small road, the players became increasingly reckless. Ha 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 ha, I never thought our disguise would be so effective, after all that effort, they didn't discover anything at all. Hee, we're rich, we're rich. We transported several truckloads of flour, I wonder how much merit that will convert to in the end. Besides killing enemies, the guerrilla missions issued by Andre naturally also awarded merit for captured supplies. He didn't really require players to capture enemy weapons and ammunition, because players didn't lack these things at all, and even if his other armies did lack them, they wouldn't use enemy weapons. He wasn't so short on weapons that he would resort to that. If he really switched to enemy weapons, how would he apply for bullets from logistics later? Wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? But he had always been short on food, the food reserves in both Petrograd and Folkov were very precarious. So Andre clearly priced these food items highly, precisely to encourage players to help them steal more food from the enemy. But just as the players relaxed their guard, their truck suddenly had a flat tire. The huge jolt startled them, and when they jumped out to look, they found that the front truck's tire had been punctured by a nail. Holy crap! Which son of a bitch dared to puncture my truck? This is a new truck. Seeing the truck with a ruined tire, the player was immediately enraged. This thing was a truck they had captured from the enemy, they couldn't exchange it themselves and it was considered a rare, discontinued piece of equipment. When he got back, he was even planning to sell this truck for a good price. Just as he was about to grab a wrench to fix the truck, he suddenly raised his submachine gun and looked around vigilantly. Because he noticed that a large group of people were approaching. Wait, don't shoot, these people all have friendly markers, they seem to be our own. His companion quickly stopped him, looking at the small dots on the minimap indicating friendly units, they suddenly realized that this might be a misunderstanding. Perhaps because the players had a large number of people and were fully equipped with various weapons, the people hiding in the surrounding forest only gradually approached this side, but none dared to rush out of the forest. They saw very clearly that heavy machine guns were mounted on the truck, and a bunch of soldiers jumped out of the truck. If they rushed out, they didn't know how many supplies they could intercept from the truck, but they knew they would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. But just then, an enemy soldier suddenly shouted in their direction. Brother, don't be impulsive, we are all Cambrian Empire people, we are guerrillas too. Emperor Dongli, temporarily acting as captain, immediately guessed the situation here, there must be guerrillas ambushing them. If it were regular troops, they should have already withdrawn from this area by now, even if there were scattered troops left behind, they would use landmines, not nails. Seeing that the people in the forest seemed unconvinced, Emperor Dongli also pulled something out of his pocket and threw it into the forest. See? This is my identification, we are soldiers under General Vorontsov. It was also fortunate that when he shouted, he remembered to switch his language pack, so he didn't shout in Black Hawk language. Hearing Vorontsov's name, the people hiding in the forest picked up a small tube, pulled out a piece of paper from it, and found that it indeed matched what the soldier said. This small tube was equivalent to the Cambrian soldiers' dog tags, they usually carried this small item on their person or hung it around their neck, and the paper inside proved their identity. They really seem to be our own people. Should I go out and see? The guerrillas hiding in the forest looked at each other, and one of them said to his companion. No. Antonov, this is too dangerous. Don't worry, I'll just go out and see. If anything seems wrong, you guys shoot immediately, don't worry about me then. After saying this, the gorilla walked out from behind a tree, dropping his double-barreled shotgun and waving, saying. Hey, don't shoot, everyone put down your weapons, turns out we're all our own people. The players all put down their weapons, their eyes shining as they watched the gorilla walk out of the forest. Since these guys were friendly units, what did that mean? It clearly meant that an NPC with a quest was coming to them. They might even be able to get information or side quests from these NPCs. After a few words, the players quickly hit it off with Antonov. As he made a few gestures, the gorillas in the forest also walked out one after another, looking at the players before them, and couldn't help but nod and say. You're all fine young lads, truly worthy of being Vorontsov's soldiers. By the way, what are you doing here? The players exchanged glances, a smile playing on their lips. See that? A quest is about to be given by an NPC. Chapter 288, this is definitely not an ordinary guerrilla force, we must strike hard. At this moment, in a small camp in the forest, bonfires were lit, one after another, and small pots were cooking thick soup. Players weren't very interested in the food cooked by these guerrilla members, perhaps because they didn't need to eat. They had experimented in the game and found that they could indeed eat, but eating didn't provide any special effects, and not eating didn't lead to hunger. This led to players having only a general interest in most of the food in the game, only tasting some battlefield canned goods, treating them as Easter eggs in the game. For example, after tasting the large pot of hodgepodge soup presented to them now, the player quickly passed the full bowl of soup to another person beside him. This taste. After much hesitation, the player couldn't come up with a good adjective, mainly because the taste of this stuff was too bizarre. A large amount of butter, mixed with wild vegetables, wheat and dried mushrooms from the villagers, along with many strange seasonings, and the recently captured Black Hawk soldier luncheon meat cans, were all chopped up and stewed together in the pot. If such a hodgepodge could taste particularly good, that would be truly strange. Although the players all refused the food offered to them, the gorillas and the villagers behind them devoured the food ravenously. Thank you, my friends, your generosity makes the goddess of spring feel inferior. Just then, Antonov suddenly sat next to a player, excitedly putting his arm around his shoulder and saying, "This is great. Thanks to you, otherwise, some of us would surely starve to death in a couple of days." After the previous exchange, the players learned what was going on with these villagers. They were originally villagers from this vicinity, intending to evacuate their homes via the highway, but the enemy's attack was too fast, so they were intercepted before they could even run. Those villagers captured by the Black Hawk army were either executed on the spot and thrown to the necromancer, or they were taken away and used as laborers. To survive, they could only choose to flee into the forest, where they met some fleeing soldiers. Because the returning soldiers were local people and were also the sons of these villagers, they reopened a small camp in the forest and temporarily hid there to live. They dared not come out of the forest, because the Black Hawk army outside was everywhere, rounding up people. They didn't know what fate awaited those who were captured, but seeing the Black Hawk army's previous brutality, they weren't willing to gamble with their lives. Alas, these days, we've been surviving by hunting and gathering wild vegetables, but these things are getting scarcer and scarcer now. Antonov sighed, patted his somewhat worn rifle beside him, and said, "A week ago, I could still seize the opportunity to hunt 2 wild boars, but now, it's hard to even hunt a squirrel in this wretched place. Wild vegetables are the same, almost all the wild vegetables we could pick have been picked, and there aren't many mushrooms left, many of which are poisonous. Now, with no good conditions, we can only try to figure out which mushrooms are non-toxic, then save a portion of these mushrooms and find a place to plant them, as they are easy to grow and grow quickly." Listening to Antonov's words, the players were slightly silent. Although for them, this was just a game NPC explaining his background. But looking at the villagers' emaciated faces and their ravenous eating, they seemed to also feel how difficult life in the forest was for these people. It's all because of the Black Hawk devils. Finally, all the words converged into this one sentence, which instantly resonated with the villagers. If it weren't for the Black Hawk army's invasion, even if their lives were poor, they wouldn't have reached the point of being unable to survive at all. However, once the players learned about their past lives, they understood why these people showed such great interest in the pot of thick soup, stewed to a mush, in front of them. Alas, to be honest, before the Black Hawk army came, our lives weren't easy either. Antonov sighed again, looked at the player's Black Hawk uniform and relatively fair face, then shrugged and said, "Young man, I see you all seem to live quite well on ordinary days. Perhaps you are personal guards under some noble lord. You might not know, but the butter you dislike, we usually can't even eat it, and the Black Hawk devil's canned goods and sausages are even more so. Even for seasonings, we can only use salt, at most adding some onions and garlic. So you might be used to eating delicacies, and not accustomed to these things, but honestly, we couldn't even eat this pot of stuff on holidays." At this point, Antonov paused, then forced a smile and said, "Forget it, let's not talk about these things. Let's talk about the Black Hawk devil's problem first. I imagine you're here to carry out some secret mission, right? Can you tell me what you are going to do? Maybe we can even help." When he said this, Antonov didn't seem to realize what a secret mission entailed. However, his idea was very simple, he just felt a bit guilty for eating their food, all of which were good things. After much thought, besides exerting effort and providing a few guns, there didn't seem to be anything else they could do to help these people. The players looked at each other, they were still hoping these NPCs would give them tasks. How did it turn into the NPCs asking them what tasks they had? No specific mission. Our orders are to cause as much damage as possible behind the Black Hawk army lines, so do you have any ideas? Hearing the player say this, Antonov slapped his thigh, his eyes lighting up. Don't tell me, we actually have an idea. We've been eyeing one of the Black Hawk devil's granaries for a long time. Those bad guys stole all our food and put it all in one granary, but there are many soldiers guarding it. We tried to raid the granary for food before, but we couldn't get through it all. As he spoke, Antonov began drawing on the ground. Look, if we secretly cross this small river to the outpost next to this village, we can get behind their granary, but the Black Hawk devils have patrol boats on the river. If we can cross the river, then perhaps we can reclaim some of the food inside. When he said this, Antonov was a little embarrassed, because he knew how difficult it would be to attack this granary. Even without considering crossing the river, he could guess that the Black Hawk army must have many soldiers guarding the granary. The players brought many people, but 30-odd people attacking such a granary seemed quite risky, especially how they would return, which became a big problem. However, players have always been fearless in their actions. Since there was a mission and someone pointed out a clear target for them, they didn't care about other minor problems. They had been circling around here, messing around for a long time, and the biggest problem was not being able to find a suitable target for attack. Stealing supplies from the enemy's warehouse was a risky move, and it probably wouldn't be so easy to sneak in next time. Alright, it's settled. We'll steal this granary first, and then figure out how to transport the food back later. The players all agreed, but Antonov said with some dissatisfaction. It's not stealing, it's taking back what belongs to us. All the food in that granary was stolen from us by the Black Hawk devils. We're taking back our own things, how can that be called stealing? Hearing this, the players quickly corrected themselves, mainly because they always talked about stealing home, so they were used to stealing. If it were a normal guerrilla force, and they suddenly came up with such a plan, what they should do first at this moment would be to scout. Otherwise, how would they know the enemy's defensive situation? How would they know when enemy gunboats would patrol the river? However, for players, they always acted directly once they had a plan, without all these messy preliminaries. Under the shocked gaze of Antonov and the other guerrilla members, these guys all armed themselves and then led them straight to the riverbank. Sitting in the truck, Antonov, while somewhat surprised to note that the Black Hawk Army's truck even had seat cushions, asked curiously. Wait a minute, are you just going to charge straight in? Shouldn't we send someone to scout ahead or something? What if we encounter a patrol gunboat on the river? Wouldn't that ruin everything? But Emperor Dongli, sitting next to him, just gave a reassuring gesture, a brilliant smile on his face. Don't worry, next, I'll let you witness our methods. Driving the truck all the way to the riverbank, the players suddenly stopped the vehicle there, and then a player splashed into the water. Because they saw that the enemy's gunboat was already heading their way, they didn't just drive straight across, otherwise, they would definitely be intercepted by the enemy. Seeing someone fall into the river, and a truck of their own still parked by the bridge, the patrol gunboat immediately headed their way. Before they even got close, they saw a few soldiers jump off the truck, waving and shouting at them from a distance. Brothers, help! Someone fell into the water. Damn it, some idiot had to go fishing by the bridge and ended up falling straight in. The few Black Hawk soldiers on the gunboat all looked puzzled. How did they feel earlier that the person didn't seem to have fallen, but jumped in by himself? However, they did not become vigilant because of this. Because the military vehicle in front of them and the soldiers shouting at them all looked like their own people, and even the language they shouted was perfectly fine. Before they had even experienced the ecstasy of various attacks from the player guerrillas, these Black Hawk soldiers could only be described as anti-guerrilla warfare rookies. Without thinking much, they quickly steered the boat towards the bridge, and they also happened to see that the soldier who had fallen into the water seemed to be desperately swimming towards their boat. That's strange, this guy is such a good swimmer, why doesn't he just swim to shore himself? Seeing this guy not swimming towards the shore, but insisting on swimming towards their boat, a Black Hawk soldier felt that something wasn't quite right. But even then, they still didn't think too much, or rather, they had been too smooth sailing along the way, so much so that their vigilance had faded. Arriving at the boat, two Black Hawk soldiers quickly lent a hand and then pulled the unlucky person who had fallen into the water aboard. But to their shock, the person they pulled up had just gotten on, and before they even had a chance to ask, a flash of gleaming blade suddenly struck. Because Andrei's skin needed to simulate the appearance of a Black Hawk soldier's for the purpose of infiltrating enemy lines, there were quite a few restrictions on this Black Hawk soldier's skin. For example, they couldn't casually equip the elite soldier set, nor could they choose demi-human units, and even the psyker profession was out of the question. It could be said that when equipping this skin, they could only choose the 4 initial professions of Battlefield 1, maintaining only the most basic, white plate combat power. However, there were some special weapons they could still equip, such as the katana, which was once very popular among players. This thing was a melee artifact. If charging from long range, a soldier equipped with a katana would certainly be no match for a trench raider, but in close quarters brawls, this thing was unstoppable. The two Black Hawk soldiers who had just pulled the player up didn't even understand what was happening before they were instantly cut down by the katana. At this moment, the player seemed to have transformed into a Dark Souls Ashen one, wielding melee weapons with exceptional skill. There were only 5 Black Hawk soldiers on this gunboat in total. Due to the suddenness of the attack, they didn't even have time to raise their guns before they were all cut down. After cutting them all down, the player casually kicked their bodies into the water, then unhurriedly drove the gunboat over. Done, successfully dealt with, and even snatched a gunboat in the process. Very good. Leave a few people here to guard the river. Eliminate any enemies they see. The rest of you, continue with us to attack the granary. Emperor Dongli nodded, casually found a few rookies not particularly skilled in stealth combat to board the boat, and then led the other players back to the truck. Antonov witnessed all of this, and his expression at this moment became extremely exaggerated, his wide open mouth seemingly able to swallow an egg whole. By the goddess of spring, what just happened? My heavens, how did your comrade do that? It was precisely because he had fought Black Hawk soldiers in previous battles, and even engaged them in melee combat, that he knew how difficult these Black Hawk devils were to deal with in close quarters. Strictly speaking, Black Hawk soldiers weren't particularly adept at melee combat, but they had good rations, and their soldiers were selected from the best, so their physical fitness was generally superior to the sallow and emaciated Cambrian soldiers. Furthermore, they also received relatively strict military training and possessed fanatical morale, so even if they could draw the enemy into a close quarters battle, they would find it difficult to gain an advantage. Not to mention, Black Hawk soldiers often unscrupulously used submachine guns to clear trenches during melee combat. According to his estimation, even if both sides fought with melee weapons, it would probably take 2 Cambrian soldiers to fight 1 Black Hawk soldiers to a draw. There was no other way, they naturally harbored fear towards Black Hawk soldiers, and their physical fitness couldn't compare to these guys, so they naturally faltered in a fight. Because of this, he was instantly awestruck by the swordsman who had cut down 5 enemy soldiers in 3 seconds. For such a formidable character, he could only think of the word chosen to describe him, unable to come up with anything else. Little brother, don't be nervous, it's just standard procedure. See, didn't we take care of the patrol boat on the river? Before long, they successfully passed through a checkpoint ahead and then arrived near the granary in the distance. When passing through earlier, they did encounter a bit of trouble, as their truck was packed full of soldiers. Even if the opposing sentries weren't very diligent, they should have noticed something was off, right? However, their sentries didn't have time to raise an alarm before a player, using a rifle equipped with a suppressor, directly dealt with them. Although the sound of a rifle wouldn't be much quieter with a suppressor, it wouldn't be completely silent. But at the very least, this sound wouldn't travel too far, it wouldn't alert all the surrounding Black Hawk soldiers as like the sound of a normal rifle shot. Brother, what is this thing? How does sticking it on the gun barrel make the sound quieter? A suppressor. It's not a very useful piece of equipment, normally, I wouldn't even bother with it. The player casually explained, then continued driving towards the granary in the distance. As for when the sentries' bodies here would be discovered? That was none of their concern, if they were discovered, they would just fight their way out. Antonov was completely numb from the player's actions now. He felt that this granary raid was entirely different from what he had imagined. In his mind, they should have tried to bluff their way through as much as possible, successfully deceiving the enemy's numerous checkpoints. Next, they would either dig a tunnel or find a way to sneak in, trying to leave with a truckload of grain as quickly as possible. But judging by the stance of these soldiers, they were clearly preparing for a direct assault, not even bothering to put on an act. Antonov felt a surge of apprehension, but at the same time, he also experienced a strange thrill. He had to admit, the combat skills of these soldiers were truly elite, they were stronger than any squad of Cambrian soldiers he had ever seen. Thinking that he could join such a team and brutally slaughter the Black Hawk Devils with them, he suddenly felt a unique excitement. The player parked the car to the side, jumped out directly, and then, under Antonov's composed gaze, launched a strong assault on the granary in the distance. The sharpshooters in the team quickly killed the soldiers on the watchtower with 2 shots. A heavy machine gun hidden in the dark tried to fire at them, but a player took it out first with a mortar. Wait a minute, where did their mortars come from? Antonov was a bit confused, how had he not noticed these people carrying mortars before? But at this moment, there was no time to think about such things. He and several other guerrillas mingled among the players, and apart from charging forward, their minds were completely blank. Around them, the players' firearms fired incessantly, various dense volleys of firepower forming a continuous stream. It was as if a squad was putting out the firepower of a company. Brother, shouldn't you save some bullets? Do you have enough? Don't worry, we have plenty of bullets. Don't fret over such minor issues. Hearing this, Antonov looked at his frenzied comrade beside him, who was holding a light machine gun and firing a continuous spray of bullets forward. He opened his mouth but ultimately gave up on arguing. Plenty of bullets, those words made him incredibly envious. The unit he had joined at the time was just a hastily assembled group of reinforcements, and on average, each soldier was only allocated 20 rounds of ammunition. But the most troublesome part was that the average didn't match reality. In fact, most of the bullets had to be concentrated on the machine guns, and they only received 5 rounds of ammunition. Yet even so, their machine gunners had to save as much as possible. This was the first time he had seen a machine gunner squander bullets like this. Of course, it was also the first time he had seen such an extraordinary tough guy, running and shooting while wielding a water-cooled machine gun. This sudden attack completely stunned the Black Hawk soldiers guarding the granary. They had only a platoon stationed there in total, and before they even understood what was happening, more than half of their soldiers were wiped out by the dense firepower. Other Black Hawk soldiers raised their guns to return fire, but they often only had time to fire 1 shot, or even not a single shot, before being riddled with bullets by the sudden surge of firepower. Seeing this, the surviving Black Hawk soldiers quickly ran and retreated into the granary, intending to use the terrain inside to launch a counterattack indoors. Otherwise, if they remained in the open outside, both the enemy's heavy machine guns and mortars would become deadly killers. Stop firing, you idiots! Emperor Dongli saw the enemy retreat into the granary and quickly kicked the mortar artillery next to him. This guy, as soon as he started firing, got completely carried away, even wanting to use white phosphorus incendiary shells. Could this thing be used to bombard a granary? If he fired 1 shot, the entire granary would burn to ashes. What do we do? They've hidden indoors. They're probably planning to use their familiarity with the terrain to counterattack us. Antonov said with a hint of anxiety as he saw the enemy retreat into the granary. But when he looked back, he found that the players had already rushed towards the granary. These guys clearly didn't care that the enemy might be hiding in corners, ready to launch an attack. Were they too confident, or did they possess enough skill to deal with the enemy? An enemy lay prone at a window, attempting to snipe a player with a rifle, but a scout player hidden behind him shot him first. He was equipped with an 8x scope, and his teammates were giving him enemy positions on the minimap. If he couldn't detect the enemy in advance with all that, he would indeed be too incompetent. And the other players were the same. Through the minimap, they directly saw where the opponent was hiding in the granary, and then put on a show of what it meant to be unscrupulous. Several Black Hawk soldiers held their rifles with a hint of nervousness, hiding behind a corner. If nothing unexpected happened, when the enemy rushed into the granary, they should come down this corridor, as it was the only way. But just as they were holding their rifles, ready to ambush passing players, the wall to their side suddenly exploded. A player had directly placed satchel charges on the wall to their side. One explosion sent scattered debris in a violent shockwave, instantly blowing these Black Hawk soldiers several meters away. They were dizzy and disoriented, and before they could figure out what had happened, they heard approaching footsteps. In the next moment, bayonets plunged into their bodies, delivering a ruthless finishing blow. The other Black Hawk soldiers hiding in the dark were also annihilated by players using various overpowered heavy armaments. If enemies hid behind a wall, they would directly set up an launcher and shoot through the wall. If they hid around a corner, they would first throw a few grenades, ensuring they were sent off on the spot. There was even a player who once again charged with a katana, enduring the submachine gun fire of 2 Black Hawk soldiers, and cut them down at point-blank range. After these 2 Black Hawk soldiers were slain, the player's health instantly refilled from a near-empty state, making him fully revived. I say, what unit were you all from before? Why do you love using these military sabers so much? Antonov couldn't hold back and asked Emperor Dongli. He was truly shocked by these teammates wielding katanas. He really wanted to ask now, what kind of blades were these, and why did they seem so effective? I already told you, we are Vorontsov's unit. This thing is a special souvenir from our operations on Iwo Jima, just an Easter egg. Easter egg? Easter egg? He didn't quite understand, not knowing what connection this strange knife had with an Easter egg. Not long after, some players suddenly heard that the knives wielded by those using katanas had mysteriously acquired the name Egg Knife. Because of this, these players using katanas were inexplicably dubbed the Egg Knife team by other Cambrian soldiers, which made them a bit unable to hold back their amusement. Good heavens, has this game even included Warcraft Easter eggs? After easily dealing with the defending soldiers here, the players quickly had people move the grain and, incidentally, captured 2 military vehicles from the area. They couldn't take all the grain from the entire granary, but they planned to take as much as they could, so they just hurried to move it. These grains, once brought back, would all translate into significant merit. If they were wasted here, it would be too much of a pity. Just as the players transformed into porters, rapidly moving grain, the Black Hawk army received news that their granary had been attacked. First, the sentries who should have reported on time failed to do so promptly, which made the command center vaguely sense that something was wrong. Immediately after, the sound of gunfire and artillery booming from this direction instantly exposed the players' whereabouts. Hearing such a loud commotion, if the Black Hawk soldiers still didn't know they were under attack, then they truly wouldn't be worthy of their military training. So, not long after, 2 infantry companies of Black Hawk soldiers quickly rushed towards this location. To be on the safe side, they even brought 2 mortars as heavy weapons. Antonov, while moving grain, said to the player with a hint of anxiety. Brothers, I say, shouldn't we hurry and leave? We've made such a big commotion here, the enemy can't possibly not know. But upon hearing this, Emperor Dongli merely waved his hand dismissively, signaling a few players to guard outside, and then continued to move the grain on his own. What if the enemy came? Let them come, the grain here was the most important thing. It was good that enemies were coming, they could kill more of the opponent's soldiers to earn merit. If the enemies were truly that fierce and a large number of people came all at once, then they wouldn't even need to move grain, simply killing enemies would earn an unknown amount of Air Force merit. Several players ran outside the warehouse to defend, and it's unclear whether it was because they hadn't intended to hide themselves, or because they were fully confident in their skin disguises. In any case, they directly replaced the Black Hawk soldiers on the former watchtower and even seized one of the enemy's heavy machine gun positions. The Black Hawk soldiers rushing from a distance quickly dismounted outside the granary and rapidly formed combat formations. A major, peering through binoculars, looked at the Black Hawk soldiers on the watchtower. That's strange, has this place been attacked? They don't look like it. But no sooner had he spoken than a captain beside him frowned and said, Sir, I think those soldiers might be suspicious, they are most likely not our own people. There's heavy gunfire here, if there truly hasn't been an attack, or if they've already dealt with the invaders, they should have called the command center immediately. How could they just stand there foolishly? It's possible they are the attackers, but they've stolen our soldiers' uniforms and are impersonating our own people here. Hearing this, the major cursed angrily. Damn it, how infuriating. When did these guerrillas become so arrogant? Mortars, set them up quickly. Blow up their watchtower for me. The artillery in the rear were rapidly assembling the mortars, and at the same time, several precision marksmen had already begun preparing to snipe the players on the watchtower. But they suddenly noticed that the player on the watchtower seemed to have discovered something, and then those guys pulled out an item from behind them. In the next instant, with a muffled thud from a distance, a mortar shell was fired first, slamming heavily into their formation. The sudden explosion startled the Black Hawk soldiers, and one mortar was hit squarely, its gun carriage and the soldiers assembling it were blown away together, infuriating their major. Bastards, these aren't guerrillas. They even have mortars. Damn it, this is no ordinary guerrilla force, we must strike hard. Fire quickly, suppress the enemy's firepower, and then have our soldiers charge. In that short time, another mortar was successfully assembled. Because there were enemy precision marksmen, the player's mortar couldn't achieve another success, and some players were even accidentally headshot and killed by the enemy. And just then, the Black Hawk Army's mortar shells also came flying over. The player, who had just been smug about securing a machine gun position, turned around to find a mortar shell landing on his head. F***ck. I knew fixed machine gun positions weren't reliable. At the moment he was blown away, this player couldn't help but roar. Seeing the heavy machine gun position destroyed, the Black Hawk soldiers thought the enemy no longer had heavy firepower, so they charged forward, providing covering fire for each other. However, a player, hidden somewhere, suddenly set up a water-cooled machine gun and began to strafe them. Although the MG-0818 machine gun used by the player was nominally a light machine gun, neither its weight of 50 jin with a bipod nor its 80-round drum magazine made it look like a light machine gun. Who would call such a cumbersome water-cooled machine gun, which uses the same ammunition as a heavy machine gun, a light machine gun? But unfortunately, for players, this item belonged to the light machine gun category. This also meant that players could carry this item and move swiftly, running and shooting at the same time. The machine gun fire from the flank instantly mowed down a swath of charging Black Hawk soldiers, with the full 7 soldiers killed by the player within 2 seconds. Other Black Hawk soldiers quickly turned, trying to find that damned machine gunner, but machine gun fire from the other side again caused them heavy casualties. The crossfire from 2 machine guns suppressed these Black Hawk soldiers, preventing them from raising their heads. And at the same time, mortars, appearing from who knows where, once again bombarded the artillery in the rear of the Black Hawk army. The major in charge gritted his teeth, suddenly realizing that what he was facing this time was not a so-called guerrilla force at all. These guys were wearing Black Hawk soldiers' uniforms, but their firepower was fiercer than that of any ordinary Black Hawk army. Only a few individuals had shown up, and already there were 2 machine guns and 1 cannon. This setup was definitely not that of an ordinary guerrilla force. What kind of guerrilla force could be this fierce? But just as he was thinking, an anti-tank round suddenly flew over. The extremely penetrating armor-piercing round instantly pierced through the vehicle in front of him, heavily penetrating his chest. Until his death, he looked at the opposite side with an incredible gaze, never expecting that even though he had hidden here, he could still be killed by the enemy's armor-piercing round. The player, who had just removed his Black Hawk skin and transformed into a tank hunter, revealed a cold smile. You think you're safe hiding 800 meters away, little guy? Have you never heard of a sniper 800 meters away? Outside, gunfire roared, and continuous machine gun fire kept the Black Hawk soldiers pinned down, but inside the granary, Antonov was somewhat nervous. Brother, shouldn't we retreat now? The firepower outside is so intense, can we still break through? Don't worry, just put your heart at ease. This is a small scene, nothing much. Emperor Dongli said, without lifting his head, as he continued to move grain. Now, the 2 respawn flags were both set up in front, and their support soldier with fierce firepower and reconnaissance soldier suitable for long-range sniping had all run outside to meet the enemy. Some players even directly removed their skins and used the elite soldier set. With this combination of factors, what could possibly stop them? If even this couldn't stop them, it would only mean that the Black Hawk army outside was a bit too fierce. Clearly, the Black Hawk army outside wasn't that fierce. Their last mortar was also destroyed by the player's mortar on the other side during the exchange of fire. By this time, even their commander was dead, both cannons were wiped out, and dozens of soldiers had died, with more continuing to fall at an alarming rate. In this situation, the adjutant in their team quickly took over command and immediately issued a retreat order. Retreat quickly, it's enough. We need to mobilize armored support, these guys must be dealt with by armored units. Hearing the officer issue the retreat order, the remaining Black Hawk soldiers felt as if they had been granted a great pardon and quickly retreated, providing covering fire for each other. They had originally wanted to pull back their heavily wounded but not yet dead comrades in front, but the player's firepower was too intense. Even if someone rushed forward, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Unable to do anything, they could only abandon the wounded here, fleeing in utter disarray. Some soldiers still wanted to drive the vehicles away, but the tank hunter in the distance shot them one by one, directly killing all the Black Hawk soldiers who tried to touch the vehicles. Are you kidding? Without these vehicles, how would they transport the grain? After all the trouble of the enemy acting as a transport captain, how could he just stand by and let the enemy drive these precious trucks back? Unable to drive, these Black Hawk soldiers could only retreat as infantry. After they retreated, the players drove the vehicles in and continued to move grain. They were almost done moving it, but then the enemy sent 6 trucks. If they didn't fill all the trucks, it would be a disservice to the generous gift from their old buddy. At the Black Hawk command center, when they learned how rampant these guerrillas were, the Black Hawk commander there was furious. Damn it, they've really gone too far. What kind of guerrillas are these? Strike hard, we must strike hard. Send me an armored reconnaissance company. I don't believe we can't take them down. Hearing their commander willing to mobilize an armored reconnaissance company to deal with these arrogant bandits, the other officers all breathed a sigh of relief and nodded repeatedly. Their armored reconnaissance company had more than a dozen armored cars, and even included 2 pacifier mechs, as well as various types of small caliber artillery. With such a force, they could even chase a Cambrian Empire regiment across the plains. These so-called guerrillas absolutely could not survive. Soon, the order to mobilize the armored reconnaissance company was relayed to another unit on the front line. Upon receiving this order, this unit prepared to cross the river. There was no other way, as they had always been stationed on the opposite bank of the river, since they had originally planned to advance further. But they had no idea that the patrol gunboat on the river had already been occupied by the players. Chapter 289, Antonov, what kind of divine teammates are these? On the river at this moment, 2 gunboats were quietly docked, and on one of them, 2 guys in Black Hawk army uniforms seemed to be throwing bodies overboard. He, got another one. Sometimes the NPCs in this game are really easy to fool. After throwing all the bodies from the gunboat into the water, one of the players couldn't help but laugh. The Black Eagle soldiers' vigilance was ultimately too low. When they saw the gunboat scurrying around on the river, they initially didn't pay it any mind, thinking it was their own. They even actively approached when the player stood up and waved to them. Once they were close enough, the player quickly jumped into the water and swam towards their gunboat. The Black Hawk soldiers were a bit confused at first, not understanding why the people on the other gunboat were so enthusiastic. It wasn't until the guy who jumped into the water swam to their boat and instantly drew a katana that they realized it was an enemy attack. But it was already too late. There were a total of 3 Black Hawk soldiers on this gunboat, and when the player revealed his katana, they had no defense whatsoever. In just 2 seconds, the player easily ended the battle. Hehe, another gunboat in hand. I wonder if we stay here longer, we might be able to snatch all the gunboats from the Black Hawk army. Looking at the newly acquired gunboat, the player couldn't help but chuckle. Although this wasn't considered good equipment, they had studied it and found that the gunboat's armor protection was almost zero, only having a twin-barreled 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun with a gun shield. But no matter what, this was their first naval unit. The war had been going on until now, and they hadn't experienced a single naval battle. You're dreaming. The NPCs in this game aren't that stupid, they won't keep giving us equipment. So, it's best to make good use of these 2 gunboats. They might even be limited edition equipment. Just as the players were busy studying the gunboats and chatting, they suddenly noticed a convoy approaching from a distance. Wait a minute, don't just stand there. It seems enemy forces are coming this way. Get ready. Good heavens, it looks like a lot of people are coming this time. What kind of unit is this, and why so many armored vehicles? A player stood on the gunboat, looking into the distance with binoculars, and then spotted the enemy's armored convoy. At the very front of the convoy were as many as 20 armored cars with thin steel plates. These weren't considered good equipment, only a cannon fodder type of armored unit. The armor thickness on these vehicles could barely stop rifle bullets, even a large caliber machine gun could take them out. However, if used purely for reconnaissance and infantry support, this type of armored car was still quite good. Besides these armored cars, what truly interested the players more were the 2 pacifier mechs behind them. These things, whether in terms of armor protection or their own firepower, were much stronger than the armored cars. Although they also lacked anti-armor capability, the 4 machine guns on these things were very effective against infantry. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be an armored reconnaissance company of the Black Hawk Army. Why are they coming this way? Are they here to provide support? A knowledgeable player analyzed the Black Hawk Army's equipment configuration based on World War II German setups and quickly guessed the composition of this Black Hawk Army unit. Why bother with so many questions? Our mission is to block this river and prevent the enemy from crossing. So, let them get close, then hit them hard. Because the player was unsure about the penetration power of the large caliber machine gun on his gunboat, he planned to let the enemy armored cars get closer before engaging them. As for the 2 pacifier mechs at the back of the distant convoy, players using it launchers would naturally deal with those. It was strange, really. Even though the radish launcher in the player's hands was a more advanced weapon than the IT launcher and had stronger armor-piercing capabilities, players still preferred to use the IT launcher in most situations. Andre had noticed this problem before, and after much thought, he suspected it might be because the IT launcher's trajectory was flatter. The radish launcher fired in an arcing trajectory, which was fine at close range, but at a distance, it was very easy to miss enemy armored units. In contrast, while the IT launcher also had a problem with projectile drop, it wasn't serious. It could essentially be considered a cannon, making it naturally more convenient for anti-armor tasks. Of course, this might also be because the Black Hawk Army didn't have many heavily armored units, and when players needed to use infantry for anti-armor in most situations, they generally wouldn't encounter overly exaggerated armored units. Therefore, even if the penetration power wasn't strong enough, the IT launcher could handle most enemies. Otherwise, with its penetration power, players would quickly phase it out. The approaching convoy in the distance was unaware that it was currently in danger. However, they did notice that something seemed strange ahead. Several Black Hawk soldiers looked at the 2 gunboats on the river with some confusion, not understanding why they weren't patrolling and were instead blocking the way here. Could there be something good here? What are those 2 gunboats doing? Why aren't they patrolling yet? The leading captain company commander asked with a frown, and before his adjutant could answer, he pointed forward and said, "When our convoy passes by later, remind them not to slack off here. How many fish can there be in this river? If they want to hunt some wild game, they can do whatever they want after their patrol ends." Even at this point, the Black Hawk officer had not realized that the situation with the gunboats ahead was amiss. Seeing that the convoy didn't pay them any attention and just drove over so brazenly, the players, for some reason, suddenly felt a little annoyed. Tisk, to be honest, I don't know if it's my imagination, but I always feel like after putting on this Black Hawk soldier's skin, the game inexplicably turned into easy mode, and the enemies suddenly became much more idiotic. One player couldn't help but complain, and his teammate next to him shrugged, also feeling that these NPCs indeed seemed to have become dumber. Don't worry about all that for now. Take them out. After we submit the mission, we can go mess around somewhere else. As he spoke, his teammate quickly leveled the autocannon on the gunboat, aiming it menacingly at the distant armored vehicles. Hey, what are you doing? Are you rebelling? Seeing the autocannons on the 2 gunboats suddenly pointed at them, the lead armored car slammed on its brakes and stopped. The driver leaned out of the car and angrily asked them, but no sooner had he spoken than a deafening series of cannon shots rang out. 12.7mm armor-piercing rounds instantly tore through the thin steel plate on the front of the armored car, slamming into the driver's compartment. The Black Hawk soldiers who had just leaned out was hit by several armor-piercing rounds, his entire upper body instantly blown away, but his lower body remained on the driver's seat. Large amounts of blood instantly stained the armored car's driver's compartment. The soldiers behind the armored car realized the situation was bad and were preparing to operate their machine guns, but the continuous autocannon fire had already covered them. The player laughed heartily, emptying an entire magazine in one go, riddling the armored car with holes. It was unclear if a bullet hit the armored car's fuel tank, but the vehicle suddenly burst into flames, instantly spewing raging fire. Realizing the situation ahead was wrong, the remaining armored cars also quickly stopped, forming a combat formation at the fastest speed, and then strafed towards the gunboats. But as the players fired, they had already maneuvered the gunboats to quickly move away. Even for fire support, they couldn't just leave the gunboats parked by the shore, especially with the enemy's firepower being quite strong. In a hail of gunfire, one gunboat was slightly unable to evade, and its rear was riddled with bullet holes, with even the engine spewing black smoke. However, the player on the gunboat quickly pulled out a large wrench and began repairs in a few swift motions. In a short while, the gunboat that was almost destroyed was restored to its original state. "Don't stop, keep firing. I want to see if they dare to pass." Hearing his companion's loud shouts, the player at the gun position continued to fire relentlessly, sending large numbers of armor-piercing rounds into the enemy's convoy. After several consecutive shots, 2 more enemy armored cars spewed black smoke and lay motionless by the roadside. "Damn it! They're crazy! Those damn idiots!" The captain at the rear of the convoy jumped out of his car in a somewhat disheveled manner, sprawling into the grass by the roadside. He looked at the exploding armored cars in front and couldn't help but curse sharply. "These guerrillas are absolutely audacious. They even stole our gunboats. I'm really fed up with those idiots. How did they manage to get 2 gunboats stolen by the enemy?" He truly couldn't understand. How stupid did those soldiers patrolling the river have to be to have 2 gunboats inexplicably snatched by the enemy? Good heavens, this was an utter disgrace. Some Black Hawk soldiers set up a mortar on the riverbank, attempting to shell the retreating gunboats, but under the player's flexible movement, several mortar shells failed to hit them. At the same time, a new round of anti-aircraft shells was fired, not only blowing up another armored car but also eliminating one of their mortar artillery soldiers. At this moment, all the Black Hawk soldiers were filled with resentment towards those who had been patrolling the river earlier. These patrol gunboats falling into enemy hands truly became a great weapon. A pacifier mech lumbered over from the rear, positioned itself on the riverbank, and then opened fire on the gunboats with its 4 machine guns. However, just as the light mech's machine guns fired twice, the player, who had long since set up his IT launcher and was waiting for it, immediately fired an armor-piercing round. With a loud boom, the pacifier mech seemed to have been hit in its ammunition depot, and its rear half directly exploded. "Bastards, these aren't guerrillas. They even brought small-caliber artillery." Seeing the exploding mech, the captain lying on the ground cursed even more fiercely. He felt that his understanding of the concept of guerrillas had been completely refreshed. It would be difficult to penetrate the front armor of a pacifier mech with just that autocannon, especially at this distance. And to produce such a flash of light and destroy a mech with one shot, it must be the small-caliber artillery that the enemy had used multiple times on the battlefield before. Regarding this artillery, he remembered that a relative of his, who was a director in the R&D department, had once complained that such artillery could simply not be invented. There was no way, because the description they were given was simply too outrageous. The officer giving the mission required that this artillery must be portable by a single soldier, allowing a soldier to carry it and run directly. At the same time, it also required that this artillery could be deployed within 10 seconds, and it also had to be able to penetrate 20 mm thick armor. When they heard this metric, the artillery designer immediately threw down his tools and refused to work, because in his opinion, such a metric was simply impossible to achieve. But there was nothing they could do, they had to complete the task assigned from above, otherwise, people would ask. Why can the Cambrian army develop this kind of artillery? How can we, the Black Eagle Empire, a nobler race, not develop it? It's a pity that even now, the Black Hawk army has never thought. The reason players can run around freely with an AT-tube isn't because this small caliber artillery is so light and portable, but because every player is a legendary Slavic Superman. If they knew this artillery, including its stand, weighed a full 80 caddies, the Black Hawk army would immediately understand why they could never develop it. Although the captain, lying on the ground, was full of resentment towards this artillery, he still couldn't stop the enemy's continuous firing. The other pacifier mech was relatively quick, successfully blowing up an enemy gunboat, but at the same time, another incoming shell also instantly destroyed this mech. The 2 strongest armored units in the entire armored reconnaissance company were now completely wiped out, and even several armored vehicles were lost, yet they still hadn't reached their mission objective. This was an absolute disgrace to the entire armored reconnaissance company. A Black Hawk soldiers, hiding in the shadows, set up an anti-armor rifle and fired a shot at the remaining gunboat. Although the shot didn't effectively hit a critical part of the gunboat, one of the 3 players on board was instantly killed. The situation seemed to be getting more and more critical. 2 of the 5 remaining players had already been killed in the previous battle. Of the remaining 3, 2 were on another gunboat, and 1 was busy swimming in the water. After firing a shot, the anti-armor soldier quickly retreated. Because he knew that the muzzle flash had exposed his position. But before he could retreat, the player's autocannon had already covered the area, instantly tearing his upper body to shreds. However, another mortar set up behind them fired again. Because this mortar was built behind a dirt slope, the players couldn't hit it from their position. "Retreat first, don't confront them directly here. We'll keep harassing them along the river." "I don't believe it. Won't they come back after crossing the river? If they're so capable, let them ensure there are no Black Hawk soldiers along this river." Hearing his teammate say this, the player, who was about to return fire, suddenly brightened. That's right, they definitely couldn't directly confront this enemy armored force right now. Even if they stayed here, they would probably be torn apart by the enemy's artillery and machine guns in no time, unable to stop them. If that's the case, why not leverage their mobility advantage, drive this gunboat directly, and bombard everything along the opposite bank of the river. Bombard whatever they catch, destroying everything along the way. That's their purpose. Seeing the distant gunboat departing, the Black Hawk army breathed a sigh of relief, and the captain, who had stood up from the ground, immediately said to the other soldiers. Quick! Report the situation here to headquarters. The enemy has seized a gunboat and escaped. Damn it, I never expected that I would suffer such ridiculous losses due to such an unlucky reason. The captain issued orders while complaining repeatedly. His armored reconnaissance company had annihilated the Cambrian army multiple times in previous battles, and from the beginning of the war until now, they had never suffered such severe losses. They were really unlucky this time, encountering such an unreasonable guerrilla force. Even now, he still didn't understand how the enemy managed to capture the gunboat. Undoubtedly, when headquarters received this news, they were once again furious. These guerrillas had already caused them too many losses. This was the first time they had encountered such lawless guerrillas. The remaining armored reconnaissance company circled several times, confirming multiple times that the enemy's gunboat had left, before cautiously crossing the river. However, compared to their initial proud and spirited appearance, they now looked much more dejected. At the granary, the players had already filled all the vehicles they had seized. Looking at the fully loaded vehicles, the players and Antonov were all excited, everyone feeling like they had hit the jackpot. Seeing the longing in Antonov's eyes, Emperor Dongli, recalling the difficulties of their life hiding in the forest, patted his shoulder and said, "All right, stop looking. Later, I'll let you take a cart of grain. With this cart of grain, it'll be enough for you to last for quite some time." Hearing this, Antonov excitedly clasped his hand, thanking him repeatedly. "That's great, my friend, thank you so much. We really need this food. With this food, even if we have to spend the winter in the forest, I believe it will be much better." As for whether they could cross this enemy-occupied territory and fight their way to the Cambrian Empire's controlled area, Antonov hadn't really thought about it. In his opinion, if these elite infiltration soldiers acted alone, each of them being incredibly resourceful, they might actually be able to fight their way out of enemy territory. But if he asked these people to take him and the villagers with them, their team would inevitably become extremely cumbersome and would soon be overtaken by the enemy. Because of this, he didn't even bring up such a request. However, just because he didn't mention it didn't mean the players wouldn't think of it. Emperor Dongli pondered for a moment, then suddenly thought of a question. If they rescued these civilian NPCs, would there be extra merit rewards? Thinking of this, he grinned and turned to Antonov, asking. "No need to be so polite, my friend. By the way, have you ever thought about escaping from here? We've seized a total of 6 vehicles this time. If you're willing to escape, it would make things much easier for us. I'll take you all the way to Petrograd." Hearing this, Antonov was somewhat tempted, but he still shook his head and said. "Let's not. We have over 200 people in total. If everyone tried to escape by car, these vehicles definitely wouldn't be enough, and we'd surely be cornered by the enemy. Thank you for your kindness, but I can't let you risk yourselves for us. We'll be fine hiding in the forest." However, after saying this, Antonov hesitated for a moment, then continued. "How about this? I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if you could help me send all the children and sick people from the village out. There are a total of 22 children in our village and 6 people who have been ill. It's ultimately inconvenient for them to stay, and I can't take care of them. If you can send them out, that would be truly wonderful." The player agreed to this request without hesitation, and in his heart, he couldn't help but feel that this side NPC had given another quest. Before leaving, the players also took the enemy's dropped guns with the guerrillas. The players didn't care for the enemy's guns, although they could indeed pick them up and use them. Their own weapons were superior in both firepower and feel. But while the players didn't care, Antonov desperately craved these weapons. With these weapons, their village would at least have some resistance capability, and at the very least, they would be safer when facing wild beasts in the forest. As the players drove their vehicles out, one player had previously seized a motorcycle from the enemy, and then drove this motorcycle ahead to scout. They were currently in enemy-occupied territory, and in addition to carrying a pile of grain, they also had their own guerrilla NPCs. To be safe, they no longer acted as carelessly as before, but began to scout in an orderly fashion. Especially since they had heard earlier that the enemy seemed to have sent armored forces, and they might very well run into the enemy's armored forces next. Shortly after driving out, they noticed the enemy's armored convoy on the move. Holy cow, good thing I kept a card up my sleeve and thought about coming over to scout, otherwise, crashing straight into them would have been bad. Seeing this convoy, the player who had just driven over felt incredibly lucky. If it were a chaotic battle, they were confident they could take down this convoy, but the enemy would probably destroy all of their vehicles. At that point, they wouldn't be able to take any of their grain. They couldn't possibly carry it back little by little, could they? Almost at the same time the player's motorcycle appeared, the Black Hawk army also spotted the motorcycle. They were somewhat unsure whether this motorcycle was friend or foe. The gunboat that had suddenly attacked them earlier had left them with a severe psychological trauma. "That vehicle isn't ours, open fire." Just then, their company commander suddenly roared out the order. Although their company commander couldn't be 100% sure, Seeing the stylish driving and the single vehicle appearing alone, he felt certain it wasn't one of their own. If he accidentally injured one of his own, he would just accept the disciplinary action later. He wasn't going to let any suspicious clues go now. No sooner had he spoken than the machine guns on the two armored vehicles immediately began to strafe the player in the distance. The player, who had just come over a gentle slope, quickly retreated behind it again, narrowly avoiding being wiped out by that round of strafing. Something's not right. Why do I feel these Black Hawk soldiers are so agitated? What did our teammates do to them before? Don't just stand there, quickly set up the mortar. I'll drive, and you fire. The player sitting in the sidecar had just finished complaining when the driver next to him couldn't help but slap him. What are they waiting for with such a good opportunity? Quickly fire 2 shells from the mortar. If they waited for the armored vehicles to drive over, they would have no option but to flee in disgrace. Oh right, I almost forgot about the orphan cart. Reminded by his teammate, his eyes lit up, and he quickly set up the treasured mortar in the sidecar. Then, he roughly aimed at the enemy's convoy, and without looking carefully, he fired the shells. A mortar shell slammed into the Black Hawk Army's convoy, and although it didn't cause any damage to their armored vehicles, the shrapnel from the explosion killed a machine gunner. Bastards! Mortars again? How many mortars did this guerrilla unit bring with them? The Black Hawk captain let out an angry roar. He felt like he had developed a psychological phobia of mortars. He now had an urge to strangle the sentries. He didn't know how the sentries along the way had checked, to let the enemy bring so much heavy equipment. Good heavens, he felt like he wasn't facing a guerrilla unit at all, but a heavily equipped combined company. Aside from not having armored units or large caliber artillery, the enemy had basically brought everything else. He had never seen guerrillas like this. As he roared, several more shells exploded, and an unlucky armored vehicle was hit and instantly destroyed by the shell. There was nothing to be done. The Black Hawk Army's armored vehicles were still too fragile, and the player's shell just happened to hit the vehicle's fuel tank. With that one mortar shell, the unlucky armored vehicle became a blazing torch. However, an armored vehicle had already aggressively pursued it, fiercely climbing over the slope. Looking at the enemy in the distance, who was moving smoothly while constantly firing randomly, the Black Hawk soldiers in the vehicle was furious and immediately began to spray bullets wildly with the heavy machine gun. However, the player's driving was simply too wild. It was his first time seeing someone drive a motorcycle like that, almost as if it were flying close to the ground. As a result, his barrage of shots ultimately failed to achieve any effective hits. He could only watch as the enemy's motorcycle drove further and further away, disappearing to who knows where. Useless, incompetent. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and chase them. The captain officer cursed, then roared, ordering the convoy to pursue. But just as they drove to the next intersection, another accident occurred. An armored vehicle accidentally ran over a landmine the player had just buried, and with a boom, it was blown sky high. Where did these landmines come from? Did they even bring anti-armor landmines? Seeing the armored vehicle blown over in front, the Black Hawk officer wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his heart feeling uneasy. He was tired. Let it be destroyed. This was not a guerrilla force at all. Honestly, if the opponent suddenly pulled out a heavy mech in the next moment, he wouldn't be surprised at all. Because a vehicle had triggered a landmine, the Black Hawk soldiers could only quickly dismount and, under the company commander's order, painstakingly search for mines. There was no other way, although this would greatly delay time. No matter what, they couldn't possibly let the soldiers drive directly ahead to clear mines with their bodies. Even if they didn't consider the lives of the soldiers, they had to consider the price of the armored vehicles. The player didn't know that simply burying a landmine casually during his retreat had caused such great tension for the Black Hawk Army. This was the terror of landmine warfare. Even if there was only one landmine, as long as it was stepped on by the enemy, the opponent would be forced to stop and then proceed cautiously. Perhaps landmines couldn't kill many people, but they could severely hinder the enemy's movement speed. All right, I understand. As soon as that motorcycle spotted the enemy ahead, they had already notified their teammates in the players' chat area. Everyone out of the car, charge forward, and take them out for me. Just take off the disguise, no need for it anymore, give it your all. After saying this, Emperor Dongli waved to Antonov and several other guerrilla members behind him and said, "Brothers, watch our car for us, we'll be back later." Antonov, holding his gun, also wanted to rush over, but was stopped by the player. "No, how can we let you face such a powerful enemy alone?" Antonov struggled to argue, but the player pointed to the old hunting rifle in his hand and then asked a soul-searching question. "Brother, the problem is your gun isn't good enough either, is it? Even if you switched to the enemy's rifle, you couldn't penetrate their armored vehicles. Without even anti-armor weapons, wouldn't you just be getting in our way if you charged with us?" Antonov finally relented, albeit reluctantly, upon hearing this. But he quickly shouted, "All right, but if you need any help, tell me quickly. I learned how to drive a car when I was fighting before, so if things go bad, I'll immediately drive out to support you." Seeing all the players looking at him, Antonov said somewhat awkwardly, "I know I'm not cut out for fighting, but no matter what, when it's time to fight for our lives, I can even ram them with a car. An extra person means an extra bit of strength." Emperor Dongli laughed heartily, stepped forward and clapped Antonov on the back. "Good. You're a real man. Just for those words, our friendship with you wasn't in vain." Immediately after, they all removed their Black Hawk skins and quickly changed into their respective gear. Some players quickly chose the Psyker class, while others simply chose an Ogre and Subhuman. and several more even equipped the elite soldier set, demonstrating on the spot what it meant to be fully armed. Because of the cognitive filter, Antonov did not see the player's instant transformations. But when he looked at the Ogren subhuman, he was still a bit puzzled. What did this strong man eat to grow so strong? And how come he hadn't noticed such a strong man in their team before? Brothers, you must come back alive. Amidst Antonov's shouts, the players all rushed forward. Watching their backs against the setting sun, there was a tragic sense of a hero departing never to return. However, when they made contact with the charging Black Hawk convoy, the nightmare for this armored reconnaissance company began. The suddenly appearing player instantly made the vigilant Black Hawk sentry raise his gun, but before he could fire, an armor-piercing round from afar split his body in two. The tank hunter player followed behind the team, constantly sniping enemies with his anti-tank rifle. He had originally planned to use it against enemy armored vehicles, but when he saw the enemies dismounting from their armored vehicles, he immediately changed his mind. Damn it! Engage the enemy! The cursed guerrillas are charging again. Hearing the gunshots, the Black Hawk soldiers had already sprung into action, but when they saw this group of monstrous figures charging towards them, they truly couldn't believe these were guerrillas. The player running at the very front was a submachine gun sentry. Despite wearing heavy full-plate armor, he was still as nimble as a deer. Under the incredulous gaze of the two Black Hawk soldiers, the bullets they fired at this armored strongman all ricocheted off him. And then, a storm of submachine gun fire, shot at close range, riddled them in a single second. A Black Hawk soldiers tried to rush into an armored vehicle to drive it into battle. Although he didn't know how many more landmines were in the vicinity, they had been digging for a long time and hadn't found a second one, so he was prepared to take a risk. But just then, the Psyker player suddenly released a surge of boiling blood, causing him, who had just entered the driver's seat, to collapse onto the steering wheel, motionless. Several players, all hiding behind the mortars, began to bombard the area until Emperor Dongli quickly shouted at them from behind. Stop firing the cannons. Those armored vehicles are currently unoccupied, we can capture and use them. Hearing this, they quickly stopped and then switched to bayonet charges. Black Hawk soldiers kept rushing forward, but the submachine gun sentry at the very front demonstrated what it meant to be unstoppable. His iron armor blocked one bullet after another, even though sparks constantly flew off him from the surrounding gunfire, this armored strongman remained standing. And his submachine gun sprayed bullets all the way, leaving no Black Hawk soldiers standing in its wake. However, the submachine gun sentry's weakness was poor sustained firepower. After firing a few bursts, his magazine was empty. But then, this armored tough guy simply swapped his submachine gun for a power maul, roaring as he lunged at the Black Hawk soldiers in front of him. After several consecutive strikes, the Black Hawk soldiers fell to the ground unconscious. The Ogren player also rushed over, although he had no elite soldier weapons, with just the low-grade storm shield in his hand, he was enough to transform into a human tank. This armored vehicle-grade large shield blocked all surrounding bullets, perhaps because the Ogren's physique was too strong, and his oppressive presence too overwhelming, so the Black Hawk soldiers all concentrated their firepower on him. Perfectly, with such a highly taunting MT charging forward, the other soldiers who rushed in behind him finally had room to maneuver. Although they couldn't use mortars to blow up cars, players could do other things with mortars. When several smoke grenades were fired from the mortars at the very back, the battlefield immediately became shrouded in smoke and dust, and no one could clearly see where the enemy was. This kind of battlefield was very disadvantageous for the Black Hawk soldiers. On the one hand, it was because of their poor adaptability to smoke, making them somewhat disoriented in a short time. On the other hand, it was also because they were different from players. Players could shoot wildly in the smoke, and even if they hit their own teammates, they would at most be reported or receive a string of greetings from their toxic teammates. But for these Black Hawk soldiers, if they accidentally shot their own comrades, people would genuinely die. Unable to fire, they could only quickly fix bayonets to their rifles and vigilantly wait for the enemy to charge. It wasn't until the Ogren player, wielding a large club and a storm shield, charged forward with a roar that they truly witnessed what a humanoid beast was. When the smoke cleared, there were hardly any Black Hawk soldiers left standing. After a brief melee, the players on their side lost about 10 people, who were then revived from behind the flag. However, this armored reconnaissance company of the Black Eagle Empire was almost completely annihilated, with fewer than 20 soldiers remaining, either surrendering or trembling beneath the armored vehicles. As for the enemies who surrendered, the players simply killed them all, not bothering to deal with them at all. Whether they could even transport the food back was an unknown, so where would they find the time to transport these obviously unruly prisoners? After clearing this battlefield, they laughed heartily as they drove away the armored vehicles, and some players even held machine guns, sweeping out a line of text on the ground with bullets. 666, thanks for the armored vehicles, old friends. Unfortunately, the local Black Hawk soldiers couldn't understand Chinese, let alone simplified characters, so the taunt they left behind ultimately became an unsolved mystery within the Black Hawk army. Many intelligence officers translated for a long time but couldn't guess what the number 666 actually represented. Ultimately, they could only give this mysterious guerrilla force a code name, the 666th Legion. Meanwhile, Antonov, hearing the continuous gunshots from the front, truly couldn't hold back anymore. Just as he had made up his mind to sacrifice himself and rush forward with his old life to support his teammates, he found that all the teammates who had charged out earlier had returned. Not only that, these guys had actually stolen a batch of enemy armored vehicles. Hey! Brother, don't just stand there, look at the new cars we just captured. There's still a lot of good equipment on that battlefield over there, take your people and pick through it, see if there's anything you can use. Antonov's jaw dropped in astonishment, he couldn't help but wonder again, what kind of divine teammates were these people around him. Chapter 290. If my son was like this, I would be proud of him. Oh my goodness, the destructive power of these players is truly immense. Andre, located in Folkhof and busy checking player chat logs, suddenly tallied his kill count. When he saw how much damage the player guerrillas had caused behind enemy lines in the past day or two, he felt as if his jaw had dropped. Wait a minute, I suddenly feel that if these guys were to establish a base behind enemy lines, would the results be even greater than they are now? The supplies they've seized now are actually completely unsuitable for transport back. If they could establish a base behind enemy lines, they should be able to save more civilians and utilize these supplies better. As he watched, Andre suddenly thought of some operations from the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression. He hadn't paid much attention before, but according to the players' chat logs, he found that there were still many villages behind the Black Hawk army that had not been destroyed. Although the Black Hawk army was extremely brutal, and a large number of Cambrian villagers had not been able to evacuate in time, they chose to hide in the deep mountains and old forests, re-establishing themselves there. Not only that, but some villages were currently in a state of anarchy. Although from the map it seemed they were surrounded by the Black Hawk army, the Black Hawk army simply didn't have time to deal with them. There was no other way, the Black Hawk Empire's army wasn't limitless. Andre didn't know how much military strength the Black Hawk Empire had, but based on his estimation, the Black Hawk Empire's military power shouldn't be much stronger than Third Reich's during World War II, after all, the size and population were there. Even if they had made more thorough war preparations in advance, they should not be able to mobilize more troops. Considering that many of their factories now seem to be using necromancers for production, Andre estimated that they should be able to free up more personnel. But to train these personnel into elite and formidable veterans would require a massive amount of resources, and even more wars and bloodshed to feed them. No veteran unit can be trained without seeing blood or killing people. Simply simulating in a training camp, they would never become true battle-hardened veterans. The various unexpected situations on the battlefield cannot be simulated by a training camp alone. More importantly, the mentality of battle-hardened veterans and ordinary new recruits is completely different. With this in mind, Andre could be certain that the Black Hawk Empire definitely did not have too many veterans to expend in war. And if that's the case, then if a base were established behind their lines, allowing players to continuously attack their rear, wouldn't that be quite exhilarating? After a rough calculation, Andre gesticulated on the map and finally determined that establishing a base behind enemy lines was indeed possible. In many places, he and the players could emulate the experience of our party during the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression, almost having a ready-made template to apply. Moreover, for players, their demand for supplies is extremely low. They don't need to eat, and they don't lack weapons and ammunition. Support soldiers can continuously throw out ammunition themselves, and even the support soldiers' ammunition can be provided to others. It's a pity that if it weren't for the fact that players' guns couldn't be provided to others, and even guns left behind by players after death would be scrapped due to various inexplicable reasons, Andre would have long since become an arms dealer. But with such conditions, they would be much better off than a normal base behind enemy lines. Weapons are readily available, food can be plundered from the enemy, and players can even tirelessly wear down the enemy. This is simply invincible. As for what Andre would do if he sent all the players behind enemy lines and his frontline battlefield encountered a fierce enemy attack? No problem, at that time, all that's needed is for players to continuously emerge from the respawn points, and they can instantly complete the transition. No matter how the Black Hawk Empire attacks, they cannot launch attacks in all directions simultaneously. They cannot simultaneously launch encirclement and suppression campaigns against the bases and guerrillas in the rear, while also organizing a large number of troops to attack the front line. They simply cannot spare that many mobile forces. And in this way, Andre's troops only need to switch back and forth between the two sides to both harass the enemy's rear and fight tenaciously on the front line. Thinking of this, he immediately began to write tasks for establishing a base behind enemy lines, even encouraging players to find ways to dismantle a few factories and move a few production lines away. Then, when factories are built in the base, players can also produce tanks, artillery, and other weapons there. After issuing these tasks, Andre looked at the players' chat logs and noticed another point. In previous battles, some players seem to have achieved good results with gunboats. Oh, gunboats are interesting. I suddenly realized that these things seem quite useful. Andre compared the map while checking the battle situation on the player's side, and suddenly realized the benefits of this thing. When enemy forces want to launch an attack, their troops always have to cross rivers. Even troops that have already crossed rivers still need a continuous supply of logistics transported across the river. If Andre could get players to acquire more gunboats to continuously patrol the river or engage in guerrilla warfare, they could create huge obstacles for the enemy's logistics. Thinking of this, Andre couldn't help but pat his forehead repeatedly. He had previously been busy considering the problems of the frontline battlefield, but he had overlooked the construction of the enemy's rear battlefield. Given the players' characteristics, they are excellent at various guerrilla tactics and harassing enemy logistics. He must find a way to utilize these characteristics. Prior to this, Andre had not exchanged for any naval units, because he had no naval battlefields whatsoever. But if it's just about ambushing enemy transport units on inland waterways and harassing the enemy's coast, he could definitely acquire some relatively convenient combat units. Andre first turned his attention to the cheapest Battlefield 1 units, as all Battlefield 1 units were from World War I, making them the cheapest to unlock. However, while many things from World War I were outdated, that didn't mean they were useless. On the contrary, some of these weapons were quite practical. After some thought, Andre first spent some influence points to unlock the landing craft and torpedo boat from Battlefield 1. Landing craft were not very useful in the Battlefield 1 game, basically just for providing suppressive fire on enemies on shore or transporting small units to the shore for flank attacks. But no matter what, this thing was a real motorboat, and it was equipped with 3 water-cooled machine guns. Besides the landing craft, the torpedo boat was also a good thing. Its firepower configuration was almost the same as the landing craft, and its maneuverability was basically similar to the landing craft, both being equally flexible and fast. However, compared to the landing craft, this thing was equipped with 2 torpedoes. If used well, these 2 torpedoes could severely damage enemy transport ships or bridges. After unlocking these 2 items, Andre looked at the exchange list for a while, then turned his attention to the amphibious tank from Battlefield V. He chose the LVT amphibious tank, which was frequently used by the US military during World War II, with almost no hesitation. However, for the artillery configuration, he chose the LVT-4 version equipped with a 75mm howitzer. In addition to that howitzer, this version of the LVT amphibious tank was also equipped with one 12.7mm machine gun and 2 7.62mm machine guns, making its firepower configuration quite powerful. Because this amphibious tank was originally intended for infantry support, not for engaging enemy armored units, Andre never considered its anti-armor capabilities. If he really relied on this thing for anti-armor, he might as well rely on players rushing in with limpet mines. He only needed this thing to have enough infantry support firepower. If considering purely in-game, he might lean towards choosing the 37mm cannon, because its trajectory is very flat, and its splash damage is ridiculously high in the game. But in reality, there's no doubt that a 75mm howitzer is more suitable for anti-infantry and destroying bunkers. In addition, the amphibious tank's own armor is extremely fragile, which is a major disadvantage preventing it from engaging in armor-piercing combat. Although this thing has a large armor angle, its frontal armor is only 12mm, and its side and rear armor are only 6mm. With such armor thickness, this thing can only contend with armored cars. Any anti-armor weapon can take it down. After exchanging these 3 items, Andre immediately issued a game update announcement. At the same time, he also checked the exchange rules for these 3 weapons in the system. Sure enough, just as Andre had expected, these things certainly couldn't be summoned by players at will, they also needed to be summoned at specific locations. Tanks and artillery need to be recruited in factories, Air Force needs to be recruited at Air Force bases, and the recruitment location for this type of weapon requires finding a port. For units classified as small boats, such as torpedo boats, landing craft, and amphibious tanks, players only need to find any small port, such as a small fishing port on the shore, to recruit them. But if it goes higher, to the level of a proper warship, then Andre would have to occupy a specialized military port to recruit them. Warships can wait. Currently, Murmansk doesn't worry about enemy blockades, and we don't have time to go to the Baltic Sea for naval battles, so military ports are out of the question. As for these small ports, they are nothing to players. They can find countless small fishing ports and docks just by cruising along the river. After the exchange, a smile appeared at the corner of Andre's mouth. He was already eager to see the scene of players dominating the inland waterways. Suddenly receiving a series of new tasks from Andre, and then seeing the system update directory, the players were first stunned, then became excited. Aha, it looks like we've captured enemy gunboats, so the water combat segment has finally been unlocked. Great, this game can finally recruit naval units. I'm already impatient. Wait, what about the dreadnoughts? When can we recruit dreadnoughts? Seeing the last complaint, Andre couldn't help but roll his eyes. That's a nice thought, but if a dreadnought were actually recruited, how would it be operated? An Iron Duke class battleship is nearly 200 meters long, over 27 meters wide, and has a full load displacement of up to 30,000 tons. It would be impossible to operate such a massive behemoth on the Neva River, even if the length and width could accommodate it. The Neva River's water isn't that deep. And besides, where would he go to seize a large military port now? It was already good enough if he could manage his own small territory, he couldn't possibly go and seize a large military port and shipyard. At the same time, when players saw the task of establishing a base behind enemy lines, their eyes lit up. Most players hadn't really considered establishing a base behind enemy lines before this, mainly because they weren't sure if it was reliable. Initially, they thought of snatching supplies and then transporting them out as much as possible. As long as they could deliver the supplies to Andre, they would earn a large amount of merit. But undoubtedly, trying to transport these supplies out under the heavy blockade of the enemy was simply too difficult. If it was just the players themselves, they could break through the encirclement, but trying to carry supplies, the difficulty increased exponentially, not to mention their desire to rescue villagers. According to the system description, players could choose to establish a base behind enemy lines, which could be used as a resurrection point. At the same time, as they built more structures there, they could also manufacture more weapons. These were basic functions and nothing special, but according to the game's description, their task of establishing a base behind enemy lines would also be evaluated based on the progress of different guilds. After 1 month, a settlement would be made, and the best performing guild would receive additional special rewards. This immediately piqued the players' interest, especially many players who enjoyed farming, who suddenly developed great interest in this task. It had always been about gunfights, and the constant fighting and killing had made them somewhat weary, establishing a base behind enemy lines and interacting more with local NPCs seemed like a good alternative. Emperor Dongli glanced at the children and sick villagers in his car, and after some thought, decided to return the way they came and discuss the matter of establishing a base behind enemy lines with them. Taking these people out was still too difficult, and if it was just for a short period of caring for them, the players themselves could manage it. If villagers were sick, their medic players could help treat them. Although these battlefield quacks weren't very skilled, their treatments didn't require advanced medical techniques. They just needed to insert a small needle or bandage according to the game's prompts, and the illness would be cured immediately. Even if their treatment effects on NPCs weren't as overpowered as on players, not instantly bringing people back from the dead, for these villagers, their skill could still be considered divine. Antonov was momentarily stunned when he saw the convoy suddenly return, but when he learned of their idea to stay and establish a base behind enemy lines, he immediately became overjoyed. That's great, my friends, what a brilliant idea. Yes, we can't always stay in the forest like savages, we need to build our own territory, and we still have to live. Antonov slapped his thigh and said, then hugged a few children. Although they had previously decided to let the players take these children away, it was a choice born of necessity. If the children stayed in the forest, not only would their nutrition be a problem, but if they were accidentally snatched by wolves, it would be terrible. If they didn't have a choice, would they really be willing to be separated from their children? Who wouldn't want to keep their children by their side and care for them? If they weren't forced, they wouldn't possibly hand their children over to a bunch of roughnecks like this. Seeing that the villagers agreed to his idea of establishing a base behind enemy lines, Emperor Dongli breathed a sigh of relief. He had originally thought that he would have to increase the villagers' favorability before getting their consent and taking them along to build the base behind enemy lines. It seemed the game wasn't planning to make the task that complicated, which saved a lot of trouble. Regarding the construction of a base behind enemy lines, Emperor Dongli didn't understand much by himself. He hadn't watched many TV shows on the subject before, nor had he systematically understood that period of history. He couldn't just decide based on a few anti-Japanese dramas. At the very least, tactics like hiding grenades in crotches or tearing devils apart with bare hands certainly wouldn't be used in building a base behind enemy lines. But it didn't matter if he didn't understand, other players did. With so many players together, there were ideamen everywhere, especially when everyone received similar tasks, the number of ideamen became even greater. So, after a little thought, they understood the top priority: they had to clear a territory first, find an easily defensible place, and then settle the villagers there. The Black Hawk army had limited troops, so players only needed to frequently attack the enemy in a certain area, and if this area wasn't very important, the Black Hawk army naturally wouldn't blindly send more troops there. As long as they dismantled the enemy's grassroots rule, ensuring that enemy soldiers and puppet troops couldn't gain a foothold there, creating a situation where the enemy dared not interfere and the puppet troops couldn't manage, then the basic foundation of the base would be established. Once the basic foundation was built, the rest would naturally be much easier, they just needed to follow their past experience. In terms of production and construction, they would organize villagers by learning from past operations, striving to cultivate land and weave cloth to achieve self-sufficiency in daily necessities. In military actions, they would rely on sporadic and continuous guerrilla warfare to counter enemy encirclements and constantly repel enemy sweeps, which players were very good at. As for political and cultural aspects, these things would have to be handled slowly, but they could also follow existing models. It must be said that once there were many ideamen, the players' efficiency was high. Before long, Andrei saw that several guilds had already started selecting locations for their bases and even discussing cooperation. At this moment, the Black Hawk army had no idea what it was about to face. Although they had previously suffered guerrilla attacks, losing many people and a large amount of supplies in the rear, the Black Hawk army on the front lines, which was on the offensive, could no longer worry about these things. Their commander suddenly received a baffling order, which made them frown. General Ron looked at the latest emergency transfer order and asked the messenger in front of him, somewhat puzzled. What's going on? What is the Empire trying to do? Why does the Empire require us to collect all fallen soldiers' bodies intact at the fastest speed and transport them back, and at the same time, demand the withdrawal of all necromancers from the front lines? Facing General Ron's aggressive questioning, the messenger unconsciously took a step back. I'm sorry, General, I don't know either, I'm just responsible for delivering orders. General Ron waved his hand irritably, dismissing the messenger. Immediately after, he dialed the phone to the headquarters in the rear, asking Field Marshal Little von Schweigen. Your Excellency, Marshal, what does the Empire mean by this? Why do this? Ordinary soldiers might not understand, but as an army commander, how could General Ron not understand what the Empire's current order meant? It was precisely because he understood that he was incredibly shocked. Ron, I think you've already guessed His Majesty the Emperor's intention. Field Marshal Schweigen frowned, rubbing his somewhat throbbing forehead as he said. Unfortunately, in the previous wars, the Empire's veterans suffered heavy losses, and now the Empire's military strength has reached a relatively dangerous level. In recent times, our losses have completely exceeded expectations. If this trend continues, the Empire's future war situation will be very unfavorable. So. Before the Marshal could finish, General Ron roared loudly. What a joke. So His Majesty the Emperor is preparing to fight relying on necromancy, resurrecting all the soldiers who died in previous battles. Damn it, this is clearly a desecration of the Empire's brave warriors. General Ron didn't understand what was happening to this world. How could the Empire's soldiers suffer such treatment? They bravely sacrificed themselves on the battlefield to expand territory, which was already a huge contribution to the empire. But on top of that, they couldn't even get the rest they deserved. Instead, after dying, even their bodies would be forged into the empire's war machines. Thinking of this, General Ron couldn't help but want to return to Berlin and ask, is it worth it? Did the empire really need to become so perverted for the sake of a war? However, no sooner had General Ron finished speaking than Field Marshal Schweigen's stern voice came through. Enough, Ron, please mind your tone. Are you questioning His Majesty the Emperor's sacred command? Then, the Marshal lowered his voice and quietly said to General Ron. I'll tell you a secret, this is about the specifics of our operation. Not long ago, the Empire's mages, by combining necromantic and old god powers, discovered a way to create a brand new type of zombie. These zombies, on one hand, possess the physique of the undead. They are never tired, can always maintain vigorous energy, and will not die even if they suffer fatal injuries. But on the other hand, these zombies can retain most of their memories from when they were alive, including their combat skills. At this point, Field Marshal Schweigen's voice suddenly stopped. However, General Ron knew that the Marshal had not left the microphone, because he could hear the Marshal's breathing become somewhat heavy. The Marshal's voice rang out again, but compared to before, his voice seemed to tremble slightly. I say, Ron, do you understand what this means? It means that from now on, our soldiers will no longer have to fear death. Even if they die, they can continue to exist in another way. Although they will lose much happiness, they will transform into the most formidable war machines, becoming the Empire's most loyal and reliable guardians. If we can have these undying necromancer soldiers, and create a brand new ghoul legion, then all the enemies we currently face will be no problem. Evidently, Field Marshal Schweigen had completely lost himself in this news. An undying ghoul legion, or at least a legion that was difficult to kill and never tired. Honestly, apart from not being able to revive infinitely, this thing could already rival players in many aspects, and it was a mass-producible unit. Just thinking about the veterans who had already fallen on the front lines but had participated in many major battles, being able to return to the battlefield in this way, Field Marshal Schweigen couldn't help but want to open a bottle of champagne on the spot to celebrate. However, compared to the Marshal's excitement, General Ron seemed much calmer after hearing this news. After a moment of silence on the phone, General Ron suddenly asked. But Your Excellency, Marshal, what about the soldiers themselves? His voice was very calm, sounding like the calm before a storm. Have you ever thought, after these soldiers fall in battle, do they truly wish to be reawakened by us in this manner? Immediately after, before Marshal Schweigen could even reply, General Ron suddenly erupted. To hell with war. Marshal, you and His Majesty the Emperor have both gone mad. They are also human, they are also our flesh and blood compatriots, they have their own parents, relatives, and friends, and their own children. I just have one question for you, if your son sacrificed himself on the battlefield, and you had just buried him in the cemetery. Then, when you turn around, he becomes a zombie, picks up a weapon, and continues to fight on the battlefield, needing to fight for the Empire until he's beaten into a pile of minced meat that can never be put back together. Would you truly be willing to see that? My God, if soldiers turn into that, when their mothers ask me why their sons have become such ugly creatures, I wouldn't even know how to answer them. General Ron's roar echoed throughout the headquarters, and all the officers and generals stopped their work, looking at General Ron. They didn't know why the commander was suddenly so angry, especially with the commander-in-chief of the Northern Army. But through the scattered words of their conversation, they sensed a hint of foreboding. After General Ron finished his roar, there was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Just as he was almost tempted to hang up directly, or even cut the phone line, Marshal Schweigen spoke again. If my son needed to return to the battlefield in this manner, to serve the Empire again, I would be honored for him. They are all true heroes of the Empire. General Ron, please understand, this is an order from the Imperial General Staff. Your task is to obey and execute it quickly, not to question the orders of His Majesty the Emperor and the General Staff. Click. Ron directly hung up the phone, not wanting to speak to the person on the other end anymore. He didn't know what was wrong with Marshal Schweigen, but he felt like the world was going crazy. After a long silence, he finally sighed heavily, then relayed the order to the entire army. The other soldiers didn't know what was happening. They didn't understand why their comrades' bodies weren't directly cremated and sent back, nor did they understand why the Empire was mobilizing so many necromancers. Some soldiers might have guessed something, but they remained silent. In any case, they were ultimately just ordinary soldiers, and the Empire's army had always emphasized obedience. These soldiers blindly believed in their emperor, so in their hearts, they subconsciously avoided questions in this regard. It will get better. When the war ends, everything will get better. An officer clutched the pocket watch on his chest and murmured to himself. He didn't know how long this war would last. But with the continuous exertion of the Empire's war machine, he believed that any enemy would eventually fall before the Empire's iron hooves. Every Black Hawk soldiers believed this, even when they encountered setbacks. This world is changing at an astonishing speed. If we cannot keep up with this change, then we will only be eliminated by the times. According to intelligence, the Cambrian Empire seems to have launched a plan to research super soldiers, and it is achieving results at an astonishing speed. I'm afraid it won't be long before we see a brand new Cambrian army on the battlefield. General Ron quietly smoked, recalling what the Marshal had later told him. Before joining the war, he didn't have a smoking habit, but without realizing it, he had become an old smoker. Alas, Emperor above, may the Empire achieve final victory, because we have no room to lose. General Ron knew that the Empire had truly gambled everything on this war. And precisely because of this, if they lost this war, all their previous actions would completely turn them into clowns. Immediately after, he began to deploy a new round of offensive plans. The Empire was preparing to restart its previous offensive route, once again launching an assault towards Schlüsselburg, with the goal of cutting off the railway between Petrograd and Moscow. Just a few days ago, their intelligence personnel learned that Moscow seemed to have suffered a severe attack. In this attack, many nobles and capitalists in Moscow were killed on the spot, almost the worst attack to occur in Moscow in 100 years. And after the attack, Moscow's grain prices suddenly dropped, and the grain sales, which had previously been tight-fisted towards Petrograd, were opened up. Based on this intelligence, the Empire analyzed that this was very likely due to internal disagreements within the Cambrian Empire. It made sense, the Petrograd front army was so strong now, and the Vorontsov family had risen unexpectedly. If the Tsar, faced with this situation, could still choose to let it be, then he wouldn't be a feudal monarch. The Black Eagle Empire's intelligence department felt they had grasped the key to the problem. They hoped to use the rift between these two major groups to effectively divide the Cambrian Empire. If they could win over the Vorontsov family to their side, or cause a complete break between the Tsar and the Vorontsov family, then this war would undoubtedly become much easier. But on the army side, they had no interest in the intelligence department's hidden plans. They only knew that large quantities of grain were being transported into Petrograd, and this would severely hinder their siege plan. Therefore, they had to launch a fierce offensive to destroy the supply line between Petrograd and Moscow in one fell swoop, cutting off the city's last major supply. By then, how could they transport enough supplies with just the port of Murmansk? Even if it was the northernmost ice-free port year-round, Petrograd could not simply rely on this port, thousands of kilometers away, to sustain its enormous internal consumption. Just as General Ron and a large group of staff officers finished formulating the new round of combat plans, he suddenly received news from the rear. What? Are you kidding me? I'm about to go to war here, and you're telling me the fuel can't be transported up. Damn it, what's going on with the transportation in the rear? Why is transporting some oil so difficult? General Ron was furious. A pile of annoying things stacked together made him extremely irritable at the moment. I'm very sorry, General, but our oil tankers arriving by river were attacked by enemy forces. Cambrian army from who knows where, driving gunboats, have blockaded our river. Damn it, then wipe them all out. Bring in the artillery. And where have our gunboats gone? General Ron roared angrily. He didn't care about those damned gunboats. How to deal with gunboats wasn't something he needed to consider. As a group army commander, he also didn't need to consider logistics support issues. He just wanted fuel now, enough fuel to supply a large-scale offensive. But he didn't know at this moment that a group of players, driving torpedo boats, were already having a blast on the river. Ha ha ha. Awesome. This feeling is great. A real man should race boats, what's racing cars for a real man? Several players laughed while driving torpedo boats wildly around the river. Just now, they easily used machine guns to sweep away several enemy gunboats, then used torpedoes to destroy an enemy oil tanker. This unlucky cargo ship never expected to encounter a torpedo boat in such a place. Until it was destroyed, the ship owner on the cargo ship was still wondering how unlucky he had to be to encounter an attack from this thing. Logically speaking, for his small cargo ship, if you don't count the cargo it carried, and only consider its own construction cost, its value was less than the 2 torpedoes hanging on the torpedo boat. So for the other party to use torpedoes to blow him up, wasn't that a bit of an overkill? Unfortunately, the players didn't care about such trivial matters. All the torpedoes on their torpedo boats were self-supplied, they didn't need to consider things like cost. After launching them, they would immediately get new torpedoes as replenishment. It's just a pity that this game was ultimately not satisfying enough. Launching one torpedo actually cost them 50 influence points. If it weren't for that, they would have been shooting torpedoes all over the sky. Players could really do something like use dozens of torpedoes to deal with a small gunboat. It was precisely to avoid this situation that Andrei marked a price on torpedoes when players launched them. Otherwise, if these things were too expensive and players threw them indiscriminately, his side's consumption would be unsustainable and not worth the cost. Wait a minute, are our amphibious tanks behind us not keeping up? When the 2 torpedo boats had driven halfway, a player suddenly looked back and realized an awkward problem. Oh, don't worry, tanks are slow, it's normal for them not to keep up. Let's just deal with our target first. Just as the player said this, a shell suddenly slammed in from the side, exploding in the river in front of them, instantly raising a huge column of water. Wait, where did that cannon come from? This sudden shell startled all the players on the 2 torpedo boats. A player quickly operated the machine gun to strafe the shore, but it was useless. The enemy's artillery was firing from 10 kilometers away, how could his strafing reach that far? Ignore the artillery on the side, let's speed up and get past this section. We'll let the amphibious tanks go up and deal with them later. If I remember correctly, there should be a decent-sized dock nearby. We can just capture it and then severely strike passing Black Hawk Army transport ships. But as they spoke, more shells exploded overhead. Compared to before, even more shells were fired this time. Damn it! Is this never ending? What are the LVTs behind doing? Why haven't they caught up yet? Seeing 2 more huge water columns splash up in front, the players couldn't help but curse. But they didn't know that when 2 Wasp artillery pieces, deployed on a small hillside, received a radio message from the reconnaissance soldier in front, Their artillery officer was also cursing. Useless. What are you all doing? Why can't you hit the torpedo boats in the river? Chapter 291, The Birth of the Black Eagle Empire's Modified Soldiers. Inside the mech, several artilleries who were firing heard the external communication, and a few black lines couldn't help but appear on their foreheads. Sir, do you want to hear what you are saying? This is simply a joke. How could it be so easy to hit two high-speed moving motorboats on the river? This can only be done by luck. If our luck is bad, you can't blame us. Even the most skilled artilleries couldn't accurately hit two small targets moving at such a high speed, let alone from such a far distance. This thing of theirs is a howitzer, not a cannon. However, they had been serving in the Black Eagle Empire's army for so long, the artilleries naturally learned one truth: never always try to talk back to their superiors. So, they simply ignored their superiors yelling outside and continued to operate the howitzer, bombarding the river. Shells continuously fell onto the river, but with the players' flexible movements, the enemy couldn't lock onto their torpedo boats, so the shell explosions barely affected them. But it must be said, being constantly bombarded by enemy artillery from a distance was quite frustrating. LVT, what's your situation? Can you move faster? Stop rushing. You only know how to rush. This broken thing can't go that fast, and the terrain of the nearby river channel is so steep. How could it be so easy for us to drive up? The player operating the LVT amphibious tank finally found a suitable landing spot and successfully drove the war vehicle up. Once they drove the war vehicle up, the players felt there was nothing to worry about. It was just a few artillery pieces, they could easily take them out. At the same time, several soldiers who were originally sitting on this war vehicle quickly jumped off and ran ahead. One player, immediately after jumping down, chose a horse girl subspecies soldier and then carried his teammates, charging forward. Wait, turn around first. It seems there are enemies nearby. Just as they were about to charge straight through, the player riding on the warhorse suddenly noticed a fleeting red dot on the side of the minimap. If he hadn't happened to glance at the minimap just now, he might have missed this red dot. His teammates quickly adjusted their direction and ran towards the location he pointed out. Soon, a red dot appeared on their minimap. The two reconnaissance soldiers, hiding behind the dirt mound, watched the enemy torpedo boats quickly moving away on the river, while continuously relaying target information to the artilleries behind them via radio. But just then, one of the reconnaissance soldiers suddenly noticed the horse girl subspecies rushing towards them. Damn it, it's the Cambrian Empire's modified soldiers. Be careful. As he spoke, he quickly picked up his submachine gun and fired. But just as he set up his submachine gun, the horse girl player also raised a light machine gun. Both sides opened fire simultaneously. The player, relying on her tough hide, didn't dodge and fiercely suppressed the opponent with firepower. That unlucky reconnaissance soldier only fired 2 or 3 shots before he had to quickly duck. If he had been even slightly slower, the flying bullets would have instantly blown off his head. Damn it. This accuracy is a bit outrageous. The reconnaissance soldier, lying on the ground, couldn't help but curse. It was his first time seeing someone running while spraying with a light machine gun and still achieving such accuracy. There was no time to think too much, they had to counterattack quickly. Otherwise, if that monster rushed over, both of them would die here. He seemed to want to pull out a grenade, but before he could, the player had already charged over his head. The horse girl player instantly changed weapons, switching the light machine gun in her hand to a spear for close combat, and then thrust it out fiercely. With a squelch, followed by a piercing scream, the reconnaissance soldier, who hadn't even had time to pull out his grenade, was impaled by the spear and strung up like a skewer. This brutal scene completely stunned the other reconnaissance soldier beside him. He had originally wanted to pull out his pistol to retaliate, but faced with this scene, he was momentarily afraid to move. However, his inaction didn't mean the player was also inactive. Seeing the enemy frozen in place, the player on the warhorse pulled out a shotgun with a backhand and blasted him in the face. The scene, to say the least, was quite gruesome. After firing that shot, the player didn't look back but instead twirled the gun stylishly while on the warhorse, as if he thought he was a cowboy. Immediately after, he was critically hit by his teammate's spear shaft. Sit down, classmate Duxio. Your gun hit my head. The player riding on the warhorse couldn't help but roll his eyes. Compared to riding a warhorse, riding a horse girl player had this disadvantage. He couldn't control where the mount ran, and there was a person in front of him, making the view uncomfortable. Plus, he would occasionally get backstabbed by his teammate. Of course, according to his teammate's logic. You're already riding on my back, what else do you want? Not bucking you off is already quite docile. Reconnaissance soldier, what's going on over there? Hearing that the other reconnaissance soldier suddenly went silent, the communication soldier at the artillery position grew anxious. They still needed the frontline reconnaissance soldier to pinpoint the enemy's torpedo boat location. Why did these guys suddenly go quiet? Sir, our reconnaissance soldiers seem to have encountered some problems. Then send more men to scout. No matter what, you must pin down these damned pirates. The artillery officer said angrily, as if he had eaten gunpowder. It was unclear where such a temper came from. Of course, if his soldiers knew that this unfortunate man had also been subjected to a torrent of scolding from his superior officer when assigned the task, they would understand why he was so irritable. General Ron was losing his temper with his subordinates because the fuel from the rear couldn't be transported, and General Ron's subordinates naturally had to lose their temper with their own subordinates. After all this trouble, the pressure was passed down layer by layer, ultimately resting on the lower-level officers and soldiers. After some commotion, 2 soldiers immediately grabbed a radio, mounted a motorcycle, and quickly sped off into the distance. However, before they reached the highway corner, a sudden shell flew over, precisely blowing up the motorcycle along with the soldiers on it. What's going on? Where did that shell come from? Sir, look. What is that thing? A Black Hawk soldiers pointed with some surprise at the war vehicle that suddenly appeared from the side. It was his first time seeing such a strangely shaped contraption. This thing looked like a tracked armored war vehicle, similar to the turreted war vehicles the Cambrian Empire had used on the battlefield before. But if viewed from its general shape, they felt this thing looked more like a boat. However, now was not the time to debate whether this thing was a car or a boat, because it was already rumbling towards them. Seeing this thing approach, the soldiers at the artillery position paled with fright. They had no anti-armor capabilities at all. The 2 Wasp artillery pieces didn't hesitate, almost immediately starting to crawl away at the fastest speed, preparing to escape quickly. Just as they couldn't hit the 2 torpedo boats speeding on the river, they also couldn't accurately hit a war vehicle coming towards them at such a distance. Although this thing had a strange shape, its speed wasn't slow. Their howitzers were only suitable for fixed targets, not for such moving targets. What the heck? This isn't right, do these artillery pieces run that fast? The player driving the LVT amphibious tank towards them was stunned when he saw the 2 rapidly retreating Wasp artillery pieces. Before this, they hadn't really studied the mobility of these self-propelled artillery pieces, so at this moment, they suddenly realized that their war vehicle seemed unable to catch up to them. They tried firing a shot into the distance, but at a distance of about 3,000 meters, it was impossible for them to hit anything. The 2 artillery pieces, along with the artillery officer standing on them, fled, but the remaining soldiers were out of luck. These soldiers couldn't escape with the mobile artillery, nor could they outrun this war vehicle, and they had no anti-armor weapons at hand. Isn't this a joke? What should they do next? A few Black Hawk soldiers gritted their teeth, quickly took grenades from their bodies, and prepared to bundle them together. In these days, they had also undergone a series of special training with the war vehicles that had just been built in the rear. Besides helping soldiers overcome fear, allowing them to endure the oppressive feeling of hiding in a trench while such a war vehicle rolled over their heads, their remaining training content was about how to destroy this thing. Anti-armor rifles were naturally the best choice, but not all units were equipped with anti-armor rifles, most units simply wouldn't have these strange contraptions. In this situation, they could only use bundled grenades to deal with enemy armored vehicles, which would mostly result in a mutual destruction effect. Unfortunately, the player had already noticed their small movements, and there was nowhere to hide here. This small hillside was generally very open. Therefore, facing the Black Hawk soldiers who seemed to want to make a move, the player simply stopped and continuously fired short bursts with the machine gun. The Black Hawk soldiers standing on the hillside were truly unlucky. In such an open environment, facing machine gun fire, they had nowhere to hide. 2 Black Hawk soldiers, in despair, roared and tried to throw grenades, but at such a distance, how could they run over quickly? Ultimately, all these Black Hawk soldiers fell under the tank's gun, while on the other side, the 2 artillery pieces that had already fled also failed to escape the player's pursuit. Although the amphibious tank couldn't quite catch up to the enemy's artillery, the charging horse girl could still keep up. The speed of these charging horse girls was faster than ordinary tanks. Of course, their speed was also much faster than normal war horses, just like the equally abnormal speed of battlefield cavalry. Sir, it seems there's a cavalry pursuing us from behind. Idiot, that's not cavalry at all. Those are the Cambrian Empire's modified soldiers. Facing the aggressively pursuing horse girl and the player on her back, the artilleries inside the 2 Wasp artillery pieces busy retreating in front, and the officers sitting on top, all felt a little flustered. Shoot. Return fire. Kill them. The artillery officer shouted, while vigorously kicking the steel plate beneath his feet with his military boots, reminding the artilleries hiding inside to operate quickly. Sir, this thing of ours is just a mobile artillery piece. There are no machine guns or anything like that inside. An artillery poked his head out, his expression very awkward. What? Are you kidding me? Such a large mech, how can it not even have a machine gun? The artillery was completely stunned. He really didn't know that this new type of artillery didn't have any machine gun configurations. He didn't know that, according to the Black Eagle Empire designer's initial concept, they believed that since this thing was to be used as a howitzer, it would most likely not engage enemies at close range. Even if it did engage at close range, they felt that equipping a machine gun wouldn't be of much help, because that would mean the enemy had already breached their front lines. So they simply didn't add a machine gun to this thing, resulting in the entire mech only having one howitzer. This was awkward. The officer glanced at the small pistol in his hand, feeling that this flimsy thing looked unreliable no matter how he looked at it. But there was no choice. He could only use his pistol to shoot at the player who was running closer and closer in the distance, but before he could even raise his gun, the horse girl's light machine gun fired first. After a burst of gunfire, the officer, who was practically riddled with holes, swayed and fell from the Wasp artillery, leaving only 2 artillery pieces still desperately trying to shake off the cavalry behind them. But then, as the horse girl player quickly switched weapons to the radish launcher, these 2 artillery pieces also met their doom. The Wasp artillery also had no armor protection. This thing couldn't even withstand large caliber machine gun bullets, let alone armor-piercing high-explosive shells. 2 high-explosive shells later, these 2 artillery pieces were instantly blown into a pile of scrap metal, toppling over by the roadside. Evacuate, evacuate. Go back through the river. Let's go ambush their rear again. Speaking of which, do we have any other gunboats we can deploy? I always feel that the existing gunboats we have aren't very useful. The player complained as he evacuated. Strictly speaking, neither of the two small boats in Battlefield 1 was suitable for ground fire support, they could only barely attack the surrounding area. Torpedo boats and landing craft, these two things had no serious firepower output other than 3 machine guns, and torpedoes could only be used in the water. As for the amphibious tanks in Battlefield V, these could indeed strike land targets to some extent, but their firepower was still not very strong. Honestly, it would be great if there was a chance to bring out a destroyer directly. At that time, a destroyer's naval guns could heavily bombard the shore, and no Black Hawk army would be able to withstand it. Andre on the other side also saw the player's feedback. He pondered for a moment and felt that what the player said seemed to make sense. If they really wanted to attack ground targets, relying solely on those 3 machine guns was definitely not enough, and amphibious tanks were a bit abstract and not very suitable for providing firepower on the river. After some thought, Andre started looking through the exchange list again. Before long, he found a relatively good Soviet patrol gunboat from World War II. During World War II, the Soviet Union's Type 1124 patrol gunboat was a good choice. The early version of this thing was uninteresting, only having a T-26 turret on each end of the ship. Subsequent versions replaced the T-26 turrets with T-28 turrets, thereby acquiring 76.2 mm howitzers, and some even replaced them with T-34 tank turrets. Of course, Andre wasn't interested in any of these models. Andre was interested in a special variant of this thing, a version equipped with a Katyusha rocket launcher. With a total of 2 turret positions, the front turret was equipped with a T-34 tank turret, and the rear was equipped with a Katyusha rocket launcher. This thing immediately had good ground attack capabilities. Although the rocket launcher had a long reloading time and ammunition was difficult to resupply, these factors became limitations for this type of gunboat. However, thanks to the player's characteristics, these things would not bother the player. Andre immediately brought this thing out and received enthusiastic praise from the players. Compared to this patrol gunboat, the torpedo boats and landing craft they were currently using seemed completely unappealing. Only the torpedo boat could be used to blow up bridge piers. After all, the explosive charge of torpedoes was quite sufficient, although normal people wouldn't use torpedoes to blow up bridge piers. And the landing craft could be used as a player's respawn point, thereby continuously transporting players behind enemy lines. The small boats causing destruction everywhere on the river had already attracted the attention of the Black Hawk Army. Under General Ron Sternrohr, more and more troops were mobilized to intercept the enemy's destructive forces on the river. Several Black Hawk Army armored gunboats all came over. They never expected that their ordinary small patrol gunboats would one day need to face such enemies. They were a bit surprised and didn't know when the Cambrian army had deployed them, that several gunboats would suddenly emerge from this river. They had never heard any similar news before. "Sir, we've spotted enemy gunboats in the distance, that thing should be our target. That thing is clearly not our weapon." On a gunboat, a soldier excitedly shouted to their captain. Although it was just a small gunboat, he was still a respectable captain. "I see it. I think that thing might be some kind of landing craft. What exactly is the Cambrian army thinking, sending out even this thing?" To be honest, when the captain saw the appearance of the enemy's small gunboat, he really couldn't understand it for a moment. With this effort, wouldn't it be better to just take a wooden boat, add a motor, modify it slightly, and then add a machine gun to make a simple version of a small patrol gunboat? The cost of a landing craft is not cheap at all, and its applicability in the river is also inferior to other small boats. So he couldn't quite understand, could it be that the Cambrian army really had nothing good, so they simply sent out their inventory of landing craft? Although the enemy was a bit abstract, this did not prevent him from launching an attack on them. Under his command, this small gunboat, equipped with only 1 large caliber machine gun and 2 heavy machine guns, quickly sped forward, and then the large caliber machine gun at the very front of the gunboat began to sweep fire first. This weapon, modified from an anti-aircraft machine gun, had excellent killing power. When dealing with light armored units, this thing was simply their nightmare. At the same time, the player also quickly manipulated the machine gun at the bow to return fire against the attacking Black Hawk gunboat. Both sides were constantly inflicting damage on each other. Neither side's gunboats had much armor protection, and their respective firepower could penetrate each other's defenses, making this battle extremely dangerous and bloody. On the gunboat, a Black Hawk soldier operating the machine gun was immediately killed, but another Black Hawk soldier fearlessly took his place and continued to operate the large caliber machine gun, firing fiercely. Under continuous attack, one of the player's landing craft was scrapped first. There was no other way, the heavy machine guns used by the players were ultimately too weak in terms of killing power. Compared to the enemy's 12.7 mm machine guns, they were instantly outclassed. "Damn it, what kind of firepower is this? Let me do it." A player standing on top of another landing craft couldn't help but curse. He quickly lay down, skillfully set up an IT launcher, and fired around at the enemy gunboat. The IT launcher truly lived up to its reputation as a god of anti-everything. A 40 mm armor-piercing shell shot out, immediately penetrating the enemy gunboat's armor and gun shield, hitting the engine at the rear hard. When the engine of this gunboat suddenly emitted black smoke and stopped running, the gunboat, which had been traveling at high speed, immediately began to shake. Although the Black Hawk soldiers on board tried their best to control the direction, the thing still swayed and crashed into the shore with a bang, exploding into a large fireball. "Be careful. They seem to have made additional modifications to the landing craft. This landing craft has small caliber artillery. Oh no, he's aiming at me. The Black Hawk soldiers were startled by this small caliber artillery, as they were the unit responsible for inland river defense and patrol, so they were unaware of the existence of this type of artillery. If it were some Black Hawk army units that had been beaten badly by players, when they learned of this small caliber artillery, they would immediately think of the small cannons in the player's hands. Another Black Hawk gunboat, which had approached the player, desperately tried to evade but still failed to escape the player's lock-on. Another armor-piercing shell went down, and then this unlucky small gunboat was also penetrated on the spot, losing its combat effectiveness. See? To deal with this thing, you still need anti-tank weapons. What kind of garbage are these broken machine guns? The player couldn't help but complain, showing off his launcher. It must be said, this thing really gets easier to use the more you use it. But just then, they suddenly noticed that behind several Black Hawk gunboats in front, a larger gunboat seemed to be approaching. Oh no, be careful. That thing seems to be in an unusual situation. Holy cow, is that a person? What kind of ridiculous modification is this? When the players saw that the front of the large gunboat was actually mounted with an 88 flak gun, they all couldn't help but want to curse. Good heavens, they could only equip machine guns on their gunboats, but the enemy had already mounted an 88 flak gun. Wasn't that a bit too exciting? One of the players' torpedo boats tried to quickly break through and then release torpedoes. But the 88 flak gun, from a long distance, took the initiative first. A large caliber armor-piercing shell accurately hit the torpedo boat, effortlessly penetrating the thinly armored gunboat from bow to stern, instantly blowing it up. Another torpedo boat quickly circled around, attempting to fire a torpedo to solve the problem, but this torpedo was recklessly blocked by a small gunboat in front. In the huge explosion, water splashed everywhere on the river, along with various debris from a small gunboat. A small gunboat only 10 meters long taking a torpedo hit that scene could only be described as quite horrific. But at the same time, taking advantage of the opportunity gained by his teammates' sacrifice, the larger gunboat behind fired again, successfully destroying the player's torpedo boat. The Black Hawk soldiers cheered. Although their newly equipped gunboat, named Unicorn, and armed with an 88 flak gun, was expensive, its destructive power was immense. Of course, it was precisely because of the high cost of this thing that they didn't equip too many of them. In most cases, the patrol gunboats they used only needed to mount a 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun, more firepower was just superfluous. A Unicorn gunboat like the one in front of them could actually participate in coastal defense, not just be used for inland river patrol. The players on their side looked at the distant enemy, gritting their teeth in hatred for a moment. That thing was too hateful, it could easily hit them from 2,000 meters away. Using an 88 flak gun to blast them, who were only using heavy machine guns, was simply cheating. But just then, one of their teammates suddenly shouted excitedly in the chat area. Guys, good news, we're coming to support with the newly launched gunboats. As soon as he finished speaking, the player, who had just arrived in a rocket launcher gunboat, immediately activated the Katyusha rocket launcher at the rear. 8 rockets were fired simultaneously, and the huge whirring sound and the long tail flames of the rockets instantly attracted the attention of the Black Hawk soldiers on the opposite side. At this moment, whether on the shore or in the river, the Black Hawk soldiers were startled by this exaggerated weapon. Meanwhile, realizing the situation was dire, the Unicorn gunboat at the front quickly tried to retreat. The driver on the boat sped up to the maximum, quickly making a wide turn, attempting to evade the rocket attack in this manner. But his luck was not good, one rocket still fell from above, striking the gunboat precisely. With a loud bang, the Unicorn gunboat, which had just performed brilliantly, instantly became a large burning wreckage on the water. The other small gunboats of the Black Hawk army stared blankly at this scene, then they all quickly chose to turn around and retreat, no one wanted to stay and fight. Honestly, I think if that gunboat on the other side had stayed put, he might not have been hit by the rocket. The player, who had observed the explosion up close from beginning to end, couldn't help but complain from his small landing craft. This is probably what they call it's better to receive well than to hit accurately, right? Keep going. I remember they have a fuel depot somewhere around here. Let's just blast it all at once. It's so satisfying to have rocket launchers, what good are mere machine guns? Led by this rocket launcher gunboat, the players quickly arrived at a location and then began a fierce bombardment from the river. Although the first round of Katyusha rocket launchers missed, the second round of firing still ignited the fuel depot there. With a loud bang, a large amount of gasoline stored there exploded into the sky, and many Black Hawk soldiers, watching this scene, couldn't help but shed tears. Damn it! Their fuel depot was just blown up. How were they going to explain this to General Ron? In the middle of the night, General Ron, who had already fallen asleep, was suddenly woken up by the nearby telephone. He answered the phone impatiently, asking in a muffled voice. What's going on? Why the sudden urgent call? I hope it's not bad news. On the other end of the phone, the Black Hawk officer reporting wiped a bead of cold sweat from his forehead and said through gritted teeth. I'm sorry, General, this is probably really bad news. One of our fuel depots in the rear was attacked by enemy gunboats and has now been destroyed. We have lost 30% of the fuel we were transporting as a result, and your upcoming offensive plan will probably have to be postponed. What kind of garbage is this? General Ron was stunned, instantly wide awake. What's going on? How did enemy gunboats appear here? And where was our depot built? How could it be blown up by their gunboats? The general was a bit annoyed. Don't tell him the depot was built directly by the river. They had just suffered an attack from enemy river guerrillas, Didn't these people know to quickly move the fuel? General, we also don't know why the enemy gunboats suddenly appeared. They have gunboats equipped with rocket launchers, and they use these to launch saturation attacks on us. General Ron's hand tightened slightly. He suddenly had an urge to throw the phone. My heavens, what can I say? Didn't I tell you to concentrate the gunboats and clear out the enemy's surface guerrillas? What exactly is going on? How are there more and more enemies the more we try to clear them out? After saying this, General Ron gave no chance for the other side to answer and roared furiously. After venting his anger, he had no choice but to hang up the phone and grudgingly accept this tragic fact. Damn it! The offensive plan has to be postponed again. How could the Empire's logistics support become so terrible? General Ron was annoyed. He wanted to go back to sleep but found he couldn't. This war was truly getting worse and worse. Following this trend, did they really have hope of a quick victory? General Ron couldn't sleep, and in Moscow, the Tsar was also woken up by a sudden phone call. Hearing that the research project had finally made a breakthrough, the Tsar quickly put on his clothes and arrived at the research institute under the escort of his guards. As soon as he entered, he unceremoniously said to the head of the research institute. How is it? I hope what I'm hearing this time is good news, not another failure. Facing the Tsar's dark expression, Fabius, the head of the research institute, said excitedly. No, Your Majesty. On the contrary, we have made a breakthrough. Our Empire's Eagle's first project is nearing completion. A perfect experimental subject has just been created by us. We only need to conduct a series of experiments and tests to determine whether this soldier can shine for the Empire, and I am very optimistic about it. Hearing this, the Tsar, who had been somewhat drowsy, instantly became energetic. He followed the researcher quickly, and soon arrived at a training ground. At this moment, a burly giant, about 2 meters 3 tall, stood quietly on the side of the training ground. Beside him was a set of power armor that looked particularly like a can. Good. What a burly soldier. Is this the result of the Empire's Eagle project's modifications? As soon as the Tsar saw this tall and burly soldier, his face showed delight. Regardless of the soldier's actual combat power, just looking at his physique, he felt a pure aesthetic of strength. Excellent, Fabius, give me a detailed introduction to the modifications of this soldier. Let me hear which plan you ultimately adopted. Fabius first bowed slightly to the Tsar, then said with fervent emotion. Your Majesty, allow me to introduce to you the latest masterpiece of imperial biological modification. Firstly, we used sanctified steel nails blessed by the cold-blooded lady, injecting them along the bones of his limbs, greatly enhancing the skeletal strength of the modified soldier. At the same time, the latest Type 2 muscle strengthening fluid has significantly increased their muscle density. For comparison, these soldiers can lift over 1.5 tons of heavy objects with their bare hands. If they wear power armor for assistance, they can even easily overturn an enemy's light mech. As he spoke, Fabius patted the soldier's strong arm. In addition, to prevent him from encountering gas attacks on the battlefield and also to adapt to harsher environments, we have made additional modifications to his respiratory system. Through an implanted pulmonary filter accessory organ, which is a third lung, this soldier can be immune to most gas attacks. Mustard gas and other chemical weapons cannot harm him. And at the same time, an additional heart further enhances his blood supply function, allowing him to maintain high-intensity combat without feeling fatigued. If Andrei were to learn of these modifications, he would surely exclaim. What the heck, 2 hearts and 3 lungs? Is this an Astartes you've created? The Tsar clapped his hands repeatedly, feeling that these modifications sounded very powerful. Besides that, are there any other modifications? The Tsar looked curiously at the series of fleshy columns extending from the back of his head and asked in puzzlement. What exactly are these things that look like small braids? Oh, these are neural interface ports. As long as these are connected to the power armor, this composite nerve bundle will spread throughout the entire power armor at an astonishing speed, thereby achieving the soldier's unity with the power armor. By this method, he doesn't need to learn the specific operations of the power armor, because the power armor itself is his skin, it is a part of his body. Next, Fabius also had the researcher responsible for developing the power armor introduce the power armor next to it. Simply put, this power armor had significantly improved compared to the power armor previously used by ordinary soldiers. This thing could almost withstand shots from small caliber artillery below 37 mm, and it could allow soldiers to run at speeds exceeding 80 km per hour. As for the soldier's main weapon, they didn't do much extra design. In their opinion, a modified 20 mm autocannon that could be lifted by the soldier's hand was considered a good weapon. As for the secondary weapon used for close combat, wasn't the soldier's iron fist enough? One must know that the power armor's gauntlets were inlaid with 50 cm long triangular steel spikes. This thing was more brutal than a bayonet when stabbed into a person. The Tsar became more and more satisfied, and then he had the soldier put on the power armor and demonstrate its combat effectiveness. When he saw that the soldier could still move swiftly after putting on the power armor, almost integrating the agility of an ordinary soldier with the might of an iron giant, he could no longer contain his excitement. However, Marshal Rachayev, who had accompanied the Tsar to this place to jointly observe this research project, raised his own question. So, do these modified soldiers have no drawbacks? Don't tell me your experiment was a complete success in one go. Hearing this question, Fabius's expression was slightly awkward. Your Majesty, to be honest, this modified soldier does have certain drawbacks. Since we have not yet completely solved the problem of organ rejection, these soldiers must take a fusion agent every 3 days after modification, otherwise they will experience large-scale organ failure. And at the same time, because the extra bones installed in these soldiers' bodies will rub against their own nerves, they will experience severe pain when moving. For this reason, they must regularly inject large doses of anesthetic. But then, Fabius pointed to the soldier's power armor and said, "However, Your Majesty, these medicines can be stored in the power armor in advance. When soldiers need an injection, they can administer it themselves. As long as the armor remains on them, these soldiers will be the Empire's strongest warriors, and they live up to the title of the Empire's Eagle." Chapter 292, What? Players captured the fortress-type warehouse. Then what about the cost? These soldiers always need a large amount of medicine to sustain their lives. How much do they actually cost? The Tsar frowned, quickly realizing a huge problem. He wasn't worried about the medicine. As Fabius said, as long as they continued to wear their power armor, they could rely on the devices within the power armor to maintain their medicine supply. Even if they got caught up in the heat of battle and forgot to inject the medicine, the timed device could help them complete the injection automatically. But the thought that these soldiers needed medicine to constantly maintain their combat effectiveness, otherwise they couldn't even sustain basic life, gave the Tsar a headache. Not to mention what would happen to these soldiers after the war ended and they retired. Just considering the present, such a consumption of medicine would likely be an enormous expense. Fabius seemed to have anticipated the Tsar asking this question, so he had already prepared a statistical table and presented it to the Tsar, explaining it in detail. After listening for a long time, the Tsar felt his head spinning. In short, Fabius's point was to convey. These super soldiers are powerful enough, one of them can be worth 10 power-armored soldiers of the past. If calculated according to this cost, even with their large medicine expenses, it would still be far more cost-effective than arming 10 ordinary power-armored soldiers. Alright, in that case, we can temporarily proceed with small-scale mass production. The Tsar nodded, reluctantly giving his official approval to this modification method. But then again, what about the production rate of these warriors? The Tsar had noticed earlier that Fabius's modified warriors seemed to require a series of procedures to complete, even organ transplants, which appeared far more troublesome than arming a power-armored soldier. So, he hoped Fabius wouldn't tell him that these soldiers still couldn't be mass-produced and only a few could be armed. When it came to production rate, Fabius's expression seemed a bit awkward. Regarding this, Your Majesty, we are indeed plagued by many factors in terms of production. Before he could finish speaking, the Tsar interrupted the bald researcher. Enough. Just state the conclusion. What do you need? I'm not interested in your lengthy explanations. I just need to increase the production of these warriors. Hearing the Tsar's words, Fabius's eyes immediately lit up. Who wouldn't like a boss who is rich, generous, and doesn't drag his feet? He first made a gesture, indicating that the Tsar must increase investment, and then continued. Your Majesty, the main issues currently restricting production are, on one hand, our laboratory. We cannot simply manufacture in the laboratory, otherwise, production will never increase. We need an assembly line specifically for producing power armor and supporting facilities medicine. On the other hand, we have not yet found a way to quickly cultivate modified organs, which prevents us from obtaining enough modified organs for large-scale modification. They had already used every possible means to accelerate the growth of cloned organs, but neither science nor magic could make these organs mature quickly. If calculated this way, it would take at least 6 months to create an Imperial Eagle warrior, and that's with mages and medical sisters constantly accelerating their growth. So, Your Majesty, do we have any other means to accelerate the growth of these organs? If we can solve this problem, the mass production of Imperial Eagle warriors will be complete. Regarding this question, the Tsar frowned in thought. To be honest, he was not an expert in biology, in fact, he knew almost nothing about it. Expecting him to find a suitable organ maturation solution was simply asking too much. However, what the Tsar couldn't think of, others might. An advisor who had accompanied the Tsar here thought for a moment, then suddenly said. Your Majesty, if I remember correctly, the enemies we encountered in the Far East. The Tsar was first stunned, then as if suddenly remembering something, he gasped. Are you saying? The advisor nodded and said. Exactly. Let's directly use elixirs. That strange mixture of flesh and blood from the East, although extremely corrosive, its properties are also very superior. As long as we impose restrictions and control the scale of this substance's use as much as possible, I believe it shouldn't cause widespread contamination. The Tsar stood still, silent, deep in thought. It must be said, this proposal did sound very tempting, but he was worried that the elixirs might accidentally get out of control. He had already seen the true nature of the Northern Qing Empire before. To put it bluntly, calling the Northern Qing Empire a demonic nation at this moment would be an understatement. The sheer abstractness of those fellows even made the Tsar wonder if the seventh hell had descended upon the human world. But it must be said, these super-modified soldiers indeed brought him immense temptation, so much so that the Tsar, knowing the dangers of that stuff, still wanted to take the risk and try. Alright, in that case, I agree in principle to this plan, but I hope you can pay close attention to the operating procedures. I don't want any bad news suddenly coming out of here one day. If I find something amiss, I will order the artillery to use white phosphorus incendiary bombs to completely incinerate this place. As soon as the Tsar finished speaking, Fabius and the other researchers quickly nodded repeatedly, swearing that they would never cause an accident. Although the Tsar didn't really believe the oaths of these research fanatics, the war situation was urgent, and he could only temporarily ignore the risks involved. After leaving the institute, a military aide beside the Tsar suddenly whispered. Your Majesty, do we really need to take such a big risk? Honestly, I think modified soldiers are all unorthodox. The Empire has enough population resources, we can completely use human wave tactics. Before he could finish speaking, the Tsar suddenly shook his head, interrupting him. No, you are wrong. Human wave tactics are outdated now. War after war has fully proven that human wave tactics are not that effective, especially when the war machines of various countries are rapidly developing. Ordinary soldiers will become the least influential thing. And don't forget, the threat we face is not just external, the internal threat we face is also very serious. If internal problems really break out, whose support our subjects will choose is still an unknown question. As he spoke, the Tsar gazed towards Petrograd, his eyes filled with gloom. It must be said that he had underestimated these local lords after all. For example, the Vorontsov family in this war had given him a huge surprise. Because of this, he needed to reconsolidate his military power. He must have a force strong enough to suppress all enemies. The next morning, Andrei organized the players around him and the soldiers who had arrived with him to repair the Folkov urban area, while also checking the guerrilla warfare situation on the players' side. When he saw that more than one of the Black Hawk Army's fuel depots had been blown up, a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, that's brilliant. You little rascals, you want to play with armored units, do you? I'll cut off your fuel. Let's see how you'll play with armored units then. The more high-tech the weapons, the more stringent the logistical demands, just like the situation the Black Eagle Empire was facing now. When their rear transportation suffered repeated attacks from players, their frontline armored units immediately became somewhat paralyzed. Andrei didn't know how much fuel stock they still had, but he believed that the enemy's armored forces would definitely not have too many fuel reserves. Before they could transport a new batch of fuel from the rear, the enemy's armored units would basically be unable to launch large-scale offensives. However, although the enemy had no intention of large-scale offensives, scattered small-scale skirmishes occurred frequently in various regions. The Black Hawk Army had previously attempted an offensive against the Petrograd urban area. Although they were repelled, they also occupied many buildings on the outskirts of Petrograd. Villages, factories, and some deserted small towns all became strongholds for the Black Hawk Army. The enemy was using these small strongholds to continuously accumulate strength, preparing for the next round of attacks. Regarding the situation there, Andrei did not intend to interfere too much. He believed that his father's troops could handle it. If they really couldn't handle it, they only needed to send him a request for help, and he could immediately transfer troops to the other front line. At this moment, Andrei's primary concern was striking the enemy's logistics. On the other hand, he was also concerned about the issues on the outskirts of Folkov. Compared to the various tug-of-war battles erupting on the outskirts of Petrograd, the situation in Folkov was even more severe. Because the Folkov Front Army's forces were previously very limited, they had no choice but to adopt a defense model focusing on the train station and the core urban area, constantly shrinking their defensive perimeter. This also resulted in several factories and a large number of villages around Folkov all falling into enemy hands. Those villages were not a big deal. In previous battles, the evacuation of villagers near the Folkov transportation hub was relatively successful. And considering the transportation conditions of Cambrian Empire villages, it might sound a bit embarrassing, but in fact, most Cambrian Empire villages were not suitable for use as enemy outposts. Once they transported supplies here, whether bringing them in or taking them out, they would face enormous trouble. Many bad roads were simply impassable for cars or mechs, and even horses might not be able to get through, requiring manual transport. For such remote places, the Black Hawk Army's occupation was purely a waste of effort. Andrei was currently more concerned about the several factories located on the outskirts of Folkov. These factories could all be considered quite important buildings, not only because these factory buildings could be modified into fortresses, but also because they had many warehouses suitable for stockpiling supplies and relatively developed transportation. More importantly, these factories with heavy production lines, once occupied, could become weapon manufacturing bases for the players. Therefore, Andrei planned to launch several counterattacks during this relatively calm phase to recapture these fallen factories. After taking them back, he could quickly have the players fortify the factories, directly converting them into military outposts, forming a satellite-like defense around Folkov. Okay, let's seize these factories first. Then we can mass-produce armored units at any time. If necessary, players can even use the resurrection point transfer method to secretly concentrate forces from a factory and launch a flank attack on the enemy. Thinking of this, Andrei's face showed a look of eagerness. He was already looking forward to seeing the scene of the enemy army suddenly encountering a counterattack from a fortified factory when they attacked Folkov. First, send the Air Force to scout the enemy's movements, and then study which factory to concentrate forces on attacking. While Andrei was busy assigning tasks to Air Force players, the phone in his headquarters suddenly rang. Hello, this is Vorontsov, old man, why did you suddenly call? As soon as he picked up the phone and heard the familiar voice on the other end, Andrei was startled. However, General Konstantin clearly had no intention of chatting with Andrei at this moment. He said in a low voice. Bad news, I just received a telegram. Just now, the Kievan Rus front army was encircled by the enemy. A total of 450,000 of our troops have fallen into the enemy's encirclement, and their retreat has been cut off. Tisk. He knew this would happen. Andrei frowned, not expecting that the classic Kiev encirclement from World War II would eventually form in this alternate world. However, it must be said that compared to the historical Battle of Kiev, the current situation seemed much better than he had imagined. At that time, the German army encircled nearly 700,000 Soviet troops, but this time, the Cambrian Empire's army seemed to have only 450,000 troops encircled. Alright, so what does Moscow mean? Andrei asked casually, while beginning to ponder what orders Moscow would issue. It must be said that Moscow, this time, had inadvertently made the correct decision. Because the Tsar had previously transferred a large number of troops, seemingly preparing to defend Moscow to the death, this led to a significant reduction in the troops stationed in Kievan Rus. As a result, when the encirclement formed, the number of encircled troops was also much smaller, as many units had inadvertently withdrawn early. What else could it mean? It's the same old thinking. Moscow is now refusing to transfer additional forces to support the Kievan Rus Front Army. They demand that the Kievan Rus Front Army break out on their own, everything is up to them. Hearing this, Andrei couldn't help but frown. He didn't know what General Konstantin's expression was at this moment, but his own expression was truly not good. What kind of operation is this? Moscow clearly stockpiled a large number of troops in the rear, but instead of supporting the front line at such a time, they kept these troops in the rear for defense? For some reason, this suddenly reminded him of the AI opponents he encountered when playing certain strategy games. Despite having a large number of troops, they insisted on dispersing them for defense, even leaving a large number of troops to defend areas in the rear that had not yet engaged the enemy. In the end, these AI opponents could always be defeated by him, using a small number of troops to achieve local numerical superiority, repeatedly capturing cities and forts, and having their forces constantly whittled down. Alright, friendly forces are in trouble, yet they remain as unmoving as a mountain. I wonder what's wrong with the commanders in the rear. Andrei couldn't help but complain, but General Konstantin didn't respond. Forget it, don't think too much. Let's first do a good job of our own defense. I just wanted to inform you of this news. The war over there doesn't have much to do with us. After a pause, General Konstantin said this to Andrei, and then hung up the phone. Only after hanging up the phone did Andrei come to his senses a bit. Indeed, some things are not very suitable to be discussed over the phone, one might accidentally be eavesdropped on by certain people. Andrei didn't know what General Konstantin originally wanted to say, but if analyzed from a darker perspective, he suspected that the Tsar might want to use this opportunity to weaken the local power factions. Kievan Rus had always been the Cambrian Empire's second largest state, and its strength was also the second strongest for 1,000 years. Especially when the Cambrian Empire liberated the serfs, Kievan Rus's obstruction was also very serious, they were not of one mind with the Tsar. From this perspective, if their local powerful nobles could be weakened, it would indeed not be a bad thing for the Tsar. Alas, what a troubled time. The players' air force had already taken off. They quickly flew over the front-line battlefield, and incidentally launched airstrikes on several enemy camps. The Black Eagle Empire's air force didn't seem to have made much progress, at the very least, they hadn't yet managed to replicate combat aircraft that could be deployed on the battlefield. Therefore, facing players' air force, which acted extremely quickly, hitting and running, they had no effective means of response. Even with anti-aircraft guns on the ground, they found it difficult to stop the players' air force attacks, relying solely on defense could never block all attacks. As the players' air force continued to penetrate deeper, Andrei also saw more and more of the enemy's movements. It looks like the Black Eagle Empire's northern army doesn't seem to be preparing to launch a large-scale offensive. Andrei muttered to himself with some puzzlement. Although he had previously dealt a huge blow to General Ron's logistics, that was only one armored army group. However, looking at the overall situation of the war, the Northern Army indeed did not seem to be concentrating large-scale armored forces. On the contrary, a significant portion of their armored forces were being transferred, seemingly to support other front lines. Andrei called his staff officers over and asked them to look into the enemy's situation. After some thought, one staff officer suddenly looked up and said, "General, based on my analysis, the enemy might be preparing to adopt a long-term siege tactic against the cities in Petrograd Oblast. Because they don't need to launch a large-scale offensive, they don't need too many armored forces, and these armored forces will naturally be used to support their other front lines." As expected, Andrei had long anticipated that the enemy would most likely not launch a strong assault on Petrograd, because the terrain here was inherently more suitable for siege. However, seeing the enemy's movements, he still felt a bit disappointed. What a pity. If the enemy were truly willing to launch a forceful attack, it would have been great. He could immediately use player characteristics to turn Petrograd into a semi-city mode, trapping the enemy there, unable to advance or retreat, unwilling to withdraw, and difficult to penetrate. Once the brutal urban warfare started, he would directly stage Stalingrad in advance. Not long after, the players' air force seemed to have scouted some other situations. Some players seemed to have successfully seized an important supply dock on the Black Eagle Army's waterway. At this moment, they directly chose to garrison the warehouse at the dock and engaged in a fierce war of attrition with the Black Eagle Army. When Andrei saw the situation here, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Good heavens, what kind of tactic is this? Sihang warehouse. It must be said that the players' actions in front of him made Andrei feel somewhat familiar. Although they failed to capture a heavy factory nearby, preventing them from producing a large number of armored units, they could heavily spam gunboats by relying on the rear dock. Utilizing amphibious tanks and the rocket artillery's land attack capabilities on the gunboats, their firepower here was also formidable. And this warehouse in front of them was originally converted from an old fortress, and its structure was extremely sturdy. Once the players occupied this place, the Black Eagle Army would be in trouble. This Black Eagle Army is truly unlucky. Through the players' chat logs, Andrei understood. The Black Eagle army had stored a considerable amount of fuel here, in addition to large quantities of food and winter cotton clothing. The winter cotton clothing wasn't urgent, it wasn't even September yet, so they could completely transport a new batch from their home country. But fuel and food, these were all extremely scarce supplies. Without these two, the Black Eagle army, no matter how tough, couldn't hold out. Not only that, when the players raided this warehouse, a Black Eagle Empire Major General happened to be inspecting the place. He didn't know what that general was thinking, suddenly coming to inspect the warehouse. Could it be that he was worried about corruption? In any case, this unlucky fellow happened to be trapped in the warehouse by the players and was then captured by them. He didn't know if it was because the general's own capture value was high enough, or if some players planned to use him as bait. Anyway, the players didn't kill him, instead, they tied him up like a pig ready for slaughter and hung him from the top of the warehouse for a period, directly putting him on public display. What a miserable general. I wonder how he plans to deal with this later? Anyway, this guy is finished. When Andre saw the general's miserable state, he said, unable to bear looking directly at it. Being captured alive by the enemy in such a pathetic manner, and even being stripped and hung up for public display, this guy had successfully made himself a laughingstock within the Black Eagle army. If he had died in battle or chosen to commit suicide for his country, it would have been acceptable, at least he would have gained a relatively good honor. But if he remained in the players' hands, in a state of being captured alive, even if he were rescued, his future would certainly be bleak, and he might even face a military tribunal. Thinking of this, Andre only regretted that these players weren't within his mini-map range, and even more regretted not being able to share all player vision. Otherwise, he really wanted to go to the scene to watch the spectacle. And at this moment, in the Alexandrovsk warehouse on the banks of the Neva River, more and more players were gradually arriving at this warehouse, using the building that had just been turned into a resurrection point. No player knew exactly when this warehouse was built, as none of them cared about these background details. If they studied it carefully, they would discover that this warehouse was once a huge fortress built by the Cambrian Empire during the previous civil war. However, due to the end of the civil war and an unsuitable geographical location, this fortress was gradually converted into a giant warehouse. When the Black Eagle army occupied this place previously, the Cambrian Empire's vast amount of supplies could not be transported away in time, and a considerable amount of grain became a windfall for the Black Eagle army. But they never expected that a group of guerrillas, who came from who knows where, would stealthily infiltrate this warehouse, then ambush and occupy it. In a dark room, Major General Crown, who had originally come to inspect the warehouse but was inexplicably captured, was now humiliatingly tied up by players. We've you. He struggled continuously, desperately trying to spit out the gag that had been put in his mouth from who knows where, but his saliva flowed all over the floor, and he still couldn't successfully spit out the ball, as it was tied with a leather strap. Next to him, two players watched this unlucky fellow with smiles on their faces. One of the players poked his teammate and said, all right, Jiwo, I really didn't expect that you play so perversely in your daily life. Both a gag and turtle shell binding, tisk tisk tisk, it truly opened my eyes. Lord Hiwo couldn't help but roll his eyes, forcefully defending himself, saying, garlic clove toad, you can't say that. I just happened to find this thing when I was searching a certain place earlier. I even thought it was some rare item. After I threw it into my backpack, I forgot about it until now. Despite his attempts to explain, due to the rapid spread among players, the news that Lord Hiwo was involved in the Alphabet Circle had already spread throughout the entire player community. At this moment, he felt as if the sky had fallen. Just then, a player at the front window suddenly shouted. Attention! The Black Hawk army is coming up. They have armored units. Tank hunters, hurry over. Hearing the commotion, other players quickly ran to the front. Two players equipped with the tank hunter elite soldier set cautiously crept to the window. It was unclear whether their earlier act of exposing the Major General had successfully ignited the Black Hawk army's fury, or if the Black Hawk army was simply unwilling to abandon the large amount of supplies in the warehouse. At this moment, a large number of Black Hawk soldiers had been mobilized and were continuously charging towards the warehouse. Accompanied by whistles, squad after squad of Black Hawk soldiers fiercely attacked the warehouse in front. Behind these infantry, several hunter mechs were also following. Damn it, what in the world is going on? Where did these Cambrian soldiers come from? A colonel commanding the attack couldn't help but curse. If it weren't for these guys suddenly occupying the warehouse and even capturing one of their major generals, why would they need to be urgently redeployed here? They were truly speechless. What were the defenders in this warehouse doing to let the enemy take it over so easily? Colonel, it's said that these Cambrian soldiers seem to have been transported via gunboats on the river. Nonsense. Hearing this explanation, the colonel retorted without thinking. How many people can a few of their gunboats transport at most? There must be at least 1,000 defenders in this warehouse. It's impossible they sent 100 gunboats. And I'm also puzzled, what are our patrol gunboats on the river doing? Why couldn't they stop them? He was truly stunned. He never expected that the Cambrian Empire's navy, which hadn't played much of a role at sea, would instead be effective in inland rivers. Of course, considering that the Cambrian Empire's navy wasn't particularly skilled in naval warfare, but rather more adept at land warfare. Such an absurd situation seemed much more normal. Several infantry cannons were pushed out and began to fiercely bombard the walls of the distant warehouse. However, because this warehouse was a fortress during the Cambrian Empire's civil war, their shelling had minimal effect. At the very least, until their heavy artillery units were brought in, they would find it very difficult to achieve effective output with just these infantry cannons. Boom! 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 Shells continuously slammed into the warehouse walls, and from time to time, earth and bricks would crack and fly apart. But overall, most of their shells exploded for nothing. The players hiding behind the walls were completely unharmed. Well, the Cambrian Empire really used solid materials when building this fortress. The thickness of this wall must be at least 1 meter. A player said excitedly, patting the wall he was leaning against. With such thick walls, as long as the enemy didn't bring in super artillery, he wasn't afraid at all. Of course, even if the enemy brought in super artillery, it wouldn't have much of an impact on them. At worst, they would just retreat, run to other parts of the fortress, or simply go to the underground space of the fortress. Even if they died, it wouldn't matter. They had already set up a respawn point in the fortress's underground, and as soon as the shelling ended, they could immediately re-emerge from it. And correspondingly, the Black Hawk Army's heavy artillery couldn't possibly stay stuck here indefinitely, could it? Tat tat tat. Tat tat tat. A burst of dense rapid fire rang out, as a support soldier player, wielding a water-cooled machine gun, began to sweep the Black Hawk soldiers charging down the street. Although players could now set up fixed machine gun positions, their engineers hadn't set one up here. Because they weren't short on machine guns at the moment, and fixed machine gun positions were too easily targeted by enemy artillery. With a sudden burst of gunfire, Black Hawk soldiers immediately fell, but the reaction of the other Black Hawk soldiers was extremely swift. They quickly took cover behind nearby obstacles, and some even managed to drag their fallen comrades to safety. Just this alone made them much stronger than most Cambrian army units. Most Cambrian soldiers, when encountering gunfire, instinctively either hit the ground or stood still, unsure what to do, far from reacting so decisively. While the players were sweeping with machine guns, the sound of machine guns from the Black Hawk Army also rang out. Several heavy machine guns, set up at the street entrance, continuously fired, attempting to suppress the players' machine gun fire. At the same time, at the window where the players had just fired, the infantry cannons immediately began to concentrate fire on that area. Amidst a series of dense explosions, the window was blasted with craters, but the players hiding inside were still unharmed. The fortress walls were simply too thick, they completely ignored the enemy's infantry cannons. As long as they hid fast enough, it would be extremely difficult for the enemy to eliminate them. 2 hunter mechs stopped with a click in the distance, then lay down and began to fiercely bombard this area. Both of these hunter mechs were fire support types, meaning they had a 120mm mortar mounted on their backs. Heavy shells slammed onto the roof of the warehouse, precisely blowing up a mortar position that a player had just set up there. Watching the player's body fly high into the air, the attacking Black Hawk soldiers couldn't help but let out a cheer. Bang! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. A Black Hawk soldier who carelessly exposed half his head was shot and fell, his entire skull blown open. The tank hunter, hidden in the shadows, quickly changed position, then re-aimed his rifle, cocked the bolt, and fired. The enemy's hunter mechs were a bit too far away for him to aim at, but these enemy infantry were easy to deal with. As for what to do about the distant hunter mechs? Did they really think the fire support from their gunboats on the river was just for show? As a familiar whistling sound rang out, the hidden Black Hawk soldiers immediately turned pale with fright. Their previous offensive had been interrupted by these rocket launchers. When large numbers of rockets fell into the charging ranks, the Black Hawk soldiers suffered extremely heavy casualties. However, this time the rockets didn't seem to be aimed at them, but rather at the infantry cannons and hunter mechs further back. Rockets continuously fell. Although these rockets had relatively large errors due to dispersion issues, the infantry cannons and mechs deployed here were ultimately affected. 2 hunter mechs were immediately scrapped, and even several infantry cannons were blown into fragments by the rockets. When 4 gunboats simultaneously used rockets to attack, the coverage of 32 rockets was already enough to turn this area into a sea of fire. Damn it, this is absolutely terrible. Why didn't we deploy more defenders in this warehouse in the first place? The colonel watched the scene from behind, muttering curses. If it weren't for those incompetents losing this warehouse and even having a general captured, why would they need to attack such a formidable fortification now? They had already put a lot of effort into taking this place previously. But they never expected that the warehouse, which they had only held for a short time, would be retaken by the enemy, and the fortress siege seemed to have become even more bloody. Officer, should we use some special artillery shells? A Black Hawk officer ran over, his eyes flashing with anger. The enemy's defense in this fortress seemed very strong, and they also had artillery support from the rear, firmly suppressing their attacking forces and rendering 2 offensives fruitless. This had made him somewhat furious. All right, let's try it. I wonder if they have gas masks. The colonel pondered for a moment, nodded, and then agreed to this action. Their Black Hawk army wasn't so particular when attacking. Under normal circumstances, they didn't use special artillery shells because there was no need, ordinary shells were enough to eliminate most enemies. However, the current situation clearly couldn't be categorized as normal. In that case, let's use gas shells. Mustard gas shells were loaded into the newly pushed up infantry cannons, and then these artillery pieces once again began to fiercely bombard the fortress. The players initially paid no mind, but when they saw these shells explode and a green area labeled as poison gas appeared before their eyes, they instantly realized the situation was dire. Holy crap! These bastards are really ruthless, using gas shells so quickly. The players exclaimed, quickly donning their gas masks or rapidly moving away from the expanding gas zone. Perhaps because Andrei's soldiers primarily adopted the Battlefield 1 template, in their eyes, all gas shells released dense green smoke. This also made it easier for them to detect gas than ordinary soldiers, and their reactions were quicker after detecting it. It's rude not to reciprocate. Since they're using gas shells against us, let's use gas shells against them too. The player who had just run over showed a ferocious smile on his face, but unfortunately, their smiles were hidden beneath gas masks and thus unclear. Everyone had gas shells. Although in the Battlefield 1 game, the mortar used by players couldn't directly release gas shells. Here with Andrei, these mortars could release gas shells and smoke bombs, as he had even researched these types of ammunition. Since the enemy had already used them, what else did they have to consider? So, just as the Black Hawk army was still hoping that the players would suffer heavy casualties from the gas shells, they suddenly heard the sound of artillery from the top of the warehouse. Immediately after, mortar shells continuously fell into various corners of the street. Large plumes of green smoke rose from the shells, quickly forming a toxic circle. Chapter 293, Coordination and Recklessness. That's what an assault soldier team island. Damn it, how do they have gas bombs too? Suddenly encountering the enemy's gas bomb attack, the Black Hawk soldiers frantically took off their gas masks, put them on their faces, and quickly ran away. It's unclear whether it's because the Black Hawk army has used gas bombs to attack others many times, or because the bottom line of various countries in this world is relatively low, leading to frequent use of gas bombs. All Black Hawk soldiers were explicitly required in their infantry drill manual to carry gas masks with them at all times, making sure to store them in the small cylinder on their waist. So, the player's wave of gas bombs didn't cause too much damage to the Black Hawk army, it just caused some panic. However, after putting on gas masks, both players and Black Hawk soldiers would have their vision obstructed to some extent, which also brought considerable trouble to their shooting. This is weird. Could it be that the Cambrian army was already prepared for a gas attack? Colonel Yulton, who was commanding from the rear, was somewhat puzzled. Logically, the Cambrian army was here for a surprise attack. Even if it was to prepare to occupy this warehouse, they shouldn't be carrying gas bombs, right? Wouldn't throwing these things just create trouble for themselves afterward? But then he thought, if this enemy force was a sabotage unit specifically designed to cause as much damage as possible in their rear, then it made sense. At that time, throwing a few gas bombs at their camp or densely populated areas could indeed lead to heavy casualties among the soldiers, caught off guard. Damn it, how despicable. Thinking of this, the colonel couldn't help but curse, but he was completely unaware that if his side hadn't used gas bombs, the players might not have even thought of it. Gas bombs, most of the time, are not as effective as imagined, especially against troops like the Black Hawk army who have gas masks and have been trained in gas warfare, they are even less effective. Compared to gas bombs, players actually preferred to use white phosphorus incendiary bombs or similar special shells. Those were much more satisfying to detonate. Colonel, with all due respect, Major General Klon is still inside the warehouse. Just then, an officer who ran over from the rear suddenly shouted to the colonel. If we use gas bombs like this, is it possible that Major General Klon? But before he could finish, another officer next to him pulled him aside, telling him to shut up quickly. Fool, one reason they were using gas bombs was to quickly kill Major General Klon inside. Given the current situation, it was undoubtedly almost impossible for them to rescue Major General Klon unharmed. Moreover, even if the Major General were rescued, his previous humiliation by the enemy would bring very serious negative consequences to the Black Hawk army. Therefore, the Northern Army's General Headquarters directly issued an order on this matter, requiring them to make Major General Klon heroically sacrifice himself as much as possible, which would also make it more convenient for them to attack the fortress later. Otherwise, if this guy was continuously held by the enemy, it would not only damage the Black Hawk army's reputation but also potentially allow the enemy to coerce him into betraying the Black Hawk army's intelligence or interests. Even more critically, once this guy was taken away by the enemy's gunboat and then broken through to the rear, the Cambrian Empire would inevitably gain excellent propaganda material, and they would lose face as a result. It was also interesting to note that ordinary soldiers believed their military operation was to rescue Major General Klon, and even during the charge, they heard talk of no abandonment, no surrender. However, in reality, none of the high-ranking officers in command wished for Major General Klon to survive. Meanwhile, inside the warehouse, players gradually discovered the problem. They initially mocked the enemy for having gas masks and not fearing gas, but when they saw the gas rapidly spreading, they immediately realized that Major General Klon in the rear was in danger. Holy crap, this is bad. Our prisoner. Damn it, these Black Hawk devils are truly ruthless, how can they even attack their own teammates? Two players quickly ran through the gas cloud, hoping to rescue Major General Klon, but by the time they got there, they found that the Major General was already on the verge of death. Major General Klon was tied up by the players, and facing the rolling gas, he couldn't even run. When he smelled the garlic-like odor in the air, his expression immediately turned to terror. As a general of the Black Hawk army, how could he not know this was the smell of mustard gas? He struggled desperately, trying to avoid the gas, but no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't avoid inhaling it. Instead, the rapid breathing caused by his strenuous activity made him inhale even more gas. By the time the players ran over, he had already entered a state of acute respiratory failure, convulsing violently on the ground as if electrocuted. The players initially wanted to quickly move him to an area not covered by gas, but just as they picked him up, they noticed that the red dot representing him had disappeared from the minimap. Damn it! This unlucky guy is dead, suffocated by his own people's gas. No, That's not right. What gas did they use? Mustard gas? Does that stuff kill people so quickly? After realizing he was dead, the players casually tossed his body aside and couldn't help but curse. Damn it, do you know how valuable a major general is? Now that this guy suddenly died, what about their merits? Thinking about how many merits they had lost because of this, the few players who had captured the major general couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Damn it, their chance to get rich quickly was gone just like that. The duck that was in their mouth flew away, how could they not feel heartbroken? Katyusha, what are you doing? Hurry up and keep firing. Damn it, the enemy has already started using gas bombs, so hurry up and fire, blast these turtle sons to death. Some players desperately urged the gunboat in the rear. This was truly infuriating. They just wanted revenge now, fierce revenge. The gunboat was still busy reloading ammunition. That was the only downside of Katyusha, the reloading time was a bit too long. There was no other way, these rockets required 8 rounds to be loaded at once, naturally making it much more troublesome than artillery that only required 1 round at a time. However, considering the burst firepower of this thing in a short period, the long reloading time was no longer an issue. For artilleries, sporadic but sustained firepower output was far inferior to concentrating firepower in a short period. Concentrating firepower was the most important thing. Wait, can we dig a tunnel and flank the enemy for a surprise attack? Just then, an engineer player suddenly thought of something. Before anyone else could answer, he ran to the fortress's basement and began trying to dig a tunnel. However, for the other players, they weren't planning to overthink it. They were going to try a direct, reckless charge, launching an offensive to seize another building nearby. Next to this warehouse, there were several reinforced concrete buildings still in enemy hands. If they could capture one, this warehouse could immediately form a crossfire with the adjacent building. By then, they guaranteed they could beat the enemy to a pulp, making them fully experience the pain of being flanked, no matter which direction they attacked from. Brothers, charge with me. Let's seize that building on the side, and we'll set up a respawn point there too. An assault soldier player shouted and was the first to charge out. Other players followed closely, also charging towards the building on the side. Unfortunately, because this warehouse used to be a military fortress, the nearby buildings were not particularly close to it. They wanted to capture the tallest looking building on the side, but that place was at least 200 meters in a straight line from the fortress. They had to cross a considerably long open space before they could enter that large building. As soon as the players charged out, enemy machine gun sentries hidden in the dark immediately opened fire. A continuous barrage of dense firepower constantly struck the players' team, and players immediately fell to the ground, hit. But at the same time, players on top of the warehouse also used mortars to fiercely bombard the machine gun positions there. After 2 consecutive shells, that machine gun position was completely destroyed. However, that machine gun position was just the beginning. As players continued to charge towards the large building, more and more machine guns nearby continuously joined the sweeping fire. There was even a pacifier mech stuck behind a small house, suddenly launching a surprise attack on the player team with its powerful firepower composed of 4 machine guns. As a result, even until the very end, the players were unable to successfully charge forward. No, you can't just charge head-on like that, it definitely won't work. When these players respawned in the warehouse again, Colonel Yulton, who had arrived there at some point, said to them. Charging straight ahead like that, gambling on whether your lives are tough enough or if the enemy's machine guns shoot straighter, isn't that just a pure brute force tactic? Hearing this, the more than 20 newly revived players blushed slightly. They had indeed charged head-on in a moment of hot blood. Now that they thought about it, their previous tactic was simply suicidal. Brother, then what do you suggest? Do you have any good ideas? When it came to his area of expertise, Colonel Yulton immediately spread out a map and pointed to a forest on the side, saying. It's very simple. Don't go in a straight line. Go around through the forest here. This way, you can avoid a large part of the enemy's firepower. At the same time, when you charge, have a standard bearer follow behind the team in a relatively concealed spot. If he dies, quickly respawn from him. Also, for those leading the way, it's best to have a few heavily armored elite soldiers, like machine gun sentries or something. Our mortars also need to coordinate and throw a round of smoke bombs first. After saying all this, Colonel Yulton shrugged. In short, there were a lot of places where you could have coordinated, but you just went for a mindless charge. No wonder you got wiped out by the enemy, that was practically giving away kills. With the command of this expert, the players immediately discussed among themselves and each took on different tasks. Some players first created an Ogren, then chose to switch to the machine gun sentry's trench raider set, thus becoming a heavily armored Ogren. The tankiness was definitely sufficient, as long as they didn't encounter the enemy's autocannons, ordinary machine guns couldn't penetrate such a tough guy. Other players chose Horse Girl, then tried a trench raider set, but to be honest, according to previous player reviews, they felt that Horse Girl paired with trench raider wasn't very effective. Although the trench raider could increase the Horse Girl's movement speed by an additional 10% and also turn her into a heavy cavalry, the trench raider's club was not very useful for the Horse Girl. Compared to a cavalry club, weren't a katana and a spear more appealing? Especially the spear, a longer weapon is a stronger weapon, and it's definitely more effective than a trench raider club during a cavalry charge. The Horse Girl player, who had equipped herself with this set, mainly intended to roam. She planned to harass the enemy from the periphery, trying to divert their attention. But just as she finished changing, another player, who had also chosen a horse girl but equipped herself with the invader suit, asked with a hint of incomprehension. Speaking of which, since you're planning to use this tactic, why not just equip an invader? After putting on the invader, you could constantly bombard the enemy from outside. Wouldn't that divert more attention than charging into their positions for a melee? Oh, right. How could she have forgotten about this incredibly powerful elite soldier? The player, who had just changed into the trench raider set, couldn't help but pat her forehead, feeling as if she had become foolish. But there was no time to think about it now, after all, she had already changed. She might as well finish the current engagement before reconsidering. On the Black Hawk Army side, when they saw the players attempting to attack and occupy the buildings on the flank, they immediately began to fortify all the surrounding structures. The situation seemed worse than they had imagined. They had initially believed that the number of enemies in this warehouse wouldn't be too large. Even if the enemies' numbers were indeed greater than expected, from the Black Hawk soldiers' perspective, a few hundred enemy troops in this warehouse would be the absolute maximum. If there were only so many enemies, and they wanted to split their forces into the adjacent buildings, what was going on? Could they really achieve such a division of forces with only a few hundred people? The situation isn't good. The enemies' numbers might be even greater than we anticipated. That makes no sense. Did they dig tunnels to get in? How can there be so many people? The colonel commanding from the rear said, somewhat bewildered. He had always been seriously puzzled by the number of enemy troops in this warehouse. I'm not sure, sir, but if we can capture one or two of their tongues, perhaps we can learn the secret of their reinforcement. Another Black Hawk officer shrugged. Compared to the enemy's numbers, he was more concerned with defending the nearby buildings. Attention! I expect your companies to perfectly complete your defensive mission. Do not let the enemy capture our buildings. If so many of you can't hold one building, then I can only say you don't need to keep thinking about performing meritorious deeds. You might as well go raise pigs, that has more prospects. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of laughter erupted over the radio. Evidently, the company that had just been deployed in the building did not believe the enemy was capable of conquering the structure they were defending. However, they didn't realize that before long, in the eyes of the Black Hawk soldiers, going back to raise pigs would indeed be far more promising than fighting on the front lines. Just as they were busy chatting, a piercing whistle suddenly sounded, and rocket after rocket fell like meteors towards the Black Hawk Army's defensive positions. Attention! Watch out for enemy rockets! Seeing the cursed commotion, the Black Hawk soldiers immediately found cover. After enduring several rounds of rocket artillery, they had already gained experience in taking cover. And as these rockets rained down on the enemy positions, on the player's side, Colonel Yulton, personally leading the charge, forcefully blew the whistle on his chest. Beep! Accompanied by the sharp whistle, the players, under the suppressive fire of the rockets, quickly advanced towards the building on the flank, which they had marked as Point A. The intense rocket bombardment forced all Black Hawk soldiers to take cover, so they didn't notice the players rushing out until this round of rocket bombardment ended. Attention! The enemy is charging again. Where are the machine gunners? A Black Hawk officer shouted loudly, but before he could find the machine gunner, a sudden bullet instantly killed him. Compared to before, the scout players hiding in the warehouse were now effectively acting as snipers. They hadn't known what they were busy shooting at before. In any case, when the first group of players charged the side building, they hadn't thought to provide cover for their comrades. With sniper suppression, the Black Hawk soldiers hiding in the building were immediately silenced. The machine gun team, which had been pushing their machine gun forward, quickly stopped it in the stairwell. Find their snipers! Bang! The Black Hawk Army's snipers also began firing at the players. Of course, at this time, the Black Hawk Army did not yet have a systematic concept of snipers, so they referred to these marksmen as precision shooters. A player was unfortunately hit, but they had barely fallen before a medic rushed up from behind, immediately sticking a small needle into them. Miraculous healing, doctor! At the same time, the mortar player on the warehouse roof once again launched a volley of smoke grenades. Under the cover of the smoke grenades, the players who had rushed out earlier advanced smoothly. Although they took a longer route, thanks to the cover of the forest and the less suitable firing angles from this side, they encountered significantly less resistance. Of course, the cover and suppression provided by other teammates were also important reasons why they faced much less resistance at this moment. The heavily armored Ogren, acting as a meat shield, charged at the very front, also on the outer edge of the forest. His main task was to suppress the enemy and attract as much enemy fire as possible. The machine gun sentry's water-cooled machine gun looked somewhat comical in the Ogren's hands, but with the Ogren's immense arm strength, it was like it was cheating, firing a perfectly straight line with every burst. A Black Hawk Army machine gun position blindly swept the smoke, but sudden machine gun bullets accurately struck their position. With no time to dodge, the continuous and precise shots penetrated their gun shield, brutally killing the machine gunner and the assistant gunner beside him. Even other Black Hawk soldiers who tried to replace the casualties and continue operating the machine gun were not spared. Under the Ogren's powerful suppression, almost every Black Hawk soldier who approached was killed. Damn it, where did that giant come from? Looking at the Ogren in the distance, 2.5 meters tall and as sturdy as a mountain of flesh, a Black Hawk soldiers couldn't help but curse. Could this be the product of the Cambrian Empire's rumored Eagle project? The colonel, commanding from the rear, showed a hint of intrigued expression in his eyes after hearing the report from the soldiers on the front line. I don't know, but it's very possible. Another officer beside him also brightened, saying enthusiastically. Clearly, neither this height nor the strength displayed by the opponent could be achieved by normal human development. It must be some kind of specially modified soldier. Have our special forces team try to capture this fellow alive if possible. If not, at least ensure his body is as intact as possible. This warrior could be of great use to the Empire. The players had no idea that after the Black Hawk army saw the powerful Ogryn warrior, they had already conceived the idea of cloning Ogryns. Of course, if the Black Hawk Empire could truly clone Ogryns, that would be incredibly formidable. Humans in the warmer world were already a genetically very complex bunch, their genes differed greatly from those of normal humans, almost to the point of being two different species. Correspondingly, Ogryns were mutant abhumans living on high-gravity planets, which also meant their genes differed significantly from those of the human empire's ordinary humans. It's unknown whether the human empire possessed the technology to clone Ogryns, but the fact that they hadn't deployed them on the battlefield for large-scale use suggested that even if such technology existed, it would likely be difficult to widely implement. And could the Black Hawk Empire's cloning technology catch up to that of the human empire? Regarding that question. Well, it's actually a bit hard to say, as both sides are too abstract. The players rapidly moved through the forest, while two horse girl players circled around from the flank, beginning to attack the Black Hawk army's positions. One of them, in heavy armor and wielding a trench raider club, charged forward, startling the Black Hawk soldiers. What era was this, that someone was still doing a heavy armored night charge? Two Black Hawk soldiers scoffed, raised their rifles, and began firing at the horse girl in front. But after firing several shots, they were surprised to find that their bullets seemed unable to penetrate the metal armor on this cavalry's body. Damn it! Aim better. I'm sure I hit her. Didn't you see sparks flying from her chest? Clearly, the armor on this monster is too thick. The two Black Hawk soldiers argued while hastily reloading their rifles, but in that brief moment, the horse girl had already charged over. The cavalry club, similar in appearance to a spiked mace, or rather, a type of spiked mace, slammed heavily into a Black Hawk soldier's head, instantly cracking it open. The other Black Hawk soldiers nearby tried to return fire but was directly knocked away by the horse girl player's tail whip, a kick sending him flying, followed by another blow to the head with the club. After delivering that blow, the player clutched her waist, feeling that the act of bending down to hit someone just now seemed a bit uncomfortable. Meanwhile, on the other side, the invader horse girl's combat results were far superior to the trench raiders. Relying on her mobility, she merely roamed the periphery of the enemy positions, never getting close to their lines, but every now and then, a flare would shoot from her gun barrel. Because the invader units on Andre's side had undergone some modifications prior to this, the characteristic warp bombardment had disappeared. In its place, the artillery positions in the rear began firing towards this area. Immediately, a 60mm mortar shell slammed down, but mixed with this mortar shell was an entire volley of 8 Katyusha rockets. The Black Hawk soldiers was a bit stunned, it was his first time seeing rockets hit so accurately. Although they desperately abandoned their positions the moment they saw the rockets flying in, they were still a step too late when the rockets exploded. In a series of intense bombardments, all the Black Hawk soldiers within the entire trench area were hit, and the scene was simply horrific. Even the player was a bit bewildered, never expecting that a single flare of hers would summon the rockets from behind. Colonel, our men seem to be on the verge of being unable to stop them. Trust our special forces team, they will give the enemy a surprise in the forest. The Black Hawk colonel seemed to have extremely high confidence in the special forces team he had dispatched, and just as he thought this, the players on their side also encountered an attack from the forest. A short burst of fire, and a teammate behind the Ogryn immediately fell, hit by bullets. A medic player quickly ran over, intending to pull him up, but a precise bullet pierced the medic's head. Someone's in the forest. The Ogryn player shouted in a somewhat simple-minded voice, simultaneously swinging the furiously firing machine gun around, sending a barrage of bullets into the dense forest on the flank. However, his burst of bullets didn't seem to eliminate any enemies, as evident from the kill feed, he didn't score any hits. Quick, quick, quick. There are people in the forest. A few of you, go take them out. All right, coming right up. The players didn't care if the enemies hiding in the forest were some special forces squad, they had no concept of such things. As soon as they learned there were enemies in the forest, a small squad of players immediately rushed over, and at the same time, the mortar providing cover from the rear began shelling the forest. Although their shelling might also hit their own players, they didn't care. After all, for players, even if shells fell from above, they wouldn't be too bothered. But for ordinary enemy soldiers, the disturbance would be significant. Indeed, the Black Hawk Special Forces squad hidden in the forest was also stunned by the barrage of shelling. To be honest, they couldn't quite understand what kind of thought process the Cambrian soldiers rushing towards them had. Their comrades were still charging forward, but shells were already falling behind them, and they even directly used white phosphorus incendiary shells. Good heavens, when large patches of white phosphorus flames ignited in the forest, the Special Forces squad hiding there was truly bewildered. Weren't they afraid of burning their own people alive? There was no other way, these Cambrian soldiers were like madmen, unafraid of being burned by flames, but they were terrified. So they could only fight and retreat, moving back as much as possible. The players moved faster than them, and soon assault soldier players had rushed into their area. Of course, some assault soldier players were also accidentally set on fire by their teammates behind them. Watching the Cambrian soldiers charge out of the inferno, still ablaze but shouting as they attacked, the Black Hawk Special Forces squad felt an immense shock. Tat tat tat. Tat tat tat. Both sides' submachine guns fired bullets at almost the same time, and players and the Black Hawk soldiers opposite them fell simultaneously. But the precise marksman hidden on the flank once again opened fire on the charging players, and 2 more players immediately fell on the path of the charge. The Black Hawk soldiers initially thought they could use this method to block the players' charge, but they didn't realize that when the charging players fell, those close enough had already seen their positions on the minimap. Quick! Shoot over there, I've screenshot the minimap. One player, having just been eliminated, shouted excitedly, quickly sending out the screenshot he had just taken. Almost simultaneously, the mortar artillery in the rear immediately adjusted their aim and unleashed a barrage of shells. To the disbelief of several Black Hawk soldiers, the enemy's shells seemed to suddenly have eyes. They couldn't understand how they had been exposed. The enemy's artillery had precisely locked onto their position in an instant, and incendiary shells continuously exploded above their heads. Some Black Hawk soldiers were engulfed in flames, letting out blood-curdling screams. A comrade beside him drew a pistol, wanting to put him out of his misery, but an ogre on the other side set up a machine gun and began a fierce spray of bullets towards them. Once the Special Forces squad exposed their position, their skills became largely useless. Even if they were all elite soldiers, handpicked for their prowess, exposing their position to the players' heavy firepower meant their survival time had already entered a countdown. Meanwhile, on the other side, players who had successfully rushed near the building under the cover of smoke grenades began a forceful assault soldier on the building. Several players had just rushed into the first-floor lobby when they encountered crossfire from submachine guns from different directions. 2 players were eliminated on the spot, and the last player also didn't escape harm, but he successfully threw the cluster grenade from his waist. Not good. Get down. The Black Hawk soldiers were greatly alarmed, not expecting the enemy to be so ruthless. The immense power of the cluster grenade swept through a large area indoors. Several Black Hawk soldiers hid behind heavy log tables, enduring the shockwave and shrapnel from the explosion. But the other few soldiers, even lying on the ground, were severely wounded by the blast, and 2 soldiers were eliminated on the spot. And just then, more players continued to rush in from behind. As soon as they reached the doorway, they started continuously throwing grenades inside. In the continuous explosions, except for the few Black Hawk soldiers who survived by hiding behind tables, the remaining unlucky ones were all blown up one by one. In such a confined space indoors, once a grenade is detonated, its power is simply unimaginable. Hiding in such a place, the soldiers inside had nowhere to hide. The grenades finally stopped, and the Black Hawk soldier hiding behind the table was about to peek out, but as soon as he showed his head, a bayonet was fiercely plunged into his eye socket. The player, with a desperate lunge, stabbed him to death and then jumped behind the table. Before the other Black Hawk soldiers could retaliate with their submachine guns, this player grinned, revealing the satchel charges on his body. Ha 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 ha, today I'm going to be the jade-faced grenade king. Amidst a burst of maniacal laughter, this player, covered in explosives, and several other Black Hawk soldiers all perished together, the scene too gruesome to behold. Immediately after, the remaining players quickly stormed into the building, and at the same time, a player immediately planted a flag in a corner nearby, turning a secluded small warehouse into a respawn point. Relying on the respawn point, more players were immediately teleported into the building, and the Black Hawk soldiers hiding in the building and the rushing enemies engaged in extremely fierce and bloody urban warfare. They couldn't understand what was happening, the enemies seemed endless, with more and more people rushing in. In the most intense corridor of the battle, both sides were already covered with the bodies of soldiers, but players were still continuously rushing towards it. The remaining Black Hawk soldiers looked in horror at the enemy forces ahead, they couldn't understand where these guys were coming from. Damn it, could it be that all the enemies in the warehouse have attacked? How can there be so many people? They're crazy, they're absolutely insane. A flame trooper player, wielding a flamethrower, sprayed fire all the way, turning the entire stairwell into an inferno. The Black Hawk soldiers retreated in terror, and those who didn't manage to escape were all consumed by the flames. But they didn't expect that at their rear retreat path, other players were also following closely, killing their way in. A Laolu, a term for a sneaky player, had previously blasted through a wall in the building, but he didn't immediately ambush the enemy, instead quietly hiding there. Just as the Black Hawk soldiers retreated, he rushed out with a katana, a series of quick draws flashing through the crowd. This series of sharp sword techniques left the Black Hawk soldiers bewildered. Some of them tried to shoot back, but the guy in front of them was like an immortal monster, as soon as he killed someone, his wounds would instantly disappear. Before long, the players successfully occupied the building and enthusiastically planted a Vorontsov battle group military flag on the rooftop. Bastard! Seeing the distant building fall and the flag rising on its roof, the Black Hawk colonel couldn't help but smash the binoculars in his hand. He had promised to hold the building, hadn't he? An entire company of soldiers, plus a large number of soldiers providing cover outside, together, that was at least several hundred people. Yet, these people, facing the charge of the Cambrian soldiers, still couldn't stop them and ultimately lost the building. This also raised a question for the colonel, he didn't know how many enemy soldiers were in the warehouse opposite. Could it be that they really dug a tunnel under the warehouse in advance? That shouldn't be, there's a river nearby, how could they dig a tunnel? The colonel was completely baffled, he simply couldn't figure out the enemy's troop deployment methods. However, he had already issued a retreat order to the frontline army, no longer continuing the offensive. Using that building, the Cambrian soldiers had successfully formed crossfire, and if they continued to send out troops, it would only result in heavy casualties for their soldiers. Given the current situation, they had to formulate a new attack plan before they could retake the warehouse and the building. Continuously sending troops would only lead to heavy soldier casualties. News of the failed offensive here, and even the enemy capturing another building, quickly reached the command center in the rear. Upon hearing this news, a group of already displeased Black Hawk generals flew into a rage, immediately scolding the colonel commanding at the front line over the phone. They didn't care about any messy excuses. In their eyes, we sent you so many troops, and in the end, you fought the battle like this. This is your incompetence and dereliction of duty. The colonel, being thoroughly chewed out by the higher UPS behind him, was also somewhat speechless. Could he be blamed for the current situation? This was clearly the enemy using cheats. He just didn't know the term cheating, otherwise he would have reported the players. I'm very sorry, General, but all in all, we need more support here. On the phone, the colonel, after his old superior on the other end finished scolding him, said calmly. The Cambrian soldiers we are facing are not ordinary people, they are definitely Vorontsov's most elite soldiers, and their capture of this warehouse must involve a huge conspiracy. Therefore, even if we have to sacrifice the supplies in this warehouse, we must destroy them. Hearing the colonel say this, the general on the other end was silent for a moment, then seemed to go and communicate with someone. Not long after, he came back and said to the colonel. All right, I will mobilize an armored regiment and more artillery for support. To assault soldier the fortress, I will also bring in 2 big Bertha cannons. In addition, the Empire developed a new type of weapon some time ago, but there hasn't been a suitable testing ground. I think this thing should be helpful for your upcoming operations. After saying this, the general on the other end hung up the phone. New weapon? What new weapon? The colonel was completely bewildered, but this didn't stop him from hanging up the phone and then venting all the scolding he had received onto the frontline officers. Chapter 294, Holy crap, what kind of monster did they dig up? Let me see how their battle is going. Bored, Andrei once again opened the players' chat logs to check on the battle situation on their side. Although he didn't have any means to monitor players in real time on his end, which was a shame, he could get a general idea of their actions through their chat logs. Alright, the operation is going smoothly. I didn't expect that in such a short time, they've not only established defenses in the warehouse but also captured a large building on the flank. When Andrei saw the achievements of the players, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face, and no matter how much he tried to suppress it, he couldn't. Now, the Black Hawk Army's days were going to be tough. The enemy had actually occupied such a fortress-like building deep within their territory, not only seizing a large amount of military supplies but also delivering a harsh blow to their prestige. Undoubtedly, the Black Hawk Army would have to focus their attacks here, otherwise, their subsequent war would face significant problems. However, how great a price they would have to pay to take down this fortress controlled by the players was hard to say. Andrei knew that players were the best at wars of attrition. If these players' patience wasn't completely worn down by the fortress siege, he believed they could hold out here until the end of time. As for whether their patience would be completely exhausted, Andrei felt that as long as player rotations were managed well, their patience shouldn't be depleted. From the players' perspective, this place could serve as a regular monster farming dungeon, where they could occasionally gather for a wave of attacks. On the Black Hawk Army's side, due to the capture of the flanking building, their offensive had temporarily halted, but they were also mobilizing more siege weapons from the rear. What is this thing? Is this what you call a new type of weapon? Looking at a strange device in front of him, which seemed to be a combination of a mech and a tank, the Black Hawk officer in charge of the front line asked with some confusion. That's right, the mole excavator. This is our latest weapon that we've mobilized. Next to this special equipment, several engineer-dressed soldiers saluted the officer, proudly patting the large machine beside them as they spoke. In terms of overall shape, this thing resembled a tank, but it was much larger than an ordinary tank, at least the size of 2 tanks combined. This tank didn't have a cannon, but at its front, it was equipped with a massive drill, a full 5 meters in diameter, and behind the vehicle, there were multiple mechanical legs responsible for auxiliary propulsion. Sir, we've always been accustomed to attacking fortresses from the surface, but in fact, we can absolutely launch attacks from underground. Of course, attacking from underground also presents a series of problems, the biggest being how to quickly excavate a tunnel while ensuring it isn't discovered by the enemy, or at least that the enemy can't react in time. The engineer spoke eloquently, a fervent smile on his face. The officer nodded. While what he said made sense, it wasn't anything new. Previously, when they were researching how to break through the Iris Empire's Maginot Line, they encountered a series of problems, and at that time, they also discussed whether to dig tunnels and launch attacks from underground. But unfortunately, after much research, they couldn't figure out how to dig a tunnel that could accommodate a large army. Moreover, such a massive undertaking would inevitably be discovered by enemy reconnaissance soldiers and airships. At that point, the Iris Empire would only need to bombard their tunnels with fortress cannons to collapse their underground passages. Sir, but with this latest weapon developed by the Empire, all our previous problems with slow tunnel excavation have been solved. Using this mole excavator, we can dig an underground passage over 30 kilometers long in a single day, and this underground passage is large enough to accommodate ordinary mechs and armored vehicles. We can deploy a huge quantity of explosives into this tunnel, or we can send a large number of assault teams to attack along the tunnel. Therefore, as long as we use this weapon, I believe it won't be long before the enemy's occupied building and fortress are taken by us. After listening to this introduction, the Black Hawk officer nodded. If this thing was truly as effective as the engineer claimed, then it would be a divine artifact for breaking through fortresses. However, considering that this weapon seemed to still be in the experimental stage, and this battle was intended to gather real-world data, he suddenly didn't feel so confident about it. After all, it was in the experimental stage, he had never seen many experimental weapons that were reliable. Although he was very skeptical of this thing, he still ordered the excavator to begin operations. After the massive mole excavator selected a suitable area, it first used its side shovels to clear a suitable downward passage. Immediately after, its huge drill began to roar. Hearing the noise from this thing, the officer frowned and couldn't help but ask. I say, are you sure this thing's enormous noise won't expose its position while excavating? The engineer, who was supervising the excavation direction of the excavator nearby, said without turning his head. Officer, how could it not? This thing will definitely expose its position. But it doesn't matter. You have to believe in this thing's excavation speed. As long as it can maintain this speed, I believe the enemy may not be able to react in time. Hearing this, the officer couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had to admit that this thing's excavation speed was indeed very fast, but when the enemy was prepared, their reaction speed would be beyond imagination. These engineers were still too naive, they simply didn't know how fast the enemy army's reaction speed could be. If it were an ordinary Cambrian army, the opponent might not be able to react in time. After all, the Cambrian Empire's army often performed very rigidly. However, Major General Vorontsov's troops and other Cambrian Empire armies were completely different entities. After the previous series of wars, the officer had a very clear understanding of this unit's combat level, so he didn't think for a moment that the other side wouldn't react. Forget it, let it dig slowly. Anyway, this thing is also an obvious target, at least it can draw away some of the enemy's attention. The officer grumbled, and after shrugging, his eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, this thing was clearly an extremely obvious, yet massive living target that the enemy would have to pay a lot of attention to. Since that was the case, why couldn't he use this war machine as a decoy and launch a breakthrough from another direction? Realizing this, the officer immediately began calling the rear, requesting the Air Force base to support him as quickly as possible. He needed a contingent of paratroopers for the upcoming battle. Oh, and besides a crack paratrooper unit, I also need a special mage squad to assist my paratroopers. I heard that the enemy seems to have spellcasters who can hunt our fear knights from a distance. Just then, the officer remembered some rumors he had heard earlier and quickly added. I need a group of mages specializing in shields and curse defense. I absolutely will not allow the enemy to kill our empire's elite fear knights in such a ridiculous manner, it's a huge waste of imperial assets. Apparently, the details of the previous airborne operation launched by the Black Hawk Army against Andrei had already spread throughout their ranks. Undoubtedly, the Black Hawk Army's airborne operation was an utter failure, almost serving as target practice for Andrei's players. The psychers hiding in the shadows took the MVP for damage output. They didn't need to do anything else, they just needed to find a corner to hide in and observe which enemies appeared within the minimap's range. That was enough. With a simple blood boil spell, they could easily take the lives of these Black Hawk soldiers through their power armor, to the point where the heavily armored, greatsword-wielding fear knights were completely useless. It's worth noting that, for this reason, the Black Hawk Army had even held a special council meeting before this to discuss whether they should abolish the fear knight as a troop type. There was no other way. If the enemy had the ability to so easily take the lives of their soldiers in such a simple manner, then there was no need for them to spend a fortune on power armor for their soldiers. In the end, these power armors were completely meaningless, instead, they would become extremely expensive iron coffins. However, after much discussion, they ultimately refused to abolish this troop type, as it symbolized a part of their glory. Instead, they dispatched a large number of mages to assist these warriors in combat. They believed that with magical protection, it should be enough to resist the enemy mage's curse-like abilities. Upon receiving the officer's plea for help, the rear command discussed it and immediately redirected an airship squadron, originally prepared for an airborne operation in another direction. Other places could be attacked anytime, but the Black Hawk Army strongly demanded to take down this fortress-like warehouse first. Otherwise, the thought of the enemy having such a fortress in their rear, and the enemy occasionally bombarding them from the river or sending troops to raid them from the fortress, felt like a bone stuck in their throat. This feeling was truly unbearable. If this fortress wasn't removed, their subsequent logistics would face huge hidden dangers. The Black Hawk Army once again began shelling the fortress ahead. It was unclear when, but the Black Hawk soldiers no longer referred to the building as a warehouse, they had reverted to calling it a fortress. 100 years ago, this was an important Cambrian Empire fortress, and now, this fortress continued to serve its purpose, steadfastly guarding the Cambrian Empire's territory. To capture this fortress, the Black Hawk Empire had mobilized 2 howitzer regiments, including even a heavy artillery regiment. These howitzers, with calibers ranging from 105 to 150 mm, launched a fierce bombardment from different directions against the fortress. The overwhelming artillery fire made the players hiding inside the fortress feel a tremor. Wow, this artillery preparation is really fierce. Feeling the vibrations from the surrounding buildings, the players' expressions were not very panicked. Because the defensive capabilities of this fortress were truly formidable, even with the 150 mm heavy artillery they had mobilized, the main structure of the fortress had not suffered any significant damage. Although occasionally 1 or 2 shells would blast through the fortress wall, harming the players hiding behind it, this was only a rare occurrence. After a wave of bombardment, the Black Hawk Army observed the wind direction, and then launched a large number of gas shells towards the players. It was unclear whether the Black Hawk Army hadn't brought other types of poison gas, or simply deemed it unnecessary, but what they released this time still seemed to be mustard gas. The extremely pungent, garlic-like rotting smell in the air fully proved the composition of this poison gas. However, players also noticed that the mustard gas used by the Black Hawk Army seemed to be slightly different from ordinary mustard gas. Its lethality appeared to be stronger than real-world mustard gas. At the very least, judging by the Major General Klon who died earlier, if it had been normal mustard gas, he should not have died so quickly. Mustard gas is quite torturous, it often takes several hours for someone to die, and during those hours, the poisoned individual will experience a series of symptoms such as ulcerated eyeballs, pulmonary edema, and skin lesions. Overall, those killed by mustard gas die quite painfully, especially since there is no specific antidote for it. Inhaling too much only leads to waiting for death on the spot. The players were not particularly afraid of the gas and all put on their gas masks, but it must be said that being constantly bombarded by the enemy with artillery and even subjected to gas attacks made them quite unhappy. But it didn't matter, if the Black Hawk Army knew how to call for fire support from the rear, the players also understood the principle of calling for reinforcements. Although their gunboats deployed on the river couldn't attack the distant howitzers, and 2 gunboats were even accidentally blown to pieces by howitzers. Yet, they sent messages to the rear, calling for other Air Force players to help them. Seeing their teammates call for help, several planes immediately took off from the airport. 4 Spitfire fighters and 2 Mosquito bombers were rushing to the battlefield at an astonishing speed. The movements of these aircraft did not escape the Black Eagle Empire. Their reconnaissance soldiers deployed nearby noticed the enemy air force's movements immediately. Upon receiving the telegram, the artillery positions of the Black Hawk Army quickly prepared for relocation, and anti-aircraft guns were also set up. They couldn't figure out what was going on. Perhaps the Cambrian Empire's training model was different from theirs. They found that the enemy's air force particularly liked to target anti-aircraft weapons, often fighting them to the bitter end. Because of this, while relocating their artillery positions, they also deployed several anti-aircraft positions nearby, using these as targets to attract enemy fire. Andre also had a black look on his face regarding the player's bad habit. He also didn't know how the players developed such a bad habit at some point. Although some players, when bombing the enemy, did try to avoid ground anti-aircraft fire as much as possible, most players were like porcupines. As soon as someone attacked them, they would immediately want to fight back, without taking any grievances. According to the players, if I'm already flying a fighter jet, and I still have to suffer the indignity of anti-aircraft guns, then wasn't flying the fighter jet pointless? Andre could only let the players do as they pleased. Anyway, their combat capabilities were strong, and they weren't afraid of death, so even if it led to heavy casualties, they could bear it. When several planes flew over, the 88 flak guns deployed below immediately opened fire fiercely into the sky. The continuous roar of cannons and the explosions that occasionally appeared around the planes instantly drew the players' attention to the ground anti-aircraft positions. Don't be in a hurry to attack here, quickly take out the enemy's artillery regiment first. The anti-aircraft positions can be dealt with any time. A Spitfire fighter dove towards the anti-aircraft position, but among this Air Force squad, a player piloting a bomber surprisingly maintained rationality. Changfen Cat, you mean we should go bomb the enemy's howitzers first? Isn't that obvious? Why would you ignore such valuable targets and insist on going after trivial ones? Changfen Cat couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why not bomb the valuable howitzers and instead focus on a few anti-aircraft positions? Was it really necessary to be so petty? Boom. Suddenly, a Spitfire fighter was blown apart in midair by a shell, spiraling down to the ground. Clearly, among the Black Hawk Army, an abyssal mage had used a vicious shot, assisting the anti-aircraft gun. Because a mage had previously stumbled upon the ingenious use of this spell for anti-aircraft defense, the Black Hawk Army immediately ordered the abyss mages on the front lines to learn this spell as quickly as possible. Whoever learned this spell first would receive an extra medal, along with a monetary bonus as encouragement. Under such motivation, many spellcasters would often read their magic books whenever they had the chance, and it's unknown how much scratch paper they used or how many times they practiced. With such effort, some spellcasters naturally learned this spell, although not many actually mastered it, as they didn't learn magic that quickly. Changfen Cat completely ignored his falling comrade and instead tried his best to pilot his plane higher, quickly moving out of the anti-aircraft gun's attack range. As long as he was out of range and ensured the enemy couldn't hit him, that was enough. Found their artillery. They're over there, busy packing up. Another bomber nearby also noticed the enemy artillery's position, and then, this bomber dove rapidly towards the ground, emitting a piercing shriek. Previously, a player had thought of the distinctive shriek of a Stuka dive. German soldiers would install specialized whistles on their landing gear, which produced this unique sound. The players thought this operation was cool and looked very handsome, so they also installed several whistles on their own bombers. It's unknown which player it was, but their craftsmanship seemed quite good. They could carve a whistle out of a bayonet and a piece of metal. Taking this opportunity, he actually sold whistles to other players, making a small profit for himself, and incidentally, fully showcased his handicraft skills. Hearing this sound, the Black Hawk soldiers involuntarily covered their ears. The sound caused them immense psychological pressure, making them very uncomfortable. Before the players even finished their dive, a large number of bombs had already been dropped. If this were a normal army, dropping bombs from such a height would definitely get him chewed out by his superior, because bombing from this height offered almost no precision whatsoever. Dive bombing is all about precision. What's the point of dive bombing from such a high altitude? But for players, their planes had no limit on the number of bombs. Dropping bombs was like a skill. Once the skill's cooldown was over, they could drop bombs again. Given that, they just randomly threw bombs at the ground, hitting as many as they could. But strangely enough, perhaps his luck was incredibly good. The bombs were just thrown randomly, yet one bomb happened to land in the artillery position below, directly hitting a pile of shells. An earth-shattering roar erupted, and a huge mushroom cloud rose from the position. An unknown number of 150mm shells were thus directly detonated by a single player's bomb. In the distance, a Black Hawk officer, an artillery officer, looked at the huge explosion with eyes full of shock. "You damn fools, who told you to put the shells and propellant together in advance? Get ready for a court-martial." He was furious. How could such a low-level mistake occur in his army? The Empire had repeatedly emphasized not to do this when training artilleries, yet someone still committed such a foolish act and was wiped out by the enemy in one fell swoop. But he didn't know that the artilleries also found firing cannons very difficult. They also wanted to fire faster and with less effort. Therefore, when they found that nothing usually went wrong, certain safety regulations would naturally be thrown to the back of their minds. It was also fortunate that a portion of the howitzers had already been moved, so this explosion didn't completely wipe out their entire artillery regiment. However, looking at the scene of corpses strewn across the artillery position and several heavy cannons blown away, the other soldiers who rushed over all showed a hint of unbearable sadness in their eyes. It was too tragic. These artilleries were all precious technical military personnel of the Empire, and those heavy cannons were also the industrial essence of the Empire. Who knew how long it would take the Empire to replenish its artilleries and artillery after such a blast? Chang Fenkat, following closely behind the bomber, looked at the scene on the ground and was utterly stunned. Holy crap! What did you just bomb? My goodness! Good heavens, just a casual bomb drop resulted in a critical hit on the enemy position. Wasn't that luck too good? The player who rushed ahead to drop bombs was also completely bewildered, looking at the large sum of merit suddenly added to his account. His brain hadn't quite processed it yet. Who knew what had just happened? He just casually threw a bunch of bombs, and it hit something incredible. With no artilleries left to bomb, the players could only randomly bomb several other facilities of the Black Hawk army in the vicinity, and also strafe the Black Hawk soldiers on the ground back and forth. Of course, when attacking, they also tried their best to hide on the edge of the anti-aircraft guns' attack range, because the enemy's spell was truly disgusting. Although at first, players seriously suspected that the game was using cheats. But careful players constantly observed, and they also noticed the mages near the anti-aircraft guns. When they saw that the mage simply applied a layer of green light enchantment to the anti-aircraft gun, and then this anti-aircraft gun could instantly achieve 100% accuracy, they were completely stunned. They couldn't understand the principle at all. They could only say that this operation looked incredible no matter how you viewed it. Just as the players were busy continuously attacking the enemies on the ground, suddenly, one player noticed that an airship formation seemed to be approaching in the distance. Wait a minute, there are enemy airships coming right to us. Let's go take them out. Seeing the several airships in the distance, all the players' eyes showed an eager expression. These things were good, they had become their currently recognized reward-type enemy units. Although these things had very powerful destructive power when bombing the ground, and also had a void shield with extremely strong defensive capabilities. But overall, airships were very easy to take down, especially after the players' planes were upgraded. They had upgraded their weapons, and breaking through the enemy's void shield became easier. Large airships were a bit more troublesome, they had to constantly chip away at them from the outside, gradually wearing down the enemy's shield bar. But against escorting medium airships, they only needed a few more volleys to break the enemy's void shield. Unfortunately, because their plane's speed had greatly increased, the tactic of ramming became ineffective. If they rammed the enemy, they would always be deflected by the void shield into some unknown warp. Some players suspected they might have been deflected into the warp, but they also felt that the scenery there seemed different from the warp they imagined. At the very least, they certainly hadn't run into the daemon worlds of the four chaos gods. The players' planes quickly dove towards the distant airship formation, then launched a series of fierce volleys. High-explosive autocannons and machine guns continuously strafed, splashing ripples across the void shield, but they didn't notice that this newly appeared large airship of the Black Hawk army was slightly different from previous airships. Wait a minute, what's that thing hanging under this airship? And why does the front of the airship have an extra crystal structure? Suddenly, Chang Fenkat noticed that the structure of this airship was different from previous ones. Because the two attachments weren't very large, he hadn't noticed them at first, until he swooped down below the airship and discovered what felt out of place to him. Just as he was feeling puzzled, the red crystal located at the front of the airship suddenly gathered a huge beam of light. The laser crystal, almost identical to those on the Caesar-class Titan, instantly ignited a player's approaching aircraft, causing it to explode into a large fireball in the sky. Holy moly, it's that laser again. Seeing this thing, the players were momentarily stunned, not expecting the Black Hawk army to actually mount this laser weapon on an airship. Isn't this a disaster? They had already witnessed the power of this laser before, there was no way to challenge it with an aircraft. The other few aircraft tried their best to dodge, but they were still locked on by the laser one by one, then burned into fireballs in the sky. Even as they were destroyed, these players were still somewhat bewildered, wondering how the enemy's airships suddenly received an epic upgrade. Ha 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 ha, serves them right. Absolutely serves them right. On the ground, the Black Hawk soldiers who had just been severely bombed cheered at this sight. Seeing the enemy's air force so easily taken down by their own airships, they all felt a great sense of satisfaction. Compared to the common soldiers, several high-ranking Black Hawk officers on the ground were quite curious. They really didn't know that such laser crystals had been installed on airships. A major drawback of this thing was that it was particularly troublesome to manufacture, so the Black Hawk army had never been able to mass-produce it. Therefore, this item was previously only configured for Titan mechs, but it seemed that the domestic production capacity for laser crystals had received an additional boost. Excellent, if we can equip all our airships with this weapon, then the enemy's mechanical birds won't be able to harm us anymore. A Black Hawk officer said with a smile, but his companion next to him shook his head. That's unlikely, your idea is a bit too naive. This thing is too expensive to build, and production can't keep up. We can't arm all our airships with this weapon. To deal with the enemy's aircraft, we still need to continue research and development. As long as we can produce weapons that match the enemy's aircraft, then their aircraft will no longer be a threat. Clearly, these Black Hawk officers had not yet realized how powerful aircraft could be with the bonus of player characteristics. It's also unknown whether they would doubt life after finally building their own biplanes and then comparing them to the player's aircraft. After dealing with the player air force, the airships began bombing the area above the fortress. They didn't immediately deploy paratroopers but rather conducted bombing first. Although most of the airships in their airship formation were primarily for transport, the large airship leading the way still carried a large number of bombs. Overwhelming carpet bombing swept over the top of the fortress, and the massive dust and vibrations made the players feel uncomfortable. Holy moly, this is truly insane, do they really need to be this brutal? During the continuous bombing, one area of the fortress actually collapsed, and the mortar positions and anti-aircraft positions originally set up on top, used by players for defense, were all destroyed in the bombing. Of course, these losses were minor for the players, they were not short on these weapon losses. Engineer players could just turn around and hammer a couple of times to build new anti-aircraft guns. Pay attention to the activity in front of us, do you see the ground constantly rising over there? I estimate that something is digging a tunnel over. Some players hiding in the fortress ignored the bombing overhead, ran to the window, and pointed into the distance. Although the bombing overhead created a huge commotion, besides the bombing sounds, they also heard the rumbling of construction ahead. Because the sound was too loud, the players' attention was quickly drawn to it. When they saw the extremely obvious terrain changes over there, the players almost simultaneously realized that the enemy was digging a tunnel. How do we handle this? Can we determine where they're digging to? Not really. These guys seem to be deliberately trying to confuse us while digging. Unless it's the very last moment before they break through, we can't really say where they'll dig to. Colonel Yurden watched for a while, then suddenly his eyes lit up. That's right, since we don't know when they'll come over, we can take the initiative. Get a few engineers, go to the basement wall and chip away at it. If we can also dig tunnels, then we'll proactively meet them. Hearing this, the other engineers' eyes also lit up. That's right, why couldn't they dig tunnels? In the past, when they were in positions, they even had the ability to dig trenches. Digging tunnels should be similar to digging trenches, right? They weren't quite sure how the game mechanism worked, but they were going to try. Soon, several engineer players used various tools to blast a hole in the basement wall of the fortress. Of course, their basement was not located very deep, as there was a river nearby, and digging too deep would lead to groundwater, potentially turning the underground space of the fortress into a reservoir. Following this hole, the engineer players used their engineer shovels to operate a few times and found that they could indeed dig through. Good, good, good. Dig in the opposite direction, see if we can block them. The players were excited, each picking up an engineer shovel and digging tunnels. They never expected that their engineers also had the ability to fight tunnel warfare, they had never noticed this before. Because the players' digging characteristics, just like when they built trenches, allowed them to dig out a large amount of earth with just a few scoops. Before long, the players at the front had dug a considerable distance, while the players at the back were mostly engaged in moving the earth that these guys had thrown behind them. As the tunnel gradually took shape, the players also heard the roaring sound from the other side seemingly getting louder and louder. Good heavens, what kind of contraption are the Black Hawk Devils using that makes such a huge commotion? Who cares, let's just dig through and see. After confirming that the enemy was roughly on the other side, the leading engineer players became excited. They were already eager to dig a passage underground and give the enemy a huge surprise. At the other end of the tunnel, the mole boring machine was still operating. The massive armored drill bit continuously churned the earth and rocks ahead into fragments, then plunged deep inside, while a large number of Black Hawk soldiers behind them continuously moved the earth and rocks out, almost forming a human assembly line. To dig this tunnel, the Black Hawk soldiers responsible for moving earth and rocks had already rotated several shifts of people. This job was truly inhuman, it was too exhausting. Damn it, how much further are we from the fortress ahead? Not sure, maybe over 100 meters. Hearing this, several Black Hawk soldiers busy moving earth and rocks felt like they wanted to faint. The thought of having to dig another 100 meters of earth and move another 100 meters of stones here made them feel utterly hopeless. It's all those Cambrian soldiers' fault, why did these guys have to come over when they had nothing better to do? If it weren't for them, he could have enjoyed a short vacation in the rear, instead of having to come here and act like a mole. But just then, the mole boring machine ahead suddenly noticed that the soil quality seemed a bit off. Stop, what's going on? It seems we've dug through the front. That shouldn't be right, according to the map, we should still be at least 100 meters from the bottom of the fortress, right? Although they couldn't figure out the situation, the mole boring machine had indeed dug through the front, and they even felt that the foremost drill bit seemed to have churned into something strange. The players who had just dug through the tunnel hadn't had time to clearly see the Black Hawk Army's appearance when they were met with a massive armored drill bit. This drill bit, full of sharp teeth and spikes, instantly shredded the players at the front. Several unlucky engineer players were bewildered, completely unaware of what had happened. Holy crap! What outrageous war machine have the Black Hawk Devils come up with now? Quickly, bring the cannon over. A player quickly got down, set up an net launcher, and fired at this huge rotating drill bit. An armor-piercing shell struck it, making a crisp clang, but it did not penetrate the drill bit. It should be noted that this drill bit was almost made from a single piece of solid metal, and to be able to dig through the rock below, its surface coating was extremely hard. If compared, the defense of this drill bit could even rival a battleship. The players were somewhat bewildered, and the Black Hawk soldiers operating the mole boring machine were equally bewildered. They also heard the cannon shot. There was no doubt that someone was firing at their drill bit. By the Emperor, did we really dig through their basement? I told you that map wasn't reliable. Quick, quick, pull our drilling machine out quickly, the Cambrians have discovered us. The soldiers in the tunnel quickly dropped their carrying tools and swiftly picked up their guns. They never expected to fight an encounter battle underground with the enemy, but they were now eager to start fighting. The boring machine, stuck in the tunnel, was now somewhat unable to move forward or backward. If they wanted to retreat, they could only reverse all the way, which would definitely run over the soldiers behind them. Since that's the case, then never mind what's in front, just dig all the way through. Once they dug into the enemy's basement, they would naturally have enough room to maneuver and could also clear this tunnel. So, under the players' terrified gaze, this huge drill bit, which had just stopped, once again returned to its roaring, thundering state. Immediately after, this monster began to roll towards them. Chapter 295, Ogren vs. Fear Knight. Retreat. 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 Oh my goodness, what kind of black technology is this? It must be said that watching such a huge machine rapidly rotating and crushing towards them was a truly powerful visual impact. The players quickly retreated, continuously firing at the object, but their weapons seemed unable to penetrate the drill bit at the front of it. They had no idea what material the drill bit was made of, or how thick it was. Even a sufficiently reckless player who charged forward with a sticky bomb couldn't manage to blow it up. However, they quickly noticed its weakness. It moved slowly and seemed difficult to turn, only able to push straight forward. Oh, this is easy to deal with. Isn't the problem solved? More landmines in front, quick, quick, quick. Colonel Yulton shouted to the players behind him, eager to see the machine run over the landmines. The Black Hawk army seemed to genuinely believe that this weapon's frontal pushing capability was invincible. Although its advance speed wasn't fast, the engineer team operating this massive machine kept pushing forward. Ha ha ha, advance. Crush these damn moles. I never thought our digging speed would be faster than expected. Are we about to drill into the underground space of the fortress? They thought well, but in fact, they had only drilled into the tunnel that the players had just dug, and were further widening this tunnel. After advancing several meters, they didn't see any additional space on the sides, which made the Black Hawk engineers a bit confused. But they weren't thinking too much at the moment. In their opinion, since they hadn't completely dug into the underground space beneath the fortress, it only meant that their digging length wasn't enough. Just a little more forward, and they would surely drill right in. But just then, the tracks beneath this massive war machine suddenly ran over a landmine. With a thunderous roar, the powerful anti-tank landmine directly shattered the chassis of the war machine. Fragments shot into the sky, instantly killing all the engineers inside the machine. The Black Hawk soldiers advancing with this behemoth froze for a moment. They hadn't yet figured out what was happening. They only heard a loud explosion from the front, and then this huge thing stopped moving. What's going on? Why did this thing stop? A major who had just descended into the tunnel, ready to rush in with other soldiers, asked. Reporting, sir, we don't know either. But just then, a soldier carefully examined it and suddenly speculated. Sir, I suspect this thing might have run over an anti-armor landmine. It looks like it's already scrapped and smoking. Hearing this, the other Black Hawk soldiers froze, then began to discuss. How is that possible? How could there be anti-armor landmines down here? It shouldn't be. Cambrian soldiers don't have the ability to predict the future. How could they have set up landmines in front of us in advance? To be honest, the Cambrian soldiers appearing here by following the sound had already surprised them. But if the enemy had predicted their route of action in advance, not only coming here to block them but also setting up landmines here, how could that be possible? Cambrians weren't gods, how could they have such foresight? Moreover, based on the minced flesh that had flowed out from under the tunneling machine during previous digging, they knew that Cambrian soldiers must have been caught by the large drill bit in front and shredded. If the Cambrian soldiers had truly predicted all of this in advance, how could some of their soldiers have accidentally been shredded? Clearly, they had no idea how fast players could lay landmines. If they had seen that players simply threw landmines on the ground as if throwing a urinal, they would have understood how this war machine met its end. An engineer quickly used a welding torch to cut open the hatch at the rear of the machine, then saw the gruesome state of the cabin inside. As they went in and dragged out the mangled bodies of their comrades, they also saw the large hole exposed beneath the chassis of the tunneling machine. Damn it, it really was a landmine. How is this possible? The Black Hawk soldiers discussed animatedly, but compared to the landmine issue, the major who had just arrived was more concerned about an important matter. Wait a minute, can we still move this tunneling machine now? The engineer who had rushed in to check ran out and shook his head. Sorry, sir, this machine was destroyed in the explosion. Its engine is completely scrapped, and it's impossible to repair, even with maintenance. The tunnel we dug is probably completely blocked. If we want to attack the fortress, we'll have to come from a different direction. As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Hawk soldiers who heard the news let out a wail. No way, I've been moving dirt here for several hours, and it's all for nothing. Thinking about their hard work for half a day, the fruits of their labor, being rendered useless so quickly, they all felt a taste of unbearable pain. But they didn't know that just as they had given up on this tunnel and were preparing to retreat, the players' counterattack had begun. What a joke, coming and going as they please. Do players have no pride? Colonel Yulton, at the back of the team, pointed to the side wall and said. Quick, 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 keep digging this way. We'll dig a tunnel from the side to bypass them and block their retreat. Damn it, everyone move faster. These Black Hawk soldiers haven't retreated yet. If we can successfully block them, it'll be like trapping a dog in a corner. Several engineer players swung their shovels furiously, pushing their speed to the limit, just to dig a tunnel to block the still unretreated enemy. Behind them, several other players were busy moving earth and stones while also using maps to guide them. It was truly difficult to discern direction in such a dim underground space, especially since the players hadn't bothered to bring a single light. The Black Hawk soldiers at least had a few kerosene lamps down there, but the players had brought absolutely nothing. If it weren't for their special physiques, their own attributes being enough to allow them to see in the dark, they would have been lost underground by now. Although the Black Hawk soldiers felt a bit frustrated, they still began to prepare to evacuate. However, before evacuating, many Black Hawk soldiers chose to sit down and rest first. The previous work had exhausted them, it was their first time moving so much dirt. If someone didn't know, they'd think they had gone to a construction site to move bricks. If there were enemies behind them, supported by adrenaline, they could still barely muster the energy to pick up their guns and fight them. But when they realized this tunnel was useless, the spirit they had been holding on to suddenly deflated. Even the major officer who had come down earlier agreed to the suggestion for the soldiers to rest for a moment before evacuating, because he too was exhausted. As an officer, he naturally couldn't be special at a time like this. It was a moment to boost morale, and how could he not lead by example? So, just now, he had also taken off his military uniform, wearing only a small vest, and started moving sand and dirt, to the point where his lower back was almost broken from exhaustion. Hey, by the way, will the Cambrian soldiers on the other side attack? A Black Hawk soldier sat against the side wall of the tunnel, looking somewhat worriedly at the scrap tunneling machine in front. Although they knew that the armored drill bit at the front of this thing was particularly thick and basically impossible for the enemy to break open, otherwise they would have already cut it open and rushed through the passage. But no matter what, thinking that they and the Cambrian soldiers on the other side were only separated by this massive tunneling machine, and they were showing a relaxed state here, some soldiers couldn't help but feel a pang of unease. Ha, you're overthinking it. How could they drill through? To open this thing, even ordinary welding torches can't do it. Who knows how thick the metal of that front drill bit is made of? Another soldier nearby laughed nonchalantly and said. Don't worry, this thing blocks the tunnel ahead completely. Cambrian soldiers simply can't get through. Just as they were thinking this, a soldier suddenly pressed his ear close to the side earth wall, frowning slightly. Come here, listen. What's going on over here? I don't know if it's my imagination, but I think I hear something on the side of the earth wall. Hearing this, several other Black Hawk soldiers also quickly crowded over. Someone opened a water bottle, inserted it into the earth wall, and then listened with their ear pressed against the bottle. Don't say, there really seems to be a sound, as if something is digging. Could it be moles or something? We've made such a commotion underground, the creatures in the dirt must be scared out of their wits, right? Sometime, the major officer also ran over to listen to the commotion. Something's wrong, this isn't moles at all. Moles couldn't make such regular and loud digging sounds. Oh no, it's Cambrian soldiers on our flank, they're digging a tunnel. Quick, grab your weapons. The major realized the situation was wrong and shouted loudly at the surrounding soldiers. But these Black Hawk soldiers had just found a place to stop and rest. They were all very tired, so suddenly telling them to pick up their weapons wasn't so easy. Some soldiers quickly picked up the rifles and submachine guns beside them, but some soldiers were still in a daze. Just then, the side wall of the tunnel was suddenly dug open. Don't rush out directly, quickly throw grenades. As soon as Colonel Yulton finished speaking, players immediately threw a barrage of grenades. A series of explosions instantly blew all the Black Hawk soldiers on both sides of the passage entrance to the ground. Immediately after, several players armed with shotguns rushed out first, raising their shotguns and spraying at the surrounding Black Hawk soldiers who hadn't reacted yet. This fierce attack stunned the Black Hawk army. They tried to grab their guns to resist, but the scene in front was too chaotic, making it impossible to know how to fight back. Although the Black Hawk army had dug a very wide tunnel using the tunneling machine, it was still impossible for them to deploy combat formations in such a place. As a result, the Black Hawk soldiers in the back couldn't understand the situation at all. They only saw that chaos seemed to have broken out in front, but a large number of comrades blocked the way, making it impossible for them to figure out exactly what was happening. Under a series of fierce attacks, the players quickly overwhelmed the Black Hawk soldiers in front, but some Black Hawk soldiers in the back also timely raised their weapons and launched a counterattack against the players. In such terrain, the battle between soldiers became extremely brutal. The two sides were only a few meters apart, and the tunnel was no more than 5 meters wide. In such a situation, they shot at each other with no place to hide. Many times, players and Black Hawk soldiers on the opposite side would hit each other simultaneously, with players and Black Hawk soldiers constantly falling together. But after only a few seconds of fighting, the players gradually gained the upper hand, because compared to the Black Hawk soldiers, the players were not only less afraid of death, but also had much stronger heavy firepower in their hands. Two trench raiders quickly rushed out from the player team, swung their raider clubs, and charged into the enemy crowd, knocking down countless Black Hawk soldiers with a single blow each. In this terrain, heavily armored, they had a huge advantage. Relying on their armor and reaction speed, they could easily knock down all the enemies in front of them. Moreover, these two trench raiders also successfully attracted firepower for the remaining players, greatly reducing the casualty rate of other players. Eat my salted fish thrust. Yura. A player, disregarding his life, charged forward with a bayonet, instantly piercing the chest of a Black Hawk soldiers. But immediately after, the submachine guns of several Black Hawk soldiers nearby fiercely shot through his body, riddling him and the unfortunate man on the ground, whose body was pierced with bullets. Colonel Yulton rushed out, quickly shouting to the other players. Don't just focus on fighting those in the tunnel, there are also enemies outside, quickly seal off this tunnel. Quick, quick, rush out, don't let them approach here. Colonel Yulton was well aware that the tunnel's terrain was actually very unfavorable. Once the Black Hawk army outside made up their minds and set up heavy machine guns directly at the tunnel entrance, they would be in big trouble. Sure enough, the Black Hawk army outside had already discovered the situation here and began sending soldiers to rush in. Several riflemen blocked the tunnel entrance, firing accurately inside. Two players tried to charge with salted fish thrusts to engage in bayonet combat, but were shot down before they could even get close. Until a machine gun sentry rushed out, wearing heavy armor, he stood at the tunnel entrance, enduring the enemy's rifle fire, and then fiercely swept his machine gun. Bang 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 bang. When the machine gun sentry's heavy firepower was brought to bear, the riflemen blocking the tunnel entrance were instantly wiped out. This terrifying machine gun fire not only startled the enemy forces outside the tunnel but also made the enemy forces trapped inside the tunnel feel despair. Damn it! Soldiers, follow me! Combat engineers, come with me! Realizing he was in a desperate situation, the Black Eagle Major also had his ferocity ignited. He roared at the soldiers behind him, casually picked up a breastplate from the ground and put it on, then rushed forward with his submachine gun. Several other combat engineers also rushed forward wearing breastplates, desperately firing their submachine guns in the direction of the players, not caring even if they hit their own people. Because they knew that in this desperate situation, only by fighting to the death could they break out. If they still had reservations now, they would only be trapped here by the enemy, then heavy machine guns would be set up to sweep them all down. The moment heavy machine guns appeared in the Cambrian soldiers' team that rushed out, the other Black Hawk soldiers could no longer sit still. Because they knew that once this thing blocked the tunnel, no matter how many of them there were, they wouldn't be able to charge through. It's a pity, they thought they could break out with this reckless attitude, but the players were the truly reckless ones. Hey hey hey, I'm here. Wait, Jiwo, what are you doing? You beast, you big beast. When the other players saw Lords Hiwo choose an elite soldier set and charge forward, the expressions on their faces all turned to horror. Because at this moment, the elite soldier set he chose was none other than the Flame Trooper. First, 2 incendiary bombs were thrown down, and a section of the tunnel immediately ignited. Immediately after, relying on his Flame Trooper's immunity to fire, he held down the flamethrower and sprayed all the way down, charging fiercely forward while spraying. Some unlucky players on the player side couldn't help but want to curse into their mics, because some of them were standing in front. They would also be burned to death by this unlucky flamethrower. Fortunately, there weren't many players standing in front. After other players realized such a ruthless person had come from behind, they quickly made way, clearing a path for him. The Black Hawk soldiers were busy continuously sweeping with their submachine guns, thinking the enemy would be repelled by their firepower, but they found that these Cambrian soldiers were truly fearless. Just as they were about to charge up and fight the enemy to the death, the sudden flash of fire from the front of the tunnel stunned all these Black Hawk soldiers. Holy moly! By the Emperor, what madman is using a flamethrower in a tunnel? Damn it! Isn't he afraid of burning himself to death? Several Black Hawk soldiers at this moment had completely lost the courage to continue charging. They all fled backward, wishing they could instantly teleport out of this tunnel. It wasn't that they weren't capable, but the enemy had a cheat. In such a confined space, using a flamethrower was a mutual destruction. Especially when they saw the Flame Trooper rush out of the flames, roaring and continuously spraying fire at them, these Black Hawk soldiers were all scared shitless. Before long, the Black Hawk soldiers trapped inside the tunnel met a fate of complete annihilation. In this battle, Jiwo, who usually performed poorly, suddenly took the MVP, and also received numerous voice greetings from his teammates. It was clear that his teammates were very concerned about his family situation, greeting his family members with great enthusiasm. No wonder, who told this guy to use such a ruthless character as a Flame Trooper? Didn't everyone avoid using Flame Troopers before precisely because they were worried about accidentally burning their teammates to death? At the entrance of the tunnel, several players who had just rushed through were already engaged in fierce combat with the arriving Black Hawk soldiers. The machine gun sentry, carrying an MG-0818, advanced with an arrogant swagger, sweeping fire as he charged, until he encountered the enemy's gas bomb. When the machine gun sentry saw a Black Eagle gas trooper directly spraying gas inside, he was completely stunned. Although he quickly blew up the compressed gas canister, a large amount of gas sprayed from the canister surged into the tunnel with even greater intensity. Other players were fine, they could wear gas masks, but the machine gun sentry, due to his unique characteristics, couldn't wear a gas mask. What do sentries fear on the battlefield? One of the things they greatly fear is gas. So the machine gun sentry who had just charged up inexplicably fell under the gas, and when several other players tried to charge, more grenades were thrown in from outside. It's unclear whether these Black Hawk soldiers were truly so ruthless, or if they had already determined that everyone trapped in the tunnel was dead based on the players' firepower density. When these guys released gas and threw grenades inside, they truly showed no mercy at all. It must be said that both sides were shocked by each other. The Black Hawk soldiers were shocked by the players' recklessness, while the players were shocked by the Black Hawk army's ruthlessness. Retreat, retreat, fall back again, block the tunnel we dug with explosives. Don't countercharge here, a countercharge here is too costly. Colonel Yulton, seeing the situation was unfavorable, quickly gave orders to the other players. The tunnel in front of them was almost a straight tube. If they charged up this way, they would be stuck in this confined area, constantly enduring enemy fire from outside. Honestly, fighting like this was insane, especially when the enemy brought in large amounts of gas. Even if they used a machine gun sentry to clear the way, they wouldn't be able to break through. If they really wanted to countercharge, it would be better to quickly move to the respawn point in the side building and launch a flanking attack from the building's direction. Just as players and Black Hawk soldiers were fighting with bloodshot eyes in the tunnel below, the Black Hawk Army's airborne operation began at the top of the fortress. After the airship that had previously arrived at the top of the fortress dropped a large amount of explosives, it immediately began its airborne deployment. A series of rocket drop pods were heavily launched from the airship, then crashed fiercely onto the fortress surface. Some drop pods even slammed directly into the fortress through the breach blown open at the top of the fortress. It must be said, the fortress floor was truly sturdy. Even with such a heavy rocket drop pod crashing down, the fortress floor was not pierced. Holy moly, quickly, anti-armor. After the air battle ended, Changfen Cat, who had just respawned inside this fortress, had barely appeared when he was coincidentally blocked head-on by this unlucky drop pod. He somewhat regretted equipping a mortar instead of a net launcher, because this thing was not suitable for shelling with a mortar. Almost as quickly as he rolled behind a pillar, the rocket drop pod began attacking its surroundings. The two Fear Knights inside the rocket drop pod immediately operated the heavy machine guns mounted on the cabin walls to sweep the surroundings. Two heavy machine guns simultaneously fired fiercely in different directions into the fortress interior, and players who didn't have time to dodge were knocked down one after another, causing chaos for a time. Oh my god, this game is bugged again. Why isn't my spell working? A Psyker player, hiding behind another pillar, was about to use a boiling blood spell to take down the Fear Knight in the drop pod, but just as he was about to cast the spell, he found that the spell he threw had no effect. No, there's something wrong with this drop pod. They've installed magic immunity on the drop pod. Another player peeked out and noticed something was off with the drop pod. Just as the Psyker used his spell, a faint glow suddenly appeared on the surface of the drop pod. Under the protection of this glow, the Psyker's spell was directly nullified. Good heavens, the Black Hawk Army's military technology innovation speed is too fast, isn't it? To be honest, the players were somewhat shocked by the speed of these guys' upgrades and replacements. When all the players caught outside were taken down by the sudden sweep, and the remaining players were hiding behind pillars and cover, the two Fear Knights quickly opened the drop pod and emerged from inside. Compared to before, these two Fear Knights seemed to have an additional structure on their chests. The originally huge black eagle emblem suddenly clutched a gem-like object below it, faintly emitting a peculiar red light. This light was identical to the light that had appeared on the drop pod earlier. A Psyker tried throwing a spell at them and found it was also blocked by this damned light. Holy moly, what's with these guys? Did they perhaps go for advanced training at the Inquisition? How do they have special attacks against Psykers? Changfen Cat couldn't help but complain, while quickly selecting a Beastman unit for himself. He was preparing to quickly respawn at a nearby respawn point. If there was only one Fear Knight, he could try to fight with a bayonet, but two Fear Knights were a different story. The submachine gun firepower of these two Fear Knights was already incredibly fierce, and coupled with their understanding of crossfire support, several bayonet players who charged in were all eliminated. The other players discussed it in the chat area and decided to quickly change their troop types and restart, as ordinary troop types could no longer handle such a situation. Besides these two Fear Knights, some other Fear Knights landed on top of the fortress and quickly descended via staircases or gaps in the ceiling. In just a blink of an eye, this level of the fortress was already under assault soldier by more than 10 Fear Knights, and each Fear Knight had a unique gem on him that could help him resist the attacks of Psykers. Quick, quick, move faster. Our gems won't last much longer. One Fear Knight looked at his increasingly dim gem, a hint of anxiety flashing in his eyes. When the gem completely stopped glowing, his protection would become ineffective, and then a single spell from the enemy could end his life. This Fear Knight rushed behind a pillar at extreme speed, just in time to see the Psyker hiding there. This Psyker had used several spells in a row but failed to break through his defense, but he also noticed that the opponent's gem color was rapidly dimming. So he was preparing to slowly wear down this Fear Knight using this method. But unfortunately, before he could use that many spells consecutively, the Fear Knight's great sword had already swung over. Although he drew his shotgun, attempting a final blow, he was still brutally cut in half by the great sword. Quick! Clear out all spellcasters here. The mage squad behind will be in position soon, we need to clear a path for them first. Several Fear Knights moved quickly, either sweeping with submachine guns or using great swords to kill the players hiding behind pillars. But they always felt like something wasn't quite right, because the number of players hiding behind these pillars seemed a bit too small. They clearly felt that there should have been many enemies hiding here before, but after they charged over, they only killed 2 people in total. This made several Fear Knights feel confused. where did the remaining people hide? But just then, a sudden armor-piercing round instantly shot through a Fear Knight's chest, causing him to fall heavily to the side. For the Emperor. Fire. Changfen Cat charged out from the side. He had now switched to an Ogren Abhuman. Although Ogrens are more expensive, when facing such physically powerful enemies, the Ogren's abilities are truly strong. With a storm shield in one hand and a net launcher in the other, although this configuration didn't look as distinctly Warhammer style, its lethality was real. The other Fear Knights quickly swept the area with their submachine guns, but all the bullets were blocked by the Ogren's massive shield. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? These Fear Knights were a bit stunned by the Ogren, although they had heard that the enemy had modified soldiers before. When they truly faced such a behemoth up close, they only felt their scalps tingle. Damn it. They felt like they weren't facing a person, but a standing brown bear. No, this thing's strength was definitely stronger than a brown bear, at least a brown bear couldn't carry that massive steel shield. One Fear Knight tried to launch a surprise attack from the side, drawing his greatsword, ready to cut Changfen Cat down on the spot. In his opinion, such large individuals usually had poor agility, as long as he could charge in from the side. Just as he thought this, the enormous steel shield slammed into him, sending him flying in the Fear Knight's incredulous gaze. Although he was wearing power armor, and the shock absorption inside the armor was very good, he didn't suffer too much damage. When he staggered to his feet, he felt completely disoriented. Please, does it have to be this exaggerated? The weight of his power armor, combined with his own body weight, amounted to several hundred kilograms, and he was just directly sent flying like that? Good heavens, one shield bash like that could send a brown bear flying. The other Fear Knights also tried to charge, but without exception, they were all knocked flying by a frontal shield bash. Immediately after, Changfen Cat continued to fire his cannon, and one shot again took the life of a Fear Knight. Quick, quick, blast them to death. The other players also all chose Ogrens and charged out. Of course, their weapon configurations were also different. Some Ogren players equipped themselves with a large club, and some Ogrens chose to equip themselves with a Flame Trooper set. When the other players saw this Ogren Flame Trooper, their eyes lit up instantly, because they found that this set seemed to match the Ogren's body, and its volume had increased significantly. The original flamethrower, when adapted to the Ogren's body, had practically turned into a thermal melta cannon. Although theoretically, the damage values of this thing should be the same, it was clear at a glance that this thing had a larger spray area. Sure enough, when he roared and sprayed flames forward, the massive flame coverage instantly enveloped two Fear Knights. The flame spray effect in front of them was roughly equivalent to a flamethrower tank, with a much larger burning area than that of an ordinary flame trooper. The Fear Knight's power armor obviously did not have thermal insulation, and when they were engulfed in flames, these unlucky knights were stuck inside their power armor, as if they were inside a branding iron. They struggled in agony inside their power armor, emitting horrific wails, but all of it was in vain. Listening to the sizzling sound coming from inside the power armor, like grilled squid on a hot plate, even the players couldn't help but frown, feeling that they were truly miserable. Some Fear Knights fiercely shot bullets at the Flame Ogren, but their bullets seemed to be not very effective. These submachine gun bullets could indeed penetrate the Ogren's skin, but they would immediately get stuck in their muscles, unable to inflict fatal wounds. And for the players, it meant that their Ogren Abhumans at this moment had extremely thick health, and even if they encountered a barrage of submachine gun fire, they wouldn't die on the spot. Bang! A Fear Knight equipped with a large caliber anti-armor rifle successfully took down an Ogren player with one shot. Quickly retreat, don't get entangled with these monsters. While reloading new armor-piercing rounds, he called out to his other teammates, telling them to quickly evacuate this floor. Their airborne operation this time did not carry too many anti-armor units, because according to their original plan, the enemy should not have any armored units. The anti-armor gun in his hand was still for finding a place to set up in the subsequent battle and then hunting the river gunboats. However, their current situation did not seem like they could fight through this fortress area and then control the river behind. These terrifying modified monsters had severely startled the Black Hawk soldiers. They fought and retreated, trying to avoid being caught by these clumsy Ogrens, while also relying on the pillars here as much as possible to dodge the armor-piercing rounds occasionally shot from the other side. After losing half of their teammates, these Fear Knights barely retreated back to the roof. The mage squad that had just parachuted down, and another group of elite soldiers who had packed up their parachutes, were about to move when they saw the Fear Knights' disheveled appearance. What happened? What did you encounter down there? Damn it, they are modified monsters of the Cambrian Empire. As soon as he finished speaking, an Ogren player came chasing from behind with heavy thuds, but the Fear Knight fired an armor-piercing round back, shooting him through the head. See? It's these things, who knows how these meat mountains grew out. Looking at the behemoth in front of them, 2.5 meters tall and similar in size to a tank, the paratrooper assault soldier team glanced at the submachine guns in their hands, and a question mark slowly formed on their foreheads. By the Emperor, no way. They were supposed to use these weapons to deal with such a group of monsters? These Black Eagle Empire paratroopers were a bit confused for a moment. They suddenly realized that the situation in front of them was completely different from what they had imagined. They had originally thought that this battle should be them using high technology to crush the rustic Cambrian soldiers in the fortress, letting them fully witness what modern warfare was like. But at this moment, he suddenly felt that the enemy's black technology seemed much more brutal than theirs. At the very least, all their soldiers were flesh and blood, none of them possessed such exaggerated physiques. Meanwhile, the confrontation between the Black Hawk battle mages and the player psychers also began. A newly parachuted soldier fell without a sound, his entire body's blood boiling. The battle mages nearby immediately realized that this was the enemy's mage casting spells from a distance. So they also quickly cast spells, and at the fortress floor below, a series of portals to hell instantly appeared, and Hellhound immediately rushed out from within. Where did this shredded meat come from? The first few ogrins easily tore apart two Hellhound, such small things were not even in their eyes. If the opponent's summoning ability was only this much, then there was nothing to worry about. To be honest, these things posed less of a threat to them than 3-inch blue horrors, at least, the psychic flames thrown by those things could directly damage the soul, which, in game terms, meant dealing true damage. More and more Hellhound were constantly summoned and then torn to shreds by the ogrins, but the players did not notice that after these hounds were torn apart, some special energy was being gathered. Two assault soldier squads tried to launch a surprise attack on the area below, but as soon as they charged down, the ogrins armed with heavy machine guns taught them a lesson. After leaving behind more than a dozen corpses, these two squads retreated in a hurry, no longer having any intention of using human flesh to scout the opponent's machine guns. Mages, what are you doing? Why haven't you finished your spells yet? An abyss mage heard this and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Shut up, don't rush if you don't understand. I'm collecting the souls of the Hellhound here, I'll use these souls later to give them a harsh blow. Chapter 296, This mortal world is tainted once more. Mage, my mage lord, I beg you, can we speed things up a bit? A Black Hawk soldier cursed as he threw grenades down the passage, muttering incessantly. If we're any slower, these guys might just rush up here. Then we'll either be killed by their spells or smashed to death by those big brutes. The Black Hawk soldier felt quite aggrieved. He had originally thought that as an elite soldier, he would be able to slaughter and bully the Cambrian Empire bumpkins on this battlefield. But after the Fear Knight jumped down in their rocket drop pods, they also parachuted down from the airship, only to realize upon landing. Damn it, what kind of defenders are in this fortress? None of them are human. Now he placed all his hopes on the mage. After all, among all the units on their side, these mages seemed the least human. It was a pity that these mage lords not only acted mysteriously, but also dragged their feet. If it weren't for the fact that the mages' system and their military ranks were independent, and he had no authority to manage or command these mages to do anything, he would have slapped them already. Damn it. Moving so slowly on the battlefield, do you want to face a court-martial? The mage felt the strong resentment from the several soldiers beside him and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Brother, he's summoning a demon. Do you think it's as easy as pulling a grenade pin? If summoning demons were as easy as pulling a grenade pin, then the Empire wouldn't need to establish mage academies. Wouldn't it be better to just gather everyone with a bit of magical talent and form them into grenadiers? As more and more Hellhounds were killed by the players, more and more souls gathered on the mage's side. Strictly speaking, the spell casting process he was currently performing was a very taboo act, using the souls of demons to sacrifice to other demons, which could easily make the mage pay a price if not careful. But he couldn't help it. He couldn't collect enough enemy souls now, nor did he have any soul reserves of his own. He wondered what the Empire's Necromancer Society did with the souls they harvested from the war every day. Relying on this method, he was essentially getting a meter reversal. When he had gathered enough souls, he gritted his teeth and pulled out a prayer wheel from his satchel. What the hell is that? Another abyss mage nearby saw the strange contraption his companion pulled out, and his expression almost broke for a moment. I mean, are you sure chanting spells with that thing will work? The mage holding the prayer wheel shrugged, a look of uncertainty on his face. I don't know, it's a desperate measure. Otherwise, do you think our team can hold on for so long, just chanting spells here? God knows if the stuff those guys in the equipment department developed is reliable or not. Now we can only try. Relying on a specially made human drum, human skin taken from the back, scriptures inscribed with extracted demon blood, and the souls of unfortunate individuals sealed within the cylinder, they had created a very mysterious prayer wheel. Theoretically, this thing could indeed rapidly chant spells, but according to actual research, they found that this thing required the mage's hand to be steady enough, maintaining a constant speed of rotation as much as possible, otherwise it would lead to unstable spell casting. It was said that those people in the equipment department had installed some kind of speed control gear on it to try and control its rotation speed as much as possible. Did this thing actually work? He didn't know. What else could they do but try? As this utterly evil-looking prayer wheel was spun by the abyss mage at an astonishing speed, certain special energies also rapidly gathered. A large number of Hellhound souls continuously poured into the spell before them. The faint mist around them suddenly solidified and spread out at an alarming rate. Quick, quick! Retreat! Demons are about to crawl out of hell. Damn it, I can't control so many demons. If you don't want to be torn apart by them, retreat now. Hearing this, the other Black Hawk soldiers hurriedly retreated, leaving only a few abyss mages still at the front, trying their best to stabilize the portal. The players here hadn't figured out what was happening at the top of the fortress, but they noticed that the enemy's firepower seemed to have weakened. When they charged up, there were no more Fear Knights rushing to cut them down with great swords, no more armor-piercing rounds suddenly flying in, and no more grenades constantly being thrown down. Soon, several Ogren players squeezed up the passage. Because of their enormous size, they appeared quite cumbersome as they walked up the stairs. Especially since these players didn't know how to yield, each one of them seemed to want to push their companions down. Holy crap, what is this now? Seeing the large expanse of blood-red mist, the players were momentarily bewildered. But just as they were still thinking, strange enemies suddenly emerged from within. What the beastman? Wait, what kind of beastman is this? When they first saw the enemies emerging, the players initially thought that more beastmen were coming out of the portal. After all, they had seen those warp entities before, and even brutally massacred a wave of Tsi-inch beasts in melee. However, when they clearly saw the full appearance of the enemies that emerged, they realized that these things didn't seem to be beastmen. Compared to the gaunt physique of beastmen, these things, although also covered in fur, horns, and backward-bending joints, looked quite bloated and obese, almost like small ogre. These monsters wore armor, but had two goat heads growing on top of their bodies. The two goat heads seemed to be constantly arguing about something, but the players couldn't understand their language. One monster after another emerged from the mist. When they saw the ogren players rushing up, they were also stunned, but then, these guys became excited. These monsters picked up their battle axes and charged towards the ogren, shouting, and then... tat tat tat. Tat tat tat. The ogren, armed with heavy machine guns, unleashed a barrage of bullets into the monster's chest, forcing it to retreat repeatedly, followed by a fierce shield bash. With a loud crack, the two heads of the monster leading the charge were both smashed by the ogren's iron shield. However, more and more monsters continuously emerged from the red mist. Although the other several players were armed with heavy weapons like launchers and Gatling guns, they still found it difficult to hold back the rapidly increasing number of monsters. This is bad, it's a warp incursion. We've encountered a Chaos Legion. Quick, quick, call the Inquisition, call the Psychers. We need troops to fight demons. Damn it, when will this game unlock Grey Knights? It would be awesome if we had Grey Knights. The players complained while continuously retreating along the stairwell. The narrow terrain temporarily served as a choke point to restrict these demons. One armor-piercing round after another shot out from the launcher, easily piercing through the bodies of these strange demons, but these things had extremely strong vitality. Unless they hit the heart or the head, hitting other parts seemed to only temporarily halt these demons. At the same time, these demons were not only good at melee attacks, they also seemed to possess ranged attack methods. One demon roared and hurled its heavy two-handed great axe, striking an ogren player on the forehead and knocking him to the ground. Immediately after, this demon charged forward barehanded, seemingly intending to tear the player to shreds alive. But when it stood before the ogren, it found its own size seemed a bit too small. Although its 2-meter height was certainly quite tall, the ogren was a full 2 heads taller than this monster. Realizing that its height was actually surpassed by the enemy, and that it would be even shorter if its horns were removed, the monster immediately became displeased. It roared and charged, attempting to grapple with the ogren. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking, accompanied by a tragic wail, as the monster that wanted to compete in strength with the ogren had an arm directly ripped off. Then, as the ogren slammed its large iron shield down, the monster fell silent. Psychers, what are you doing? No, these monsters either have no blood, or they can resist the effects of the boiling blood skill. I don't seem to be able to kill them from range. One Psycher complained, then immediately cast a fear skill on these monsters. The skill's effect was quite good, the collective fear instantly threw them into disarray, even leading to infighting. I think your spells aren't working, maybe it's because these monsters' blood is already boiling. Changfen Cat looked at the hot blood spilled on the ground by these monsters, watching the red blood still steaming, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. What on earth is this thing? Its blood is really boiling. Suddenly, a large expanse of blue and pink flames shot out from behind. A Psyker player boldly moved forward, raised his hand, and used the Psychic Flame skill. Large areas of Psychic Flame could not only attack the physical body but also scorch the soul, dealing true damage to the demons. One monster after another shrieked and fell to the ground in pain. This wave of flame attacks from the players was incredibly efficient in terms of output. I say, let's just call for reinforcements. It looks like we can't hold on much longer. More and more monsters continuously poured down from above. The densely packed piles of corpses were almost blocking the stairwell. Players didn't believe that blocking the stairwell with corpses would stop these things. The top of the fortress didn't just have one stairwell leading down. More and more players, having heard the news, were rushing towards this location. Players continuously ran out from the underground respawn point and then joined the melee above. Meanwhile, new units seemed to have appeared on the demon side. More hellhounds emerged from beneath the feet of this group of demons. In addition, there was also a type of demon that looked very similar to a licker, but only had an upper body, with its lower body being a mass of flames, crawling along the ceiling. Damn it! They're really not playing human anymore, hey! What kind of commotion have the Black Hawk Devils stirred up this time? Colonel Yulton, who had just arrived, was also stunned by the scene before him. Was the Black Eagle Empire's world war really this hardcore? Opening the gates of hell at the drop of a hat? But he didn't know that the Black Hawk soldiers were equally bewildered by the large number of demons pouring out. What's going on? What kind of things did you summon? Are you trying to make us perish with the enemy? A Fear Knight held his great sword to the Abyss Mage's neck, roaring and bellowing. The other several Fear Knights, while covering the retreat of the soldiers, also continuously fell back, because this group of demons, without distinguishing friend from foe, was also chasing in their direction. This isn't right. How did this happen? Did I chant the spell too quickly? The spellcaster holding the prayer wheel was still in a daze, facing the scene before him. This was not what he had imagined. He only intended to summon a dozen or so demons, but who knew that once he opened a portal, he accidentally conjured so many? But just then, another Abyss Mage beside him couldn't help but complain. I think you might have skipped class during your early morning lectures. It's obvious that some hell demon has taken over our portal spell. It must be that your previous sacrifice of demon souls accidentally attracted the attention of some great demon, and now they are constantly sending out troops. Listening to the Abyss Mages argue, the Fear Knight felt his head swell. Enough. Tell me. What do we do now? The Fear Knight roared, and the Abyss Mages immediately fell silent. Although their status was not inferior to the Fear Knight, these mages, who had only recently graduated from the academy, were quite afraid of such a brute wielding a great sword. Who knew if this guy, in a fit of rage, would actually chop them down to vent his anger? Don't worry about so much for now. Let's retreat and let these demons fight the Cambrian soldiers. We'll figure out how to deal with these demons later. One Abyss Mage waved his hand at everyone and said. Given the current situation, we can't control it even if we wanted to. We might end up getting ourselves completely involved. These demons will be repelled when they come to the human world. They can't stay here for too long. When we turn back, they will automatically dissipate. If that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's run. The paratroopers dropped by the Black Eagle Empire were retreating, and the Black Eagle airship above also noticed the series of commotions on top of the fortress. What the hell, what kind of trouble have these spellcasters stirred up again? I said the Empire shouldn't be obsessed with studying sorcery. Hearing such a statement, there was no need to guess that the Air Force officer cursing was a traditional military man. After a fierce scolding, the commander of the large airship quickly contacted several other medium-sized airships and said, Number 2 and Number 3, close in and provide fire support to our units below with your machine guns. As the airship slowly lowered its altitude, several machine gunners at the gunboat positions below the airship immediately began operating the large caliber machine guns in the turrets, strafing the demons in turns. Armor-piercing rounds never believed in hell demons. This was the truest state of mind of the Black Hawk soldiers at this moment. No matter what kind of monstrous demons they were, as long as they couldn't withstand our armor-piercing rounds, then their terrifying appearance was meaningless. Under the overwhelming firepower suppression of this airship, the demons that had just emerged from the portal died in droves, with various demons being torn into dismembered limbs. The pervasive blood seemed to further stimulate the demons' nerves, making them even more enraged. A group of demons roared, and some demons even threw battle axes into the sky, but none of them could reach the airship above. Seeing this, the Black Hawk soldiers in the airship felt reassured. Since these guys couldn't fly and could be killed by machine gun bullets, what was there to fear? But just as he thought this, new units reappeared in the portal, a large number of winged worms flew out of the portal again, rapidly heading towards the airship. What the F fire? This is impossible. I suspect I'm not fully awake. Are we attacking a fortress or stopping demons from invading the human world? The Black Hawk soldiers looked at these extremely disgusting and bizarre worms, feeling like his mind was about to explode. What the hell, where did these demons come from? The officer who knew the inside story couldn't help but curse the Abyss Mages. This must be the Abyss Mages losing control, which is why they brought out the demons. The airship, which had just landed not long ago, slowly began to ascend again, and at the same time, the anti-aircraft fire of these airships was fully activated. Although they didn't know what special abilities these worms had, it was clear that these things were not friendly to them, and letting them burrow on board was a huge risk. The Black Hawk army was also in disarray because of these demons, but on the players' side, they were happy. Wow, no kidding. These demons each give a lot of influence points. The merit reward for killing one demon is at least equivalent to 2 Black Hawk soldiers'. Changfen Cat looked at the rising influence points on his interface, saying excitedly while continuously blasting the fortress top with his newly equipped radish launcher. But just then, he suddenly thought of a strange question. But I don't understand. They are both summoned units launched by the enemy, so why do these demons give influence points, and quite a lot of them, it seems? The undead summoned by necromancers don't give any influence points. Regarding this question, not only were the players very puzzled, but Andre, who was far away and observing the war, was also very puzzled. This is unscientific. Why is that? Andre looked at the scene of the players battling demons and couldn't help but question this. He frowned, beginning to ponder what significant differences there were between those skeleton soldiers and zombies, and demons. What's wrong, Andriusha? What are you thinking about? Perhaps Andre was too engrossed in his deep thoughts. Katiusha, who was bored and came over to play with him and Yelena, saw Andre looking troubled as soon as she entered. Andre lifted his head with a snap and looked at the clock on the wall, only then realizing that he had been frozen in one position for at least half an hour. Nothing, I'm just puzzled about the fundamental difference between the demons summoned by Black Eagle spellcasters and the undead they resurrect. Hearing this question, Yelena and Katiusha exchanged glances, completely failing to understand what he was talking about. Are you starting to study philosophy? Katiusha jumped onto Andrei's desk, found a place to sit, rubbed his head, and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Andriusha, stop dreaming. Your simple mind simply doesn't have the capacity for philosophical thought. Nonsense. Why would she say he had no philosophical thinking ability? Andre strongly disagreed. He had at least seen Brokeback Mountain, so how could he not understand philosophy? However, he wasn't in the mood for idle chatter right now. He just shook his head and said, I'm not thinking about philosophy. I just received a revelation from the goddess of summer. The undead summoned by the Black Hawk army and the demons they summon seem to have some fundamental difference, but I don't know where this difference lies. Katiusha couldn't help but roll her eyes. Would the 4 goddesses of the Cambrian Empire be so bored as to ask Andre such a question? But since Andre was curious, she also wanted to investigate this question. Is it possible that it's about their allegiance? Katiusha speculated thoughtfully. Demons definitely belong to hell, but undead, no matter what, belong to humans, merely bodies driven by special spells. Before she finished speaking, Andre shook his head. Definitely not. How do I explain it? It's that thing. Both demons and living human soldiers have it, but those corpses don't. Human soldiers also belong to humans, you know. Hearing Andre say this, Katiusha frowned. But just then, Yelena suddenly thought of something, saying somewhat uncertainly. Wait a minute, Andriusha, could you be talking about souls? I remember scholars from the church once researched this, saying that bodies resurrected by necromancy spells don't bring back souls, those bodies are driven by something else. I can't quite remember the later details, but I do remember that resurrected undead should be soulless. Yelena had only spoken halfway when Andre excitedly grabbed her arm. Exactly, that's it. I figured it out, it must be souls. Yelena, you're right. I never knew this characteristic of the undead before. Now he understood. Andre suddenly wondered if his system determined the influence points gained from killing based on the enemy's soul. But just as he followed this line of thought, he found another point that couldn't be explained. This isn't right. If players gain influence points based on souls, then how would killing enemy armored vehicles be calculated? It's not possible that those tanks and mechs also have souls, right? This isn't Warhammer 40k. Is he going to have a machine spirit's delight next, and praise the Omnissiah? Also, the value of officers seems to be higher than that of ordinary soldiers. It can't be that the souls of those officers are nobler and worth more than the souls of ordinary soldiers, can it? They are all humans, so what difference could their souls have? Andre fell into contemplation again. Wait, he only called the rewards from the system influence points on the player side, but in reality, his system has always rewarded influence points. In other words, could it be that his system still determines rewards based on influence points? But why would every soldier's influence be the same? Andre thought for a long time but ultimately couldn't find the answer to this question, but he always felt there was something strange going on. Forget it, I won't think about this for now. I'll ponder this question later. Andre waved his hand, skipped this topic, and then suddenly asked Katiusha again. By the way, have you seen the Saintess of the Iris Empire anywhere? When Andre mentioned that woman, Katiusha's expression wasn't very good. She couldn't help but snort, saying unhappily. Humph. Man. Only half a day later, and you're already thinking about that big-chested cow from Iris. Big? He didn't feel it. Hearing Katiusha say this, Andre suddenly felt a bit confused. Mainly because every time he saw her, she was wearing a suit of armor. Through that layer of breastplate, he couldn't tell the size, could he? But seeing Katiusha's expression, Andre couldn't help but rub her head, smiling as he said. Don't be sad, little one is actually very cute ah. Before he finished speaking, Katiusha flipped off the table, then stomped hard on Andre's foot. After stomping, she made a face and then got down to business. If I remember correctly, she should be leading her ghost warriors as a construction team, right? She's been directing her Thousand Suns Legion to help set up defenses these past 2 days. I have to say, although those empty shells are a bit scary, those guys are excellent laborers. What the hell? Is this the Thousand Suns Legion? Andre always felt a sense of incongruity. The Thousand Suns Legion he imagined should be noble and elegant, occasionally pulling off some rotten tricks as spellcasters. But how did these guys suddenly turn into concrete workers, just like the Iron Warriors? Goodness, just thinking about Magnus leading his Thousand Suns Legion and Red Sun soldiers to a construction site to mix cement like Perturabo, Andre felt like he couldn't hold it in. Although it felt strange, Andre just shouted to the guards outside. Soldier, help me call the Thousand Suns Legion. I have a combat mission to give them. It's time to tell them to prepare for deployment. Hearing this, the guard outside the door saluted Andre, then quickly ran outside. What's wrong, Andriusha? Is there a war somewhere? My Winter's Fury Titan Legion is ready to go at any time. As soon as Andre finished speaking, Katiusha immediately became excited. I don't think your Titan Legion will be needed yet. Recalling the structure of that warehouse, or rather, fortress, Andre shook his head. Not to mention whether Katiusha's Legion could use warp teleportation, simply considering the battlefield environment there, he felt it wasn't very suitable for Titan units to launch an attack. He needed a unit to go inside the fortress to deal with the demons, not for Titans to flatten the fortress. Humph. Andriusha, you've changed. Ever since that big cow from the Iris Empire arrived, I've felt you've grown distant from me. You don't even think of my Legion first when there's a battle. Katiusha snorted coldly, her cheeks puffing up like a pufferfish. Seeing this, Andre couldn't help but gently poke her cheek, then explained. It's not because of that. Don't add drama for yourself, alright? You know, I have a group of soldiers who just captured a fortress-like warehouse behind enemy lines, but they ran into some trouble there. The Black Hawk army summoned demons, and they are trapped in the warehouse by the demons. I need a unit to help them break the siege, and the Thousand Suns Legion just happens to have teleportation abilities. That was true. Katiusha also knew that her legion was indeed not suitable for participating in this war. Unless Andre launched a large-scale counterattack along his own front line for that unit, advancing 200 kilometers in one go. Otherwise, her Titan Legion would simply be too far away to support the troops at the fortress. Damn it, how did that woman manage to have such teleportation ability? This is simply too abnormal. Thinking of this, Katyusha couldn't help but feel indignant. That kind of teleportation ability, she dreamt of having it, alright? Regarding Katyusha's words, Andre thought it might be better not to have this teleportation ability. Although he hadn't figured out why there were blue birds in this world, it was clear that their teleportation ability was a special skill of a certain big blue bird. The warp was not a good place. To put it bluntly, when they took the Thousand Suns Legion through warp teleportation once, it was like drilling through a cesspit. It was only because she was a Tsianch chosen and those soldiers were all Red Sun warriors that no problems occurred. Otherwise, without even activating a Geller field and directly going through the Chaos God's territory, it would be strange if they didn't turn into Chaos Spawn. She quickly received news that she was to participate in the battle. When she learned that she would be facing Hell Demons, she became even more excited. Fully armed, she came to the command post and solemnly saluted Andre, saying with an extremely serious expression, "General, please rest assured. The Black Eagle Empire has actually colluded with demon armies, they are beyond redemption. I will never stand by and watch demons invade humanity." Although Miss as Tsianch chosen was so righteous, Andre was at a loss for words for a moment, but he still nodded and said, "Next, you might receive a revelation, but not necessarily. If you find yourself receiving any revelation, immediately take your army and teleport there. You must not let the demons summoned by the Black Eagle Empire ravage this land. Take any equipment you need, I will support you to the fullest." Meanwhile, on the other side, the players suddenly received a prompt from Andre. "Congratulations, Psyker players, you now have a glorious self-destruct opportunity. We believe that after you open the warp portal, there will be a surprise reinforcement to help you inside." Seeing more and more demons, they even had to retreat to the first floor and the basement. Upon hearing this news, the players instantly showed ecstatic expressions. "Alright, why didn't you say so earlier? I'll self-destruct right away. My brothers, do not grieve for my death. For the Empire, I have no regrets." The Psyker player originally wanted to make a dramatic speech, but Colonel Yulton unceremoniously slapped him. "Stop bullshitting, you Psyker who clearly has ties to Tsianch, for what Empire? Don't be in a hurry to self-destruct. I have an even better idea." Immediately after, Colonel Yulton began to explain an idea he had just come up with. "I estimate there must be a portal at the top of this fortress, either leading to the warp or somewhere else. Looking at these demons, that portal probably doesn't lead to the warp. Since that's the case, why don't we just find a way to throw a Psyker into the portal and then let him self-destruct on the other side?" At this point, Colonel Yulton could no longer suppress the smile on his face. Before he could explain, some players immediately understood this maneuver. Quack! Is this the rhythm of a warp chaos god battling an unknown demon? Awesome! I really want to see Tsianch and other chaos gods engage in a world-shaking battle. If I could witness such a battle of powerful beings, even death would be worth the price. A group of players who loved to watch the excitement, not caring about the consequences, all expressed their desire to see warp demons battle local evil demons. Some of them felt that this world might be a strange world stitched together from Warmer, Danho, and Trench Crusader. If so, the battle between the four Chaos Gods and the seven-headed Serpent King's court would be a spectacle not to be missed. When the players realized they might have fun watching, they immediately burst out with astonishing organizational power. Psykers and some other players who chose different professions were mainly responsible for standing at the back of the team as firepower output, while Ogren players were responsible for acting as meat shields at the front. They didn't need to consider anything else, they only needed to unleash all possible firepower and launch a countercharge along the demon invasion force. When players didn't need to consider sacrifice or cost, only to achieve a common goal, the impact they unleashed even shocked the demons. The large number of two-headed goat-horned demons that had just rushed down were shattered by the overwhelming firepower of the players before they could even figure out what was happening. Immediately after, several Psyker players bravely rushed forward, jointly spraying out large amounts of psychic flames. Psychic flames cleared a path, and the Ogren stepped forward with their large shields, firing and charging upwards. When the Ogren couldn't hold on, the Psykers had just finished their cooldown and once again rushed forward, spraying psychic flames. These Psykers almost played themselves as flame troopers, constantly unleashing large areas of psychic flames. There was no other way, their boiling blood skill was currently ineffective, so this miraculous skill couldn't be used. Otherwise, they would have also wanted to continue hiding behind the Ogren's sturdy arms, acting as freeloaders. Besides them, there were other players who chose the flame trooper profession, trying to charge up with flamethrowers, but they found that the flame trooper profession was not very effective. These demons seemed to generally have some fire resistance, and flamethrowers had a very mediocre killing effect on them. Flamethrowers that could instantly incinerate enemy soldiers, after setting these demons on fire, found that they could endure the flames and continue fighting. If they made a comparison, the players felt that the damage effect of their flamethrowers was even inferior to a shotgun. The sudden burst from the players somewhat stunned the demons, but they quickly organized themselves. Large numbers of demons, as if without fear, charged towards the players. However, the players were also fearless. A group of bayonet-wielding men roared and collided with the demons in a salty fish thrust posture. When the demons were pierced by these bayonets, they realized the strangeness of these weapons. They didn't know how these soldiers managed it, they were just tiny humans, yet they could pierce through their armor and tough skin with bayonets. Not only that, it was the first time they had encountered such precise bayonet charges, always managing to stab into the demon's vital points. As a result, after one round of this charge, even though the human soldiers who rushed forward seemed much smaller than the demons, in the end, a large number of demons were stabbed down. Under the players' fierce assault, they once again rushed to the top. Although most of the attacking players died, and not a single ogryn was left, they ultimately succeeded in charging up. Looking at the large area of red mist in front of them, the players did not hesitate and charged towards this mist. Players holding bayonets almost in a suicidal manner, after stabbing one demon to death, were cut down by another demon, clearing a path for the psykers behind them in this way. The remaining few psykers, seeing the portal close at hand, recklessly activated their maximum psychic limits, fiercely spraying psychic flames forward with both hands, forcefully burning a path through the demon horde. A Hell Knight, clad in crimson armor, draped in a human skin cloak, exuding a strong scent of blood, walked out. He walked outside, took a deep breath, smelled the pungent odor of blood and gunpowder, and then let out a sound of intoxication. Ah, humanity has been defiled again. But before he could finish speaking, a player with a bayonet directly pierced through his thick chest armor, causing him to let out an incredulous gasp, and then kicked the Hell Knight over. Get out of the way. Can't you see I'm busy? The Hell Knight, who could be considered an elite unit in Hell, died under the player's one-hit kill bayonet before he could even display his strength. Until he fell, he felt a sense of disbelief, unable to imagine how the other party ended his eternal suffering. Immediately after, several other psykers rushed into the portal, arriving in a magnificent scene in Hell, where red clouds shrouded the land. In the next moment, psychic light erupted from their bodies, and the overloaded players self-destructed. Chapter 297 Hell, oh no, I've been invaded by demons. The demons behind the Hell portal, preparing to invade the human world through it, were dumbfounded by the scene before them. What was happening? Mortals, unafraid of death, were directly rushing into the Hell portal? And what exactly were these guys trying to do by charging in? Was it just to self-destruct? They watched as several human soldiers rushed in, and before they could act, the heads of these guys exploded right in front of them. Although some flames did erupt, they didn't seem to harm any demon. All in all, these guys seemed to have self-destructed for nothing. If it weren't for the fact that demons hadn't watched a certain divine drama, they would surely be thinking of a certain jade-faced grenade king right now. Wait, something's wrong. This power. No. It's those damned invaders, they're here. A demon spellcaster, commanding the demon army from the rear, felt the special psychic energy permeating the air, and his pupils immediately constricted. Panic flashed across his face, and his body, floating in mid-air, retreated repeatedly, feeling as if his head was about to explode with a buzzing sound. And just then, at the spot where those several psykers exploded, a vortex formed by a large expanse of psychic flames appeared out of thin air, rapidly growing larger and larger, quickly forming a huge portal over 10 meters high. Seeing this portal blocking their way, the other demons were confused. They didn't understand where this gate led, but just as a few two-headed demons were staggering, wanting to walk in, a giant hand suddenly stretched out from behind the door and swatted them dead like flies. When this massive hand slammed down, hitting the ground fiercely, large patches of psychic flames swept out in all directions from the center of the palm. Countless demons were engulfed by these blue psychic flames, their bodies falling with a thud, their souls silently burned into nothingness, leaving only scattered corpses still retaining vital signs, proving the existence of these demons. Seeing this, the other demons retreated in shock. They didn't know what was emerging from this portal, but they felt like they were in trouble. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly splendid. Xianch, who had just retracted a hand, looked greedily at the area behind the portal. A massive amount of psychic energy surged with astonishing intensity due to his emotional fluctuations. Many blue demons also looked at the other side of the portal with eager eyes, filled with the same greed as their master. Go, Carlos, scout ahead for me. Let's see what does the world on the other side look like. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge, ancient-looking, two-headed bird man, holding a staff, excitedly rushed in. Besides him, a torrent of various strangely shaped demons also surged towards the other world. Just then, a faint scent of blood spread, and the vortex before them seemed to be shrinking. The plane on the other side seemed to have some special power trying to close the portal. Trying to close the door? Too late. Is a warp channel that easy to close? In the vast crystal labyrinth, Xianch looked at the magnificent scene before him and simply pointed a finger, successfully stabilizing the portal. Immediately after, a large number of demons poured into the other side through this portal, beginning a fierce slaughter with the hell demons there. The demon spellcaster tried to counterattack, but compared to the chaos daemon who had just arrived, his magic was incredibly fragile. After only 2 magical clashes, he was invaded by some invisible force. His originally grotesque body underwent a rapid fleshly mutation, with large swollen flesh and tentacles bursting forth like sprouting seeds. Undoubtedly, this demon spellcaster died. His soul had been completely corrupted, and his body had been transformed into a chaos spawn, but this demon spellcaster was merely an insignificant small fry in this part of hell. When this demon spellcaster died, the other demons scattered in terror, as if they had lost all their courage. Of course, the large number of spells Carlos was wantonly bombing the battlefield with might also have been a major reason for their flight. However, just as Carlos was wreaking havoc on the battlefield, a hell noble appeared, covered in black iron scales, with flames seemingly burning from his helmet, and the lower half of his body being that of a scaly, 4-legged giant beast. Looking at the chaotic battlefield before him, he couldn't help but exclaim. By the raging prince, what in the world is going on? Although his roar was hoarse, these demons were all busy fleeing for their lives, and not a single one answered his question. Seeing this, he, already filled with anger, became even more furious. He casually grabbed a demon running nearby, dragged him in front of him, and stared at him with his burning eyes, asking, "Answer me, what exactly is going on?" The demon shouted incoherently, gesticulating and saying something. Although due to intelligence issues, the demon did not have very good expressive abilities, the Hell Noble still understood his meaning. After hearing this, the enraged Hell Noble expressionlessly crushed the unlucky demon's body, and casually used hellfire to purify the bits of flesh still clinging to his claws. Damn it, he didn't expect that even demons could encounter internet scams these days. A group of demon worshippers, or rather, demon spellcasters, in the human world had used some special ritual to open a hell gate and further enlarged it. The demon spellcaster who had just discovered this hell gate was overjoyed, preparing to take his subordinates to the human world to collect some souls before leaving. Then, these unlucky guys didn't even understand what was happening when suddenly several humans rushed to the other side of the portal and exploded right in front of a host of demons. Immediately after, the huge warp channel before them was opened, and a large group of equally evil-looking demons, whose origins were unknown, launched an invasion here. Looking at the demons ahead, this Hell Noble seemed to recall something, and the flames in his eyes grew even brighter. Invaders, outsiders, cursed abominations. It's these despicable fellows again. Are they planning to use the human world as a springboard to continue their invasion? Although he was actually very panicked inside, this Hell Noble knew that he absolutely could not show any signs of fear at this moment. Even if he might not be able to defeat the Chaos Daemon on the other side, he absolutely could not show cowardice at such a time, otherwise, the Raging Prince would never let him off lightly. Having no other choice, he could only use his authority as quickly as possible, summon the army from his territory, then draw his battle axe and charge towards the other side. He was certain that if he stayed put and engaged in a magical duel, he would never be a match for that two-headed monstrous bird on the other side. To achieve victory, he could only get close to the monstrous bird's body and defeat it in close quarters combat. The monstrous bird's body was already old and decrepit, and it would never be able to retaliate in a melee. Especially since this monstrous bird seemed to be preoccupied with using spells to deal with the smaller demons around him, and apparently hadn't noticed him. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. However, as he charged, he didn't notice the hint of cunning that flashed in Carlos's eyes. How could Carlos, who could see both the past and the future but not the present, possibly not have noticed this sneaky fellow on his flank? It was just that a mischievous urge had suddenly arisen, wanting to properly tease this seemingly brainless fellow. The players also didn't know what was happening on the other side of the portal, they were simply bewildered, looking at the portal before them and at the demons retreating in panic. But just then, a woman suddenly rushed out of the portal, covered in blood. It seemed that this blood was not her own, as her current performance could only be described as full of vigor. Jean, who had just rushed out of the hell portal, casually cut down a demon beside her with a sword, and looked at the bewildered Cambrian soldiers before her, asking them with a slight hint of confusion. "Soldiers, what exactly happened? How did your people charge into hell? Meow meow meow. Did they accidentally open a new map?" The players didn't understand the situation, but excitement also appeared in their eyes. "Commander, we don't know either. We were fighting the Black Hawk army here when an enemy Batlemage suddenly opened a portal, and then demons started appearing from it. Our spellcasters desperately charged, successfully pushing back inside the portal, but what exactly happened, we don't know either." Listening to these soldiers, Jean roughly thought about it and guessed that perhaps the spellcasters among these Cambrian soldiers, before their deaths, had desperately opened a portal or deployed some kind of beacon. It was a pity, the hell plane seemed to have a strong repulsive force against living beings. She had just stepped out of the portal and hadn't even had time to clearly see the situation before her when she was repelled. However, in that fleeting glimpse just now, she vaguely saw that hell seemed to be in chaos, with a large number of blue demons engaged in fierce combat with other demons. Jean didn't know what this battle was all about, but in her opinion, such a thing should be quite normal, right? Before this, when she had gone to the Iris colonial territory in Africa, she had discussed matters of hell with some mages from the Iris Empire. At the same time, she had also learned about the Blessed Sun project that those madmen were undertaking. According to the descriptions of those mages, the hell plane should be very chaotic, and the demons in that hellish place seemed to be busy fighting all day long. So, in Jean's opinion, it seemed quite normal that she was splashed with blood as soon as she walked out of the portal, without even understanding what was going on, right? Who knew which hell melee she had accidentally stumbled into again? Never mind, don't worry about this portal for now. It should disappear soon. I'll have the Thousand Suns Legion come over and deal with the Black Hawk paratroopers who have infiltrated this fortress first. As Jean spoke, red letter warriors kept falling out of the portal behind her. Perhaps it was because Jean hadn't moved out of the way, and the red letter warriors' instruction was to stand behind Jean, which resulted in all these red letter warriors being piled up in front of the portal. As more and more red letter warriors continuously poured out of the portal, the area around the portal was becoming somewhat overcrowded with red letter warriors. Because some red letter warriors were accidentally knocked down by their companions, more and more red letter warriors piled up, almost forming a small mountain of blue power armor. Hearing the commotion behind her, Jean quickly turned around to look, and seeing this scene, she felt a bit embarrassed. She quickly gave the red letter warrior other instructions, then joined the battle within the fortress. The Black Hawk soldiers, who had been fighting and retreating, were forced into a corner at the top of the fortress by the demons. Just as they thought they might be devoured by the demons before them, they were suddenly surprised to find that the demons had retreated. Seeing a large number of demons continuously surging towards the portal, with some even fighting amongst themselves to snatch a passage, leaving corpses scattered everywhere, the Black Hawk soldiers were full of doubt. What's going on? Why did the demons run away on their own? Not sure, could it be that the portal's opening time is about to end, so they're afraid of being left here? The Abyss Mage also shook his head, he didn't know what was happening either. In his impression, if summoned demons remained for more than a certain period, they should transform into a special kind of steam and dissipate with the wind. Based on the combined research of demonologists and Abyss Mages, they believed this was likely due to the demons being forcibly teleported back to the plane of hell by some special power. It was precisely because of this that the Abyss Mages of the Black Eagle Empire were relatively at ease when summoning demons. After all, these demons were unlikely to stay in the human world for too long, they were just temporary conscripted units. Even if something unexpected happened, they wouldn't spiral too far out of control. Within such a short time, the demons shouldn't cause too much destruction. So what do we do next? Do we continue to attack this fortress? Hearing the Abyss Mage behind him, a Fear Knight drew his greatsword, a grim smile on his lips. Of course. This is precisely the opportunity for us to launch an attack. He grinned, raising his greatsword and running forward, saying as he ran. Not only did we encounter demons, but the Hanmu soldiers were utterly routed by them. They must be in disarray by now. Seize this chance, and we'll quickly capture this fortress in one go. Afterward, every one of us will receive an Iron Cross medal. Hearing this, despite their exhaustion, the other Black Hawk soldiers still forced themselves to rally their spirits and followed the Fear Knight, charging forward. But when the Fear Knight rounded the massive bastion ahead and reached the other side of the fortress roof, they were shocked to see that this roof was, at some point, filled with a large number of soldiers in blue power armor. Damn it! It's the Iris Empire's Thousand Suns Legion. The Fear Knight let out a cry of alarm, then ran backward without a second glance, his eyes full of disbelief. He really hadn't checked the almanac before leaving, he was utterly unlucky. Folks, who understands this feeling? Turning a corner and immediately being targeted by hundreds of power-armored soldiers, what kind of experience is that? The Red Letter Warriors said nothing but all chased after the Fear Knight. Hearing the sound of running behind him, the Fear Knight's expression grew even more panicked. The several Fear Knights who ran up behind him saw their leader running back again and asked with puzzled expressions. Commander, what's going on? Why are you running back? Shut up, run! He shouted briefly, continuing to run without looking back. The other Fear Knights peered out, then also saw the large number of Thousand Suns warriors rushing towards them. Holy cow! That's terrifying. Where did all these blue Kens come from? Facing the blue mountain and blue sea before them, the other Fear Knights also quickly turned and ran, then shouted to the other soldiers who hadn't yet caught up, telling them to retreat quickly. However, even if they retreated, where could they go? Because in the previous battles, these Fear Knights had fought both players and the subsequent demons, severely depleting the fuel in their power armor. As they ran, they suddenly found that their power armor's output was decreasing, and their speed was rapidly dropping. Realizing this, the several Fear Knights turned pale. But they all nodded simultaneously, then turned around and charged towards the Thousand Suns warriors behind them. They understood that they couldn't escape. Since they couldn't escape anyway, rather than being ignominiously cut down by the enemy, they might as well charge like warriors, eliminate as many enemy soldiers as possible, and buy time for their comrades behind them. Long live the Black Eagle Empire! For His Majesty the Emperor, charge! Long live victory! Amidst a frenzied roar, these Fear Knights all charged back, then raised their great swords and clashed with the Thousand Suns Legion before them. Unfortunately, their moment of glory lasted less than 3 seconds. Facing these Red Letter Warriors who had no vital points, could only be defeated by shattering their power armor, and could even be continuously resurrected under Jean's command, a melee was impossible for them. Even if their first few swings easily cut down several enemies, these enemies, severed at the waist, relentlessly clung to their legs. And in the next moment, the swords of the other Red Letter Warriors had already pierced through their power armor and their chests. Meanwhile, the other Black Hawk soldiers, thanks to the delay created by these Fear Knights, managed to escape a certain distance. But before they could reach the corridor leading downwards on the other side, players suddenly emerged from the exit ahead of them. Players' minimaps could display the positions of enemy forces in all directions, whether on the ground or overhead. Although the minimap couldn't help them distinguish between ground and underground, or the specific floor an enemy was on, it was still sufficient for players to discern the enemy's location. Therefore, as these Black Hawk soldiers were busy running backward, a player squad was already chasing after them. When rivals meet, the brave prevail. The players who had just burst out of the exit didn't even wait for the Black Hawk soldiers opposite them to react before their submachine guns roared fiercely. After a burst of rattling gunfire, most of the newly arrived Black Hawk soldiers were immediately mowed down. The remaining soldiers quickly hid in corners, desperately exchanging fire with the players. If there were no pursuers behind them, they wouldn't be so desperate. They were just some Cambrian soldiers, what could they do, even with automatic weapons? Slowly exchanging fire, competing in close-range gun combat, they had full confidence in themselves. But when the Red Letter Warriors behind them charged up with their great swords, they knew they were probably doomed. In a fierce slaughter, neither the ordinary Black Hawk soldiers nor the Abyss Mages escaped the Red Letter Warriors' sharp great swords. Even if the Abyss Mages formed shields, the Red Letter Warriors' gun barrels could still spray bullets made of psychic flame, depleting their shields at an astonishing speed. By the time the players realized the situation was dire and quickly rushed over with their guns, they found that most of their kills had already been snatched by these red-letter warriors. Damn it! NPCs are stealing kills. Is there no justice? The players who had just charged over immediately acted recklessly, managing to snatch a few kills from the red-letter warriors. Meanwhile, at the Hell portal on the other side, some players were curiously contemplating walking through the portal to see what lay beyond. After a brief discussion among a few players, one immediately volunteered to enter the gate and explore the new map. Wait! Don't go in, it's very dangerous on the other side. Jean, standing nearby, was busy commanding the Thousand Suns Legion. But she looked back and suddenly noticed a soldier trying to walk into the portal. Seeing this, Jean quickly ran to stop the soldier, but she was ultimately a step too late. By the time she reached him, the soldier had already stepped into the portal, disappearing into the red mist. Oh, what on earth is going on? What are you all doing? Seeing this, Jean looked at the other soldiers, both anxious and angry, and questioned them. Why didn't you stop him? Don't you know that door leads to hell? One player, hearing this, excitedly gave a thumbs up and said. Then this is simply amazing. To be able to see what hell looks like while still alive, it's worth the price of admission even if I die. Jean was shocked and speechless, she truly couldn't understand the thought processes of Andrei's soldiers. My goodness, Jean wanted to say something more, but looking at the soldiers' excited expressions, she ultimately closed her mouth, only wanting to curse inwardly. However, she had to admit that she was starting to develop some research interest in Andrei's soldiers. Over these past few days, she had carefully observed Andrei's soldiers and discovered. Those soldiers referred to as the Guards Assault Team by other soldiers, or rather, Andrei's most trusted elite soldiers, behaved strangely in many ways. Jean didn't know how to describe the oddness of these guys, but the feeling they gave her was that each of them seemed to have some mental issues, their mental state being quite beautiful. These soldiers had no fear, no fatigue, and no pessimistic emotions. Even when facing high-intensity warfare, they could maintain their enthusiasm, becoming even more excited the more they fought. Furthermore, these soldiers seemed to have a special way of communicating. Many things they said were incomprehensible to Jean, sounding like codes. Some soldiers could even stand motionless face to face for a long time, then, for unknown reasons, suddenly leave simultaneously, appearing quite eerie. With this thought, Jean decided to stop bothering with these soldiers. Since these mentally beautiful guys were willing to bravely charge into hell, they might as well let them mess around. Even if Andrei asked her later, she could righteously retort that these guys wanted to go to hell themselves. Jean didn't know that at this moment, players were excitedly discussing the world they saw on the other side of the portal in the chat area. Some players were researching whether this was the warp, while others believed they had arrived somewhere else. Although the scout who first rushed into hell didn't survive for 3 seconds, and before he could kill any demon, he was burned to ashes by psychic flames descending from the sky. But in those less than 3 seconds, he successfully took a screenshot of the scene before him and posted it in the chat area. When players saw the scene of a massive battle erupting in hell, they instantly became hyped. Because what did this mean? Regardless of whether it was a cutscene or something else, it at least meant that this game indeed had other maps besides the World War, and they could go through portals to fight in other places in the future. This was really great, they hadn't expected the game's map to be so complex and vast. Andrei didn't know that while he was still busy pondering the battle situation at the fortress, players were already contemplating future expeditions to hell. It can only be said that in the face of the fourth calamity, any space is a place that can be conquered. Who cares about hell or heaven? As long as the enemies in front of them show characteristics of being killable and interactive, they can push all those guys back. If they can't push them back for a while, it only means they haven't leveled up enough or their equipment isn't strong enough. Not long after, the Black Hawk army in this fortress was completely wiped out. After some discussion, Jean and her legion went to guard a fortress on the edge of the main fortress. To be precise, she was politely driven there by the players. Because, in the players' eyes, this woman's Thousand Suns Legion was simply too good at racking up kills. They fought for a long time, and all the merits they wanted to earn were taken by this woman, which was very annoying. Therefore, they coaxed and tricked her, and finally managed to persuade this NPC to go to the other side, ensuring that they could continue to kill enemies in the upcoming war without having their kills constantly stolen by NPC teammates. But little did the players know, after Jean arrived at the other fortress, she also began to observe these soldiers with great interest. She urgently wanted to assess the abilities of these soldiers and summarize their various characteristics. Because in the glimpse of the future she saw, Andrei still needed to rely on these soldiers to fight against hell. Understanding the situation of these soldiers and the abilities of her teammates in advance would never be a bad thing. On the Black Hawk Army's side, the airship forces retreated in a panic. As for the paratroopers they had left there earlier, damn it, those guys conjured up a bunch of demons. They hadn't even settled scores with those people yet, so let them die. Moreover, the airship forces had already seen the appearance of the Thousand Suns Legion, so they never expected those paratroopers to survive. Since the airborne operation had failed, they might as well retreat quickly. Upon learning that the frontline operation had failed again, the Black Hawk colonel commanding the rear immediately smashed his newly replaced thermos cup. And when he heard that the frontline paratroopers had conjured up demons, and then the Thousand Suns Legion showed up again, he was speechless for a moment. Holy crap, 500 words of Black Hawk expletives omitted here. Enough is enough. How did this war turn out like this? What kind of chaotic battlefield is this? The colonel was confused for a moment, he felt like he no longer recognized modern warfare. The longer he fought and the more he looked, the more he felt that the front line was a battle of immortals, as if there were no living people left on this battlefield, and each one was more sinister than the last. Forget it. Order the front line troops to stop attacking and await the arrival of the Big Bertha artillery. After a long string of curses, the colonel finally issued the order to cease the attack. He decided that once the Big Bertha arrived, he would rather bomb the warehouse directly than attempt any more risky operations. This battlefield was simply cursed, and he was unwilling to sacrifice the lives of ordinary soldiers any further. The Thousand Suns Legion entering the fortress was a nightmare. Just thinking about the troops charging and facing hundreds of undying power-armored soldiers filled him with despair. However, in front of the Big Bertha artillery, everything was just fleeting clouds. Once their giant cannons arrived, who cared how many monsters were hidden in this fortress? Just blast them all away. He refused to believe that he couldn't kill a bunch of underworld creatures in this fortress with a 400+ giant cannon. Meanwhile, Andre suddenly received a strange notification. Congratulations, with the intervention of players, a Hell Lord has fallen, and you have gained the opportunity to unlock a brand new chosen faction. Seeing this notification, a question mark slowly appeared above Andre's head. What the hell is this? What astounding feat have the players pulled off now? Andre racked his brain but couldn't figure out when the players had managed to take down a Hell Lord. How come he didn't know that the players had run off to Hell to wreak havoc? After checking for a long time, he finally learned that a few Psyker players had rushed into a Hell portal and then self-destructed. With such a massive explosion, a passage to the warp was created, and as a result, warp demons began to invade Hell. Alright, the local Hell forces are really unlucky. They accidentally became a sewer for the warp's cesspit. Andre couldn't help but inwardly mourn for the local Hell forces, lamenting that demons were having an increasingly difficult time these days. With just a bit of bad luck, foreign demons would come to cause trouble in their territory. He wondered what kind of scene a warp invasion of Hell would be like. And after he carefully checked the players' kill records, he finally understood what the previous notification was about. Perhaps because the players opened the warp channel, which eventually led to the warp demons invasion, a Hell Lord fell in Hell, so the self-destructing players who opened the warp channel inexplicably received an assist. And for this reason, Andre also gained another opportunity to draw a chosen faction. Alright, let's see which unlucky chosen I'm going to become this time. Muttering to himself, Andre opened the system interface and clicked on the chosen section. Although every chosen seemed somewhat unreliable, nevertheless, the skills and unlockable unit types that chosen brought were actually quite appealing. Compared to the previous draw, one of the Chaos 8-pointed star was already lit up. Looking at the lit up blue area, Andre couldn't help but roll his eyes. As the Hellstorm region was lit up, Andre felt that his interactions with Tsianch were rapidly increasing, which was clearly not a good thing. But overall, Tsianch's unit types and the skills he himself gained were actually quite appealing. Clicking on draw, Andre looked at the spinning wheel with some anticipation, wondering which faction he would get this time. Hopefully not Nurgle. Although Nurgle also had a healthy side, he always worried that he might accidentally turn into someone like Mortarion, a mad sister of the Sea of Feces. The pointer spun rapidly, and after a short while, it began to slow down and gradually stop. When Andre saw the pointer sweep past the area of decay and corruption, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Great, it seems I won't have any connection with Nurgle for now. He was slightly curious, not knowing what the formless distortion would be, but he always felt that this area seemed to have some inexplicable connection with him. Unfortunately, the pointer didn't stop at formless distortion, but gradually pointed to the position of mindless slaughter. Hey, am I going to be Kern's chosen next? Andre scratched his head. To be honest, among the 4 chaos gods, Kern was actually quite a decent one. After all, there's a saying, not abstract, not lewd, not disgusting, only my great Kern is a brave true man. Moreover, compared to other chaos gods, Kern's corrosive effects weren't that outrageous, perhaps at most, one would just become more bloodthirsty and warlike. But thinking about the player's mental state, Andre worried that Kern's blessings might not be very useful. After all, to be honest, these players were already bloodthirsty and warlike enough, each one living like a greenskin. No matter how much Kern helped them, could he make them even more bloodthirsty and warlike? Just as the pointer was about to stop at mindless slaughter, Andre felt as if the spinning wheel in front of him had been kicked, suddenly shaking. Immediately after, the pointer, which had almost stopped, suddenly fluctuated, and with a click, it stopped directly to the north of the Chaos 8-pointed star. When Andre saw the pointer pointing to the erosion and destruction domain, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. Holy crap, the golden big guy has manifested. Emperor, save me. Unfortunately, the Emperor seemed powerless to help Andre in this situation, or rather, the Emperor himself was still stuck on the golden throne. So Andre's cry had no effect. He only saw another branch of his skill tree light up, and the area directly north of the Chaos 8-pointed star simultaneously lit up with black and golden light. Hey, is this the Emperor or the Dark Lord? Looking at the coexisting areas on both sides, Andre always felt that something was strange, but he couldn't quite explain it at the moment. And when he checked his newly unlocked skill tree, he found that the content on this skill tree seemed very simple, with no branches, only a main trunk. Not understanding what was going on, Andre checked his newly acquired skill, and then his expression became peculiar. Emperor's Aura, this skill grants you extremely high leadership charisma. When people see you, they will unconsciously project their perfect ideal onto you, but it will not deviate too much from your actual appearance. Hey, is this the old man Wang's Psyker mind control aura? Looking at this skill, although Andrei's body showed no changes, for some reason, he always felt as if golden light was bursting from behind his head, just like the Buddha's great halo. So that's it won't deviate too much from one's actual appearance, hey. Seeing this explanation, Andrei seemed to understand something. Why do people see the Emperor's image as a golden big guy, and not some other image? After all, in some people's hearts, a blonde beast-eared loli is the most perfect image, but would the Emperor really turn into a blonde beast-eared loli? Although Andrei said he could easily accept the Emperor's image, everyone who saw the Emperor, while having slight differences in detail, seemed to always see a golden big guy. However, Sister of Silence Catherine once said that during the Webway War, she saw the Emperor sitting on the golden throne as an ordinary middle-aged man with a plain appearance, looking utterly exhausted, sitting there in agony, emitting silent screams. An ordinary middle-aged man compared to a towering golden big guy, Andrei felt that the difference between the two was quite significant. Thinking this, he suddenly became curious about how much psychic beautification his skill could actually achieve for him. Just as Andrei was curious about this, Katyusha, bored, suddenly kicked open the office door and walked in like a swaggering ruffian. Andriusha, when will my Titan Legion be deployed? You oh my. Chapter 298, Why does the Imperial Eagle resemble the Black Templars so much? What's wrong? You're... Andrei looked at Katyusha's suddenly flushed cheeks and felt that something was off. His. Could it be because he was currently using the Emperor's aura? He suddenly became curious about the specific effects of this Emperor's aura, it felt somewhat different from what he had imagined. Facing Andrei's inquiry, the blush on Katyusha's face still hadn't faded, instead, it seemed to be getting redder. Her eyes were a bit dazed, and she instinctively leaned closer to Andrei, poking her nose out like a kitten. Andriusha, I suddenly feel like you smell so good. Katyusha said with a dreamy look in her eyes. How strange, this is simply unscientific. Why do I feel like you've suddenly become much more handsome? Andrei was about to say something, but Katyusha cupped his face and stared at him unblinkingly from up close, saying. Wait, don't move, let me take a closer look. They say men become more handsome as they mature, could this be what they mean? Compared to Katyusha's increasingly red face, Andrei's eyebrows twitched wildly. Damn it. Was he sure the skill he got was the Emperor's aura? Why did he feel like old man Wang's skill seemed a bit off? He quickly opened the system interface and carefully checked his chosen one area, finding that it was indeed the erosion and destruction in the due north that was lit up, which confused him. Good heavens, someone who didn't know might think he had received Slaanish's blessing. What kind of Emperor's aura was this? Why did he feel like it was a succubus aura? Katyusha, calm down. Regarding my current situation, I can only say that I've gained some special chosen one skills. Andrei briefly explained the effect of the Emperor's aura. Hearing Andrei say this, Katyusha's eyes cleared up a bit, but they were still somewhat hazy. Humph, you lucky fellow, how can you inexplicably receive a god's blessing even when you are just sitting in the office? Katyusha expressed her genuine envy, she also wanted to experience what it was like to be a chosen one. However, she obviously hadn't noticed some of her characteristics when fighting in a Titan, otherwise, she would have understood that her Titan gaining performance enhancements after killing enemies was not a normal phenomenon to begin with. Seeing Katyusha constantly trying to get closer, Andrei felt uncomfortable all over. The main reason was that her attitude had suddenly become too clingy, which made him a little unaccustomed to it for a while. He tried to focus his attention on a document in front of him, beginning to read about the gains from the soldiers' guerrilla warfare recently, but Katyusha was owing beside him again. I say, you're not treating me like catnip, are you? Looking at Katyusha's intoxicated expression, Andrei asked with a wry smile. But Andriusha, I just feel like you suddenly smell so good. Hiss. Old man Huang, what exactly is the effect of your aura? I never thought you were such an emperor, I truly misjudged you. A certain old man Huang, when you're complaining in your heart, shouldn't you first wipe that smile off your face? Just as Andrei was feeling a bit exasperated by his current changes, Yelena pushed the door open and walked in. Andriusha, Moscow has sent us a new batch of supplies, and a special unit has also arrived, hoping we can arrange something. But halfway through her sentence, when Yelena saw Andrei, a strange flush appeared on her face as well. Andriusha, Katyusha is right, I also think you smell so good now. This office was truly unbearable. Andrei felt that if he stayed any longer, he might be righteously executed by two succubi on the spot. And when he walked out of the office, the two guards standing at the door saluted simultaneously. General. Andrei nodded, but when he inadvertently saw the fervent eyes of the two soldiers, he instantly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Holy crap! This isn't right. Why did he feel like he was at risk of being dropped the soap? And after taking a stroll outside, Andrei felt the magic of this aura even more, because he suddenly realized that almost wherever he went, all the soldiers would salute him together, and their gazes were extremely fervent. Looking at the eyes of these people, Andrei felt as if he were Napoleon arriving among his old guard, or like a certain little mustache arriving at his familiar beer hall. He had no doubt that in the next moment, these soldiers would be able to rally around him for an imperial enthronement, then raise the Vorontsov family banner and march on Moscow. Ultimately, Andrei couldn't stand the surrounding gazes anymore and quickly temporarily deactivated his aura skill. Otherwise, the emotions of these soldiers really seemed to be getting out of control. Andrei already felt more and more people gathering around him, but to be honest, being surrounded by a group of burly men wasn't a pleasant feeling. And most importantly, these people kept crowding around him, their gaze is too ardent. When Andrei looked at them, he instinctively felt a chill down his spine. Oh my god, old man Wang's skill is simply toxic. I wonder how he managed not to get backdoored before. After deactivating the aura, Andrei quickly found an unoccupied corner to wait, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as an aside. He didn't know how old man Huang used to wander around with this skill, but he could only say that this skill was simply made for god-making. Facing someone who constantly had the Emperor's aura on and walked around in front of him, constantly enveloped by this fervent emotion, even if it was just a person under the aura, he would inevitably become a god. Just like Lorgar's situation, Andrei had no doubt that even if he didn't have those abstract primarchs around him, a Lorgar would be born by his side because of this. The idol worship ability of this aura was simply too powerful. If not handled properly, this fervor would burn Andrei to death. But it can't be said that way. If this aura is used for a speech before the war to boost morale, its effect is actually quite good. After taking a couple of breaths, Andrei stroked his chin and suddenly thought of this tactic. Although the Emperor's aura wasn't suitable for constant use, activating such a powerful aura at critical moments could truly play a very significant role. And frankly speaking, with this skill, the basic leadership skill Andrei had previously acquired could effectively be discarded. This ability was no longer needed. Thinking of this, Andrei suddenly looked at the commander skill he had previously acquired, and then he was surprised to find that his basic leadership skill had been merged by the Emperor's aura. Indeed, I knew the functions of these two skills overlapped too much, there was no need for them to exist separately. With the characteristics of the Emperor's aura, Andrei felt that he no longer needed to worry much about the morale of his army. As long as he activated this aura, his army could directly enter a state of morale frenzy. Returning to his office, Andrei saw Katyusha and Yelena still chattering about something. As soon as he pushed open the office door, both of them turned to look at him. Facing their gaze at this moment, Andrei felt a slight tingling sensation on his scalp, but Katyusha's and Yelena's eyes weren't as fervent as before. How strange, I say, Andriusha, why do I feel like after you went out for a walk, you're not as handsome anymore? Katyusha asked with some confusion, seemingly still wanting Andrei to reactivate the aura, but Yelena smiled and said beside her. But even now, I think Andriusha is very handsome. Ah, it's the feeling of a beating heart. Hearing Yelena's compliment, Andrei blushed slightly, and Katyusha immediately shot a sharp glare at her. All right, truly worthy of being childhood best friends, this ability to backstab is indeed. All right, let's not talk about my issues for now. My issues aren't important. Shouldn't we discuss the matter Yelena mentioned earlier? Andrei clapped his hands, bringing the office conversation back on track. If I remember correctly, didn't Moscow send us a batch of supplies, and then special reinforcements were sent over? Is there anything special about these reinforcements? Looking at Yelena, he asked seriously. Recalling Yelena's previous words, Andrei guessed that the reinforcements sent by Moscow likely had something special about them, which was why Yelena specifically mentioned them. Oh, right. Reinforcements. Hearing Andrei say this, Yelena came back to her senses. She couldn't help but feel a bit self-reproachful. How could she have forgotten such an important matter? Andriusha, I think you'd best come and see for yourself. I can't quite explain what's going on with those reinforcements. His Majesty the Tsar seems to have sent over a batch of somewhat special modified warriors. Oh, modified warriors. Hearing this term, Andrei's eyes lit up. Great, had the Cambrian Empire's modified humans he had been longing for finally arrived? Andrei put on his military uniform and quickly went out, soon arriving at the train station. When he saw the several large cans walking out of the train car, he was slightly stunned. From the very beginning, Andrei had thought that these should be new power-armored soldiers developed by the Cambrian Empire, just a bit larger in size. But as he got closer, the more he looked at these power-armored soldiers, the more he realized that these guys were definitely not just large in size, they were the modified warriors Yelena had spoken of. That's right, General, it's them. They are the Empire's latest developed warriors, named the Imperial Eagle. Yelena introduced quietly from the side, she had obviously inquired about them beforehand. It's a pleasure to meet you, General Vorontsov. Standing in front of Andrei, the tall warrior, who was more than 2 heads taller than him, first saluted him, then said meticulously. The Imperial Eagle experimental team is in position. Next, our mission is to go to this battlefield to find a suitable area, and then launch an attack on the enemy. We need to test our combat capabilities. Andrei nodded, then asked. All right, I understand. How will your command authority be determined next? Will you be incorporated into the Volkov Front Army? No, General, I apologize, but we are an independent combat team. Theoretically, you do not have the right to command us. The tall warrior unceremoniously refuted Andrei's words, which made him frown instinctively. How strange, they sent troops to his legion, but didn't give him command authority. What exactly were these guys here to do? Good heavens, could it be that they were simply using his battlefield as a testing ground? Moreover, he didn't particularly like the soldier's tone, to be honest, he always felt that the fellow's tone was too stiff and not at all enthusiastic. But upon hearing this, Andrei finally understood. No wonder the other party had addressed him as General Vorontsov earlier, instead of directly calling him commander, it turned out their command authority wasn't here at all. Alright, in that case, I'll briefly introduce the battle situation here, and then you can choose an area for your experiment. Since these guys weren't troops to be commanded by him, Andrei's attitude towards them naturally wasn't as enthusiastic. He took several reports and maps from a staff officer beside him and handed them to the Imperial Eagle captain, saying, "This map and report detail the current distribution of enemy strongholds and troops around Folkhov. If you are interested, I suggest you can choose any direction to launch an attack. Don't worry, according to my investigation, the Black Hawk army in these areas doesn't have any particularly special units, neither Titan legions nor any other strange things, so you can experiment freely here." Well, this general's intelligence gathering ability seems to be very strong. Looking at the map and the marked Black Hawk army positions, the Imperial Eagle captain frowned slightly. To be honest, he was a bit skeptical that Andrei could obtain such detailed enemy military deployment, but he also didn't think Andrei would joke around with a fake map at such a time. Although he could vaguely sense that His Majesty the Tsar didn't particularly like this general, he personally held quite a bit of respect for the general. So he naturally trusted the general's professional integrity and believed it was impossible for him to hand over a fabricated map at such a moment. "General, I wonder if you have any plans for a large-scale offensive next." After a moment of hesitation, he decided to first inquire with Andrei, the local expert, before launching his military operations. Although doing so might seem a bit low and not in line with the demeanor of their Tsar direct unit. But past combat experience told him that no matter what weapons and equipment he possessed, he must never be careless or underestimate the enemy. On the battlefield, he must always consult veteran soldiers who are familiar with the situation. "About that, to be honest, I don't really have many offensive ideas, but if you are willing, you could cooperate with my soldiers to conduct some infiltration warfare against the enemy." As he spoke, Andrei drew a few lines on the map. "Currently, my army is roughly following these lines, traversing large areas of jungle, and beginning to harass the rear of the Black Hawk army. The Black Eagle Empire is powerful. If we confront them head-on, our troops often suffer losses in various aspects, but we can raid their logistics, which will paralyze their frontline forces." The captain nodded, observing Andrei's series of plans and military actions. To be honest, he rather approved of this strategy of avoiding the enemy's main force and harassing their rear, but most noble officers didn't particularly like this style of fighting. No choice, those noble officers always had some inexplicable sense of honor and arrogance. In their view, if they couldn't defeat the enemy head-on, then even if the war was won, it wouldn't be honorable for them. So much so that, in his opinion, the actions of those noble officers were truly somewhat abstract. When they lost their minds, these guys fought like wild boars charging recklessly. "Thank you, General, may we join one of these infiltration units?" Andrei nodded at the captain's question. "Of course, but I have a question, can you sustain long-distance infiltration operations? I feel like you might need a lot of supplies, right?" Andrei looked at the large tank-like backpacks behind these soldiers' power armor, feeling like they might not be very reliable. He believed that these power armors probably consumed a lot of fuel, and these modified soldiers might have other supply needs, just like Astartes need special rations. Speaking of which, he really thought these guys' modifications looked a lot like Astartes, especially with their power armor, they seemed even more like Astartes. He just wondered how their combat effectiveness compared to Space Marines? If they could truly unleash combat power equivalent to Space Marines, then these guys would be extremely abnormal, though Andrei didn't think so. Besides their own incredibly powerful modifications, Space Marines' combat power was more reflected in their equipment. If they couldn't figure out the power armor, or rather, the material science behind it, then a mere enhanced soldier would greatly diminish the Space Marines' lethality. "General, please trust us, we will complete this mission," the captain said with a determined look. They were here to test the performance of the Imperial Eagle in actual combat. For example, what level of performance could they achieve when facing relatively harsh supply conditions? Also, how often did their power armor need maintenance? Could it withstand long-distance marches in complex terrain? They had to test issues like these, so they actually felt that Andrei's infiltration warfare was a very suitable testing option. Not long after, this unit set off. The entire Imperial Eagle squad, altogether, only had 10 modified soldiers, but the squad's total number was as high as 33 people. Besides the 10 modified soldiers, the remaining 23 included pharmacists, mechanics specialized in maintaining power armor, and even 2 battlefield priests. These 2 battlefield priests all came from the Winter Goddess Church, which was normal, as the Winter Goddess symbolized the function of war. However, upon departure, these Imperial Eagle soldiers looked at their power armor's appearance and felt that something wasn't quite right. The captain glanced at the fellow sitting in front of him, dressed as a Black Hawk soldiers, and couldn't help but complain. "I say, do we really need to be this exaggerated? An infiltration mission is one thing, but why do our power armors have to be painted black and have the Iron Cross and the white-on-black Imperial Eagle emblem printed on them?" The player who had just played the role of a painter and completed the coding for this bigkin grinned and said, "Brother, that's a given. We're going to raid the enemy's rear. If you swaggered in wearing power armor with Cambrian markings, wouldn't they know your identity? To ambush the enemy, you have to pay attention to your disguise. Trust me, as long as your disguise isn't a big problem, those Black Hawk soldiers can actually be easily fooled." Seeing how optimistic this guy was, the bigkin had nothing more to say. He just wondered if it would really be reliable if he followed these guys' instructions and claimed to be a secret unit of the Black Eagle Empire when encountering enemy inspections. As the trucks moved along, the big cans quickly witnessed the abilities of the soldiers in front of them. In their eyes, these Black Hawk soldiers were truly like fools, instantly fooled by the players. Although due to previous attacks, the Black Hawk soldiers now had stricter control over checkpoints, and many places required a password to pass smoothly. But when they asked the players for the password, the players simply pointed to the big cans sitting in the truck. Idiots, don't you see them? We are escorting the Empire's newest secret unit. Let us through quickly. Remember, you've never seen us, just register us as normal supplies when you sign in. Listening to the pure Black Eagle Empire language of the leading Black Hawk officer, seeing his arrogant demeanor, and the big cans behind him with Black Eagle markings, who looked very formidable, the sentry guarding the checkpoint obediently chose to let them pass. Although they knew it was against the rules, since the other party had already said so much, what else could they do? A higher rank crushes people, and looking at the appearance of these big cans, they were probably indeed the Black Eagle Empire's latest developed special forces. After all, in their opinion, besides the Black Eagle Empire, who else could create such technologically advanced soldiers? Could it be those bumpkins from the Cambrian Empire? If so, then just let them pass. Anyway, they had already let so many people through, and nothing unexpected had happened. As for registration, it was as if there were no tricks in their registration. By now, the Black Eagle Empire had occupied numerous Cambrian cities and captured a large amount of spoils of war. Among these spoils, some valuable artworks and treasures naturally could not be directly registered and catalogued openly, and the sentry had no authority to inspect these items. Therefore, in such circumstances, special units, typically similar to the Emperor's Guard, only needed to show their credentials to the soldiers and could then pass directly. Even all the transported supplies were based on a fabricated manifest, anyway, logistics wouldn't seriously verify such things with them. After the car drove past, one of the big cans in the car couldn't help but ask. I say, where did you learn such fluent Black Eagle language? If I hadn't seen you come out of Vorontsov's barracks and confirmed you were a Cambrian, I probably would have genuinely taken you for a genuine Black Eagle Empire soldier. The player shrugged and casually said. Our general taught us, he speaks Black Eagle language very well, and teaches very well, he can make us learn it in 2 tries. This wasn't entirely wrong, as their language packs and skins were either obtained by accepting tasks from Andre or purchased from the system store. So, in essence, wasn't their Black Eagle language taught by Andre? However, the player's words indeed stirred some emotion in several Imperial Eagle soldiers. This General Vorontsov was truly different from other noble officers. He not only mingled with ordinary soldiers but was also willing to proactively teach these soldiers knowledge. Many nobles could speak Black Eagle language, but none of them had the patience to go and teach ordinary soldiers. Naturally, they also couldn't cultivate an infiltration unit like Andre's. The Imperial Eagle soldiers even thought that these players were genuinely taught hand in hand by Andre, which deepened their awe for General Vorontsov. As their convoy went deeper, the Imperial Eagle captain looked around and asked cautiously. What exactly is our mission? Haven't we reached our destination yet? We've already penetrated very deep into enemy territory. Hearing this, the player was slightly stunned. Hey? Wait a minute, don't you know our combat mission? Seeing the big kin nod, veteran 10,086, who was leading this group of players, couldn't help but slap his forehead. Damn it, I thought you guys knew. Our mission this time is to raid the enemy's warehouse, steal a batch of medicine, and then transport these medicines to the designated location. Perfect, take this opportunity to test your combat capabilities. After saying that, veteran 10,086 couldn't help but mutter to himself. He was truly amazed. Everyone else had NPCs giving players quests, but here he was, giving quests to NPCs. He never expected that the NPCs in this game wouldn't know their mission. Apparently, every player involved in the quest on their side could see the mission brief. After looking at the map, the captain asked, puzzled, why are you transporting the medicine to this village? Isn't this village already occupied? The player shrugged. No, the Black Hawk army didn't even have time to occupy this village, it's very remote. We've established a base here. Many villagers who fled are living here, but they are severely lacking medicine. Recently, there's also been a flu outbreak, so we have to steal medicine for them. Following that, veteran 10,086 recounted their previous combat operations, specifically the series of actions involved in establishing a base behind enemy lines. Upon hearing this, the captain was momentarily surprised. Why are you doing this? Is it just to protect civilians? Honestly, I thought you were stealing these medicines to sell them. These medicines could fetch exorbitant prices on the black market right now. The player shrugged, saying indifferently, what's the use? We're not fighting for money, the money here means nothing to us. As for establishing a base and taking in refugees, that's a mission given by our general. If you have any questions, go ask him. The captain fell silent, but he clearly misunderstood the player's meaning. He didn't know that the player's statement about money being useless was literal. After all, players couldn't take in-game money out, and they couldn't even use in-game money to buy equipment, only for some NPC interactions within the game's background. In his view, these soldiers were fighting for Vorontsov purely out of his personal charisma. However, this was understandable. While other nobles were busy figuring out how to repel the enemy or gain greater benefits on the battlefield, it seemed only Andre would think of rescuing civilians. At the very least, no one else would ever send soldiers on a dangerous mission to establish a base in an occupied zone. The risk was simply too great, and it was just for a bunch of commoners, it wasn't worth it at all. This is truly a remarkable person. Thinking of Andre, the captain couldn't help but mutter softly. He suddenly realized why His Majesty the Tsar was so wary of this general, because this general indeed possessed a unique charm. The enemy's medicine warehouse is straight ahead. What are your plans now? Seeing the two warehouses ahead, the captain asked the player next to him, what to do? Is that even a question? Of course, we charge in. Veteran 10,086 said, quickly assembling a sniper rifle. Then, he aimed through the scope at the sentry in front. Bang! With a single shot, the sentry standing at the entrance was pierced through the head before he could even figure out what was happening. Another sentry nearby was killed almost simultaneously, but the commotion caused by the players naturally drew the attention of other guard units near the warehouse to their convoy. Attack! Attack! Machine gun sentry, quickly, suppress them with fire. What are the mortars doing? Quickly lay down smoke. Under the stunned gaze of these Imperial Eagle warriors, a group of players instantly charged out, like a stampede of greenskins, chaotically attacking the camp ahead. Brothers, why are you still standing there? Hurry and follow us. Charge straight in. Hearing the players' shouts from the front, the captain finally snapped back to reality. Good heavens, are Vorontsov's soldiers all this fierce in battle? They just started setting up artillery without a word? As several smoke grenades were fired, the charging players immediately disappeared into the smoke, making it difficult for the enemy's heavy machine guns on the watchtowers to find their targets. And before the watchtower could adjust its aim, a mortar shell landed precisely on its top, blowing up the machine gun mounted there along with its gunner. Ha 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 ha, exhilarating, this battle is truly exhilarating. One Imperial Eagle warrior quickly abandoned rigorous combat methods and joined the players' wild charge. He single-handedly lifted a massive 20mm autocannon and, with astonishing arm strength, operated it to unleash a ferocious barrage of fire on the front. The other Imperial Eagle warriors did the same, charging forward with their autocannons, almost completely ignoring the enemy fire ahead. When the players saw the charging speed of these Imperial Eagles, they couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Too abnormal, are these even humans? These guys' charging speed was almost comparable to a motorcycle. Even cavalry might not be this fast when charging. Damn, what kind of monsters did the Cambrian Tsar create? That old geezer actually created Astartes. And speaking of which, aside from the overly angular design of their power armor, which doesn't quite resemble Space Marines, don't you guys feel that they're quite similar to Space Marines in other aspects? Veteran 10,086 watched in awe as a gust of wind whistled past him, then saw the large blackkin charging forward, using its autocannon to heavily suppress the enemy forces ahead. Looking at the black and white cross emblem on this guy's shoulder and the eagle motif on his chest, he felt like the Black Templars had arrived. Facing these Cambrian Empire versions of Astartes, there was no need to think, the enemy had no chance to retaliate whatsoever. In front of 20mm autocannons, let alone these ordinary soldiers, even an armored car that had just driven up from behind was blown up. Under the fierce assault of these Imperial Eagles, the players once again felt that their kills were being stolen by NPCs. Good heavens, facing the fierce assault of these Astartes, the enemy forces defending the camp couldn't hold out for even 3 minutes. Before long, they gave up resistance and surrendered. Pfft, what a pity, I wanted to try what this thing felt like when it hit a person. Looking at the Black Hawk soldiers kneeling and trembling before him, an Imperial Eagle somewhat uninterestingly put away the axe on his back. This axe was modified from a chainsaw and was temporarily named the Chain Axe. It seemed to have astonishing destructive power. Relying on a series of plated metal teeth, this axe, once activated, could easily tear through power armor or armored vehicle protection. It was just unknown what effect it would have when it hit a person. It should be quite astonishing. Excellent, brother, well done. The players, suppressing their shock, patted the large can's arm, then rushed into the warehouse. As they ran, they shouted to these large cans. Brothers, it's up to you now. Try your best to hold off the enemy reinforcements for us. We believe in you, we believe you can succeed. Pfft. Is your combat plan really that simple and crude? Why does it feel like there's no combat plan at all? Several Imperial Eagle warriors recalled their previous training and then looked at the players' wild behavior, feeling as if their past training had been for nothing. Overall, these guys' plan was simply to have no plan at all. Watching their combat posture, the Imperial Eagle seriously doubted that these guys had even thought about how to fight or how to intercept enemy reinforcements before launching their attack. Nevertheless, they quickly went to the intersection to set up a defensive line, preparing to meet the Black Hawk reinforcements that would soon arrive. Hearing the report from the soldier, a Black Hawk general with heavy dark circles under his eyes hung up the phone and couldn't help but roar. I'm effing at number % and dot. What the hell is going on these days? It's endless. Can't those hicks from the Cambrian Empire just calm down? Day in and day out, it's endless. Attacks everywhere all day long. Where do they get so many soldiers to sneak behind us? Recalling these past few days, the colonel felt like he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He would receive no less than 10 calls for help from various places in a single day, and the number of attack reports would exceed 20. He didn't know where this wretched place got so many Cambrian soldiers from. What's more, according to the reconnaissance results of some reconnaissance soldiers, these Cambrian soldiers seemed to have gathered with the Cambrian civilians who had not been eliminated in the rear and had begun to take root and grow. Their reconnaissance soldiers had already detected multiple enemy bases in the vicinity. The enemy seemed to want to threaten their supply lines and logistics by establishing a series of small military bases in this way. Order our armored units to move immediately. Send more soldiers. This time, I want to capture them alive. We must launch a sweep of the rear now, or this won't work. If we keep fighting like this, we'll only turn the war into a quagmire. Not only was this colonel issuing orders to prepare for a sweep, but in other places, Black Hawk officers were also organizing troops to prepare for a sweep. As players gradually established bases and began to attack Black Hawk soldiers more frequently, it was inevitable that the bases would encounter enemy sweeps. However, it was unknown whether the Black Hawk soldiers would be capable of taking down the players' bases. After all, with the players' special abilities, the bases they built were completely different from the traditional anti-Japanese war bases. Normal bases would never have such good equipment. The Imperial Eagle squad soon saw a large contingent of Black Hawk soldiers approaching. However, the enemy also seemed to have detected their movements and had already set up infantry cannons on a small high ground. When the cannon fire began, the Imperial Eagle squad immediately felt the situation was tricky. Chapter 299, Bloodlust. The serious flaw of the Imperial Eagle. Damn it. Is this right? Is this a normal Black Eagle Empire military police unit? Shut up, run quickly, don't stand there stupidly getting bombed. Several Imperial Eagle complained about the current situation as they ran. To be honest, they were truly surprised. They just ambushed an enemy warehouse, didn't they? Is it necessary to be so ruthless right from the start? Good heavens, to deal with a force that might be a guerrilla unit, they actually brought over 4 infantry cannons first. From a distance, they even saw armored units among the enemy's forces. Anyone who didn't know would think they were preparing to face an armored company of the Cambrian Empire. Captain, could our intelligence have been leaked? Did we accidentally fall into an enemy ambush? Hearing his teammates shout, the captain ran while sweeping with his autocannon, and shouted back over his shoulder. Don't overthink it, how is that possible? How many people know the Imperial Eagle plan in total, and how many know our movements? To be honest, everyone who knew their movements was currently acting with them. Besides that, the only other person who knew their movements was General Vorontsov. If someone were to say that General Vorontsov was a spy deployed by the Black Eagle Empire, or that he had secret dealings with the Black Eagle Empire, they would be the first to disbelieve it. After all, how many Black Hawk army units had Andrei already destroyed in this war? To put it bluntly, if it weren't for Andrei's appearance and his efforts to turn the tide, the northern front might have already completely collapsed. These Imperial Eagle didn't know that the reason they were met with such a reception by the Black Hawk army right from the start was actually because the Black Hawk army had truly been terrified by the players' guerrillas in recent days. Where were these guerrillas? They were clearly a bunch of divine beings. They had fought wars for so long, invaded countless countries, and seen many local guerrilla units, big and small. Among all the guerrilla units, those formed by players were definitely the most memorable for the Black Eagle Empire. Other guerrilla units were poorly clothed, lacked food, had no weapons, and could only fire a shot and then move, constantly having to worry about being betrayed by traitors. But here in the Cambrian Empire, when they encountered the guerrilla units formed by Vorontsov's soldiers, they truly realized they had hit a brick wall. Submachine guns, heavy machine guns, flamethrowers, anti-armor rifles, and even mortars, all sorts of miscellaneous weapons were available. When these guys charged out, they weren't ordinary guerrillas at all, their equipment and tactical coordination could rival the Empire's stormtroopers. No, the Empire's stormtroopers might not even have equipment as good as theirs. These guys didn't know where they got their weapons from, or where they received their supplies. Every time they appeared, this group was like a swarm of locusts, and they might just raid one of their warehouses. And often, when they sent a small number of troops to intercept, they would be completely devoured by the enemy, like throwing meat buns to dogs. They went but never returned. Facing such a situation, what else could they do? That's why, after hearing news about the enemy's guerrilla unit, they immediately mobilized such an exaggerated heavy force, even bringing over infantry cannons. If it weren't for their engineers not having enough time to prepare other artillery, and the deployment time for other artillery being too long, they might even have brought over a divisional heavy artillery regiment. The continuous shelling did suppress this Imperial Eagle squad, but at the same time, the Black Hawk army also realized that something was wrong with this squad. The previous burst of 20mm autocannon fire instantly blew up the armored car at the very front of the formation. Although the cockpit was covered with steel plates, these plates simply couldn't withstand the fierce firing of a 20mm autocannon. Seeing this, the other Black Hawk soldiers quickly jumped out of their vehicles. Those who needed to set up mortars did so, and those who needed to set up heavy machine guns quickly did so, rapidly forming a combat formation. Captain, this isn't working. We can't keep exchanging fire with them here. We need to steal their artillery over there first. Their artillery is constantly shelling us from the hilltop. We're too passive here, we can't even stop. An Imperial Eagle, glancing at the shrapnel scratches on his armor, quickly said to the captain. He didn't know if his armor could withstand a direct hit from an infantry cannon, but he felt it most likely couldn't. Continuing to fight like this was simply not a solution. But upon hearing his words, the captain's eyes lit up instead. Oh, you've got a point, kid. We need to move. Guys, charge with me. We'll flank them and steal their artillery. The captain immediately realized that the best way to unleash the combat power of the Imperial Eagle was to engage the enemy in mobile warfare. They did have armor defense, and such armor defense was sufficient to resist most of the enemy's individual weapons. However, against enemy artillery and armored units, their defense would certainly be insufficient. In this situation, their greatest advantage was actually their speed. Relying on the speed boost of their power armor, combined with their own powerful physiques, they could easily run faster than even a typical combat vehicle. And with such a speed advantage, they could easily make the enemy run around in circles. Especially since they had studied before that General Andrei particularly liked to keep his troops moving during battle. Even when fighting a defensive battle, he would keep his troops constantly moving within the position, often using elastic tactics to repeatedly engage the enemy, flanking from different angles to bleed the enemy dry. So they prepared to replicate Andrei's previous tactics, directly going for the enemy's rear. Several smoke grenades were thrown out by the Imperial Eagle soldiers, followed by a series of bursts, immediately pushing back a squad of Black Hawk soldiers who were charging at the forefront. After several Black Hawk soldiers were hit by the 20mm autocannon, they were mostly missing limbs, with hardly a complete body left. This terrifying firepower made the other Black Hawk soldiers somewhat intimidated, and even their charging movements slowed down considerably. However, under alternating cover, they still rushed into the smoke-filled area in front of them, but when they saw the smoke grenades and the open surroundings, they were suddenly stunned. Wait a minute, where are they? Where did they go after throwing the smoke grenades? An officer then caught up, looked at the footprints on the ground, and pointed at them, saying, "Follow their footprints." They went into the small forest on the other side. These Black Hawk soldiers quickly followed the direction of the footprints and went around, but as they went, they realized something was wrong. Wait a minute, how fast can these Cambrian Empire soldiers run? Can normal power armored soldiers run this fast? They looked at the direction the footprints extended, realizing that they hadn't caught up to the enemy after chasing for so long, and then measured the distance between these footprints. Just by measuring, they found that these footprints were completely different from the power armored soldier footprints they had encountered in the past, because the distance between these footprints was too great. Something's not right. This might be a new type of power armor from the Cambrian Empire. Their previous power armor was definitely not this fast. The officer recalled, and to be honest, he really had some difficulty judging the Cambrian Empire's power armor level. Because most of the Cambrian Empire's army did not value power armor, they rarely encountered power-armored soldiers on the battlefield, and even when they did, they were mostly the private guards of some noble lords. This also led to the uneven quality of the Cambrian Empire's power-armored soldiers, and even the quality of the armor they were equipped with varied greatly. However, overall, this was the first time they had seen power armor with such strong mobility. It was even stronger than the Black Hawk Fear Knight's mobility. And just as they were busy chasing the Imperial Eagle, this squad had already passed through the forest and arrived at the foot of the high ground. Not good, those tin cans are running towards us. Shoot, shoot, quickly stop them. Near the artillery position, several Black Hawk soldiers on alert changed their expressions dramatically. They quickly operated a heavy machine gun set up there, and then began to fire fiercely. Clang clang clang. A large number of bullets hit the Imperial Eagle power armor, making a series of crisp sounds. But their firing simply couldn't stop the advance of these big cans. The bullets merely scratched the paint on the power armor a little. Ha ha ha, taste my big gun. An Imperial Eagle soldier laughed loudly, picked up a recoilless gun, and fired it. He was the only heavy artillery in their squad, and the task of this weapon was to deal with enemy armored units. To be honest, the recoilless gun developed by the Cambrian Empire was actually quite poor. Because they overly emphasized the propellant, although this recoilless gun was very powerful, its weight was too heavy, and ordinary soldiers simply couldn't carry it. In addition, the production of this thing was limited, and some key components had not yet been fully mass-produced, so only a very small number of units would be equipped with it. Apparently, the Imperial Eagle were among the very few units that met the equipment conditions. Especially the powerful physiques of these modified soldiers, which allowed them to easily carry such heavy artillery. This made this weapon immediately a standard issue in the Imperial Eagle squad, and even when they conducted simulations in the laboratory, some officers considered whether to add additional heavy artilleries to their squad. A shell blasted out, instantly taking out the machine gun nest built with sandbags. However, in this short time, the infantry cannons set up on the hillside also adjusted their muzzle direction and aimed at them again. Idiots, what's your power armor for? Charge straight in at a time like this. The captain couldn't help but curse. These soldiers were not power-armored soldiers before, so they weren't used to this combat state. They clearly had power armor and extremely high mobility, so they should have charged directly and cut down all the enemies in the position. Fighting them like this, wasn't it falling into an inferior position instead? While he was roaring, he had already rushed into the enemy's ranks ahead, holding 2 chain axes. As the chain weapons roared loudly, 2 Black Hawk soldiers blocking the way were instantly torn to shreds. The other Black Hawk soldiers, seeing their comrades torn apart from head to toe by the chain weapons, with a large amount of minced meat and blood splattering everywhere, were instantly terrified. One soldier, trembling, unhooked a grenade from his waist, seemingly preparing to use a cluster of grenades to die with the enemy. But before he could even tie these grenades together, a heavy great axe had already arrived in front of him, and with a horizontal chop and a vertical chop, it cut him into 4 pieces. Several other Imperial Eagle followed suit, also charging fiercely at the enemy. They simply put away their heavy autocannons or recoilless rifles and engaged in the most traditional yet bloodiest close-quarters combat, wreaking havoc on this artillery position. When the Black Hawk artillery saw the movement speed of these big cans, they were stunned, because such speed made it impossible for them to aim. By the Emperor, how can this monster run so fast? As soon as an artillery finished speaking, the terrifying black-armored big can had already charged in front of him. The captain grinned ferociously, grabbed the guy's head with his bare hands, and then squeezed hard. With a crunch, the guy's head was crushed like a rotten watermelon. Humph! What trash! This entire infantry cannon company was almost completely wiped out by the Imperial Eagle that charged in. The powerful modified warriors proved with their actions that ordinary soldiers were truly no match for them. They did not fiddle with the cannons on the hillside, because they also did not know how to operate these infantry cannons. And in this short time, other Black Hawk soldiers had already discovered their position again. Damn it, our artillery! Seeing a perfectly fine infantry cannon company wiped out by the enemy like this, the Black Hawk officer leading the team almost vomited blood. In these days, they had already lost many artilleries, so much so that the Black Hawk army even experienced a shortage of artilleries. But then, he suddenly realized a terrifying question: where did these guys come from? How could they cover such a long distance in an instant and run directly to the artillery's position? Without time to think, he quickly ordered the Black Hawk army to attack. 2 dreadnought mechs, bayonets fixed, strode forward, firing their cannons and charging simultaneously. Boom! A high explosive shell exploded on the high ground, causing an Imperial Eagle warrior to fall to the ground. Although the high explosive shell did not directly penetrate his power armor, the close proximity of the explosion caused severe damage to his power armor, and several shrapnel pieces had already pierced his armor. But the warrior merely rolled over and got back up from the ground. Feeling the intense pain in his chest, he let out a beastly howl, and then used his autocannon to spray fire forward. The shrapnel did not manage to harm the vital organs in his chest and abdomen. His incredibly developed and strong muscle groups, like bulletproof fibers, blocked the shrapnel. But as blood flowed out, and with the intense pain, he felt his sanity gradually slipping away. Idiot, retreat quickly, go around behind the high ground. The captain saw that the guy was still foolishly standing there exchanging autocannon fire and couldn't help but curse. Immediately after, he quickly led his other teammates to retreat. One of the dreadnought mechs wanted to pursue them behind the high ground, but as soon as it ran over, the recoilless rifle fired a fierce shot. The sudden artillery fire completely caught the dreadnought mech off guard. The powerful armor-piercing round instantly tore through its frontal armor, causing the dreadnought mech to fall, emitting black smoke. But at the same time, another dreadnought mech on the other side also launched an outflanking maneuver from the opposite direction. Blood sacrifice to the goddess. But with a roar, a warrior who had been hiding behind the breakthrough suddenly jumped onto the dreadnought mech as soon as it came around, and 2 massive chain axes fiercely struck the mech. A crisp clang startled the Black Hawk pilot inside the mech, but the 2 armored soldiers immediately rotated the mech rapidly, trying to shake off the enemy clinging to the outside. However, the Imperial Eagle's strength was extremely tough. Even being thrown around like this, he did not fly off. As he activated his chain weapon, accompanied by a grating sound of metal tearing, his chain axe actually carved a crack fiercely into the side of the mech. This is impossible. What the hell is this thing? When the shattered metal fragments, like flying shrapnel, cut across his cheek, one of the armored soldiers inside the dreadnought mech couldn't help but ask in terror. However, his question did not receive any answer. What he received was only the Cambrian soldier's ferocious sneer. As a smoking grenade was shoved into the breach, the Imperial Eagle warrior took the opportunity to jump off the mech and then ran away as fast as he could. With a loud boom, the other dreadnought mech also slowly fell, crashing heavily to the ground. Monsters, what kind of monsters are these? Is this the enemy's guerrilla force? Watching 2 dreadnought mechs fall into the hands of the big cans like this, the Black Hawk officer leading the team felt a slight fear. He was now starting to hesitate, wondering how he could deal with these guys next. Unfortunately, while he hesitated, the Cambrian soldier did not give him a chance to hesitate. After dealing with the enemy mechs, 10 big cans charged out furiously, sweeping with their autocannons while launching a rapid assault on the infantry position on his side. Many Black Hawk soldiers, caught off guard, were immediately swept by the autocannons, their entire bodies literally blown into 2 pieces. Other Black Hawk soldiers tried to fight back, but they had no idea how to deal with such an enemy. The running speed of these big cans was even faster than horses. Anti-armor soldiers tried to aim their anti-armor rifles at them, but several consecutive shots failed to hit. Useless. Give me your gun, let me do it. Seeing the anti-armor soldier next to him constantly missing, the Black Hawk officer was furious. He directly pushed the soldier aside, then lay on the ground and set up the anti-armor rifle. With a loud bang, the immense recoil made him feel like his shoulder was about to break. Undoubtedly, his shoulder must have been bruised and swollen at that moment. But at the same time, as he estimated the lead, an armor-piercing round accurately struck an Imperial Eagle warrior who was currently charging. Seeing his comrade fall, the captain shouted to him with some concern. Yakov, are you all right? After shouting twice, he found that Yakov was silent, which made his heart sink. Damn Black Hawk devils, all of you go to hell. He raised his autocannon and roared, fiercely blasting the enemy in front of him. The surfaces of several armored cars, used as cover, were immediately riddled with holes. But just then, another armor-piercing round suddenly shot over, and with a bang, it penetrated the captain's shoulder armor. The intense pain made him grit his teeth, but what made the captain feel a little horrified was that he suddenly discovered that, besides the pain, another emotion was surging within him at that moment. Blood, I want blood. No, what's wrong with me? The captain suddenly realized that he had a strange craving for the smell of blood on his shoulder. If it weren't for the inappropriate situation, he probably would have already unsealed his power armor and licked the blood on his shoulder. What the hell is this? Why would he suddenly want to drink blood? Before he could figure it out, he suddenly heard movement behind him. Yakov, you. Hearing the heavy and dense footsteps behind him, he turned around and saw Yakov, who had previously fallen to the ground, his fate unknown, had actually gotten up again and was running wildly towards him. Before he could show surprise, he saw Yakov pass him, then, like a madman, charge towards the Black Hawk soldiers' formation in front. Come back. Yakov, what are you doing? He shouted loudly to his teammate, trying to get him to return to the combat formation. As a veteran, he knew that being isolated on the battlefield was very dangerous. Even the most experienced veteran, if he became isolated on the battlefield, could die from a bullet coming from behind him. However, even though he shouted loudly, Yakov completely ignored him, merely charging forward with his head down. Bang! Another crisp sound, the enemy's anti-armor rifle fired again. Yakov was clearly hit, his body staggered, and his left arm hung limply by his side, but he appeared even more frenzied at this moment. His running speed suddenly increased, he let out a beastly roar, and then, in the terrified gaze of several Black Hawk soldiers, this mad Ironkin actually plunged into their ranks. With a horrific scream, an unlucky Black Hawk soldiers was pounced on by this Ironkin like a hungry tiger attacking its prey, an unknown number of bones in his body instantly broken. Before he could struggle, a pair of strong, powerful steel hands fiercely grabbed him. Immediately after, amidst an indescribably tragic wail, these hands actually tore open his entire abdominal cavity, revealing his still slightly trembling internal organs. As a large amount of bloody smell permeated the air, Yakov seemed to have completely gone mad at this moment. He ripped off the square helmet on his head, and then, like a beast feeding, plunged his head into the Black Hawk soldier's stomach. Looking at him at this moment, where was there any trace of sanity? Other Black Hawk soldiers were stunned by this terrifying scene. Before Yakov could react, they unhesitatingly turned and ran, not one of them wanting to stay and continue fighting. Too terrifying, what kind of demons and monsters are these? Making them fight with such perverts, wasn't this asking the impossible? At the same time, other Imperial Eagle squads were also frightened by their comrades' behavior. In their impression, Yakov was clearly an upright and straightforward man, although he was somewhat lustful at times, they had never heard of him having any strange, perverted tastes. At this moment, if they didn't know he was their teammate, they would even have thought that the legendary ghouls had appeared. What's going on? How did Yakov become like this? One Imperial Eagle warrior wanted to approach, but the captain pulled him back. Don't be impulsive, come back quickly. Something must be wrong with our modification surgery. Damn it, we've been scammed, this modification surgery definitely has problems. We now seem to have a strong urge to feed on blood. Recalling the craving that had arisen in his heart earlier due to his injury, the captain also turned pale with fright. Hearing this, several other soldiers recalled, and some of them also had drastic changes in their expressions. They could accept dying in battle, and they could accept that the modification surgery wasn't powerful enough, but they couldn't accept that the modification surgery had such a fatal flaw. The thought of themselves turning into such monsters because of the modification surgery made them feel a chill run down their spines. Just then, the players had already grabbed enough medicine and packed all of it onto the vehicle, incidentally also confiscating several guns from the enemies. The players looked down on these guns, but the militia in the base still desperately needed them. But as soon as they came out, they saw the bloody scene in the distance. To be honest, even with the mosaic filter enabled on the players' side, some of them felt like they were about to vomit from disgust. Oh my god, what's going on? It was supposed to be the Black Templars, how did they turn into Blood Angels? It's bad, their bloodthirst has flared up. Everyone retreat quickly. Seeing the Imperial Eagle warrior going mad in the distance, the players immediately thought of the classic gene flaw of the Blood Angels chapter. Before the arrival of Sanguinius, the Primarch of the Blood Angels, this legion was once named the Flesh Tearers, referring to their bloody brutality on the battlefield and their thirst for blood. It's no exaggeration to say that when facing the support of the Flesh Tearers, those being supported had best first consider how to die a quick and painless death. Otherwise, before they even complete their support mission, they might go into a blood frenzy and kill all of those they were supposed to support, drinking all their blood dry. What should we do? How do we help Yakov now? A soldier asked the captain, but he was also at a loss for a moment. But just then, Yakov, who seemed to have almost drained the blood from the corpse on the ground and was in a state of madness, suddenly turned his head to look at them. The once tall, strong, and handsome young man's cheeks were now completely covered in blood and filth, making him unrecognizable. A row of sharp teeth extended from his mouth, with two severed blood vessels still hanging from them, and his crimson eyes were filled with madness. Yakov let out a howl and pounced on his comrades. From this posture, he was clearly not coming to reunite with them. But just then, before the captain could make a choice, a brave player suddenly roared and charged forward, holding a spike grenade. No. Seeing this, the captain hurriedly tried to stop the Cambrian soldier, who was also going mad, but his hand was ultimately a step too slow. The soldier had already charged up and slammed the spike grenade hard against Yakov's chest. Accompanied by a huge explosion, he and the maddened Imperial Eagle warrior in front of him were blown into the sky together, creating an extremely bloody scene. Damn it, why did he? The captain looked at the other soldiers in disbelief, he completely couldn't understand what had just happened. Brother, please accept my condolences. He was clearly already mad in that state, and we couldn't have saved him. What if he rushed into our team and went on a killing spree? What would we do then? The player patted the captain's shoulder, but at the same time, he also became wary of these big cans. These guys seemed to have very serious genetic defects, which was not a good sign. Yakov was already beyond saving because they had seen with their own eyes that on the map, he had suddenly changed from a teammate to a red dot symbolizing an enemy. If it hadn't been for that, no player would have suddenly rushed up and killed that guy earlier. The captain nodded, but his eyes were still full of shock. That wasn't the problem he wanted to talk about. He wanted to ask if all of Andrei's soldiers were lunatics. Where did that spike grenade come from? Did they usually carry this thing, tying armor-piercing warheads to spears, ready to die with the enemy at the slightest disagreement? Meanwhile, in the player chat area, veteran 10,086 couldn't help but criticize that player. I say, do you really have to use a spike grenade right away? A bayonet would have been enough. Why go for a mutual destruction? The player who had rushed up and self-destructed replied while looking for a respawn point. I was in a hurry, you know? I didn't know if an Astartes should be considered infantry or a vehicle. The situation was really urgent, I just grabbed a spike grenade and used that weapon. Well, that weapon was indeed effective. But honestly, they seemed to have left a bad impression on their teammates, so much so that the other Imperial Eagle warriors looked at them as if they were lunatics. After driving for a distance, the Imperial Eagle and the players abandoned their vehicles, then hoisted large boxes of medicine onto their shoulders and quickly entered the forest ahead. After walking an unknown distance, several Imperial Eagle warriors suddenly saw that the forest in the distance had, at some point, been built into a seemingly substantial small village. One wooden building after another was half buried underground, almost blending in with the surrounding forest, and many plants were simply grown on these rooftops. When the player suddenly shouted the secret code Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger, the village, which had originally seemed uninhabited, suddenly sprang to life. Black Hawk 250. Antonov, who served as the militia captain of this village, suddenly pushed open a lid and emerged from a thicket. That's great, my friends, you've come to help us again. I don't even know how to thank you enough. But halfway through his sentence, when he saw these big cans of the Imperial Eagle, he was stunned by these guys in Black Templar livery. Seeing this, the player quickly introduced them, explaining that these people were friendly forces, and only then did a smile appear on Antonov's face. Next, it was time for the communal meal. As the players had looted several Black Eagle Empire warehouses and brought in a large amount of food, the villagers here now had enough food to better entertain the players. Of course, the players didn't care about food, they weren't very interested in these things. However, the Imperial Eagle squad did join the eating frenzy, and then they astonished all the villagers with their incredible appetites. Goddess above, my goodness! When Antonov saw the captain devour the seventh bowl of soup, he refilled another bowl of gruel mixed with bread and couldn't help but ask. Brother, can your stomach hold so much? You're not going to burst, are you? After calculating, he felt that this captain had eaten at least 20 jin of food. This terrifying appetite reminded him of livestock. Another bowl, I still feel very hungry. The captain unceremoniously took the bowl of soup and then gulped it down. In just 1 minute, he had swallowed the entire bowl of soup whole. The other Imperial Eagle warriors were the same, each had become a terrifying glutton. They ate an unknown amount of food, but at least they consumed enough to feed 100 villagers for a day before finally stopping, barely. I say, your appetites are always so big. Don't you have any high-energy food to eat? Veteran 10,086 poked the captain and asked with an incredulous expression. The captain was dressed very simply at this moment, apart from a loincloth for modesty, he was basically wearing nothing. His power armor, which had originally covered him, had been tossed aside for inspection by the mechanic. What high-energy food? We always eat whatever we can get, basically the same as ordinary soldiers, right? Hearing this, the captain said with some confusion. Clearly, he didn't seem to understand the issues of calories and consumption. However, when he heard the player explain it in simple terms, he immediately understood. Ah, I see. Indeed, the more you eat, the more strength you can exert, and great strength naturally requires eating a lot. But what else can we eat? We don't seem to have anything else to eat, do we? Apparently, the Cambrian Empire probably hadn't developed Astartes-specific rations yet. It's also unknown whether these soldiers usually lack trace elements and other nutrients, as Astartes can suffer from osteoporosis and other ailments if they don't replenish minerals in time. Of course, the Astartes' adaptability is also very strong. When they don't have special rations, they can pick up and eat ores from the ground whole. These guys' acidic saliva and digestive tracts have extremely abnormal digestive capabilities. The players also didn't know what to say, as they weren't very knowledgeable about this stuff either. Wait a minute, speaking of which, that warrior of yours who suddenly went mad earlier, could it be because he was hungry? Just then, a player suddenly couldn't help but suspect. These copycat Astartes clearly had major flaws. Their sudden appearance of bloodlust-like conditions on the battlefield before, could it be due to insufficient nutrition? Hearing this, the captain thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't think so. We definitely have problems in some other area. When I was injured before, I smelled blood and then had an urge to suck blood. As he spoke, he pointed to the blood-stained bandage on his shoulder. In fact, I still have that urge even now, it's just that I've gradually calmed it down, and it's not that serious anymore. A large part of why he had eaten so much earlier was also to calm the urge to suck blood in his heart. He didn't know what would happen if he truly indulged that urge, but clearly, a normal person would never think of drinking blood. Could it really be bloodlust? Veteran 10,086 mumbled and turned his head, saying. You guys had better go back and get a physical checkup. I always feel like there's something wrong with you. Several Imperial Eagle warriors nodded, also preparing to head back quickly. However, they still had a harsh environment march to test. Conveniently, to leave this base, they still had to make their way out through this forest. Next, they parted ways with the players, then received a simple map drawn by the players, preparing to circle back to Folkha from the forest. After they left, Veteran 10,086 waved to the other players and said. I think you guys had better follow them for a bit. I'm afraid these guys might go crazy again and accidentally eat the villagers in the other bases. To be honest, rather than being copycat Astartes, their unstable condition is more like Thunder Warriors. This is really a bit scary. The other players nodded and quickly followed stealthily. The villagers here would all be related to their merit evaluation in the future, and also to the rewards they received. If those guys went crazy and destroyed their own base, then they would be in big trouble. Meanwhile, on the Black Hawk soldier side, the Black Hawk soldiers who had fled earlier returned to the battlefield to collect the bodies of their comrades. However, in addition to the body retrieval team, several Black Hawk officers also came here. One intelligence officer sketched quickly, soon roughly replicating the appearance of these Imperial Eagle warriors based on the soldiers' descriptions. Interesting. A completely new unit, a combination of modified soldiers and power armor. Is this the rumored Imperial Eagle project? When this intelligence was quickly sent back to the Northern Army headquarters, Marshal Little von Schweigen, the commander-in-chief of the Northern Army, suddenly developed a strong interest in this unit. Chapter 300, The Undead Legion Returns from Hell. Marshal, according to the latest reports from our front lines, although we haven't obtained a complete corpse of an enemy-modified soldier, we have acquired some flesh and blood samples. The intelligence officer reported meticulously, and Marshal Schwingen's expression grew more satisfied upon hearing the news. Excellent, send these flesh and blood samples to the rear immediately. Let our research department study them thoroughly and see what kind of technology these bumpkins next door are using. I never expected the Cambrian Empire to quietly come up with something so formidable. In a previous battle, an Imperial Eagle warrior lost control and perished with a player. Although after the war ended, other Imperial Eagle naturally had to load their comrade's body onto a vehicle and take it away. The explosion was so intense that his comrade's body was blown into countless fragments. These flesh and blood samples were carefully identified by Black Hawk soldiers and then collected. Of course, these samples would inevitably be mixed with many other things, such as the player who charged in with a spike mine and was blown to pieces along with that warrior. It's unknown what the Black Eagle Empire could possibly detect from players. However, if nothing unexpected happens, they most likely won't detect anything. After all, even though these players all look abstract, their active bodies are indeed real flesh and blood, just enhanced by some special power. After Marshal Schwingen dealt with the frontline attack issues, he then checked another piece of news, a smile playing on his lips. Excellent, the Empire's first reborn legion has arrived. I think it's time for us to find a battlefield to test these brand new Imperial warriors. Hehehe, I'm very curious, what kind of surprise will these warriors, who have returned from death, bring us? Hearing Marshal Schwingen's cold laugh, the intelligence officer standing beside him couldn't help but frown. To be honest, compared to Marshal Schwingen, who was very optimistic about this resurrected legion, he personally didn't like this legion much, because he felt its existence was too blasphemous. Even though the Black Eagle Empire's bottom line for warfare had already sunk very low, the existence of this legion continued to drag down the Black Eagle Empire's war bottom line. Meanwhile, on the front lines, under the personal command of General Constantin, the Cambrian army launched a limited counterattack against the enemy. Pure defense was not advisable, they had to constantly counterattack during defense to inflict more losses on the enemy and turn the tide of war. With the artillery support of the Baltic fleet, they successfully repelled a Black Hawk army attack and then launched a counter-offensive. In a trench, a Cambrian officer held a pistol and shouted to the other soldiers. Soldiers, brave warriors of the Empire, my brothers. The time for counterattack has arrived. Our mission now is to destroy the enemy's defenses, capture one of their frontline transit stations. If we can capture that, then we can temporarily cut off contact between enemy units. Next, we will use this counterattack to devour the enemy's vanguard. We will prove to them with our actions that the Cambrian Empire is far from defeated. Let those damned Black Hawk devils all go to hell. Our loved ones behind us are watching. Soldiers, pick up your guns and charge. As soon as he finished speaking, the officer blew the whistle on his chest, and at the same time, sharp whistles also sounded from several other trenches. Whistles rose and fell continuously, and the artillery fire from the rear stopped almost simultaneously. Although Cambrian soldiers did want to conduct a seasoned infantry artillery coordinated operation like the Black Hawk Army, unfortunately, their soldiers' coordination was far from that level. Being able to immediately cease shelling as the infantry charged was already the limit of what they could achieve. Ura! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, large numbers of Cambrian soldiers poured out of the trenches. On the flank, several moose mechs, which had crawled over at some point, were slowly advancing while providing cover for the soldiers with a set of cannons on top of their mechs. During continuous shelling, the distant Black Hawk Army trenches would occasionally explode. These high-explosive shells seemed to have a good suppressive effect on the enemy. Some Black Hawk Army armored units tried to intervene from the flank of the battlefield, but were knocked down by a single shot from a moose mech. Although the moose mech was particularly inflexible, it performed quite well in positional warfare. At the very least, it could still show good results in some battlefields for covering infantry. Even though Cambrian soldiers were charging and moose mechs on the flank were firing, the heavy machine guns on the Black Hawk position still roared brutally. Volleys of metal storms continuously shot at the charging Cambrian soldiers, and countless Cambrian soldiers fell to the ground during the charge. Watching their comrades fall one after another around them, the Cambrian soldiers charging at the very front felt a slight chill. But beside them, the officer was also charging with them. At this point, if the officer couldn't lead the charge, their unit would simply be unable to raise morale. In the continuous wars, all soldiers harbored resentment, so officers had to lead by example, otherwise this resentment would quickly be vented upon them. Of course, at the same time, a supervisory squad also set up machine guns in the rear, ready to prevent soldiers on the front line from fleeing. Although the method of a supervisory squad was not humane and was often criticized, in extreme situations, the sudden appearance of a supervisory squad could still maintain the basic morale of the front line. Of course, this move could only barely maintain a baseline of morale and could not truly help an army turn the tide of defeat. Once frontline soldiers largely routed, coupled with continuous suppression by the supervisory squad in the rear, these soldiers were very likely to mutiny under heavy pressure. Having just rushed to the front of the trenches, the Cambrian soldiers uniformly threw grenades, and at the same time, a group of soldiers armed with submachine guns were the first to jump into this trench, quickly clearing out the Black Hawk soldiers hiding inside. Immediately after, as more and more Cambrian soldiers jumped into the enemy trenches, a brutal melee erupted. Although the Cambrian soldiers' close combat skills and physical strength were generally inferior to the Black Hawk soldiers', driven by hatred and the belief in defending their homeland, they displayed a fearless spirit, gritting their teeth and fiercely clashing with the Black Hawk soldiers'. This was also a technique some Cambrian soldiers had summarized on the battlefield. When they had no other techniques to defeat the enemy, being desperate enough was itself a technique to defeat the enemy. As long as they could suppress these Black Hawk soldiers in terms of morale and make the enemy fearful, they could defeat the opponent in close combat. According to statistics, in bayonet combat, the number of Black Hawk soldiers killed by bayonets from the front was even less than 1/3. Most Black Hawk soldiers were killed by people charging up to them during their escape. After a brutal struggle, the Cambrian soldiers finally successfully occupied the position, but overall, the Cambrian soldiers did suffer heavy losses in this attack. Looking around, the ground in front of the trenches of both armies was covered with the bodies of Cambrian soldiers, and even the space inside the trenches was filled with large piles of overlapping bodies. So even after taking this position, the Cambrian soldiers did not show much excitement, because too many of their people had died here. Alas, I really miss General Vorontsov. I wonder why he was transferred to Volkhov when the war was going so well. A soldier in the trench complained casually while scavenging enemy spoils. Another soldier shrugged, a helpless expression on his face. What else could be the reason? Isn't it just those people in the back giving arbitrary orders? My brother-in-law is a soldier in another unit, and he's a non-commissioned officer. He told me that it's rumored someone was jealous of General Vorontsov's too many merits in the war, which is why he was transferred to Volkhov, where the fighting isn't as intense. Hearing this, several soldiers couldn't help but curse. In their opinion, if Andrei's armored units could be brought over, and Andrei's elites could lead them in an assault, their war would never have been so difficult. Andrei had already proven himself with many brilliant victories before. Recalling the days of fighting with Andrei, these soldiers' faces showed nostalgia. Charging with such an elite force was simply exhilarating on the battlefield. Meanwhile, behind the Black Hawk army, the major general in charge of commanding this infantry division looked at an officer beside him and asked with a frown. Colonel, are you sure this new unit brought by the Empire can turn the tide of the current battle? Honestly, I feel that instead of letting this unit charge, it would be better to directly let my elite soldiers launch a counterattack and recapture the position. Beside him, a colonel officer, who was completely wrapped in a black greatcoat and even wore a black mask over his face, suddenly let out a cold laugh. General, you don't need to question me. My combat experience is no less than yours, and it's very likely even richer. My unit is definitely much stronger than you imagine. You can completely treat them as real Black Hawk soldiers. After all, they are a meritorious unit that has returned from hell. Behind him, as far as the eye could see, one Black Hawk soldiers after another, similarly wrapped in black military greatcoats, stood neatly in place. They wore black masks that even covered their eyes, and the entire army seemed to be dyed in ink, exuding a strong aura of killing intent. When other soldiers vaguely approached, they seemed to smell a faint odor of decay and disinfectant from these people, which made many soldiers unconsciously wrinkle their noses. All right, let your Hell Legion go. I hope you learned some skills in hell. The Major General casually grumbled, then leaned in and asked in a low voice. By the way, did you really see hell after you died? I'm very curious, what does hell look like? The masked colonel officer shook his head and sighed. Don't ask me, I don't know either, because our memories don't include these categories. I don't even know how we were brought back to life. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw familiar comrades, and then I received a commission to lead these old friends to continue serving the Empire. Alas, the Empire really is something. I never thought even us dead people would have to be dragged back to continue working. The Major General raised his eyebrows, a slightly displeased expression on his face. What, do you regret serving His Majesty the Emperor now? The colonel was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing and said. Ha 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 ha, how is that possible? On the contrary, I am honored to continue to shine for the Empire even after my death. The Empire's soldiers will never betray their loyalty, and not even death can stop us from being loyal to His Majesty the Emperor. The Cambrian soldiers cleared the bodies from this trench, then remounted various weapons. Many captured Black Hawk heavy machine guns were also adjusted in direction under their operation, and more Cambrian soldiers were busy digging trenches, adjusting the height of the trenches. These Black Hawk devils are really cunning, they actually dug the trenches on both sides to different heights. Colonel Dyryev, who was leading his infantry brigade to defend this position, patted the trench in front of him and couldn't help but complain. The height difference between the front and back ends of this trench was at least half a meter, which meant that this trench could only be used for front-end defense, the back end was not high enough to conceal the soldiers. If the soldiers stood in the trench, their heads would be exposed from the back, making it impossible for them to hide themselves when facing the rear, which would also make it easier for the Black Hawk army to retake this position. Therefore, they were now working overtime to modify this trench, diligently trying to make its defense impenetrable. Report, Colonel, we have interrogated some intelligence from the live captives. An officer suddenly ran over, saluted Colonel Dyriev, and said, Shinov, I've warned you before, don't salute casually on the battlefield, don't force me to punish you. Seeing this guy, Colonel Dyriev couldn't help but kick him. If it weren't for the fact that he was very familiar with his subordinate and knew that this guy was simply a bit slow-witted and particularly valued the aristocratic ways, he would have thought this guy was trying to assassinate him. Before this, General Andrei had already issued instructions to the entire army not to salute casually in the trenches, and even less to wear any obvious officer insignia. The Black Hawk Army's precise shooters had extremely skilled marksmanship, and they would not bother with things like martial ethics. Displaying such behavior on the battlefield was purely an attempt to get one's commanding officer killed. All right, tell me, what valuable information did you get? Yes, Colonel, I heard from those Black Hawk soldiers that a special unit suddenly arrived behind their lines today. They don't know what is so special about that unit. Anyway, this unit has about 1,000 people, but they are very mysterious, all dressed in black, with even their faces covered. Hearing this news, Colonel Dyriev didn't take them seriously. Humph, it's just a pretense. Don't mind them. I want to see what capabilities these strangely dressed Black Hawk soldiers can display on the battlefield. Just as he was showing disdain for the enemy, a sharp whistling sound suddenly rang out. Hearing the distant rumble and the familiar whistling sound in the sky, Colonel Dyriev didn't hesitate. As he scrambled into the dugout, he quickly shouted to the other soldiers. Quick, take cover. The enemy's artillery barrage is coming. He didn't even need to shout, these Cambrian soldiers were experienced veterans, many of whom were units that had been disbanded and then reorganized. So when these people heard the sound, they had already spontaneously scrambled into the dugouts. A sky-shattering bombardment made the soldiers hiding in the dugouts grimace. Damn it, these Black Hawk Devils' artillery is really vicious. I don't know how they have so many cannons, when can our army have so many cannons? Many Cambrian soldiers felt the shells constantly exploding above their heads, and while fearful, they couldn't help but feel envious. After continuous combat, their Cambrian army had lost a large number of heavy artillery pieces, which also led to a decline in their firepower output. Especially their factory production capacity, due to the war and bombing, had also decreased significantly compared to before, leading to an even greater shortage of shells on their front lines. Compared to the Black Hawk Army's lavish display of wealth, their Cambrian army's artillery seemed stingy, showing no trace of the grand artillery tactics they had previously emphasized. The soldiers had already gotten used to it, they just had to hide in the dugouts, waiting for the shelling to end, and then the enemy would charge. As for whether they would be killed by shells, that could only depend on luck. Although dugouts certainly helped them avoid enemy shells, this thing was not an omnipotent structure. Once an enemy shell happened to land directly on top of them, directly hitting the dugout where they were hidden, this thing would definitely collapse. But fortunately, most howitzers did not have such accuracy, and only a few Cambrian soldiers would accidentally be killed by shells falling from the sky. After the shelling ended, the Cambrian soldiers immediately emerged from the dugouts and prepared to meet the enemy's attack. But this time, as soon as they came out, they were startled by the sight before them. Suck-a-blet! When did the Black Hawk Devils get so close? How did they make no sound at all? Fire! Don't let them charge up! The machine gunner quickly operated the machine gun, sweeping the crowd in front of him. He no longer worried about the machine gun barrel overheating or conserving ammunition, because too many enemies were rushing over, and they were about to jump into the trench. So he could only exert the machine gun's firepower with all his might, blocking the enemy as much as possible and preventing them from charging up. Large quantities of machine gun bullets continuously swept over these Black Hawk soldiers, making them stumble. But the machine gunner's eyes nearly popped out of his head, because he saw in horror that these Black Hawk soldiers, even after being hit by machine gun bullets, did not fall down. He vaguely heard some clanging metallic sounds when his bullets hit the enemy. But even if these enemies wore breastplates, they shouldn't have such strong defense, right? What kind of breastplate could block close-range machine gun bullets? This group of Black Hawk soldiers said nothing, silently charging onto the position, then launching a fierce attack on the Cambrian soldiers. Several Cambrian soldiers, holding rifles, shot vigorously at a Black Hawk soldier who had just rushed to the front of the trench. Bang bang bang! Several gunshots rang out continuously, and several bullets hit his abdomen and chest respectively, but all produced a metallic clang. And at the same time, this Black Hawk soldier seemed to feel no pain, standing still without dodging. The submachine gun in his hand continuously spewed flames into the trench, and one Cambrian soldier after another screamed and fell. Until they were struck down by the submachine gun, they were all pondering. Why was this damned monster not afraid of their rifle bullets? Large numbers of Black Hawk soldiers poured into this position, then, in a manner completely incomprehensible to the other Cambrian soldiers, charged forward with submachine guns without dodging. Tat tat tat. Tat tat tat. Even if Cambrian soldiers rushed out to engage them in a firefight, they showed no intention of dodging. From this posture, they were clearly aiming for a mutual destruction. But the problem was, no matter how these Cambrian soldiers shot, these soldiers in black simply would not fall. Clearly, some Cambrian soldiers saw that their bodies had been penetrated by bullets, and the bullets even passed through their bodies and hit the trench wall behind them. But even so, not a drop of blood flowed out of them, and their bodies did not waver in the slightest. Colonel! We can't hold them back, what should we do? They are simply a group of monsters. Colonel Dyryev's face was pale, this was already the third officer who had come to report to him. No retreat, counterattack. Push them back for me, I don't believe in any monsters. Damn it, the guard company, follow me, let's meet these monsters, I don't believe in this evil. Colonel Dyryev waved his hand, and his guard company also charged up with him, this was the last reserve he could use. He wanted to see what these legendary, monster-like Black Hawk soldiers actually were. A Cambrian soldier, who had fallen in the trench and was pretending to be a corpse, saw the enemy finally approaching, then suddenly grinned and jumped up. At the same time, the bayonet in his hand fiercely stabbed into the soldier's leg, almost piercing his entire thigh through. According to his plan, this Black Hawk soldier, having suffered such a severe injury, would definitely fall to his knees. And at that moment, he could use the dagger hidden in his other hand to slit his throat, instantly killing him. But the Black Hawk soldier, whose leg was stabbed, showed no reaction at all, as if he felt no pain. He just lowered his head, glanced at the bewildered Cambrian soldier lying on the ground, and then pulled the trigger. These silent soldiers in black were continuously infiltrating the Cambrian army's positions, almost unstoppable. When Colonel Dyryev rushed over with the guard company, he saw this terrifying scene. Mad, could these guys really be immortal? Flame trooper, charge for me, burn them to death with flamethrowers. Accompanied by a roar, a flame trooper hiding in the shadows suddenly showed his head, fiercely spraying his flamethrower at the enemy infantry in front. Large quantities of flames instantly covered several Black Hawk soldiers walking at the very front, turning them into human torches. But what shocked the flame trooper beyond measure was that even though they were engulfed in flames, these Black Hawk soldiers did not waver in the slightest. These guys walked out of the raging fire, their military greatcoats gradually burning to ash, revealing their skin, which was already burned beyond recognition. But their bodies still did not shake in the slightest, and in the flame trooper's incredulous gaze, they all raised their submachine guns and swept, knocking him to the ground. Seeing this bizarre scene, Colonel Dyryev could no longer hold on. He dared to face any Black Hawk soldier, but facing these monsters with immortal bodies, he truly didn't know how to fight. Retreat! Quick, retreat! Get out of here quickly! He shouted for retreat, while also having the guard company block the enemy as much as possible, but no matter how the guard company fired, the advancing enemies showed no sign of dodging or retreating. Grenades were thrown over one after another, and the guard company was blown into disarray. And Black Hawk soldiers even charged through the gunfire to their front, almost pressing their submachine guns against their bodies, then pulling the trigger. Under this efficient slaughter, the Black Hawk soldiers cleared the enemy in front of them without hindrance, almost completely breaking this entire brigade. Of the entire infantry brigade, fewer than 1,000 men barely managed to retreat to their positions, the rest were all left behind, and many of the soldiers who did retreat were almost driven mad. Not long after, news of an undead legion appearing in the Black Hawk army spread throughout the entire war front. General Konstantin frowned. When he heard the report from the front line, he initially thought the frontline officer was joking. General Vykochevsky, I hope you can take responsibility for what you've said. Has the enemy really fielded a group of unkillable soldiers? In the frontline command post, Vykochevsky looked terrified. He shouted into the phone. Commander, it's true. We really encountered a group of unkillable enemies. Our soldiers clearly shot bullets into their bodies, practically tearing them apart, but they still stood firm. Those terrifying Black Hawk devils faced machine gun fire head-on with their bodies, then reached our machine gun positions and threw grenades, blowing up our defenses. They are simply monsters. We even used flamethrowers, but even that couldn't completely burn them to death. These are clearly devils crawled out of hell. General Konstantin subconsciously wanted to object, but the words were caught in his throat. At any other time, he would never agree with such a statement. He would only think that the frontline commander was afraid of battle, or that these guys had been dazed by the enemy. But considering how many different kinds of monsters he had seen from the Black Hawk army on the front lines these past few days, he was genuinely unsure for a moment. It was possible these soldiers were another one of the Black Hawk army's transformation corps, modified legions. Who knew what new kind of modified humans they had developed? All right, cancel our counterattack for now. I will arrange for the fortress artillery from the rear to provide support here. Retreat with your men. Next, I will dispatch an armored unit to engage. I hope you won't be chased into a rout by the enemy. After hanging up the phone, General Konstantin let out a long breath. After a moment of hesitation, he immediately called Andrei. Hello, old man, is there something you need to talk to me about suddenly? Andrei yawned. It was already 9 p.m., and if he hadn't still been studying the players' battles, he would probably have been asleep. He couldn't help it. After coming here, he couldn't watch short videos or play games. The army's power supply wasn't very good either, the generator fuel had to be conserved. So, he naturally wouldn't stay up all night for no reason, resulting in a much healthier sleep schedule. Brat, I have some rather unfortunate news for you. Several of my units on the front line have encountered some disturbing rumors. General Konstantin said seriously. It's said that a group of unkillable soldiers has appeared among the enemy forces. Unless they are blown to pieces by artillery or have their heads cut off with weapons, these monster soldiers will continue to attack. Several of my defensive lines have already been breached by the enemy. Relying on the unkillable nature of these soldiers, they charged through our bullets and then cleared out the trenches. Hearing this, Andrei sat up straight. Undead soldiers? This is truly interesting. He couldn't help but start to ponder what new trick the Black Hawk army had come up with. For some reason, he was reminded of the last battalion in Helsing, those German soldiers who were turned into vampires. General, what do you need me to do? I need you to send an elite unit to help me probe their strength and find out what's going on with these Black Hawk soldiers. General Constantin unceremoniously asked Andre for support. Damn it, none of my units here can fight. After fighting for so long, they're almost scared out of their wits by the enemy ahead. If I hadn't sent 2 armored brigades to intercept the enemy, these guys' defensive lines might have completely collapsed. Andre nodded, checked the battlefield environment there, and then looked at the respawn points he had set up. Then, while writing a quest for the players, he said. Alright, no problem. I'll send a team to check the situation there. I plan to send a cavalry unit to launch a night raid on them. Cavalry? Why not send something better? General Constantin frowned slightly, feeling that Andre was being perfunctory. Deploying armored units consumes a lot of fuel, and I don't have much fuel here. The damn quartermaster department in Moscow hasn't sent me a new batch of fuel. I have no choice, I have to conserve fuel now. However, I am trying to seize fuel from the enemy. Perhaps we can capture a batch from them. Recalling the consumption during this period, Andrei's expression was not good. He didn't know what was going on with his game system. Although aircraft didn't require fuel consumption, tank units had a fuel bar, and operating mechs was the same. Because of this, Andrei's armored units were somewhat grounded for a while, as the player's fuel consumption was quite high. But it didn't matter. He believed that in the current situation, just sending a cavalry unit would be enough. Don't underestimate the cavalry. The player's cavalry was already overpowered, especially now that the demi-human class had been unlocked, making these players' individual combat abilities even stronger. Recalling the series of classes that could also be unlocked after he unlocked the erosion and distortion tech tree, a smile appeared on Andrei's lips. The timing wasn't quite right yet, so he hadn't opened up new classes to the players. He planned to wait until the player's base settlement was complete, then open them up as a reward. He couldn't help it. Because the Emperor faction's classes were generally quite expensive, except for the initial fanatics who were considered cheap, the prices of the remaining classes made his heart twitch. In the White Scars Guild, their guild leader, Khan, suddenly saw the urgent mission issued by Andre and immediately became excited. Haha, everyone, let's move. We have work to do. Perfect. We're tired of being bandits all this time. It's time to fight a powerful enemy. As soon as Khan called out, the entire White Scars Guild immediately sprang into action. These days, relying on the characteristic of war horses and horse girl demi-humans having no stamina consumption, the White Scars had become the biggest bandit leader in this region. Over a large area, they rode their war horses, charging recklessly, constantly attacking the rear of the Black Hawk army and various local armed forces, having a blast. Aside from the players entrenched in their bases, this band of bandits was also giving the Black Hawk army a headache because these guys were too overpowered. No one knew how they could run so fast, they were even faster than armored units. They would be in one place today, and then tomorrow they would have run to another place hundreds of kilometers away, essentially raiding different front lines everywhere. At the same time, these guys had extremely strong combat capabilities. Not only could they charge head-on into heavy fire, but they also had anti-armor capabilities. Previously, an armored reconnaissance company was sent to deal with them, and then it was completely wiped out under the attack of these bandits. And the Black Hawk army didn't know that this band of bandits would appear from another respawn point, using this cheating method to launch a long-distance raid of over 300 kilometers directly against them. Investigate the truth of the enemy's undead legion. What kind of mission is this? Khan looked at the mission description and finally decided not to overthink it. He would just charge in with his spear and fight. He was not the kind of player who was good at using his brain. He only liked to ride horses and charge everywhere, enjoying the thrill of a lance charge or the joy of galloping. No matter what needed to be investigated, he would just charge in with his cavalry. He believed that once his cavalry arrived and captured a few enemies alive, he would naturally understand what this mission was all about. In an old warehouse, cavalrymen were constantly being refreshed, and soon nearly 500 cavalry players were refreshed to this location. In addition to leading his guild here, Khan also called upon friends, inviting all other players willing to participate in this battle. Because everyone implicitly agreed that this battle was a cavalry battle, players either chose horse girl demi-humans or exchanged for a warhorse. The sudden appearance of this cavalry unit directly stunned the Cambrian soldiers near the warehouse. If it weren't for the fact that these cavalrymen were indeed their own people, and even had special identification, their guns would have already been aimed. Excellent. Head to the front line immediately and catch them off guard. The players thought the enemy would be asleep so late at night, and they were all excited. They were all looking forward to a cavalry night raid, hoping for a 100-horse raid on the camp at night. But they didn't know that the Black Hawk army on the front line had already gone berserk. Even at night, these resurrected dead soldiers did not stop fighting. Fire! Quickly fire over here! Don't worry about us! A Cambrian officer shouted firmly into the phone to the artillery positions in the rear. Fire in our direction! We have already held back the enemy. As long as we can blow ourselves up together and take them down with us, then we've won. Don't forget to tell my mother later that her son was a hero. As soon as he finished speaking, the officer hung up the phone. Then, he drew a saber, took out a pistol with his other hand, and shouted to the other soldiers. Soldiers! The empire is vast, but we have no retreat. Petrograd is behind us. The enemy has already reached the outskirts of Petrograd once before. We must never let them reach it a second time. I'm sick of running away like a coward. Let's fight them to the death. Tell me, do you want to be a coward for life, or a hero just once? Even if that heroism only lasts for 3 minutes. Chapter 301 We are no longer soldiers, but monsters. Listen to the officer, fight them to the death. The Hanmu soldier, pushed to the brink, also erupted with his last vestiges of fighting spirit. If they continued to retreat, the enemy might genuinely break into Petrograd. A counterattack that started so well, only to accidentally let the enemy break into Petrograd, this was an outcome they absolutely could not accept. So at this moment, all the Cambrian soldiers on the entire position were resolved to die. Like madmen, they launched a counterattack against the Black Hawk soldiers who had charged into the position. They knew these enemies, clad in special black uniforms, were unkillable monsters, their bullets were useless against them. But they refused to believe that if they rushed forward with grenades, in the same way they blew up enemy mechs, to die with them, they still wouldn't be able to kill them. One Hanmu soldier after another rushed forward with grenades or satchel charges, letting out desperate, unwilling roars, and in the shocked eyes of the Black Hawk soldiers, they threw themselves at them. To be honest, this kind of suicidal fighting style was something even the soldiers of the Revival Legion had never seen before. When they attacked the Iris Empire before, they thought the street fighting in Paris was already brutal enough. But even then, they had never seen Iris soldiers like this, rushing forward with bombs to die with them. The living dead soldiers, who were on the offensive, for the first time showed signs of retreating. Although as living dead, they were not afraid of enemy gunfire. If they were blown to pieces or shredded, they would certainly be finished. All the Necromancer soldiers felt that there was no need to fight these madmen head-on. Retreat first, then use firepower to block them, that was the best approach. Seeing the enemy's living dead soldiers slowly begin to retreat, the Cambrian soldiers erupted in even louder Ura cries. They roared and chased after them, with some soldiers immediately pulling the pin on grenades, perishing with the last of the enemies. But at the same time, Black Hawk soldiers also rushed over with machine guns, unleashing a fierce barrage into the crowd. These Black Hawk soldiers were all driven by necromancy, with virtually infinite stamina. Though resurrected as ghouls, they retained their pre-death sanity, but their bodies had undoubtedly transformed into a unique state. This not only allowed them to constantly maintain activity by gnawing on corpses on the battlefield or large quantities of raw meat. At the same time, because they felt no pain and their bodies had extremely high regenerative capabilities, they could unleash power far exceeding what they had in life. Because of this, all these ghoul soldiers wore heavy breastplates, the purpose of which was to keep their bodies as intact as possible and prevent them from being blown into pieces by the enemy. At the same time, many soldiers simply carried heavy machine guns, wielding these weapons weighing dozens of pounds in their hands, and unleashed a fierce barrage on the crowds in front. They didn't care that some of their comrades were in front of them, they only wanted to kill all the charging Hanmu soldiers. Anyway, their comrades wouldn't be killed by heavy machine guns, a quick repair later, and their injuries would completely heal. Under continuous machine gun fire, the Hanmu soldier who had just charged suffered heavy casualties. One Hanmu soldier after another roared, desperately trying to reach the Black Hawk soldiers, but they ultimately fell under the Black Hawk soldiers' machine gun fire. A satchel charge was thrown by a strong soldier, but upon seeing this, a ghoul soldier immediately dove to the ground, pressing the satchel charge beneath him. Though they, as dead men, had received a second life, their emotions had undergone significant changes compared to before. To be fair, these Black Hawk soldiers didn't really like the feeling of being resurrected. They knew they had become some kind of ugly monster, unable to feel warmth, constantly surrounded by cold, while the hunger in their bellies tormented their sanity. They couldn't taste any food, and they also lacked various worldly desires. They could even only serve as a secret unit, unable to visit their own relatives. Under these circumstances, this group of ghoul soldiers truly had no fear of death on the battlefield. If it weren't for the constant indoctrination of loyalty to the Emperor and the Empire, some ghoul soldiers might even choose suicide. With a thunderous explosion, the Black Hawk soldier who had thrown himself on the satchel charge was instantly blown to pieces. But he successfully used his flesh and blood to block most of the bomb fragments and the shockwave. Other Black Hawk soldiers continued to fire, constantly felling the charging Cambrian soldiers, and before long, this desperate counterattack by the Cambrian soldiers was broken. Just as the Black Hawk soldiers thought they could breathe a sigh of relief, believing they had completely controlled the position, they suddenly heard a loud whistling sound from above. Damn artillery again! A ghoul officer leading the unit roared with a hoarse voice, then he ordered the other soldiers to quickly find cover. Even if they were immortal at this moment, they couldn't just stand outside and be torn apart by the terrifying artillery fire. From the current situation, the Cambrian army was most likely firing shrapnel shells at this location. These things were essentially barrels of explosives filled with small steel balls and fragments. Once they exploded in a trench, various fragments would fly everywhere, creating a deadly storm of metal. Whether they were living or ghouls, being hit by shrapnel at such a time would tear their bodies to shreds. The terrifying lethality of this stuff was no joke. A large amount of artillery fire fell into the position, but to the Black Hawk soldiers' surprise, the artillery strike they encountered this time was not shrapnel, but the even more lethal white phosphorus incendiary shells. Because the Cambrian Empire was chemically backward, their artillery units rarely used such shells. Although this stuff was extremely lethal, it was inherently too cruel, plus the Cambrian Empire's lack of a chemical industry system led to skyrocketing costs. All these reasons led to their artillery units being unwilling to use this stuff. But it seems that perhaps because the Cambrian army truly had no other options against this ghoul legion, they resorted to this desperate measure at this time. Numerous white phosphorus incendiary shells exploded on the position, scattering dazzling sparks everywhere, quickly turning the entire position into a sea of fire. Even though the Black Hawk soldiers, as ghouls, had no pain receptors and their perception remained in a state of perpetual coldness, without any sense of temperature, they were still ignited by the terrifying flames. Seeing the flames erupting on their bodies, some Black Hawk soldiers rolled on the ground, hoping to extinguish the fire this way, but the more they rolled, the more fiercely the fire burned on them. Enough, these are white phosphorus shells, this fire isn't that easy to extinguish. Soldiers, charge with me, continue to assault their rear, contribute more to the Empire with our last lives. With a roar from the commanding officer, these ghoul soldiers, engulfed in flames, charged forward. Under the terrifying scorching flames, large chunks of their flesh fell off, and their body tissues gradually carbonized. Every now and then, a few soldiers would fall to the ground, never to rise again. But even so, the remaining Black Hawk soldiers were still launching a fierce charge. These living dead knew their fate was certain death, so they only wanted to take more enemies with their last lives. When the Cambrian army preparing to intercept in the rear saw these Black Hawk soldiers engulfed in flames, they were also frightened by the enemy. Soldiers, do not fear. Their appearance precisely indicates that these enemies won't live much longer. Hold our defensive line, kill them, don't let them charge through. The Hanwoo soldier in the second trench area continuously used heavy machine guns to sweep. Even though they knew that heavy machine guns were not very effective at killing these soldiers, they had no other weapons now. Heavy machine guns, mortars, all these weapons were brought out by them. Even if these things were not very effective at killing ghoul soldiers, at least they were much stronger than the ordinary rifles in their hands. In addition, other riflemen were also continuously firing at the enemy. Some riflemen, relying on good marksmanship, aimed carefully at the enemy's heads, because they found that if they shattered the enemy's heads, these guys would fall down and stop moving. Some riflemen also tried to shoot at the enemy's legs, hoping to stop their advance by breaking their leg bones, but this method did not seem very reliable. Unless they could precisely shoot off a Black Hawk soldier's leg, even if they shot through their muscles, they would continue to charge. These living dead soldiers had no pain receptors, mere flesh wounds meant nothing to them. Some Cambrian soldiers, holding engineer shovels or homemade trenchers clubs, rose from the position and charged directly into the group of enemies engulfed in flames. Even if they were also splattered with the enemy's white phosphorus flames, at the same time, they were still trying to strike the enemy's heads with their blunt weapons. These blunt instruments could effectively cause head trauma to the enemy, even if they wore steel helmets. Heavy trenchers clubs and engineer shovels could still smash their heads. At this moment, both the Black Hawk soldiers and the Hanwoo soldiers seemed to have gone mad with killing. Flares were constantly being fired from the rear. These flares carried a small parachute to help them slow their descent, thus illuminating the sky for a longer time. One small sun after another illuminated this position, also revealing the frenzied battle between the two armies' soldiers. These flares were all fired by Cambrian soldiers. Compared to ghouls, they didn't have much night vision, completely different from those who could determine enemy positions through their souls via a special necromantic vision. So there was no choice, to avoid accidentally hitting their own people, even knowing that this would expose their defensive layout on the position and the location of the rear artillery positions, these flares had to be continuously fired. As the Cambrian artillery positions were gradually exposed, the Black Hawk army, busy fighting through the night in the rear, also launched a fierce bombardment towards this area. Of course, the artillery they brought this time were mostly wasp artillery, not only few in number, but also quite ordinary in range and power, only more flexible. There was nothing they could do, these tireless necromancer soldiers advanced too quickly, and their heavy artillery units in the rear simply couldn't keep up. Only self-propelled artillery like the wasp artillery, equipped with walking mechanisms, could keep up with the rapid movement of the vanguard units. At this moment, the Black Hawk soldiers were using the Ghoul Legion for the first time, so they were a bit confused. These ghouls were tireless, making it easy for them to become disconnected from ordinary soldiers during an attack, so by now, most of the Black Hawk army had not been able to break through together. Although the wasp artillery was generally of average power, after encountering intense enemy shelling, the Cambrian army's artillery positions were still continuously suffering losses. One after another, artillery pieces were destroyed by the enemy's incoming shells, and when they tried to pinpoint the enemy's artillery positions, they found that the opposing artillery seemed to be constantly shifting. Soldiers, hold on. Blast them with everything you've got. The Empire needs us, and the soldiers on the front line need us too. We must hold on. Even if they couldn't pinpoint the enemy artillery and couldn't retaliate, the Cambrian artillery still didn't retreat. Their biggest desire now was to eliminate as many of those undead Black Hawk army on the front line as possible. Such an incredible and even illogical army must not be allowed to exist. If the Black Eagle unit always used such monsters to lead the way, how would their future wars be fought? After a difficult bloody battle, the Cambrian soldiers on the second line of defense also suffered heavy casualties, finally wiping out this group of ghoul soldiers. Aided by flares and the still blazing fires, the Hanwoo soldier looked at the scattered corpses on the battlefield, and the twisted, almost unrecognizable bodies of the Black Hawk soldiers, and fell silent. It was too tragic. What exactly was going on with these enemy units? They didn't know what kind of enemy they were facing, but this battle truly made many soldiers feel a sense of despair. Oh, my goodness. Damn it. What in the world is this? Goddess above, this is too evil. A few Hanwoo soldier, emboldened, dragged over some relatively intact enemy corpses, then stripped off their clothes and removed the masks they never took off their faces. When they saw the Black Hawk soldiers' faces beneath the masks, and their cold, pale, and heavily stitched bodies, these Cambrian soldiers were completely stunned, they even felt like throwing up. No wonder they were like undead monsters that we couldn't kill. It turns out they were already dead. Are you kidding? After fighting for so long, did we only end up killing a bunch of resurrected dead people? Upon learning the truth, the Hanmu soldiers' morale collapsed. How could living people defeat these resurrected undead monsters? Just thinking that after the battle, they would finally kill the Black Hawk soldiers, only for the enemy to turn around and use necromancy to resurrect these soldiers into an even stronger ghoul legion. Thinking of this outcome, all the Hanmu soldier felt their future was bleak. Wait, listen. Is that another sound from afar? Just then, a Hanmu soldier with sharper hearing suddenly asked everyone. Hearing this, the other Hanmu soldier quickly fell silent and listened intently. Soon, they heard a dense sound of footsteps approaching from a distance. It seemed that another Black Hawk army was attacking them. Damn it, the enemy is coming again, it's endless. Quick, fire the flares. No sooner had he spoken than several officers immediately fired red flares with their signal pistols. Looking out, they soon saw many Black Hawk soldiers appearing in front, dressed in black greatcoats, completely covered from head to toe. Seeing this, the Hanmu soldier couldn't help but despair, for they knew that the enemy had sent out a new batch of undead soldiers. It was almost the same process as before, but compared to the beginning, the Cambrian soldiers' counterattack seemed much weaker this time. After all, many soldiers had already died in previous battles, and they had initially thought the battle was over, so many soldiers had lost their fighting spirit. As the adrenaline rush gradually faded, these Hanmu soldiers felt utterly exhausted. To ask them to rally their spirits and continue to fight desperately against the approaching enemy was something they simply couldn't do. The heavy machine guns on the position continuously roared, but the Black Hawk soldiers immediately took out several heavy machine guns with mortar. Before long, these Black Hawk soldiers charged up again, occupying the position, while the Cambrian soldiers, due to their collapsing morale, no longer had the will to fight to the death and scattered in all directions. Heh, it seems they didn't anticipate that I still had one last reserve unit. The Black Eagle colonel leading this unit of soldiers up the hill sneered, saying that he had deliberately left the last 300 ghoul Hanmu soldier to catch the enemy off guard. Looking at the scattered corpses on the battlefield, he waved his hand expressionlessly, signaling the soldiers to eat quickly. These ghoul Hanmu soldier were good in every way, except that they had to regularly replenish large amounts of meat, otherwise they would fall into a weakened state, unable to move like a corpse. Of course, if they were in a static state, their consumption was very low. But once they entered high-intensity combat like before, their consumption would rapidly increase at a visible rate. At this time, their logistical supplies hadn't caught up, so they could only solve the food replenishment problem on the spot, and these corpses in front of them were the best choice. If they were alive, the morals and bottom line in the hearts of these ghoul Hanmu soldier would never allow them to commit such perverted acts. But at this moment, they were merely a group of resurrected undead, which made them feel a strange thirst as they looked at the corpses all around. Under the torment of hunger, even though the Black Hawk soldiers were unwilling, they chose to abandon their bottom line and began to gnaw on the corpses on this battlefield. Monsters, they're simply a bunch of monsters. A severely wounded Cambrian soldier, lying on the ground and unable to retreat with the main force, watched this scene from a corner. He gritted his teeth, trying not to cry out in alarm, but his eyes were filled with fear. The Black Hawk army truly had no humanity left. After fighting for so long, he was still shocked by the atrocities of the Black Hawk army before him. When the enemy abandoned all bottom lines, he was at a loss for a moment. How could they defeat such a group of monsters? However, he had underestimated the ghouls' perception of living people. Sensing that there was still a living person on this position, the colonel leading the team immediately walked over and saw the severely wounded Cambrian soldier. He originally wanted to pull up this Hanmu soldier first, ask him for some information, or just chat a bit. But the intense hunger from his stomach and the strong bloodlust surging in his heart made the colonel freeze in place. He tried to overcome this terrifying physical instinct with his will, but unfortunately, his will ultimately succumbed to instinct. When his foul-smelling teeth bit through the Hanmu soldier's neck, and when he forcefully tore open the young man's chest in front of him, he finally realized. He truly was no longer human, he had become some unspeakable monster. From beginning to end, he could no longer enjoy life as a human. No. Realizing this, the colonel couldn't help but cry out in sorrow. The honor and loyalty that had once been his spiritual anchor were now rapidly fading under the cruel blows of reality. When he was first resurrected, he rejoiced in his heart. He thought he still had hope of seeing his family, still had a chance to continue fighting for the Empire, and stand in the sunlight to receive the Emperor's reward. But as time passed, as he found it increasingly difficult to suppress the beast within him, he finally realized. He was not an honorable soldier at this moment, nor was he a resurrected warrior. They were merely a new batch of war machines produced by the Empire, a new type of monster created by the Empire. After devouring a large number of corpses, these ghoul warriors regained their vitality. However, their spirits were now far from pleasant. Looking out, these soldiers, from flesh to soul, had almost completely turned into walking corpses. That's enough, continue the attack, the colonel roared, waving a hand behind him, and was the first to charge out of the position. The other ghoul soldiers numbly stood up and followed the colonel, climbing out of the position one after another. They didn't know what they were fighting for, their illusions shattered, they only wanted to destroy the enemy in this war, or be destroyed by the enemy. But just then, the Black Hawk soldiers who had just climbed out of the position suddenly heard a crisp sound of horse hooves from afar. Brothers, we are the cavalry sent by General Andrei to support you. Soldiers, do not shrink back because of the enemy's brutality. Follow our footsteps and charge together. Khan's cavalry arrived at the Cambrian position and immediately saw the low-spirited soldiers. He just recalled lines from various war movies, and using the atmosphere, he vigorously waved to the other soldiers, then led the other cavalry players forward without looking back. It was unclear whether it was due to the solemn atmosphere at the moment, or because more and more people in their guild were spending money. At this moment, almost all cavalry players' appearances were changed to Krieg cavalry, and even the horse girl charging alongside them wore a Krieg skin. It was strange to say, these subhuman units seemed to be able to wear various skins normally, and under Andrei's system modifications, military uniforms with suitable styles could always be fitted onto them. From the very beginning, when players saw various beast girls wearing Krieg skins, many players couldn't help but exclaim, Slaanesh has invaded the Krieg Corps. Of course, after changing skins, the players' words quickly turned into it's so good, which only goes to show that the it's so good law is inescapable. The large contingent of Krieg cavalry silently charged forward, their weapons replaced with spears. Although flares continued to rise into the sky, for some reason, under the dazzling light overhead, these Krieg cavalry seemed to exude an even more solemn and murderous aura. The other Cambrian soldiers were stunned. When they saw this group of cavalry charging towards the Ghoul Legion in front, some soldiers shouted to warn them. Be careful. These guys are unkillable monsters, they are the living dead resurrected by the enemy. You must hit their heads, cut off their heads, or smash their heads to kill them. Oh, a ready-made guide was handed to them. Hearing this, the charging cavalry did not respond, but the cavalry at the very front quickly replaced their original spears with meltamine. Under the effect of the Krieg skin, the appearance of these meltamine all transformed into thermal lances. Although the explosion effect was still that of a meltamine, they appeared more slender and sharp. Where did this cavalry come from? The ghoul unit that had just charged up was momentarily stunned when they saw the group of players charging towards them from the front. For some reason, they always felt that the cavalry opposite them were somewhat similar to themselves, all looking like walking corpses. They were all dressed in black, none of them showed their faces, and they all remained silent. For some reason, these ghoul soldiers felt as if they had found companions, but they didn't feel the slightest bit of the fellow villagers meeting, tears in their eyes sentiment. The guys in front of them were all enemies. No matter what kind of demons or monsters were ahead, at this moment, they only wanted to kill the enemy, or be killed by the enemy. Tat tat tat. Tat tat tat. The ghoul soldiers, armed with heavy machine guns, unleashed fierce short bursts, attempting to gun down the cavalry charging forward. However, the vitality of these player cavalry brought a huge surprise to the enemy. Continuous machine gun fire would occasionally take down one or two player cavalry, but overall, the machine gun fire was far from achieving the effect they had imagined. The Black Hawk soldiers had expected their machine gun fire to easily reap the lives of the Cambrian soldiers in front of them, like cutting wheat. But in reality, the enemy was still charging forward with unwavering determination. Seeing this, the ghoul soldiers at the very front roared. They raised their bayonet-fixed rifles and all charged madly towards the cavalry in front, rushing in with fierce momentum. To them, it was unlikely they could be killed by a spear, unless the enemy happened to pierce their head with one. If that was the case, what did they have to fear? After all, they had never encountered an enemy army that could clash head-on with the living dead soldiers. Even the Cambrian soldiers who previously held satchels of explosives could, at best, only make them temporarily avoid the brunt of the attack. But when they truly collided with the front-row player cavalry, they realized they had underestimated these enemies. After learning of the enemy's immortality, a large number of players all switched to meltamine weapons, then fiercely stabbed these explosive gadgets into the enemy's bodies. In an instant, the front-row cavalry exploded with the enemy. Relying on their high HP, most cavalry players, despite being injured, were not blown off their mounts by the fierce explosion. Only a few unlucky ones died in this round of clashes. Looking around, the group of Black Hawk soldiers that had charged forward in unison had now been reduced to a pile of dismembered limbs. In the explosion of the meltamines, the ghouls' bodies had no room for resistance. They were quickly blown to pieces and trampled heavily by the cavalry. How is this possible? What kind of monsters are these? When the explosion suddenly erupted, the colonel leading the charge was already stunned. He had never imagined that the spears in the hands of these Cambrian cavalry were actually rigged with explosives. And what surprised him even more was that in such a fierce explosion, not many of the opposing cavalry were unhorsed. They, along with their horses, seemed to be relatively intact. Although somewhat injured, these cavalry still maintained their vitality, able to hold their formation and continue their charge against them. At this moment, the ghoul soldiers were bewildered by the player cavalry's actions. After the first round of meltamine charges, Khan immediately ordered in the players' internal communication channel for the front-row cavalry players to slow down, and for the players behind them to follow up with meltamines. The front-row players' health was already very dangerous after the previous round of explosions. If they continued to charge forward, their losses would be significant. The second-row players immediately took over the crucial task of charging, continuing to use meltamines to launch a fierce assault, which led to another round of violent explosions with the remaining Black Hawk soldiers. In this terrifying explosion, some cavalry unfortunately fell from their horses, and some Black Hawk soldiers were blown to pieces. From a distance, the scene was truly horrific. The Hanmu soldiers, who had been standing behind, watching the cavalry charge, were all shocked by the sight. A major officer drew his saber and suddenly roared at the soldiers beside him. Warriors of Petrograd, pull yourselves together, pick up your rifles, and charge back with me. Look at our comrades in front. They are paving a way for us with their lives. These cavalry, who have come from afar, are even willing to perish with the enemy to eliminate them. Are we unwilling to charge with them? Everyone, the general's reinforcements have arrived. We need to prove ourselves now. We are certainly not useless trash who can't fight after General Andrei left. Charge with me. Yura. As soon as he finished speaking, the other Cambrian soldiers, with tears in their eyes, also roared in unison. The sounds of Yura rose and fell, and hearing this earth-shattering roar, more and more Cambrian soldiers were infected and joined the ranks of the charge. That's right, why should they be afraid? Is it because the enemy is strong? Facing equally powerful enemies, these cavalry, who had come from afar, even tied explosives to their spears, using this method to blast the enemies to smithereens. They did not fear sacrifice, even if it meant perishing together to kill these living dead legions. And theoretically, this battlefield did not belong to the Volkov front army. If even the reinforcements are not afraid of death, should they, the main fighting force, be afraid of death? In those days, with Andrei's departure, the entire Petrograd front army's offensive suddenly fell into decline, and more Cambrian soldiers began to worship Andrei. They once didn't think much of it, but after Andrei left, they found that their battles were no longer smooth. When Andrei was present, they would occasionally achieve brilliant victories. This stark contrast was enough to prove General Andrei's strength. Therefore, they were absolutely unwilling to lose face in front of Andrei's troops. They did not want anyone to accuse them in the future of the entire Petrograd front army having only Andrei as a capable fighter. The players were a bit stunned. They were having a good time with the ghouls in front when a sudden earth-shattering roar came from behind them. Watching the fervent charge suddenly launched by the soldiers behind him, Khan scratched his head. He didn't know that his own team had any morale-boosting skills. In contrast, facing the charge of a large number of Hanwoo soldiers, the remaining few Black Hawk Ghoul soldiers were like reefs submerged by a vast ocean. Although they remained silent, they continued to resist stubbornly. But anyone with eyes could see that their doomsday had arrived. Wait a minute, I say, our spear charge seems to be an instant kill skill too, right? Why don't we try what effect a spear charge will have? Suddenly, a player was curious. They had previously been warned by the NPC that they had to use special weapons to break these guys, so they had all switched to meltamines. But then again, they had never actually tried what results a charge with an ordinary spear would bring. As soon as he finished speaking, including Khan, the other players immediately switched back to normal spears, and then, like hunting, began to run around the position, killing scattered ghoul soldiers. Khan locked onto a Black Hawk soldier and launched a rapid charge at him. The spear in his hand moved like a dragon, piercing the ghoul soldier's chest in the blink of an eye, hanging him on the spearhead like a skewer. Wait, this isn't right, is it? This thing really can't be killed. Khan originally wanted to shake the ghoul soldier off. But when he shook hard, he found that he couldn't shake off the enemy hanging on the spearhead, and when this guy, despite his pierced chest, continued to grab the spear shaft and crawl towards him, he finally realized something was wrong. Other players also discovered the issue, and some cavalry were even accidentally counter-killed by enemies who climbed up the spear shaft due to carelessness. This terrifying sight truly shocked the players. They didn't know what was going on with these guys, they were actually able to escape the instant kill judgment. You know, when they used bayonet charges against Fear Knights in the past, their bayonets could pierce the Fear Knight's chest plate, literally stabbing the Fear Knight to death. This bizarre sight truly startled the players, but it also sparked their intense interest. One unlucky fellow, who had been impaled on a spearhead, was finally shaken off with great difficulty, and then he scrambled back up from the ground. Well, you. But as soon as he got up, he immediately saw other Cambrian cavalry approaching, surrounding him. Immediately after, to his incomprehension, and with an expression like he was looking at a pervert, these Cambrian cavalry dismounted and pulled out various flashy melee weapons. In the next moment, this unlucky Black Hawk soldier experienced what it was like to be stabbed by a flurry of blades. After a series of tests, the players finally reached a conclusion. Their instant kill judgment seemed to be somewhat ineffective against this group of ghoul soldiers, but not completely. Katana and the Trench Raiders Trenchers Club were still very effective, perhaps because the Trenchers Club specifically aimed for the enemy's head, and the katana could easily chop off the enemy's head. When they used katana against this group of ghoul soldiers, entering the melee animation, their blades would automatically slash at the heads of these guys, instantly severing the opponent's head. But at the same time, there were some problems with the spears used by cavalry and the bayonets of infantry. If they could accurately hit the enemy's head and achieve a penetration, they could easily kill the opponent. But if they didn't penetrate the head, but rather other parts of the body, the damage they dealt seemed to result in an invalid judgment. In addition, the same applied when shooting with various guns, only headshots counted as effective damage. Hiss, this thing seems a bit troublesome. Khan swung his cavalry spear. Normally, he would just use automatic combat to achieve a one-shot penetration of the enemy. But unfortunately, automatic combat always involves stabbing into the opponent's chest. So unless he disengaged the automatic combat action and relied entirely on his own skill, he really couldn't achieve an instant kill. But just then, a player suddenly discovered an option in the deep settings. Hey, wait a minute, it seems we can modify our automatic combat actions. The player said excitedly. As long as we change the attack position of the bayonet and spear from the default chest to the head, then we seem to be able to achieve the instant kill effect we used to. Oh, Brilliant. This strategy was immediately shared by players in the chat area, and corresponding strategy guides also appeared on their offline forums. Immediately after, a large number of players quickly modified their combat actions and then eagerly began searching for the enemy's ghoul units. With such novel characteristics, they naturally had to test it on actual targets. After the modifications, the group of players led by Khan almost simultaneously turned their gaze towards the position occupied by the Black Hawk army in front. And almost at the same time, in the Northern Army's general headquarters, Marshal Schwingen hung up a series of frontline reports and then sighed. Damn it, I never thought the Empire's undead legion would have such a big flaw. Chapter 302, are you kidding? You want us to use this thing to fight a Titan? Marshal, is there something wrong with the Empire's Revival Legion? Asked Chief of Staff Salter of the Northern Army after Marshal Schwingen hung up the phone. Alas, I can only say that we seem to have imagined the Revival Legion to be too good. Marshal Schwingen sighed heavily, then began to explain the problems with the Revival Legion. From the front line's reaction, these Revival Legions performed very well in all aspects, but the only problem was that they seemed to show strong war weariness. To be precise, most of these soldiers' souls were unwilling to continue living in such a ghoul's body. They believed that living in such a state was not true living. Many soldiers, due to their endless hunger and craving for flesh, were forced to become man-eating demons on the battlefield. After they finished devouring the surrounding corpses, a deep sense of guilt naturally emerged. Indeed, many soldiers consequently showed strong war weariness at the front, with some Revival Legion soldiers even pulling out their guns and committing suicide, which I completely did not expect. Thinking of the soldiers' situation, Marshal Schwegen's face also showed a hint of unbearable sadness. He had to admit, he had also imagined the Empire's revival technology to be too good. He thought the Empire could use this method to gain a group of undead veterans, a group of excellent warriors with rich combat experience who were extremely difficult to kill. In his opinion, these soldiers who died on the battlefield had the chance to be reborn, and they should be grateful to the Empire. Why were they unwilling to continue serving the Empire loyally? But he didn't expect that the Empire's Revival Legion would be resurrected in this manner. To be honest, he also felt that living in such a state was even worse than death. Marshal, if that's the case, what should we do next? Should we first provide psychological counseling to the remaining Revival Legion soldiers? Chief of Staff Salter asked, clearly understanding what would happen if such widespread and strong resistance emerged among frontline soldiers. It was no exaggeration to say that if the Empire's soldiers continued like this, it wouldn't be long before a mutiny occurred. Moreover, the emotions of these Revival Legion soldiers could even infect other soldiers, making them unwilling to continue serving the Empire after death. Psychological counseling is definitely too late. The Empire doesn't have the energy, nor the talent, to provide them with long-term psychological counseling. Marshal Schwegen shook his head. If they wanted to provide psychological counseling, who knew how many experienced talents would need to be dispatched? The most crucial thing was that even he himself felt that the Revival Legion was truly anti-human. To be honest, he didn't think that if he sent a group of people to counsel them a couple of times, those people would accept such a reality. Psychological counseling isn't a god. If feces are already in front of these people, will they eat it just because someone next to them persuades them a couple of times? Let's withdraw all our Revival Legions from the front line. We must make a completely new adjustment to them. The Marshal said, making a call to the rear. I need those necromancers to come up with a better plan. These soldiers cannot continue fighting in this state, otherwise, they will ultimately become a huge hidden danger for the Empire. As the Marshal reported the frontline news to the rear, the Emperor personally approved the immediate recall of all Revival Legions to bases within Warsaniat. The Empire had built a massive necromancer factory in the Auschwitz region, which housed the largest number of necromancer talents in the entire Empire, as well as the largest concentration of evil geniuses. Facing this situation, the Marshal believed that those geniuses would surely find a solution, otherwise, what was the Empire spending so much money to support them for? Upon learning that they would soon be able to retreat, and might even no longer participate in the war, the soldiers of the Revival Legion cheered, and almost everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Things had reached this point. In their unit, except for a very few abnormal warmongers, the other Revival Legion warriors and officers truly no longer wished to continue fighting. The physical sensations had been tormenting their minds, and eating human flesh made them feel deeply sinful. So, in their view, if the Empire could let them go and let them rest in eternal slumber, that seemed like a good option too. Although the Revival Legion had withdrawn, the captured positions on the front line were still firmly held by the Black Hawk Army. Although Andrei had dispatched a group of cavalry players to reinforce, it was clear that these cavalry players could only handle a small portion of the area and could not help the Cambrian army reclaim the entire front line. During the previous fierce offensive, the Cambrian Empire had 3 divisions and 2 independent brigades crippled, and the entire Petrograd front army also suffered heavy losses. Of course, General Konstantin would not let the enemy take his positions like this. He dispatched his remaining airship units to provide bombing cover for the front line, while also borrowing a group of air force from Andrei. Immediately after, under the cover of the series of air force units, he risked moving his only Tsar cannon to the front line railway, and then launched a fierce bombardment of the front line. The Tsar cannon fired a total of 10 shells at the front, and these 10 shells completely destroyed the Black Hawk Army's defenses, forcing them to withdraw from that defensive zone. But at the same time, because General Konstantin's forces were extremely scarce, the new batch of reserves had not yet been trained, and a large number of veterans had once again been routed, so this area temporarily became a power vacuum for both sides. Neither side's army seemed able to gain a foothold here. Ha ha ha, Andrei, Thank you so much for the reinforcements you sent this time. Hearing the old man's thanks over the phone, Andrei smiled and said. You're welcome, it's good that we could help. To be honest, the enemy here in Folkov hasn't made any major moves, and my troops are incredibly idle. I don't mind drawing a small number of troops to support you now. Since Andrei said so, General Konstantin was not at all modest. Alright, in that case, I'll contact you again if I need anything. Right now, my main focus is still on your Air Force support. Recalling the previous battle, General Konstantin's face showed a pained expression. To cover the Tsar cannon, his airship units once again suffered severe losses. It was also thanks to them acquiring the Black Hawk Empire's energy core manufacturing method, and incidentally, also creating the Black Hawk Empire's type of shield. Although the energy cores they produced were massive and far from being compressed, their airships finally had void shields. If not for this, their airship units would probably have been completely annihilated. But even with the protection of void shields for large airships, they still lost the vast majority of their smaller airships. Because aside from the void shields, the Black Hawk Army's anti-air capabilities and Air Force combat level were also far superior to those of the Cambrian Empire. Don't look at how the Cambrian Empire used to boast about its troops to the heavens in various parades and military exercises, but when they actually fought against the enemy's elites, the gap immediately became apparent. After hanging up the phone, Andrei began to write tasks for the Air Force players. He had to admit, the Air Force was really useful. Oh, Andriusha, I heard that Uncle Konstantin's side seems to have successfully reverse-engineered a batch of planes. Yelena, watching Andrei write with some fascination, asked casually. Although Andrei had already turned off the Emperor's aura at this moment, perhaps because of the deep psychological impression left behind, Yelena still blushed when facing Andrei now. Oh, that? Don't worry about it, it's just a crude attempt, not very practical. Hearing Yelena say this, Andrei recalled some of the gadgets General Konstantin had previously had people tinker with. He had to admit, war truly was a catalyst for technological development. Although the Cambrian Empire's military-industrial capability was inferior to the Black Hawk Empire's, they had no problem just imitating the outer shell of an airplane. They couldn't get the engine done in a short time, but by imitating the outer shell of a biplane, they managed to create a relatively crude glider. This thing was towed by an airship, and at the critical moment, by cutting the tow rope, the glider would detach from the airship, thereby achieving independent combat within a small range. Andrei wasn't clear about the specific principle, but according to current test results, it was impossible to use this thing for air combat, but it could be used for airborne operations. The Cambrian Empire didn't have the ability to build such advanced rocket drop pods, but using gliders as drop pods was also a good choice. A glider could carry 3 power armor soldiers. At the critical moment, the glider would crash, releasing the power armor soldiers, allowing them to achieve rapid breakthroughs within a small area. It was said that General Konstantin's side seemed to have achieved good results with this tactic, but they were quickly pushed back by the enemy's revival legion. Because of this, Andrei wasn't too concerned about this aspect. He would only research locally produced Cambrian planes once he had figured out the airplane engine. The Black Hawk Army seems to have concentrated all its forces on Petrograd. It looks like they don't plan to bother me for now. Andrei said, drawing a line on the map, a cold smile playing on his lips. Heh, in that case, it's time for my people to take the initiative. He had already made preparations before, intending to capture several surrounding factories and fortify them to form a series of satellite forts guarding Folkov. However, because the players had previously been busy with base construction, and also fighting various guerrilla wars in other places, he had temporarily postponed the plan. But now, most players' bases were almost complete, and it was time for him to launch new operations. First, Andrei directly released the results of base construction over the recent period, based on the statistics from the system. According to the rankings, Andrei distributed guild points to these guilds in his hands, and also awarded a series of merits to guild members, fulfilling the rewards he had previously promised. But in addition, Andrei also prepared extra rewards for the top-ranked guilds. For the top 10 ranked guilds, all players automatically unlocked a new special professional unit, the Zealot. The template for this unit was roughly based on the Dark Tide game. Although they couldn't use most of the equipment in Warhammer 40k, they still brought over some talents and skills. For example, this unit had health values far exceeding those of ordinary infantry, and also had higher movement speed, could throw incendiary grenades, stun grenades, and throwing knives, and could equip flamethrowers and various melee weapons. Most importantly, they themselves possess certain aura-type skills. They can make nearby allied forces take less damage, and also increase the damage of nearby allied forces. Converting that, perhaps it means bullets have stronger lethality? But to be honest, in Andrei's opinion, their aura buff for players was only mediocre. Players already have strong survival capabilities, even if they are killed, they can revive. And for player bullets, even if they don't instantly kill an enemy, they are enough to incapacitate them. In contrast, the buffs these fanatics provide to local allied forces are better. They can give local allied forces a zealous effect, allowing them to burst forth with astonishing morale at critical moments. For Andrei, wasn't this class essentially a commissar? Honestly, the function of a commissar was what Andrei most anticipated from this class. The current Cambrian Empire simply doesn't have a commissar unit, and soldiers lack ideology and belief in battle. After all, to put it bluntly, they fight only for the Tsar and the noble lords, not for themselves. After the war, they remain the same, so naturally, they lack belief. But if these fanatics could help them establish a belief, the battle scene would be different. Recalling the brutal meat grinder between the Soviet Union and German forces during World War II, if such a war were fought by the armies of Britain, France, and the United States, they would have collapsed long ago. Why could the Soviet Union endure it? It was because they had belief in their hearts, faith that encouraged them. But then again, if they establish a faith, will they worship the emperor or someone else? As he was distributing this reward, Andrei suddenly thought of a crucial question. However, after a moment of thought, he merely shook his head. Given the current state of the Cambrian Empire, having any belief is enough, what they believe in is not important. To put it bluntly, with the myriad of monsters the Cambrian Empire currently faces, if they could truly believe in the emperor, it might even be a good thing. When more absurd things pop up in the future, and they even have to fight against demons, Andrei can barely imagine how they would fight these abstract characters without the emperor or something protecting them from behind. This world is simply absurdly abnormal. Who knows how this wretched place managed to turn World War II into the Terra Unification War. The top 10 guilds all received fanatics as rewards, and the top 5 guilds naturally received additional rewards. Andrei did some research and unlocked a new skin for them, Kadayan Shock Troopers. Regarding this skin, Andrei provided 2 templates, infantry and tank. If T-34 tanks were equipped with this skin, their appearance would transform into a lemon rust tank. Although the T-34 tank is distinctive, it must be said that the lemon rust tank's appearance looks better, at least it seems more intimidating. Moreover, with this skin, the tank's movement speed can also increase by 10%. However, even with the skin change, the main gun's lethality would still be that of an 85mm cannon, not suddenly becoming the main gun of a lemon rust. In reality, this is similar to the Krieg soldiers' rifles and the Meltalance used by Krieg cavalry, all are merely superficial. As for the buffs for infantry, Andrei referenced the characteristic of Katia stance and added a special squad mode for them. Every 5 players can form a squad. Even if the squad members don't hold a flag or there's no nearby spawn point, as long as one squad member revives and is out of combat, the other squad members can quickly deploy around him. With this skill, players' combat mode becomes more flexible, and at the same time, the Black Hawk army will find guerrilla warfare more troublesome. As for the top 3 guilds, Andrei's additional rewards for them were unlocking 3 special equipment pieces in advance. The 3rd ranked guild successfully unlocked the rocket mine flail for tanks, although this cannot be fired like a rocket and has a very short range. At close quarters, this thing is an armor killer. The 2nd ranked guild successfully unlocked the Sturm Tiger, a heavy assault gun with a 380mm mortar. Although this thing looks very abstract, if one ignores mechanical failures, production issues, etc., it is still very formidable on the battlefield. In other words, this behemoth, which was considered an abstract weapon in World War II, would become extremely powerful in the hands of players. As for the 1st ranked guild, this time the guild that took 1st place was named Glory of Smith Village. It must be said, they truly live up to their name, their farming ability is just strong. They successfully established the largest, most comprehensively equipped, and most populous base, so they naturally won 1st place. Their reward was also the Sturm Tiger, but Andrei added an extra skin to this Sturm Tiger, the Defender Assault Gun. This is also a heavy assault gun from Warhammer 40k, with a design that can basically be called the 40k version of the Sturm Tiger. Andrei adopted the Defender version design, which is called the Avenger in World of Tanks Blitz, the Defender Assault Gun version from the 30k Heresy era, because this version of the Defender looks most like the Sturm Tiger. The buff effect of this skin is that the explosion radius of shells fired by the Sturm Tiger is additionally increased by 10%, which is quite effective on the battlefield. After all the rewards were distributed, Andrei immediately began to deploy combat missions. The troops located in the warehouse fortress, under Andrei's command, launched a counterattack against the enemy, thereby attracting the enemy's attention and simultaneously tying up a portion of the enemy's forces in the rear. Meanwhile, the remaining army, composed of players and a large number of ordinary Cambrian soldiers, under Andrei's command, began to attack several heavy factories in the suburbs and outer areas. Ahaha, it wasn't easy, we have another large-scale offensive mission. Hehehe, our guild got the Sturm Tiger. Any big brothers want to try it out? The test drive price is negotiable. Andrei saw the players' chat logs, and a black line involuntarily appeared on his forehead. It must be said, these players have truly developed business acumen. Some players immediately started thinking about renting out their war vehicles. Just as Andrei was about to complain, Katiusha suddenly walked in quickly, asking excitedly. Andriusha, my Titan Legion can go into battle now, right? That's right, this war requires the participation of the Winter's Fury Titan Legion. Your mission, along with my 2 super war vehicles, is to flatten all enemy strongholds along the way as quickly as possible. Andrei said, pointing out the offensive targets on the map. The factory buildings are not important, what's important are the production lines inside the buildings. The enemy has now fortified the buildings around these factories. If we directly send troops to attack, we will inevitably suffer heavy losses. So this time, I have prepared a batch of specialized assault troops, and our Titans must also participate in this war. Your mission is to destroy all these fortified buildings. Andrei had no intention of relying on soldiers' lives to charge in. To be honest, while these buildings were sufficiently sturdy, they were not something he truly cared about. He planned to let players slowly build up the defenses of this place later. As for now, to achieve a quick victory, he intended to directly use the Sturm Tiger and Titans to flatten these obstructing buildings. Alright, no problem, don't worry. My Titan guarantees not to disappoint you. Katiusha patted her almost flat chest, saying confidently. She was now eager to drive her newly modified Titan out and go on a rampage. She especially wanted to see what kind of improvement a Titan equipped with a pair of giant scythe mechanical arms would gain in terms of demolishing buildings. To be honest, it wasn't just Katiosha who wanted to see the destructive effects of her newly modified Titan. For Andrei, he was even more eager to see his modified Skull Taker, to study what capabilities this P1000 rat, which had been completely reborn, could unleash. When he arrived at the Titan garrison, Andrei happened to see the Skull Taker rumbling out. But when he saw the war vehicle's current appearance, he truly couldn't hold back. Holy moly, good heavens, are they really going to turn this thing into a Kern demon engine? Andrei was completely astonished when he saw the massive war vehicle, now painted crimson, covered in chaos 8-pointed star symbols and skull patterns. How did the players even do this? Did they really have master sculptors who actually stuck a Kern symbol on top of this thing's head? It must be said that when a sufficient number of players gather, they always produce talents that astonish Andrei. This half-war vehicle, half-mech thing in front of him truly stunned Andrei. The level of restoration was simply too high. General, is this our war machine? It's absolutely incredible. Just as Andrei was momentarily lost in thought, a young officer suddenly ran over, asking him eagerly. Seeing the officer, who was about his own age, Andrei smiled and said, "That's right, this is the Empire's war machine, a war vehicle mech named Skull Taker. Not only does the Black Eagle Empire possess powerful war machines, we do too. I believe we will surely win this war." It must be said that people always seem to harbor an inexplicable fanaticism for these giant humanoid robots. When the P1000 rat, also known as the Arrogant Fortress, and the Skull Taker drove over together, the surrounding soldiers immediately erupted, with various fanatical shouts rising and falling. But Andrei noticed that these soldiers were almost all cheering for the Skull Taker. As for the Arrogant Fortress, which also looked very powerful in the back, the cheers it received were much smaller. Andrei was surprised by this phenomenon. Wasn't the Arrogant Fortress also very powerful in combat? If one were to consider its firepower output, without factoring in close quarters combat, the Arrogant Fortress clearly had stronger firepower output. With a puzzled mind, Andrei approached a soldier and casually asked, "Brother, I don't understand, don't you think the Arrogant Fortress war vehicle is also very cool?" The soldier didn't even notice the general standing behind him, he just cheered and said without turning his head. "It is, but I still think the Skull Taker looks the coolest. This is what a super war vehicle should look like in my mind." Alright, as expected, Gundam is still more eye-catching. However, looking at the massive Skull Taker, Andrei was always a little worried that the thing was top-heavy. Even though a giant cannon had been mounted on its rear, he was still somewhat concerned. Compared to the original Skull Taker, this tank did not have such large fuel tanks, all its fuel tanks were inside the hull. Therefore, the space that was originally supposed to hold fuel tanks was naturally fitted with artillery, and even 4 sets of Katiosha rocket launchers were mounted there, filling every possible spot with weaponry. And besides that, Andrei didn't know how the players managed it, but they actually removed the turrets from 2 T-34 tanks and installed them on the Skull Taker's shoulders. To be honest, Andrei couldn't bear to look at this thing anymore, he really struggled to imagine what its combat mode would be like. The army advanced, their primary target this time being the Volkhov aluminum plant. It's unclear whether the deployment location of the aluminum plant in this world was different from its World War II deployment, or if the Black Hawk Army's breakthrough in this world was simply deeper. In Andrei's impression, this aluminum plant should not have fallen during World War II and had continuously supplied the Soviet Union with large quantities of aluminum. But here, this factory had already fallen to the Black Hawk Army and was under their control. He didn't know if the production lines inside the factory were still intact or had been destroyed by the enemy, but the factory had indeed been transformed into a heavy fortress by the enemy. Because it was closest to Volkhov, it naturally became their primary point of contention. Black Hawk patrols in the vicinity were the first to discover the enemy's presence. When these cavalry saw the towering Skull Taker rushing towards them from a distance, they were all stunned. "Damn it, the enemy is attacking us. Quickly report this news to the rear." Several cavalry fled from a distance, and even though players spotted them, they ultimately couldn't catch up. When these cavalry were almost exhausted, their war horses on the verge of collapsing, and they were gasping for breath, they finally managed to escape back to the factory and reported the news to their commander. "What? The enemy's Titan Legion is actually coming for us." Hearing this news, all the Black Hawk Army hiding in the factory were distraught, feeling as if the sky had fallen. Good heavens, they had originally thought that by being stationed here, there wouldn't be any intense battles. For most Black Hawk soldiers, they didn't believe that the small number of enemy troops in Volkhov City had the capability to counterattack them, not even with Andrei's army arriving. Because of this, many of them thought that their deployment here was actually a vacation. But when they truly heard that an entire Titan Legion was rushing towards them, these guys were all stunned. The phone immediately went to the rear, and the lieutenant colonel in charge of guarding the factory anxiously reported, requesting reinforcements to be sent quickly. However, what made him feel cold and despairing was that after he made the call, there seemed to be a fierce discussion on the other end. But a few minutes later, the voice that replied to him from the phone was, "Okay, we understand. Reinforcements will arrive. Your next mission is to hold out with all your might and blow up this factory if necessary." Damn it. Reinforcements will arrive, but it didn't say when reinforcements would arrive. To put it plainly, didn't that mean there would be no reinforcements? If this lieutenant colonel had just joined the army as a fresh recruit, he might have been fooled by these words, but he had been in the Black Hawk Army for so long that he knew exactly what the subtext of those words meant. But there was nothing he could do, even if he knew there would likely be no reinforcements, he couldn't tell the other soldiers. Because the command's reply did state that reinforcements would arrive, if he dared to say that no reinforcements would come, he would be falsely reporting military intelligence. If he dared to release this news, even if he survived this war, he would face a military tribunal and be shot, and possibly even implicate his family. Thinking of this, he quickly unleashed his potential as a great persuader, gathered all the Black Hawk soldiers stationed in the factory, and then talked them into it one by one. In short, soldiers, I need you to use your wits and do everything in your power to use this factory to stop the enemy. I know the enemy's Titan Legion is terrifying, but Titans are not omnipotent. Massive Titan mechs are just clumsy living targets in this complex terrain. Really? Sir, do you dare to look us in the eye when you say that? Seeing the disbelief on the soldiers' faces, the lieutenant colonel shook his head, knowing that his persuasion had most likely failed. Lieutenant Colonel Stark, can we really use the artillery in our hands and the buildings here to stop the enemy's Titan Legion? An officer couldn't help but step forward after the soldiers dispersed, asking in a low voice. Lieutenant Colonel Stark rolled his eyes and said grumpily. You ask me, who do I ask? But what if we can't hold it? Are we supposed to abandon this place and run away? Don't think so much. Quickly deploy mines and bombs in advance to inflict as much damage as possible on the Cambrian soldiers. I believe they won't directly storm our factory, they should be very concerned about the production lines here. What he said was true. Indeed, Andrei didn't care much about the buildings in the factory, but he cared a lot about the production lines in the factory. Not to mention how important aluminum refining is. Simply put, Andrei's armored units require factories with heavy production lines to recruit, which forces him to preserve the production lines. It's no exaggeration to say that even if this factory were razed to the ground, as long as they could seize the production lines here, they would have won. But if the production lines were destroyed, then this war would be meaningless. After all, isn't it easy to find a building that can serve as a fortress? If there's really no place, can't players build their own fortresses? All units, please be advised, we are about to enter enemy territory. Wrath of Winter calling Arrogant Fortress, calling Skull Taker, immediately bombard the front with your rocket launchers to clear the enemy's outer defenses. In a Warlord Titan, Katiusha, as the Titan Legion's Legion commander, was issuing orders to other Titan units via radio. The Titan she was in was named Wrath of Winter, and at this moment, she sat on a mechanical throne, like an empress seated on her throne, looking down from above at the front. As the Warlord Titan took heavy steps, constantly leaving deep craters in the ground, and slowly approached the factory's outer perimeter, the Black Hawk soldiers hiding in the factory couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. By the Emperor, what the hell is this? Can we really stop this with flesh and blood? Good heavens, the Empire is really treating them like supermen, aren't they? Many Black Hawk soldiers couldn't help but curse, feeling that leaving them here to defend was a huge mistake. But it couldn't be said that way. The Folkov front army at the beginning only had that many troops, and even lacked heavy weapons. Their combined armament couldn't even compare to a normal full-strength infantry division. If they relied on the terrain to defend against such an army, it would naturally be easy to deal with. But who would have thought that a Titan Legion would suddenly appear in this broken place? To be honest, if Andrei weren't the son of General Konstantin, even if the general knew that deploying the Titan Legion here would actually maximize its advantages, he still wouldn't have released the Titans. Such a formidable force naturally needs to be deployed in core major cities to boost morale and also to reassure himself. Damn it, let's just fire a couple of shots and leave. Are we really supposed to use this junk to fight the mechanical beasts outside? A Black Hawk soldiers patted the 75mm anti-tank gun hidden in the bunker, cautiously speaking to the other soldiers. They would fire a couple of shots under pressure, which would be enough to show their loyalty to the Emperor. Otherwise, would anyone really expect to use this thing to penetrate the thick armor of a Titan? That armor is battleship-grade defense. The other soldiers nodded, feeling that what he said made sense. But just then, they suddenly heard a strange whistling sound from the sky. This whistling sound was much louder than the usual shriek of shells cutting through the sky, and when they looked up, they happened to see a meteor shower formed by multiple rocket launchers firing in unison. Watching as a large number of rockets arced gracefully and descended towards their positions, all the Black Hawk soldiers' eyes revealed extreme terror. No. Amidst a scream, these rockets violently struck their positions, and the flames and shrapnel from the explosions flew everywhere, tearing apart the bodies of one soldier after another. When the smoke cleared, the Black Hawk soldiers on the position discovered in horror that they had lost nearly half of their men due to the previous bombardment. The enemy's shelling was without warning, and their outer positions were too rudimentary to withstand such a terrifying attack. The remaining Black Hawk soldiers didn't hesitate, turning and running. The two anti-tank guns on their position had already been twisted into scrap metal, with their barrels warped like that. How could they fire again? If they didn't run now, they probably wouldn't be able to escape later. But just as they were about to retreat, the Skull Taker, which had somehow moved to the very front of the formation, had already aimed the giant cannon on its left arm at them. With a loud bang, this short-barreled .305 caliber giant cannon, disassembled from a Cambrian Titan, fired a heavy shell in the direction of their retreat. A massive explosion quickly formed a shockwave that swept outwards, a huge crater rapidly formed on the ground, and the splashing earth and rocks pierced through the bodies of the surrounding soldiers, with many more dying instantly from the overpressure. When several severely ringing-eared Black Hawk soldiers crawled up from the ground, they saw in horror that the unit they had been retreating with had been swallowed by the massive deep crater. Their comrades, who had been laughing and chatting with them just minutes before, couldn't even be pieced together into a complete corpse now. Chapter 303, The player in the Sturm Tiger is a true Cambrian Superman. Ah, Help, help me. A Black Hawk soldiers reached out a hand to a comrade beside him, attempting to seek his help, but his comrade only glanced over and shook his head. Undoubtedly, this unfortunate soul was beyond saving. His entire body had been severed in two by a huge flying shrapnel, his jumbled internal organs spilled all over the ground, and a large amount of fresh blood had gushed into a small pool. With such injuries, even if he were transported to the hospital with the best medical conditions in the Empire, it would likely be beyond saving, let alone on this battlefield with extremely poor medical conditions. The Black Hawk soldiers who survived the recent shelling quickly retreated, no longer wishing to face the Titan unit before them. Although they didn't know when this exaggeratedly shaped Skull Lord was built, nor did they understand what kind of design this combination of Titan mecha and tank was. But this didn't prevent them from recognizing that the unit before them was a genuine Titan unit, knowing it was a terrifying behemoth they couldn't contend with. Not long after, the Skull Lord, charging at the forefront, rolled into the Black Hawk's position, crushing the already tattered position once again. So, these Black Hawk devils here don't seem so formidable. A player in the cockpit of this giant beast looked around and couldn't help but complain, feeling that he might have had overly high expectations for this fortified factory. There were no large caliber fortress cannons here, no enemy Titan units, and not even any heavy armored units. After all that fuss, the strongest firepower they encountered here seemed to be only 75mm anti-tank guns, which were nothing to fear. Be careful, this place shouldn't be so easy to conquer. Don't push too far ahead. Wait for our infantry behind us. Other teammates in this Titan mecha said to the main driver that he had already become somewhat separated from the rear forces due to his rapid charge, which was not a good sign. Although Titan units are massive, their bodies are too bulky and not flexible enough. Once an enemy gets close, if someone were to attach satchel charges, there's a real possibility their Titan could be blown up. Infantry, hurry up. If you keep dawdling, you won't even get a sip of the soup. The Titan driver called out to the infantry, which was met with a barrage of complaints from other players. Clearly, most infantry were indignant about this behavior of driving a Titan mecha without caring about their teammates' lives. Of course, what they were even more indignant about was why they weren't the ones driving the Titan mecha. Coming, we're coming. Several teams of infantry rushed over, and before the Titan mecha, they charged into the factory wall. Looking at the uniform green armor on these infantry and the purple eyes beneath their helmets, there was no doubt that these soldiers were genuine Kadayan shock troopers. Their guns were also fitted with a laser gun skin, and from the player's perspective, these weapons also became the classic laser weapons from Warhammer, just like the situation with Krieg. However, from the enemy's perspective, these weapons were still just ordinary weapons. Otherwise, if laser weapons exposed their trajectory without additional attack bonuses, wouldn't they become useless? Strange, where did these guys in green uniforms come from? And what special unit of the Cambrian Empire are they? A Black Eagle sniper hidden in a high position observed these players wearing Kadayan skins, full of doubt. However, he quickly dismissed this doubt. After all, the Cambrian Empire's army was inherently chaotic, and many nobles had their private armed forces, so their attire naturally differed from the regular army. Perhaps these guys were the private army of some noble lord? Bang! A bullet was fired, and the player hit in the head fell. But immediately after, other players quickly spotted the sniper. Holy crap, watch out for the sniper, I got ambushed. No sooner had he spoken than a player on the side had already set up a mortar in a blind spot and fired a shell in that direction. The sniper, who was about to retreat, heard the sound and immediately realized it was a mortar. He quickly rolled to the side, dodging the shell that had just exploded. Damn it, where did these elites come from? They locked onto my position so quickly. He didn't know players had kill replays, so in his view, the fact that the opponent could lock onto his position the moment a teammate died absolutely meant they were an elite unit. Especially the speed at which the opponent set up the mortar, it was simply too outrageous. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have probably been blown sky high by the mortar. He crawled forward on the ground, quickly moving away from the mortar's impact point, but another mortar shell exploded in his direction. Boom! This shell missed, failing to kill him, but the shrapnel that grazed his leg immediately caused it to bleed profusely. They can even predict my retreat route? Is this seriously that outrageous? When the sniper realized that the enemy could actually shell his retreat route, he was stunned. This was completely different from the Hanwoo soldiers he had encountered before. Previous Cambrian soldiers, when sniped from a distance like this, would only run around like headless chickens. He endured the intense pain and quickly crawled into a nearby passage. At the top of this passage, there were large concrete structures that could effectively block enemy mortar shelling. Almost as soon as he crawled in, another mortar landed above him, thankfully blocked by the concrete above. But the precise shelling still scared him pale. Haha, you can't hit me now, can you? The Black Eagle sniper laughed as he looked out through a small crack in the nearby wall. But as soon as he looked, he was terrified, his face turning ashen, because the massive Skull Lord had already driven over and aimed the cannon on its arm at his position. With a loud bang, the 305mm heavy cannon instantly destroyed the concrete structure, and the Black Eagle sniper inside was beyond dead. In addition to the Skull Lord, other armored units controlled by players also drove over, joining the ranks of mutual cover with the infantry. Among them were Storm Tiger and Manticore's assault tank from a guild, their appearance extremely eye-catching. The Storm Tiger, this weapon has always been in a difficult-to-evaluate state. If viewed from the overall war perspective, such as production, maintenance difficulty, and actual application environment in war, this thing is not a good weapon. But undoubtedly, Any enemy hiding in a fortress would not want to be targeted by the Sturmtiger's massive 380mm cannon. Although that thing was just a mortar and didn't have the penetration capability of a battleship's main gun, no matter what, it was a genuine 380mm giant cannon. Being hit by a single shell from this thing meant that virtually no conventional building could survive. It could also bring immense psychological deterrence to the enemy. Although this behemoth was like a tiny bean compared to the Skull Lord next to it, when such a heavy tank appeared on the battlefield, it would undoubtedly become the focus of enemy attention. Lieutenant Colonel Stark stared dumbfounded at the several Sturmtiger next to the Skull Lord, then turned to look at the Manticore's assault tank painted with Ultramarines livery, his mouth agape. My goodness, for the Emperor's red underwear did the Cambrian Empire cut off the heavy cannons from battleships and mount them on tanks? Who can tell me how large the main guns of these two tanks are? When did they develop such exaggerated vehicle-mounted heavy cannons? Lieutenant Colonel Stark never dreamed that he would one day encounter 380mm giant cannons in ground combat. Quick! Get our people to evacuate from the front buildings quickly, this thing can't be fought. After regaining his composure, the Lieutenant Colonel quickly shouted to the officer beside him. He knew what a 380mm heavy cannon meant. To put it bluntly, the factory buildings serving as forward strongholds would be instantly shattered if hit by just one shell from such a heavy cannon. Even if these reinforced concrete factory buildings were extremely sturdy, they couldn't withstand the concentrated fire of a 380mm giant cannon at close range. Although the Lieutenant Colonel had given the order as quickly as possible, his speed was ultimately not as fast as the player's Sturmtiger. The Black Hawk soldiers hiding in the factory building watched in horror as this colossal beast slowly approached them, feeling utterly distraught. Bang! A cannon shot rang out. A Black Hawk soldiers operated a hidden 75mm anti-tank gun, attempting to penetrate the Sturmtiger's frontal armor with it. However, the Sturmtiger's frontal armor was not only 150mm thick but also sloped at a 45-degree angle, giving this tank extremely powerful protective capabilities. Even the 75mm anti-tank gun failed to penetrate the tank's frontal armor, only leaving an unsightly scuff mark on it. You little punk, still daring to fight back. The player grinned, then fiercely fired the newly loaded shell. With a thunderous roar, the 380mm shell directly blasted through the factory wall, severely impacting the factory building, and then detonated. The enormous impact force violently threw the Black Hawk soldiers inside, shattering the internal organs of many. The flying shrapnel could even tear a person into pieces. At this moment, all the windows of the entire factory building spewed out large amounts of dust, as if a giant blower was operating inside. The earth-shattering explosion even caused a partial collapse of the factory building. No sooner had one shell been fired than another Sturmtiger nearby fired another shell, hitting the crumbling factory building once more. With a series of cracking sounds, as the load-bearing pillars of the factory building were successively shattered, after shaking a few times, the front half of the factory building immediately collapsed, falling heavily to the ground and splashing an unknown amount of broken concrete. Charge, charge, keep charging. That's it, don't stop. Amidst the players' excited shouts, several Sturmtiger advanced again, immediately aiming at another nearby warehouse. The Black Hawk soldiers hiding inside tried to run out of the warehouse, but the machine guns already set up by the players created excellent suppressive fire, pinning them down. Subsequently, they could only hide in the warehouse, watching helplessly as the Sturmtiger aimed its giant cannon at them. Soldiers, don't panic, their cannon can't be reloaded in such a short time. An officer shouted loudly to the other soldiers. He couldn't even imagine how such a giant cannon, whose caliber looked to be at least 300 to 400mm, could be reloaded by people from within a cramped tank. So, without a doubt, the reloading speed of this thing definitely couldn't be fast, even if the opponent had a loading machine. A machine isn't a god. But clearly, machines weren't gods, but the players were truly divine. For the players, their reloading was just a set of automatic, fixed movements, so much so that in actual operation, these movements looked extremely exaggerated. One player quickly moved a shell from the nearby ammunition rack and loaded it into the cannon without any auxiliary devices, completing a series of reloading actions like a Superman. It must be said that the players were busy playing the game and didn't feel anything, but in reality, their series of actions were truly superhuman. A single Sturmtiger shell weighed a full 347 kilograms. In other words, the players were essentially lifting a shell weighing nearly 700 kilograms with their bare hands and forcing it into the cannon. Accompanied by a loud roar, under the desperate gaze of the Black Hawk soldiers, this giant cannon, which theoretically could not be reloaded in a short time, spewed fierce flames at them. In the next moment, a giant shell fiercely penetrated the wall and exploded into the warehouse. Haha, the reloading speed is about 1 minute. It seems this thing should be similar to the Battlefield game. A player timed it and showed an excited smile on his face. If he remembered correctly, the Sturmtiger's reloading speed in Battlefield V was about 1 shot every 52 seconds. The reloading speed here seemed similar to Battlefield V overall. They indeed needed to wait a bit before firing, but the wait wasn't too long, and the firepower output could already be considered very continuous. The players felt that the Sturmtiger's output capability was quite good, but for the Black Hawk army, they felt as if they had seen a nightmare. Good heavens, a 380 giant cannon can fire 1 shot per minute. What kind of monster is this? They were very curious about the type of ammunition feeding mechanism inside this tank. They couldn't imagine what kind of assembly line feeding mechanism could achieve such a perverted reloading speed. What should we do next? We can't hold this place against these war machines of the Cambrian Empire. A military officer desperately asked Lieutenant Colonel Stark, but at this moment, Lieutenant Colonel Stark was also in a state of confusion. The enemy's war machines completely exceeded his imagination. The opponent was clearly prepared for a siege, aiming to dismantle his fortified factory. The situation was different from what he had imagined. He had thought that with the firepower in this factory, they should be able to repel a conventional Cambrian army attack, but none of the equipment the enemy brought out was conventional. While they were still dazed, the Skull Lord charged in from another direction, then fiercely chopped its massive mechanical arm into a building. In just a few consecutive strikes, the Skull Lord successfully cut half of the building into pieces, and then, under the desperate gaze of the few Black Hawk soldiers exposed inside, the other muzzle on his arm also aimed at the spot and fiercely blasted into it. As for the arrogant fortress behemoth tank, this massive war machine was continuously bombing the factory's periphery, relying on its twin 380 turrets and a large number of rockets to relentlessly pound the factory. Soon, they successfully broke through to the core area of this factory, but there they saw something somewhat familiar. Why is it a void shield? It feels like the Black Hawk Empire's void shields are everywhere. Seeing the translucent energy shield ahead, the player couldn't help but complain. By the way, is this void shield fixed or mobile? I remember we encountered a mobile void shield before. A player suddenly remembered that when they followed Andre to launch an attack, they encountered the Black Hawk Empire's mobile void shield here in Folkhov. That thing was mounted on a heavy truck with a very peculiar appearance. Although the design was abstract, the effect was still quite good. It must be said that the Black Hawk Empire's common soldiers still had too good treatment. The common soldiers of the 40K human empire didn't have this kind of treatment. In 40K, void shields are installed on things like Titans, or they are land-based shields similar to global shields. Ordinary tanks simply don't have this, and they certainly wouldn't specifically research mobile void shields to accompany infantry attacks. Evidently, the value of the Black Hawk Empire's soldiers here was relatively high, so in order to protect their precious ground forces, the Black Hawk Empire naturally researched a series of equipment. Let the Sturm Tiger fire inside and see if its shells can penetrate this thing. Suddenly, a player thought that the Sturmtiger's shell muzzle velocity was very slow. Compared to other shells and bullets, the Sturmtiger's shell speed was only a little over 200 units per second. Even if its rear jet port was adjusted to the limit, its shell speed would hardly reach 300 units per second. With such a speed, was there a chance it could penetrate the enemy's void shield? Thinking of this, a player immediately drove the Sturm Tiger up and fired a shot at the shield covering the edge of the building ahead. Under the horrified gaze of the Black Hawk soldiers, this giant shell, which theoretically should be considered a rocket-assisted high-explosive shell, slammed onto the void shield and then disappeared. Damn it! I thought this thing could get through. Seeing this, the player was greatly disappointed, feeling that his emotions had been deceived. In reality, this might also be due to the sensitivity of the Black Hawk Empire's shield. In previous tests, players could penetrate the void shield with biplanes, but if the biplane fighters used their acceleration ability, they would be displaced by the void shield. Clearly, even with acceleration, a biplane fighter's speed couldn't match that of an all-metal monoplane fighter like a Spitfire, and the fastest flight speed of such a thing in the sky is only about 200 plus units per second. Although they couldn't successfully blast the Sturmtiger's shells in, players found that the enemy's void shield had a rather awkward point. This thing clearly couldn't stop the Sturm Tiger from driving in. The Black Hawk Empire designed this mobile void shield to prevent its army from being subjected to long-range strikes from a large number of enemy artillery. If this thing could make the army immune to enemy long-range artillery fire, then their army's survival and offensive capabilities would be much stronger, enough to help them avoid many losses. But clearly, the Sturm Tiger was not designed for long-range strikes. It was meant to ram its giant cannon into the enemy's face and bomb them at close range. Under the desperate gaze of the Black Hawk soldiers, even though they had opened fire to block it, the heavy Sturm Tiger still ignored their firepower and slowly drove into the range of their void shield, then once again aimed its cannon at them. With a few booming shots, another factory building of the Black Hawk army collapsed, but a player suddenly thought of a crucial question. Oh no, wait a minute, let's not keep bombing with heavy artillery. If I remember correctly, isn't our mission to capture the heavy production lines here? Hearing this reminder, the other players suddenly woke up, cold sweat beating on their foreheads. Damn it, they were too excited playing with their new toys and forgot what the mission objective was this time. They came here not to demolish buildings, but to seize the heavy production lines here. Only by capturing the production lines here could they convert this place into a tank factory and recruit artillery, tanks, and a series of other equipment here. If the production lines here were gone, then even if they captured this dilapidated place, they would only have a pile of ruins. Where would they get vehicle supplies from later? Realizing this, the players stopped one after another and quickly called a halt to all their teammates. Katyusha saw the troops ahead suddenly stop their advance. She was busy happily dismantling buildings with the Titans and asked curiously. Soldiers, what's going on? Why aren't we advancing? Yet, what happened up front? Is there something wrong with the Black Hawk Devil Shield? The other Cambrian soldiers were also very confused, not understanding why these new elites, deployed by their general, suddenly stopped here. Hearing the NPC's question, a player casually said. Don't forget our mission. We're here to seize the production lines. If we keep fighting like this, we might damage everything in the factory. Hearing this, the other Cambrian soldiers also stopped one after another, and the two warlord titans that followed closely behind, ready to go on a rampage, quickly retreated a few steps. Recalling the buildings they had just demolished, these Cambrian soldiers felt a bit guilty for a moment. Because they knew they must have damaged quite a few production lines earlier. They wondered if they would have to compensate for these production lines later. This thing probably couldn't be paid for even if they sold themselves. The rest of the battle, comrades, can only be handled by us infantry. We must preserve the remaining production lines and absolutely not let these things be destroyed. The players, who had been high on battle, regained their rationality. They selected a group of brave and experienced Han soldiers, and leading these men, they all charged in, quickly forming one assault team after another. Seeing that these Cambrian soldiers' war machines actually stopped advancing, and only a large number of infantry began to attack them, the Black Hawk soldiers, who were almost in a desperate state, were somewhat puzzled. Lieutenant Colonel Stark, what's going on? Why aren't our enemies using heavy equipment anymore? Watching those massive titans standing in the distance, as tall as small buildings, and those storm tigers also stopped near the void shield, made the Black Hawk soldiers both nervous and puzzled. Lieutenant Colonel Stark pondered for a moment, then glanced at the equipment behind him, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha, I understand. It's because these poor Cambrians can't bear to part with their production equipment. They are afraid that these giant cannons will smash the production lines in the factory, afraid that these machines will become unusable, which is why they only send infantry to charge up, preparing for close quarters combat with us. Realizing this, Lieutenant Colonel Stark immediately became excited, and at the same time, he couldn't help but feel lucky. It was fortunate that they had only moved all the equipment to this largest factory building and hadn't had time to pack and transport these things away yet. If they had already transported these things away and the Cambrian soldiers knew about it, the other side would certainly not fight them in this manner. At that time, the enraged Cambrians would probably just drive their titans and flatten them. Although the Black Hawk Empire had no use for these production facilities, which they considered relatively backward, these things were still a certain asset. Especially Krasov, and several other military officers who had officially defected to the Black Hawk faction, they would eventually split the Cambrian Empire and thereby assist the Black Hawk Empire's rule. And without a doubt, they naturally needed sufficient industry to develop their own armies and industries. Otherwise, how could the Black Hawk Empire arm these puppet forces if it couldn't even arm its own army? Realizing that the upcoming battle would turn into classic urban warfare, the Black Hawk soldiers regained their confidence. They had been routed before simply because they lacked suitable weapons to deal with enemy titans and those terrifying heavy assault tanks. When the Cambrian soldiers no longer had this equipment, what did they have left? It was rather ironic that when boosting morale, the Cambrian army always said, "Although the enemy possesses advanced weaponry and various high-tech products, we must not fear, for we have an iron will, and our soldiers are the most resilient." Now, however, the situation had reversed, and the Black Hawk army began preparing to compete in soldier quality. However, it must be said that although the Cambrian army constantly boasted about the quality of their soldiers, in reality, these soldiers' quality truly couldn't compare to that of the Black Hawk army. The Cambrian army's military concepts were still stuck in the past. To the Tsar and those traditional aristocratic officers, the best quality a soldier could possess was obedience. It must be said that the obedience of soldiers in the Cambrian army was indeed one of the highest, but rather than attributing this obedience to strong discipline, it was more accurate to say it was due to their sufficient numbness. In fact, these soldiers had almost no advantages other than their strong obedience. They lacked sufficient fighting spirit, didn't understand what they were fighting for, and their professional abilities were also very concerning. They were essentially cheap cannon fodder. In contrast, the Black Hawk army possessed fanatical faith and rigorous training, making them one of the forces with the highest soldier quality during the same period. Currently, only the Wuxiao Empire's soldiers were considered able to contend with them. The Black Hawk soldiers thought this, and then they saw the Cambrian soldiers launch an assault. Those soldiers dressed in green or black uniforms were undoubtedly elites. Although they were seeing these green uniforms for the first time, they had previously seen those silent soldiers in black uniforms. When they saw these soldiers able to charge forward against their own artillery fire, they knew these guys were a bunch of lunatics. A squad of players quickly initiated a breakthrough along the corner of the wall, followed by 7 or 8 ordinary Han soldiers. As soon as one Han soldier poked his head out, a machine gun mounted in the window fiercely swept across, causing the soldier to fall instantly. "Medic, quickly, we need a medic." As other Cambrian soldiers shouted, a medic player quickly ran over, swiftly bandaged his wounds, and then injected him with a shot. God knows what the player injected, but after the shot, the Han soldier who had been shot in the abdomen seemed much better, at least not looking like he was about to die. "Carry him away, we'll handle this," the player casually said, then immediately threw several smoke grenades forward. Under the cover of the smoke, these players, with an undaunted attitude, quickly ran to the other side, and one of the players, braving the enemy's machine gun fire, managed to blast a shot with a radish launcher. Using the positioning on the mini-map, the player accurately located the enemy machine gunner's position and blew the machine gun out of the window with a single shot. And then, when their overhead machine gun suppression was lost, these players charged fearlessly into the building, guns in hand. Charge, charge, charge. Kadayan stands. The Empire endures, the guard is still here. Accompanied by a deafening roar, 2 Kadayan players charged forward, machine guns in hand, looking extremely ferocious. The other Cambrian soldiers who followed closely saw these 2 people sweeping with machine guns and constantly throwing grenades, and their faces were filled with surprise. Speaking of which, officer, what is Kadayan? One Han soldier couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked a nearby player. He had been fighting for so long, and this was the first time he had heard of a people called Kadayans. The Creek next to him remained silent, and the medic who had just arrived casually bluffed. "Kadayan, that's a good place, rich in talent, children learn to shoot from an early age, 70% of the local population are soldiers, the only drawback is that there's always a guy with a top knot who wants to smash a fortress on top of it. Hearing such a description, several Hanmu soldiers trembled with fear. Oh my, that's too scary. I wonder which noble lord's fief that is. I thought our noble lords were already cruel enough. A Hanmu soldier couldn't help but complain, feeling that the noble whose fief was Kadayan was truly too wicked. 70% conscription rate? Didn't that mean that apart from children and the elderly who couldn't hold guns, everyone else who could lift a gun had to go join the army? What kind of noble lord, so bent on militarism, would make the people in his territory do nothing but serve as soldiers? What are you guys standing there for? Hurry up and charge with us. Just then, the two Kadayans who had just charged ahead shouted from a distance, seemingly having successfully completed the breakthrough. Hearing this, the remaining two Kriegs and one medic player followed closely, but just as they were passing through a corridor, a Black Hawk soldier suddenly emerged from the side, light machine gun in hand, and opened fire on them. Although the accuracy of a light machine gun fired from the hip is very poor, at such a close range, what accuracy did they need? Several unlucky players were inexplicably killed by the charging enemy, but if even one of them had looked at the mini-map, they wouldn't have failed to notice the ambush here. Ambushed by the machine gunner, 3 players died instantly, and the remaining Hanmu soldiers were also suppressed by the machine gunner. They were originally preparing to charge forward while the enemy's light machine gun ran out of bullets and he reloaded, but as soon as the machine gun fire stopped, a Hanmu soldier who poked his head out was immediately killed by another rifleman. Damn it, it seems we're trapped here. The two Kadayan players stood at the corner of the wall, covering each other back to back. They never expected that they would successfully charge to the front, only for their teammates behind them to be wiped out. But it didn't matter, the Kadayans could act as a spawn point, summoning squad teammates. In essence, this function was exactly like the squad respawn of Battlefield players in the past. The Black Hawk soldiers seemed to think they had suppressed these two Hanmu soldiers, and just as they lowered their guard and prepared to capture them alive, they suddenly discovered that there seemed to be more than 2 Hanmu soldiers hiding at this corner. Besides those 2 green uniformed soldiers, the other 2 black uniformed soldiers also appeared. The sudden increase in firepower stunned the Black Hawk soldiers, and then, smoke grenades thrown from the corner of the wall instantly obscured the situation ahead for these Black Hawk soldiers. Don't stop. Concentrate, suppress them. Hearing their squad leader's words from behind, these Black Hawk soldiers quickly fired desperately forward, but the 2 Krieg players had already charged out of the smoke, brutally plunging their bayonets into the chests of 2 Black Hawk soldiers. A wave of desperate lunges took out 2 people, and then, before the other Black Hawk soldiers could load their rifles, the 2 of them, wielding automatic rifles, began to fiercely fire at the other soldiers. This fearless style of fighting bewildered a group of Black Eagle soldiers. Despite having a numerical advantage, they were sent scrambling by the Kriegs. Just as they were running backward, the Kadayans, who had somehow flanked them, raised their machine guns and fiercely swept them. Accompanied by a fierce volley, this squad of Black Hawk soldiers fell one after another, in an extremely tragic state. The battles in other directions were similar, with the Kadayan squad deployment ability. Players on this side particularly favored having Kadayan soldiers initiate breakthroughs. Anyway, as long as one person broke through, they could quickly bring in a squad, and if the Black Hawk soldiers were even slightly inattentive, they would find that several enemy squads had already infiltrated. The fierce offensive continued for several hours, and eventually, the Black Hawk army defending the factory's core area suffered a crushing defeat. Lieutenant Colonel Stark committed suicide, and other Black Hawk soldiers and officers surrendered. Great, the production equipment is still here, we can recruit troops at this factory. When the players saw the production equipment, which was sealed but still perfectly intact, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this thing wasn't lost. If it had been destroyed, they wouldn't have known what to do. When the players saw that the recruitment sign here had lit up, indicating that they could recruit vehicles from here, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to recruit vehicles from here meant they could save a lot of travel time, and at the same time, it meant they could continuously churn out armored units, relying on this location to assist in the defense of Folkhov. In addition to this factory, several other factories were also successively captured by players. Although they all encountered fierce resistance from the Black Hawk army stationed there, even without Titan support for the other player routes, they still successfully captured these fortress-like factories with the great weapon that was the Sturm Tiger. During this period, the Blue Elf Village Guild earned a huge amount of merit, by leasing tanks. Anyway, they had the authority to recruit Manticore's assault tanks, and other guilds that wanted to attack could simply wait for them to recruit the assault tanks and then rent the vehicles. When Andre saw that these guys had actually opened a car rental business in the game, he couldn't help but crack up. One could only say that this player guild truly lived up to its name, Blue Elf Village. Their operational capabilities were strong, almost as if Guillemon himself possessed them. When the news of these factories successively falling reached the Black Hawk army, they were greatly shocked. They never expected that Vorontsov, who had been silent for a while, would unleash such a thunderous offensive once he made a move. Damn it, we were one step too late. If they could have delayed their offensive by 3 days, we could have transported these production lines out already. One Black Hawk general couldn't help but complain, but another general thought for a moment and suddenly discovered a turning point. Wait, since Vorontsov has concentrated his main forces here, doesn't that mean they should be unable to reinforce Schlüsselburg in the short term? Perfect, we can immediately launch an attack along this axis and cut off Petrograd's main supply line. Chapter 304, Beware of the Melta Mine Squad. After some deliberation, several Black Hawk generals had a sudden idea and immediately thought of their initial old tactic. According to their earliest tactical planning, if they wanted to besiege Petrograd next, they should first take Schlüsselburg to directly cut off the city's most important lifeline. It was a pity that Andrei's army held fast to Schlüsselburg at that time and continuously launched counterattacks, causing them to suffer heavy losses there, but they were never able to conquer it. So, turning back, the Black Hawk army again set their sights on the Folkhof area, and as a result, Andrei's army pursued them to Folkhof. Thinking of this, many Black Hawk generals also felt that Andrei was poisonous. How could Andrei always appear wherever they attacked? Does the Cambrian army not have any other generals? However, since Andrei had now arrived at Folkhof, didn't that mean they could execute their old tactic again? The Black Eagle Empire immediately mobilized its army, preparing to launch a fierce attack in this direction, completely cutting off the vital transportation route before them. At the same time, Marshal Schwegen personally issued an order for the troops to concentrate artilleries and begin bombing Andrei's frontline positions, thereby tying down Andrei's army. He needed to create a false impression, an impression that the Black Hawk army was preparing to retake these factories and wanted to re-engage in a protracted battle with the enemy in Folkhof. Only by pinning Andrei's army here could they smoothly complete the plan on the other end. A large number of Black Hawk armored units carried out a covered march during the night, silently converging towards the Schlüsselburg front. At the same time, the Black Eagle Empire also dispatched a large number of artilleries to Andrei's side, and a small number of infantry soldiers occasionally launched assault soldiers on the factory complex. Katyusha's Titan Legion was withdrawn and did not remain on the front line to continue fighting, because Titans are more suited for offensive breakthroughs than for defense. However, apart from the Wrath of Winter Titan Legion, the massive Skull Lord and Arrogant Fortress tanks were left on the front line by Andrei. These two astonishing war behemoths were used for fierce assault soldiers on enemy forces at critical moments, while normally serving as fortress artillery units, engaging in artillery duels with the Black Hawk Army's artilleries. Compared to the Wrath of Winter Titan Legion, these two war behemoths undoubtedly possess the ability to act as artillery platforms. Not only because these two war behemoths were externally mounted with a large number of Katyusha rocket launchers, but also because the Arrogant Fortress tank's main turret was equivalent to a 380 battleship turret, which was inherently a ready-made fortress cannon. Although the Skull Lord only had a short-barreled 305 heavy cannon on its arm, it also had a huge Karl mortar on its back. This massive cannon was not just for balancing its center of gravity. When the Skull Lord remained stationary, this most powerful cannon could also launch fierce bombardments at the enemy. Thus, the Black Hawk artilleries, who had been mobilized to engage in a bombardment with Andrei's side, had a rather difficult time in the ensuing battle. A large number of howitzers fiercely bombarded the fortified factory area ahead. Although it had just been ravaged by players, under the powerful repair capabilities of the players' heavy troops, many of the buildings here had been mostly restored. Of course, mostly restored here certainly did not mean that the buildings had regained their original functions. When the players' engineers performed repairs, they all considered the needs of war. Their repair template was based on this logic. As a result, after repairing for a long time, the appearance of these factory buildings became increasingly orc-like. Although they were dilapidated and patched everywhere, they were indeed sturdy enough to be used as a fortress. Under the enemy's continuous bombardment, the buildings that players had just repaired began to collapse again. However, engineer players immediately rushed up with large wrenches, beginning to repair these collapsed buildings at an astonishing speed. Boom! A earth-shattering roar came, and the massive cannon on the Skull Lord's back fired a shell. Almost immediately after, the second Karl mortar, concealed in a bunker on the other side, was also fired by the players. Regarding these two massive cannons, players actually found their use quite mystical. Overall, their enthusiasm for using these two massive cannons was not as fervent as their enthusiasm for using super tanks. Perhaps it was because these massive cannons were easily targeted by the enemy when bombarding, and when players launched assault soldiers, these things basically couldn't keep up with the marching speed of the frontline army. Sometimes, players would finally spend time setting up the big gun, only to fire a total of less than 2 shells from beginning to end, earning not much merit. After calculating for a long time, they might as well die a few more times as assault soldiers on the front lines, earning more merit by fighting the enemy at close quarters. 2 heavy shells were fired fiercely, then landed on the Black Hawk Army's artillery positions, but they were blocked by their mobile void shield. Despite this, when the Black Hawk soldiers saw the huge energy consumption of the void shield, they were also frightened by the terrifying massive cannons. By the Emperor, I heard that the Cambrian Empire seems to have a type of artillery called the Tsar cannon. Could it be that they have mobilized it? One soldier couldn't help but exclaim, but the technical soldier beside him, busy fiddling with instruments, merely laughed loudly at this. Ha ha ha, then you are simply being ignorant. You must have never seen the huge shell craters made by the Tsar cannon. Honestly, if you had really seen how big the craters made by that thing are, you would know that the 2 massive cannons currently bombarding us are completely child's play compared to the firepower of the Tsar cannon. The reason why the Black Hawk soldiers could still chat and laugh under the bombardment of the massive cannons was because they had mobile void shields at this artillery position. These vehicle-mounted deflection shields were unanimously praised by the vast number of Black Hawk artilleries, because this thing helped them avoid most of the enemy's artillery counterfire. On the battlefield, many of the Black Eagle Empire's artilleries were destroyed by enemy counterfire, as the Cambrian Empire also had a considerable number of large cannons, at least at the level of a first-class great power. Under such firepower, if they could be immune to enemy shells, their artillery's survivability would naturally greatly increase. Mage, hurry! Bring the new energy core over, this energy core can't hold up. An officer shouted to the battle mage in the rear who was transporting energy cores. Hearing this, the abyss mage who had just briefly charged the energy core was a little displeased. Coming, I'm coming. He brought a few magic-guided soldiers beside him, pushed a huge energy core over, and then, under the skilled operation of other technical soldiers, quickly installed this energy core onto the truck. And during this time of changing the energy core, another backup truck in the rear also urgently activated its deflection shield, successfully helping them block the enemy's fierce bombardment. After changing the energy core, the abyss mage couldn't help but want to curse. Damn it, what's wrong with those charging mages in the Empire? Why are they starting to cut corners? A perfectly good energy core, but it was only charged to 90% energy, forcing me to use my own magic to replenish it. He couldn't help but want to curse. In his opinion, such corner-cutting behavior was truly shameful. Of course, this might also be related to the hierarchy of contempt among mages. Some mages' attributes either weren't suitable for participating on the battlefield, or they simply lacked combat talent and couldn't learn complex spells. These individuals, who had basic mage talent but couldn't become battle mages, would often stay in the rear to handle production, with a significant portion of their task being to charge energy cores. Anyway, these guys didn't have very strong spell-casting abilities, they only needed to meditate all day, constantly increasing their internal magic reserves, and then act as human power banks for charging. It must be said that the Black Eagle Empire's Mage Academy system was very complete, and this also allowed them to establish an extremely comprehensive mage division of labor mechanism. Of course, under this mechanism, a hierarchy of contempt naturally emerged. According to the Academy mages, those mages responsible for charging were basically inferior students who had been eliminated from the Academy. It was precisely because they had no other talents that they could only be used as power banks, or rather, magic milk cows, and were not even considered true mages by other mages. While they were busy replacing magic cores, the players were still busy increasing their firepower. Players were naturally not a group that liked to be passively beaten. Watching the enemy continuously fire at them, many players, fueled by anger, also mobilized more artillery from the rear, or simply recruited artillery on the spot. As a result, before long, dozens of newly recruited Andrei's Hammer joined this terrifying bombardment. Facing the increasingly fierce artillery fire projected from the front, the Black Hawk artillery's expressions were not very good. This is unscientific. Is the intelligence correct? Who said that the Folkhoff Front Army's forces were severely lacking, especially in large-scale artilleries? The units joining the bombardment now must be at least 4 or 5 heavy howitzer regiments. The longer the battle went on, the more the Black Hawk artilleries felt their hearts pound with fear. The situation was completely different from what they had imagined. According to their thinking, the enemy should have been suppressed by their artillery with no ability to retaliate. But in reality, the enemy's firepower far exceeded their expectations. Who knew how many heavy artillery units this front army actually had? In fact, the intelligence obtained by the Black Hawk army was not wrong. According to the information they had, Andrei's forces, combined, indeed only amounted to one army, not even enough for an army group. However, they overlooked the density of the players' firepower configuration and, even more so, the players' ability to recruit heavy artillery. This was the advantage of having many technical branches. Andrei's unit seemed to be just an infantry unit, but it could be converted into armored and artilleries at any time. Of course, according to the Black Eagle Empire's classification standards, they didn't consider Andrei's troops to be infantry units at all, they always counted Andrei's troops as armored units. Is this not right? Is the game bugged? How come the enemy keeps getting hit but doesn't die? After bombarding for so long, not only did the Black Hawk army feel that the other side was absurd, but players also felt that the enemy on the other side was a bit off. They had bombarded for so long, but they hadn't destroyed many enemy units in total. After all the calculations, their losses were actually greater than the enemy's. Is this reasonable? They had mobilized so many heavy cannons, and in the end, their losses were still greater than the enemy's. This definitely isn't reasonable. Go to the front and investigate what exactly happened. Players immediately prepared to send troops to explore the front, directly sending a large number of troops to rush to the enemy's artillery positions and unleash damage right in their faces. Otherwise, if they kept slowly bombarding each other like this, they wouldn't achieve anything. When would they ever finish? Immediately, several hundred players formed an elite assault soldier team, got into a series of armored units, and then launched a breakthrough towards the enemy's positions. At the same time, the Skull Lord also joined this breakthrough, preparing to see what the enemy troops 10 kilometers away were up to. Besides them, many Cambrian soldiers also joined this operation. They naturally wouldn't be willing to stay hidden in the underground space of the factory. Since other warriors had already risked assaulting the enemy, how could they not follow? Especially since the officer above them had already given the order to attack, that was enough. Andrei, while sending out Air Force players to scout, also gave some attack orders to the players on the front line. To be honest, given the current situation, he wasn't prepared to push too far into the enemy's positions, because their previous breakthroughs had already been sufficient. At this moment, Andrei's troops were dispersed among numerous factories around the Folkhoff urban area, and the army was in a very scattered state. If he continued to break through the enemy, constantly recovering and occupying territory along the way, he would have to divide even more forces, and then his army would be completely scattered. It didn't matter if the players were scattered, as they were already a scattered force, but if ordinary soldiers became scattered, it would be too troublesome for Andrei to gather them again. By then, if the elite Black Hawk army didn't pick off his scattered troops one by one, it would be an insult to their tactical prowess. However, Andrei and his forces didn't know that just as he ordered his troops to assault soldier, the Black Hawk army also had troops launching an assault soldier, because they needed to feign an attack on these fortified factories. The assault soldier was carried out by the armored grenadiers of the Black Hawk army. They had a large number of trucks and armored cars for troop transport, and a small number of light armored vehicles were also attached. Most of the time, these armored grenadiers would advance alongside armored units. At this time, the reason the Black Hawk army sent armored grenadiers to attack was to confuse the enemy with these elite troops. Otherwise, if they directly sent second-line troops, letting a bunch of poorly trained mobilized soldiers go into battle, the enemy would immediately realize that their offensive was not right. A group of armored grenadiers outflanked Volkov from the side. They were slightly nervous about the upcoming battle. I say, we're attacking the famous ever-victorious general this time. Aren't we going to be wiped out? No sooner had one grenadier finished speaking than the sergeant next to him immediately slapped him. Bah, what are you saying? Say something auspicious, all of you. Hearing this, another soldier immediately said excitedly. Guys, my wife is about to give birth. After this battle and during the rotation period, I'm going back home to see my newborn child. I still don't know what my child looks like. Hearing this, the other soldiers in the vehicle all fell silent. Good heavens, why did that sound even more inauspicious to them? According to some experienced veterans, you should never talk carelessly on the battlefield, especially things like going home to get married and have children, or fighting the last battle. Absolutely not. Otherwise, after saying it, they would most likely die on the battlefield and never return. Alright, everyone, don't be so nervous. Don't forget, we're only going for a feint. The sergeant sighed, deciding to say something at this moment. You must remember, our upcoming mission is only to harass the periphery of the enemy's fortress zone. We must never enter their factories, and even more, we must not get into a melee with them. We just need to maintain mobility and constantly eliminate the enemy's peripheral light infantry. We need to coordinate with the current artillery fire to create a tense atmosphere for them, as if telling them that Daddy is coming to spank their butts. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers in the vehicle burst into laughter. Wait, sir, what's that over there? Suddenly, a Black Hawk soldier raised his binoculars and looked into the distance, his expression somewhat grim. Other soldiers followed the direction he pointed and also saw that there seemed to be a convoy ahead that didn't belong to them. Oh no, it's the Cambrian Empire's armored units. Damn it, how did we run into them? This was quite something. They hadn't expected that while they were planning an attack, the enemy would be so bold as to also want to launch an attack in their direction. This was not what they had imagined. According to their thinking, Vorontsov had so few troops, so he should be cautious and defend as much as possible by relying on the nearby fortresses. Especially since that general had created a very complete system of armored defense warfare. It was the first time they knew that armored units could also be used in positional warfare and for defense. So, in their imagination, all of Andrei's armored units should have been deployed in the fortress zone for defense. Why would he take the initiative to attack? While they were surprised, the player armored units that had driven over also noticed the enemy troops opposite them. Without any hesitation, these few tanks immediately rushed towards the opposite side. In fact, according to the player's marching route, they weren't originally planning to go around this way but were prepared to break through directly from the front. Although the frontal artillery fire was fierce, the Skull Lord also had a void shield generator, and a large number of armored units directly surrounded this war behemoth, preparing to break through the enemy's frontal positions in one go. Anyway, it was such a short distance, they just needed to assault soldier at full speed, and they would be able to drive up in no time. But the ideal was grand, yet the reality was that they were defeated by the Cambrian Empire's road conditions. The already dilapidated road, after being subjected to a barrage of shelling, became even more broken. After much effort, their armored units actually experienced a traffic jam while moving. So, a portion of the players immediately went around from the side and then happened to encounter this group of armored grenadiers. When two brave armies meet, the braver one wins. The players, driving heavy tanks, clearly had enough courage. A Storm Tiger in the middle of the road sped out at an astonishing speed, like a crushing force, heading straight for the opposing armored convoy without dodging. It's somewhat counterintuitive to mention, but although the Storm Tiger is very heavy, its Maybach engine is powerful enough, so this vehicle can reach a speed of 41.8 km per hour on the road. And these armored units from the game reflect this data accurately, without any deviation. Therefore, the Black Hawk army discovered with horror that the war vehicle with a giant cannon on its head was rushing towards them at an astonishing speed. The terrifying speed seemed completely mismatched with its bulky physique. Quick, get out, prepare for battle. The armored grenadiers hastily jumped out of the armored vehicle. As soon as they dismounted, the Storm Tiger on the opposite side began to attack them with its coaxial machine gun. At the same time, the elite armored grenadiers, while seeking cover, quickly returned fire at the enemy. Immediately, a rocket launcher was fired by an armored grenadier. Once the Black Hawk army mastered this excellent anti-armor weapon, they quickly began to produce and widely equip their troops with it. No one knew how they managed to develop this weapon so early. Andrei suspected that they might have seen the player's Melta mine and, inspired by its shape, developed the anti-tank rocket launcher. After all, the Japanese Melta mine was created because their rocket production capabilities were not up to par, which ultimately led to this abstract weapon. When the rocket launcher slammed hard into the frontal armor of the Storm Tiger tank, a group of Black Hawk soldiers cheered. According to their tests, almost no conventional armored unit of the Black Hawk Empire could withstand the attack of this weapon, even 80mm armor could be easily penetrated. So, in their opinion, the war vehicle on the opposite side was definitely finished. But in the swirling smoke, the war vehicle's engine roared again, and the terrifying behemoth pressed straight towards their convoy. This is impossible. Who can tell me how thick that thing's armor is? The Black Hawk soldier who had just fired the rocket launcher was completely stunned. This was vastly different from the anti-armor divine weapon he had imagined. And at the same time, the Storm Tiger expressed that it was only fair to reciprocate. With a thunderous roar, it also fired a shell as large as a gas canister at them. The enormous 380mm shell wasn't fast, but it still slammed heavily into their convoy, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. The terrifying shockwave immediately flipped 3 armored cars parked in the middle of the road and also sent countless Black Hawk soldiers flying. When this thing landed in the convoy, the scene was simply a disaster. Watching their own armored cars being flipped like toys, the Black Hawk grenadiers hiding in the distance were numb with shock. My goodness, what is the Cambrian Empire's weapon design philosophy? Have they moved battleships onto land? The other Black Hawk grenadiers were dumbfounded. In their eyes, this thing really was no different from moving a battleship onto land. Besides the Storm Tiger, other tanks operated by players also drove up, such as the T-34, which had been fitted with Kadian skins and transformed into a lemon rust tank. The players driving tanks didn't adhere to turn-based combat like the enemy. Just as the Sturmtiger's giant cannon drew all the enemy's attention, several tanks had already outflanked from the side and began to pick off the enemy's convoy. Undoubtedly, the ordinary armored vehicles equipped by these armored grenadiers simply couldn't contend with the players' tanks. The few hunter mechs in the team were also successively destroyed by the long-range sniping of a Tiger tank from a distance. Left with no choice, the remaining armored grenadiers could only try to return fire while retreating towards the nearby forest, hoping to use the terrain there to block the players' armored units. At the same time, they couldn't help but doubt the rocket launchers in their hands, feeling that they weren't as effective as they had imagined. Overall, they felt that their rocket launchers could only deal with medium tanks in the enemy's ranks. For slightly larger war vehicles, they seemed unable to penetrate them. The armor thickness of the Cambrian army's armored units was much stronger than they had imagined. They absolutely could not measure the enemy's armor strength with old concepts. Damn it, who said that the main armored force in the Cambrian army was the reindeer mech? Have we encountered a single reindeer mech all this time? An armored grenadier complained as he retreated. Clearly, Vorontsov's troops had a completely different configuration from other Cambrian armies. That trashy reindeer mech had basically been phased out of Andrei's army. Honestly, when Andrei didn't have many armored units in the past, he really looked down on the reindeer mech, because it basically had nothing outstanding about it. Its mobility was mediocre, its armor protection was almost zero, its firepower was also very average, and its combat performance was only that of an early World War II light tank, and one with not so good performance at that. So, once he had a complete surplus of armored units, Andrei directly transferred all the reindeer mechs in his team. Instead of bothering with a bunch of armored junk, he'd rather get more trucks or similar things, at least they could be used by other ordinary Cambrian soldiers as accompanying infantry. As the armored grenadiers gradually retreated, the players seized the opportunity to press their advantage. During the retreat, armored grenadiers constantly fell to the players' tank cannons or machine guns, and some players even jumped out of their tanks to attack the enemy as infantry. However, it must be said that the combat effectiveness of these armored grenadiers was indeed very strong. Even while retreating, they did not fall into disarray, and the combat teams between different armored grenadiers remained intact. Moreover, the machine gun allocation rate in their unit was genuinely high, although they didn't carry many heavy machine guns, each squad could have a portable light machine gun. Under the crisscrossing suppression of these machine guns, a considerable number of charging players were taken out, which helped the hot-headed players calm down and realize they couldn't just charge head-on into the enemy's machine gun fire. Sturm Tiger. Follow us. As a player shouted, the Sturm Tiger, which was still reloading its cannon, immediately followed, aimed at a relatively dense enemy area, and fired the freshly loaded shell. It was another 380mm super cannon shot, and when this shell landed among the enemy troops, the massive explosion almost blew all the surrounding Black Hawk soldiers into the air. Many Black Hawk soldiers were instantly blown into shattered remains, while other soldiers appeared relatively intact, but when they fell to the ground, they had already turned into a soft, pulpy mess. The terrifying overpressure casualties resulted in countless Black Hawk soldiers being instantly killed, and the expressions on the faces of the other Black Hawk soldiers were filled with terror. Without even needing a reminder from their officers, the remaining Black Hawk soldiers automatically dispersed, fearing another intense bombardment from the Sturm Tiger. This thing was simply devastating with one shot, its killing effect was too brutal. Who knew what war the crazy Cambrian Empire was fighting to design such an incredibly abnormal weapon? Unfortunately, the Black Hawk soldiers didn't know that this thing wasn't designed by the Cambrian army at all. Nor did they know what these Black Hawk soldiers would think if they learned that this thing was actually designed by their own people from a parallel world. A Black Hawk soldier who had fallen to the ground was unable to dodge and was directly caught under the tracks of the rampaging Sturm Tiger, letting out an inhuman scream on the spot. This thing was no different from a road roller, with a weight of 65 tons, it could crush anything in its path. It could even roll over the wrecks of scrapped armored cars, easily flattening them into metal pancakes. But just then, something strange suddenly happened. As this Sturm Tiger was still busy rampaging forward, preparing to fire another heavy cannon shell into the forest, suddenly, a special squad circled around to the side of the Sturm Tiger. The few players accompanying the side of this war vehicle were somewhat out of position, mainly because the Sturmtiger's charge was too fast, and they had gotten distracted, going to engage other targets. As a result, by the time the players noticed these Black Hawk soldiers as wearing peculiar armor with orange-red flame patterns on them, they no longer had time to react. As several scorching orange-red energy beams erupted from their gun barrels, slamming violently into the side of the Sturmtiger, large sections of the Sturmtiger's side armor melted at an alarming speed. 80 millimeters of thick armor protection had almost no effect against this terrifying energy. The immense energy instantly burned through the war vehicle, killing the players inside. In just a few seconds, the previously imposing Sturmtiger became a burning wreck on the ground, and those few soldiers, under the desperate cover of other Black Hawk soldiers, withdrew before other players could react. Damn it, Melta weapons! Newbie players who saw this for the first time were startled, but some veteran players immediately recalled the enemies they had encountered with Andre in that small town. Wait a minute, these seem to be the Black Hawk Army's magic-guided units. Be careful, there might be their combat mages nearby. Almost as soon as the words fell, a green magic circle appeared above the players' heads, followed by a sulfur fire rain descending from the sky. Fortunately, this spell had a relatively long casting time, so the players' tanks easily dodged the bombardment. Only one player, who was a beat too slow and couldn't escape in time, was completely drenched by it. Armored units stop advancing, other infantry follow and provide cover, watch out for the enemy's Melta. A commanding player shouted, and at the same time, the player from the Sturmtiger that had just been destroyed couldn't help but start complaining to his teammates. Damn it, you bunch of unreliable guys, you said you'd provide cover on the flank, what were you all busy doing? AI teammates, and you still have the nerve to talk. You drove the tank so fast, how were we supposed to keep up? Clearly, most of these players, when playing the game, didn't think their own operations were the problem, instead, they all thought the other party was at fault. However, they only complained for a bit before refocusing their attention on the enemies in front of them. Some players were already hoping to capture a few more of these Melta guns, the ones captured before were handed over to Andre, and it was unknown if any research had come of it in the end. One could only say that the research progress on the Cambrian Empire's side was truly slow, perhaps because their mage resources were insufficient. At this moment, the players engaged with the enemy on this path didn't know that they weren't the only ones caught off guard by the Melta weapons, even the players launching a frontal assault soldier were also hit by Melta weapons. The players didn't know, and weren't interested in knowing, what these magic-guided armaments were called, they just considered them Melta weapons. When the Skull Lord fiercely drove into the enemy's trench position and used its massive scythe-like mechanical arm to instantly clear a section of the trench, magic-guided soldiers suddenly appeared from the flank and furiously sprayed Melta flames onto the rear of the Skull Lord. The players operating inside were bewildered because they never expected that the Skull Lord, with a behemoth tank chassis, could actually be burned through by this thing. Good heavens, at least 200 millimeters of side armor was burned through just like that. Did it have to be so overpowered? Engineers, come quickly and help me. Father, come save me. Seeing that his Skull Lord might be melted to death by the enemy's Melta, the player hiding inside also became anxious. Such cool equipment, it was a limited edition across the entire server. If it was accidentally lost here and turned into a pile of ruins, he would be heartbroken. He knew that outside the game, someone had already offered the equivalent of his month's living expenses to buy this thing, but even so, he hadn't sold it. Wasn't it because he couldn't bear to? The thought that what the enemy was currently burning was not just a super war vehicle, but also his month's living expenses, made the player feel extremely anxious. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have charged so aggressively before. The situation of this Skull Lord was almost identical to that of the previous Sturmtiger, both relied on appearing invincible, not spotting any enemy that could threaten them, and then charging fiercely. But when the enemy's Melta squad arrived, they immediately started crying for help. Fortunately, the other players' charging speed was also fast enough, and they hadn't fallen too far behind, so engineers quickly rushed over. However, after the engineers arrived, they realized that this thing couldn't be repaired. This item belonged to the category of war beasts, and the engineers' repair capabilities did not extend to it. To repair this thing, they would have to wait for other tanks with repair capabilities to arrive and cast a group repair spell, which could then provide some minor repairs to it. The Black Hawk Army didn't understand the players' concerns. When they saw the charging Melta squad actually burn through that thing and force the war beast to stop, they all cheered with joy. Excellent, you've rendered distinguished service. We have successfully crippled the enemy's Titan unit. The Black Hawk Army thought they had successfully crippled this Titan, and for a moment, they were somewhat ecstatic. Without even needing a commander's order, several combat mages simultaneously cast spells towards this area. As one green magic circle after another appeared above the Skull Lord, this war beast also truly started to panic a bit. Because these things fell too slowly, their void shield couldn't block them. However, fortunately, this Skull Lord was only wounded, not truly crippled, and it could still dodge the spells from above. So, to the Black Hawk Army's shocked gazes, this behemoth, which they thought was already crippled, suddenly started moving again, fiercely making a large circle, and then actually turned around and fled. Good heavens, this thing could still move. But it didn't matter, seeing the enemy's war beast fleeing in disarray only made the Black Hawk soldiers as even more excited. Don't let their Titan beast escape, let's go after it and destroy that thing completely. It's unknown which officer, seeing this scene, became hot-headed and suddenly issued an order to launch a countercharge against the enemy. Following a sharp whistle, the Black Hawk soldiers who were hiding in this position, originally busy setting up defenses, all jumped out of their trenches. But as soon as they charged out, they realized that the enemy's morale had apparently not collapsed. After the war beast ran a certain distance, it once again aimed its cannon at them. Facing the 305mm super cannon almost pointed directly at their heads, these newly charged Black Hawk soldiers felt as if they had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Damn it, why did they charge out? Chapter 305, Can thermal melt and freezing rays be reflected? No, buddy. Let's talk it out, put the cannon down first. The Black Hawk soldiers who had just rushed out of the trench couldn't help but regret it. They quickly retreated desperately, wondering why they had impulsively charged out earlier. Good heavens! Seeing the enemy's Titan beasts retreat, shouldn't they be cheering? Why did they just impulsively charge forward? Unfortunately, it was too late for them to retreat. A 305mm heavy shell blasted into the crowd, instantly causing an unknown number of casualties. Looking out, a corner of this position was practically littered with corpses. Although the Skull Lord was busy retreating to regroup with his teammates, the cannon on his arm was still firing. At the same time, 2 Storm Tigers drove up from the flank, heavily pressing down on this position. When some players unlocked the usage rights for this thing, they discovered that the Storm Tiger was really effective on the battlefield. It might not be incredibly useful in practice, but at the very least, the 380mm main gun of this thing was truly intimidating. Other players, after seeing it, couldn't help but eye its usage enviously. The second-ranked guild, after witnessing the Blue Elf Village's audacious operations, immediately began to launch its own rental business. As a result, more and more players equipped themselves with Storm Tigers, to the point where this weapon, which the German Third Reich in World War II had not produced in large quantities, became abundant under André. It must be said that the system's production capacity was abnormal. Such a large Storm Tiger could be produced in a short amount of time. If the Führer were to see this thing, he would probably cry with envy on the spot. The Sturm Tiger's 380mm heavy cannon might not have a long enough range, making it difficult to gain a significant advantage in armored engagements with the enemy. However, using this thing as an assault gun, to cover infantry, or to suppress enemies at close range, there was no doubt that this thing was an absolute nightmare for the enemy. 2 consecutive 380mm shells blasted into the trench position ahead, practically wiping out the Black Hawk soldiers in that trench. Even when huddled in the trench, they couldn't withstand the close-range firing of 380mm shells. The impact force generated by its explosion was too terrifying. A soldier curled up in the trench, lying on the ground, trying to avoid the flying shrapnel. He was indeed not hit by shrapnel, but the intense vibration caused blood to gush from his 7 orifices. As he lay on the ground, the immense shock transmitted to him had already shattered his internal organs. Meanwhile, at the Skull Lord's position, several tanks equipped with group repair skills surrounded him and began to slowly repair him. As the repair progress bar slowly rotated, the damage on the Skull Lord's side was gradually recovering. At this rate, the damage the Skull Lord had sustained earlier should be restored very soon. No, we must destroy their 2 combat vehicles. We need heavier cannons. A Black Eagle artillery shouted loudly towards the rear. He had already tried firing at this thing with the 75mm anti-tank gun on the position, but unfortunately, the 75mm anti-tank gun couldn't penetrate it. As for whether to simply push the anti-tank gun out of the position and fire at the Sturm Tiger at close range? Unfortunately, none of the Black Eagle artilleries present had any intention of doing so. With the players' firepower, if they dared to push the anti-tank gun out of the position, they would immediately be eliminated by the enemy on the spot. Even now, after firing from one gun position, they had to quickly leave, because it wouldn't be long before other enemy fire would cover that area. What the hell, is that Vorontsov crazy? A Black Hawk officer looked at the extremely intense battle before him and couldn't help but curse angrily. When did he gather so many armored units here? Doesn't he worry that Volkov will fall? Honestly, he couldn't understand. The enemy had already occupied several surrounding factories, almost spreading their forces thinly. Under such circumstances, no rational commander would allow his army to continue attacking, especially launching such a fierce assault on their artillery positions. If the Cambrian army on the other side could achieve victory in this attack, they would also face a situation with no troops to garrison, and ultimately wouldn't be able to hold onto the hard-won positions. But if they failed in the attack, all their previous efforts would be in vain, and it could even lead to the entire front army suffering heavy losses, thereby allowing Volkov to be easily captured by the Black Hawk army. Of course, the Black Hawk army's assessment of the Volkov defenders was constantly changing. According to their previous estimates, the defenders within Volkov city should not exceed 50,000, because based on the information they had received, the Volkov front army in front of them seemed to consist only of Andrei's original battle group. However, judging by the number of artillery and armored units currently assigned to the enemy, the size of this front army might have already exceeded 100,000. Otherwise, they found it difficult to imagine how the enemy had managed to concentrate so many technical soldiers. It couldn't be that their entire army was composed of technical soldiers, could it? Several magic teams charged forward again. Accompanied by an abyss mage casting spells from the rear, they emerged from the side of the position through the trench tunnels, rushing towards a Sturm Tiger that had just arrived. This magic team charged extremely fast, and in a flash, they were within 100 meters, entering the player's mini-map. The Sturm Tiger in front of them was isolated. Suddenly discovering enemies by passing from the side, the combat vehicle quickly turned and simultaneously unleashed a fierce barrage with its vehicle-mounted machine gun, at the enemies ahead. 2 Black Eagle Empire magic soldiers were pierced through the chest by machine gun bullets and fell to the ground with a thud, but the other magic soldiers threw smoke grenades forward. The Black Hawk army also learned, when they saw how effective Andrei's side was using smoke grenades, they naturally equipped many soldiers with them. However, regarding smoke grenades, the biggest problem currently plaguing the Black Hawk army was that they didn't know how to create something that would spread as rapidly as the players' smoke grenades. Their smoke grenades simply couldn't achieve the effect of instantly enveloping a large area in smoke like the players, making it difficult for them to create an instantaneous smoke screen like the players. Regarding this issue, the Black Eagle Empire's chemists had already racked their brains but couldn't come up with a suitable formula. Under the cover of the smoke grenades, although the magic team lost 2 more soldiers, the remaining soldiers successfully approached the Sturm Tiger and then fiercely sprayed their thermal melt onto it. With a grating melting sound, the Sturm Tiger's thick frontal armor was burned through. Immediately after, a batch of 380mm shells stored inside it was detonated on the spot. When these shells were detonated by the thermal melt, the entire Sturm Tiger underwent an astonishing sympathetic detonation. Terrifying shockwaves mixed with Sturm Tiger shrapnel flew everywhere. 2 flame troopers who were too close were almost instantly killed by the shockwave, and the remaining magic soldiers also didn't fare well. One person was even directly cut in half by flying shrapnel. Pull our magic team back, they have more important tasks. An officer rushed over with the soldiers beside him, fiercely firing at the players who were also approaching, while shouting loudly at the other soldiers. These magic teams were very important, most importantly because of the weapons in their hands. These weapons, which stored small energy cores and runes internally and could directly spray hellfire, were extremely brutal, almost the strongest anti-armor weapons the Black Hawk army could find, capable of melting almost anything. If it weren't for the fact that this thing had a very short range, only about 15 meters, and was very expensive to produce, they would have already deployed these magic weapons on a large scale. Don't let them escape, quickly seize their thermal melt guns. A player roared, then charged with his bayonet. Several other players also shouted Yura and charged forward with their bayonets. Because the smoke grenades thrown by the Black Hawk soldiers as earlier had not yet dissipated, this Black Eagle squad couldn't see the situation on the other side through the smoke, and could only blindly fire at them with their guns. When the players, holding bayonets and shouting Yura, charged out of the smoke, the Black Hawk soldiers who were still busy recovering the magic equipment were completely stunned by the players' charge. Although they wanted to muster courage, the players' desperate thrusts were a bit too brutal. Seeing several burly men fearless of bullets, not even stopping when hit by bullets, charging over with bayonets with fanatic expressions, and then fiercely stabbing into their teammates' chests. Even if these Black Hawk soldiers were elites, they would feel genuine fear. The player who successfully took down 2 with his bayonet then threw a grenade, completely disregarding the grenade's kill radius, and immediately began to blast the remaining Black Hawk soldiers. For players, such a distance would not cause them to be instantly killed by the grenade. If they were only injured, having a medic behind them throw a medical pack would be enough. Even if they were instantly killed, they could have the medic pull them back with a small needle, so exchanging lives with the Black Hawk soldiers in this way was a very cost-effective tactic. Damn it, they're all devils. Retreat, retreat. The remaining Black Hawk soldiers fled in panic, barely managing to escape, while all the other Black Hawk soldiers who remained were killed by the players' barrage of grenades. The players also lost 3 teammates due to these grenades, but as a medic rushed up from behind and injected each of them with a needle, these 3 teammates immediately jumped back up, full of life. Ha ha ha, look. We successfully snatched the thermal melt. A player, with a fanatical expression, picked up the special weapon from the ground, slung the large backpack with the hose attached over his back, and then held up the large gun that glowed with an orange light. Strictly speaking, this thing looked a bit like a sprayer for pesticides, quite different from the gun they imagined. Moreover, when they carried this weapon, they found that their weapon also displayed an ammunition value. This thing didn't burn continuously like the flame trooper's weapon. Nonsense, the flame trooper's flamethrower operated based on Andrei's influence points. That thing consumed Andrei's influence points every time it sprayed for a period. This thing didn't have such a consumption, so it was naturally impossible for ammunition to be unlimited. This disappointed the players a little, but considering the fierce anti-armor properties of this thing, they felt it was normal for it to have an ammunition value. Especially when players discovered that they could replenish the ammunition of this thing through the support soldiers' ammo packs, they felt that this thing was even more useful. Charge, charge, let's get into the trenches and burn some Black Hawk soldiers. After getting good equipment, one naturally wants to test how effective it is. Several players, as if by prior agreement, ran towards the edge of the Black Hawk trench, and some even started live streaming, ready to show what a terrifying thermal man was capable of. The Black Hawk soldiers who had just rushed into the trench never expected that these players would follow them in. This was truly insane. With less than 10 players combined, they dared to charge head-on into a trench line defended by at least several thousand Black Hawk soldiers. As soon as they charged in, a Black Hawk soldier threw a grenade from the side. One player, trying to show off his skills, attempted to kick the grenade back. But as soon as he ran over, the grenade exploded, blowing off one of his legs. These veteran Black Hawk soldiers naturally wouldn't make the rookie mistake of new recruits. When they threw grenades, they would not only slam them hard against the opposite wall to ensure they bounced, but they would also count a few seconds before throwing. For these experienced veterans, they could completely guarantee that a grenade they threw would explode within a second of landing near the enemy. Using this method, unless they encountered a baseball expert on the other side, it would be difficult for them to meet someone ruthless enough to throw a grenade back. Of course, they were ruthless, but the players were even more ruthless. The medic ran over again, and amidst the expectant gazes of the players, plunged the small needle deep into the unfortunate player's backside. Then a miraculous scene occurred. The player, whose leg had clearly been blown off, seemed to experience a rewind of time, and his injuries recovered. Good heavens, if it weren't for the bloodstains still on the ground, no one would have known that an unfortunate soul had just been blown up here. So, under the disbelieving gaze of the Black Hawk soldiers around the corner, the player whose leg had just been blown off charged forward nimbly, striking him on the head with a mace with a bang, turning his head into a smashed watermelon. Even in his dying moments, the Black Hawk soldiers looked puzzled, not understanding how the enemy had escaped his grenade's explosion. He clearly saw one of the enemy's legs fly off. For the Empire, for His Majesty the Emperor. Drive them back. With a shout, several Black Eagle combat engineers rushed out of the trench. These combat engineers, relying on their chest armor, withstood several submachine gun bullets from the players, then aimed their shotguns at the charging players and coldly pulled the trigger. These shotguns were also recently equipped by the Black Eagle Army. Based on their past experience in trench warfare, they found that shotguns were surprisingly effective in trenches. Evidently, the players who got a face full of buckshot also found this weapon quite brutal, especially when combined with the enemy's somewhat strong health bars, making it even more brutal. But just as these combat engineers were preparing to continue spraying, a scorching stream of fire suddenly jetted from the opposite side. An orange-red beam of light fiercely sprayed onto several combat engineers, almost instantaneously burning through the chest armor of the foremost combat engineer, and then burning through another soldier behind him. The terrifying thermal man once again unleashed astonishing destructive power at this moment, and the several charging combat engineers were instantly killed. Strange, why haven't any enemy armored units appeared in this broken place? I feel incredibly powerful right now and can't wait to find 2 titans to burn. The player, holding the thermal gun, looked at his achievements and then shouted to his companions. Immediately after, they coordinated with their support soldier teammates behind them and began an unrestrained spree of burning in the trench. Regardless of whether there were enemies ahead, as soon as they found a corner, they would immediately spray it fiercely with the thermal gun after turning it. Under this continuous intense spraying, basically any enemy that appeared would be instantly incinerated by the thermal gun. And when they ran out of ammunition, the support soldier players behind them would throw ammunition packs, providing them with excellent resupply. The ammunition packs produced by the Andre system were like a law of causality. Once opened, they would definitely generate the corresponding ammunition for the weapon. And after opening them, players would find several cylindrical energy cores inside. After picking these up, they would automatically slot them into their backpacks and replace the depleted energy cores. Although players found the ammunition for this weapon a bit strange, they didn't care about such things. As long as it was effective, that was enough. But while they didn't care, the Black Hawk soldiers whose thermal weapons had been seized by the players cared very much. Useless, incompetent. How did you even fight? The Empire's most advanced magic tech weapons were actually captured by the enemy. This is a serious mistake. In a bunker, a Black Hawk officer was loudly reprimanding several soldiers in front of him. At this moment, both the magic tech soldiers and ordinary Black Hawk soldiers all hung their heads low. Although they were inwardly resentful, outwardly they all appeared to be humbly accepting criticism. After scolding them a few times, the Black Hawk officer no longer paid attention to the group in front of him. He now had to mobilize troops to quickly block this terrifying thermal squad and, incidentally, reclaim the lost weapons. If they truly couldn't reclaim them, they couldn't let such weapons fall into enemy hands. Although they didn't believe the Cambrian Empire had enough mages to recharge the energy cores, regardless, this weapon represented the advanced research level of their magic tech weapons. If not handled well, and the Cambrian Empire somehow reverse-engineered something from the captured weapons, or even sold them to their arch-enemies, the situation would become very awkward. Squad after squad of Black Hawk soldiers charged towards the player's direction. Besides ordinary Black Hawk soldiers, several magic tech squads also circled around to that trench from different directions. This player team delved deeper and deeper into the enemy trenches. Although they suffered quite a few losses along the way, due to having medic teammates and also a Kadayan player in the team, their entire team did not lose any members. Kadayan players performed excellently at this time. Their squad deployment function allowed them to serve as a mobile respawn point. Compared to the original flags, choosing Kadayan was not only easier, as there was no need to specifically search for flags, but more importantly, they didn't need to switch between flags and weapons. When holding a flag, they couldn't use their main weapon but only their secondary weapon. However, as Kadayan soldiers, they could use any weapon. At this moment, this player team was pushing deeper towards the enemy's second trench line, while also calling for teammates in the rear. What's going on? Why haven't our armored units moved up yet? Logically, shouldn't we just use tanks to flatten all the enemy trenches? Why have so few tanks come up after driving for so long? Not long after, a teammate replied. The thermal troopers on the other side are pretty fierce, quite a few tanks have been sprayed, and many others are busy repairing the Skull Lord. Some tanks, I don't know where they went. So we're also desperate. Do you know where all the armored units we initially agreed upon went? Because of the previous traffic jam disaster, a group of players' armored units drove to the other end, then coincidentally encountered the armored grenadiers there and began chasing the enemy grenadiers. Coupled with various other factors, it can only be said that the gap between ideal and reality is quite significant. What the heck, what's going on over there? Suddenly, a player exclaimed, noticing a T-34 tank, disguised with a lemon rust skin, driving up not far from them. Just as this tank was busy crossing the trench, and bringing the soldiers behind it to charge in, a blue-white beam of light suddenly sprayed out, directly freezing the tank. The several soldiers around the tank also met a bad end, This blue-white spray not only had a longer range but also a larger spray area, instantly freezing all these soldiers into ice sculptures. Immediately after, Black Eagle Empire flame troopers rushed up and instantly burned the frozen, immobile tank into a pile of scrap metal. Without any hesitation, the players exchanged glances, and all saw the word want in each other's eyes. This strange rapid freeze weapon seemed even better than the thermal gun. They no longer wanted to be fire users, they wanted to be ice users. Attention, someone is coming from the other side of the trench. A player suddenly reminded his teammates, then immediately switched to the Psyker class and began casting spells from a distance. Although their Psyker class seemed not very effective when facing enemies with mages, their ability to curse from a distance was directly countered. But if it was only used to kill ordinary enemy soldiers without mage cover, this ability was still an overpowered divine skill. A small squad of combat engineers rushing forward suddenly realized something was wrong. Several Black Hawk soldiers silently fell to the ground, completely still. A nearby teammate pushed one, only to find his body temperature frighteningly high, and with a slight touch, hot blood sprayed out of his body. Careful, the enemy has a mage. Mortar, hit them with 2 shells. These combat engineers instantly became hesitant to advance. They quickly called for mortars from the rear, attempting to suppress the enemy with the mortars carried by the infantry behind them. But in the time it took to shout, another combat engineer died mysteriously. The remaining combat engineers gritted their teeth and, as if by agreement, charged forward. Before reaching the corner, they threw grenades, attempting to force the players behind the corner, but the players were not hiding behind that corner at all. Able to see enemy movements via the mini-map, the players, once calm, quickly began using this to analyze the enemy's advance pattern. After throwing their grenades, these combat engineers rushed forward, but couldn't find where the enemy was hiding. Surprise! Mother VR! Just then, they suddenly heard a sound, looked down, and found a Cambrian soldier hiding in a cat ear hole dug into the side of the trench. And what horrified them even more was that the captured thermal gun in this soldier's hand was already aimed at them. Accompanied by the terrifying high-temperature jet, these several combat engineers were instantly burned into a pile of charcoal. The remaining players quickly broke through forward, eliminating 2 more Black Hawk soldiers, and also captured a small mortar. Just by looking at it, the player casually tossed it aside. It was unclear what design philosophy the Black Eagle army followed, but this thing felt in many ways similar to a grenade launcher, with a caliber of about 40 mm. For the players, their 60 mm mortar was much more effective than this thing. There was no need for a mortar version of a grenade launcher. But just then, an enemy squad suddenly attacked from their flank. When the Psyker attempted to unleash a spell on the squad, he only took down 1 enemy. His second attempt had no effect. Oh no, they have an abyss mage. Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, a green magic circle suddenly appeared above their heads, and a sulfur fire rain immediately descended. Left with no choice, the players could only quickly rush out of the trench and into the straight communication trench ahead. But as soon as they reached this point, the Black Hawk soldiers, who were already prepared, instantly sprayed them with their weapons. This weapon, which looked almost identical to a meltagun but fired freezing rays, swept over the players, and several who hadn't reacted in time were immediately frozen into ice sculptures. Holy moly, this thing feels even more vicious than a meltagun. The 3 players who managed to take cover behind couldn't help but complain. A meltagun couldn't shoot that far, nor could it instantly kill several of them. The most critical thing was that the Kadayan player in their team was killed, which meant they couldn't revive on the spot. Get ready, follow me, their weapon can't keep firing indefinitely. Cover me when I go up. One player told his teammates. As soon as the enemy's freezing beam disappeared, he rolled out, aiming his meltagun at the enemy. But to his surprise, there was more than one Black Eagle Arcanist in the enemy's squad. As soon as the first freezing ray ended, a new one was sprayed towards him. The blue-white pillar of light collided with the orange-red pillar of light just fired from the player's gun, and a large amount of steam billowed out. The long communication trench seemed to become a scene of both ice and fire. Seeing this bizarre sight, both the players and the Black Hawk soldiers were a bit stunned. It was normal for the Black Hawk soldiers to be stunned. When they researched Arcanist weapons in the past, no one would be bored enough to try and see what effect ice and fire weapons would have when sprayed at each other. However, from the current situation, it seemed that these 2 different energies, when sprayed together, would also trigger a mutual cancellation effect. What's going on? How did it turn into a beam struggle? The remaining 2 players who had just rushed over were also a bit confused by the scene. They aimed their submachine guns at the enemy and fired, but the abyss mage in the enemy's squad also cast a shield. Immediately after, another Black Eagle Arcanist in blue armor and helmet once again sprayed a freezing ray, joining the bizarre beam struggle. With the addition of the second freezing ray, the player's meltagun seemed to be struggling to hold its own. Count me in. The Psyker also rushed over to join the fun, using his psychic fire skill to fiercely spray at the enemy. Although the nature of the player's psychic fire was actually quite different from that of a meltagun, when this blue-purple flame joined in, the current beam struggle seemed to stabilize again. At this point in the battle, the players no longer cared about winning or losing. They just wanted to see when this beam struggle would finally conclude. A third freezing ray joined the beam struggle, but the last player also rushed up with a meltagun. The situation of ice and fire intensified. The Black Hawk soldiers' trench gradually became bone-chillingly cold, while the players' trench was as hot as a volcano. Until the players, overly excited by the beam struggle, were inadvertently flanked by another Black Eagle squad and subjected to intense submachine gun fire. After this volley of bullets, 3 players fell unwillingly, feeling that the enemy had won by cheating. Although they fell, the players' live stream footage was broadcast, which made the other players present incredibly excited. The Black Hawk soldiers were astonished to find that the Cambrian soldiers on the other side were like madmen, constantly chasing their Arcanist squads, seemingly with the sole purpose of capturing their weapons. Then, after the enemy's Cambrian soldiers captured their weapons, these guys would seek out other Arcanist squads, intending to use Arcanist weapons against Arcanist weapons. Whenever a beam struggle formed, these Cambrian soldiers would cheer excitedly, as if it were some strange religious ritual. This gave the Black Hawk soldiers in the position an inexplicable sense of unease, feeling as if these enemies had gone completely mad. Sir, I think we should have the artilleries retreat quickly. At this rate, the enemy will soon break through our front line. An officer rushed into the rear command post and reported to the commander of this position. Don't worry, our artilleries have already begun preparing to withdraw. We just need to hold on a little longer, and according to the latest intelligence, the Air Force will soon arrive to support us. Upon hearing this news, the Black Hawk officer who had just run over breathed a sigh of relief. He was truly intimidated by this Cambrian Empire force, not knowing what was wrong with these madmen. Each of them fought as if their lives didn't matter, seemingly without regard for consequences. By the way, sir, can our airships contend with the enemy's Daemon engines? Begging your pardon, if we cannot make our airships contend with their Daemon engines, then our Air Force will likely find it very difficult to complete its cover mission. Suddenly remembering something, the Black Hawk officer asked with a frown, but his superior merely waved his hand and said nonchalantly. No need to worry. The Empire's previous laser crystal technology has made significant breakthroughs. As the production of these things increases, we have already installed laser weapons on large airships. With laser weapons, we can effectively counter the enemy's Daemon engines. Before long, we can even apply this weapon to regular troops. Lasers are good. Recalling the killing efficiency of lasers, several Black Hawk officers were somewhat captivated. This thing could not only be installed on Titan mechs for anti-air defense, but if placed in a position, it could also become an anti-armor unit superior to any anti-tank gun. With just a slight scorching, it could easily burn through enemy armor, and the range of lasers was also further than their anti-tank guns, making them easier to aim. Unfortunately, the Empire's current laser weapon production was still insufficient. Otherwise, they could even base a whole new military revolution on this thing. One howitzer after another was packaged, connected to the tow trucks, and then quickly transported away by the convoy along the road. These howitzers would find a suitable position in the rear to redeploy and then resume shelling this area. The enemy's breakthrough was somewhat surprising, but they still firmly blocked the opponent's momentum. As long as these howitzers were re-established, it was believed that the Volkov front army's momentum this time would come to nothing. However, the Black Hawk soldiers did not expect that, in addition to the frontal assault, a player's armored unit was also outflanking them. Although it took some effort, the armored unit that came from the side eventually dealt with most of the Black Eagle armored grenadiers. They had no interest in slowly dealing with the enemies who had entered the forest, and it was not suitable to drive heavy tanks into the forest to pursue them. According to the team's plan, they originally intended to directly bypass to the rear to outflank the enemy's artillery position. After all, they had already made such a large detour. If they didn't outflank the enemy's artillery position from behind, wouldn't all their efforts be in vain? However, when they were halfway there, they happened to encounter the Black Eagle convoy that was in the process of retreating. Seeing the military vehicles, and the heavy howitzers being towed behind them, both the players and the Black Hawk soldiers were a bit stunned. When the Black Eagle artillery saw the Tiger tank blocking the road ahead, their eyes immediately revealed expressions of despair. No. This is impossible, where did this Cambrian armored unit come from? A player fired a cannon, instantly taking out a dreadnought mech from this unit that was attempting to resist from the side. Oh, express delivery right to the door. Thanks for the big gift package, old friend. One player complained while quickly donning the disguise skin of a Black Hawk soldiers, then rushed out of the team and shouted at the enemy. Listen, Black Eagle Army, General Andre asked me to deliver a message to you. The player, having changed his skin, excitedly used a language pack to persuade the Black Eagle Army to surrender, stating that if they just handed over the howitzers, all terms would be negotiable. But for those Black Hawk soldiers, they were utterly enraged by the scene. You scoundrel, a traitor to the Empire. Which unit does that guy belong to anyway? Seeing a Black Hawk soldiers, wearing their uniform, mixed in with the enemy's ranks, shamelessly trying to persuade them to surrender in fluent Black Eagle language, all these Black Hawk soldiers were furious. The officer in this artillery unit roared hoarsely. He pulled out his pistol, wanting to directly shoot that damned traitor. But after checking the distance, he still put away his pistol. If he could shoot someone nearly 300 meters away with a small pistol, he would have long become one of the Empire's renowned gun gods. Although the Black Hawk soldiers were extremely angry, when several Sturm Tiger tanks drove over and collectively aimed their 380mm cannons at them, these Black Hawk soldiers finally yielded. There was no other way. Compared to that damned surrendering soldier, these 380mm cannon barrels seemed to have more persuasive power. Seeing that they had actually captured so many artilleries from the Black Eagle Empire alive, the players excitedly rushed out, tied up these guys one by one, and then inspected the howitzers. Although the players didn't really care much for these howitzers, after all, it wasn't like they didn't have any. But handing these howitzers over to Andre to exchange for merits was also a very good option. These things were very valuable. When the artillery officer in this unit was captured by the players, his face was filled with unwillingness. When he saw the guy wearing a Black Eagle uniform in the players' team, laughing and joking with the other players, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Shut up, you despicable traitor. The Empire gave birth to you and raised you. His Majesty the Emperor is toiling for the Empire, and yet you dare to betray the Empire, even laughing and talking with the enemy. Do you have no shame? Chapter 306, War Master, lead us to attack. Hearing his roar, the player was momentarily stunned. Bro, what's going on? We just put on a skin, is there a need to be so emotional? Thinking this, he looked at his current attire, then at the other Black Hawk soldiers who looked almost identical to him and were glaring at him with similar hatred. He suddenly understood. Good heavens, isn't this the epitome of a traitorous Black Hawk traitor? But these people can curse all they want, after all, he wasn't a Black Eagle Empire soldier and was completely unaffected by their moral condemnation. Seeing this guy completely ignore their roars, even chatting and laughing with the Cambrian soldiers next to him, the other captured Black Hawk soldiers grew even angrier. A few Black Hawk soldiers struggled, wanting to challenge him to a duel, their faces flushed almost to the point of bursting. Honestly, if it weren't for the enemy's persuasive 380mm big guns, they would never have surrendered. But now that they had surrendered, what was the use of saying all this? So, despite their curses and their utter humiliation, these Black Hawk soldiers were still escorted by the players onto trucks, ready to be taken to the rear to exchange for merits. Who knew how many merits Andre would give them this time for capturing so many of the enemy's heavy howitzers, and even a large number of their artilleries, in one go? It definitely wouldn't be a small amount. However, recalling the furious and broken expressions of those Black Hawk soldiers and officers earlier, some players' eyes lit up, and they thought of some ingenious tactics. Zhongxiao Yang Chuan He Ludan, everyone, I have an idea. If we break the enemy, and when they retreat, send some players to put on this skin and infiltrate their ranks, wouldn't that be invincible? Ah, War Master, it truly lives up to your name. As expected of the ruthless individual who initiated the Istvan massacre, his experience in this area is indeed rich. Hearing this, there was no need for He Ludan to explain further, the other players already chuckled mischievously. Wonderful, truly wonderful. It's like a Bulbasaur living in the Mickey Mouse clubhouse while eating bugles, simply indescribably wonderful. Wait, if I'm not mistaken, the frontline trench warfare doesn't seem to be over yet, and the Black Hawk army there should also be on the verge of collapsing, right? Immediately after, a group of infantry players quickly donned Black Hawk soldiers' skins and ran towards the direction these artilleries were retreating. They were eager to infiltrate the enemy's ranks and deliver a harsh backstab. Of course, the Black Hawk soldiers' skins on these players definitely had some flaws. For example, regarding the specific organization of some units, their identities were randomly generated, which would inevitably lead to chaotic formations. Even their dog tags were randomly generated, making it highly likely to be discovered by observant officers. Furthermore, the weapons in the players' hands were completely different from those equipped by Black Hawk soldiers, which was also a huge loophole. But it didn't matter, when the enemy began to retreat, or even rout, the battlefield situation would be so chaotic that no one would have the time to specifically identify these messy things. Moreover, even if their disguise was discovered by the enemy, what then? At worst, they would simply switch from a sneak attack to a frontal assault. So, these unscrupulous players immediately ran towards the distant trenches still in chaotic battle, while in those trenches, the Black Hawk army had no idea that their rearguard mission had already failed. In the command post, the commander, sitting in his chair, checked his watch and then said to the others. It's about time. If all goes well, our artilleries behind us should have all retreated. We can retreat too. Let our soldiers withdraw in batches, return to the rear to reorganize the defense line, and give up this rather worthless area. For the Black Hawk army, this place indeed wasn't a valuable area. It was too close to the front line, making it highly susceptible to enemy shelling, and they had no major supply points nearby, making it impossible to maintain a long-term military presence here. Furthermore, the terrain here wasn't very suitable for defense. If it weren't for this artillery battle, they wouldn't have specifically deployed a position here. A large number of Black Hawk soldiers began to withdraw. Although they had undergone similar training many times before, they inevitably fell into panic during the retreat. There was no other way, the players' infiltration ability was simply too strong, scattering across the positions like flowing water. They didn't know where in these trench positions Cambrian soldiers would appear, but the enemy always emerged from various strange places, engaging them in skirmishes. What made them most uncomfortable was that these enemies all seemed to have a third eye, always able to anticipate their positions in advance. Who knew how these Cambrian soldiers on the other side trained, or where they accumulated their experience? No matter which direction they ran, they seemed to be anticipated by the enemy, so they frequently encountered ambushes from these Cambrian soldiers. Sometimes, just one Cambrian soldier lying on the ground with a light machine gun could wipe out their entire squad with a single burst from the light machine gun as their squad retreated around a corner. This is where the powerful advantage of the player's minimap became apparent. Within a 100-meter radius, they had a complete grasp of the Black Hawk soldiers' movements, naturally allowing them to set up ambushes in advance. If they were engaging Black Hawk soldiers in long-range combat in the wilderness, these minimaps might not be very useful. But in an extremely complex environment like a trench, fighting was like urban warfare, it was simply a divine artifact. More and more Black Hawk soldiers retreated from this position, then hastily boarded the trucks parked behind them, preparing to leave by vehicle. But just then, a squad of Black Hawk soldiers suddenly emerged from the forest, waving at them and shouting. Hey, wait for us. Brothers, slow down. Seeing these Black Hawk soldiers emerge from the forest, the others didn't pay much attention, only one or two veterans instinctively felt a particular sense of incongruity. However, upon closer inspection, they couldn't find anything special about these soldiers, so they didn't think much of it, only feeling that they might not have recovered from the earlier tension and were overthinking things. These Black Hawk soldiers, disguised by players, easily infiltrated the enemy's ranks. Because everyone was busy retreating, no one wanted to check them. After getting into the vehicle, a Black Eagle NCO looked at them curiously and asked, "I say, what's wrong with you guys? How did you come out of the forest? And where's your unit?" One player waved his hand and casually said, "Hey, don't mention it. We encountered the enemy's armored units, met their titans, and were directly scattered by the enemy. Who knows how their titan drove so fast? We barely escaped by hiding in the forest, and by the time we looked back, we couldn't find the main force's position, so we could only make our way through the forest." Recalling the titan that had charged recklessly into their positions earlier, the other Black Hawk soldiers nodded, all looking shaken. That Skull Lord was truly ferocious. Although they continuously dispatched magical squads and sent out wave after wave of Melta-gunners to fight desperately, the final effect was not very good. If the enemy's titan had continued to be as aggressive and reckless as it was at the beginning, they might have truly been confident in using magical weapons to burn it down. But after taking several heavy blows, the enemy was clearly much more cautious. When that massive war machine charged forward, it would inevitably be accompanied by a large number of infantry for cover, which resulted in their several charges not achieving much success. They could only use melta-guns to deal with the enemy's other heavy armored vehicles. Alas, your regiment also had a tough time. This war has truly been hard on you all. Hearing this, the players also nodded repeatedly, looking helpless. To be honest, they had initially prepared for the enemy to ask for a secret code or to test them with various small traps, as they had watched many anti-Japanese dramas before. But they found that when these Black Hawk devils were about to retreat, the enemy seemed to genuinely relax their guard, not treating them as outsiders at all. However, this was also normal. The Black Hawk army had not encountered similar situations before, so they had no experience with the players' current sneak attack tactics. Furthermore, having just rushed out of the tense, bloody front lines and then arriving at the relatively safe trucks, many Black Hawk soldiers felt as if they were back home, relaxing instantly. They never thought that the enemy would use this opportunity to infiltrate their ranks, nor did they imagine that these fine young men, who looked like their own soldiers, would actually be enemies in disguise. Thus, a dozen players infiltrated this unit, riding in trucks with other Black Hawk soldiers, gradually moving away along the highway. Other players also wanted to infiltrate, but when they ran over, they found that the enemy's convoy had already driven away. These Black Hawk devils were also unscrupulous. There were still many soldiers on their frontline positions who hadn't managed to evacuate, yet they had already driven off. Who knew what those Black Hawk soldiers would think when they finally managed to retreat from the hail of bullets, only to find that the evacuation point was full. I say, did our artilleries retreat in this direction? Is the direction of our convoy a bit off? A player noticed that the direction of this convoy's retreat seemed to be completely opposite to the direction the artilleries had retreated, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Isn't that obvious? Our mission is to act as bait, how can we retreat with the heavy artillery units? Later, the heavy artillery units on the other side will be covered by other armored battalions, and our mission is to try to draw the Cambrian army here, to prevent them from catching up with our artilleries. A Black Hawk soldier said casually, looking at him with a hint of suspicion, wondering why they wouldn't know such a thing. The players nodded, indicating that they understood. It seemed the Black Hawk army also knew that Andrei's current unit was highly mobile. Although they were unaware of the player's series of absurd characteristics, they knew that Andrei's unit was equipped with a large number of armored vehicles and had already achieved mechanization. So, for them, if they chose to pursue the retreating artillery units ahead, they would be essentially selling out their own artilleries. Of course, they did not know that their own artilleries had already been captured by the enemy in advance. Who could have imagined that the Cambrian army would actually have an armored unit that didn't appear on the main battlefield, but instead flanked them from the side to their rear? Such a complex tactic simply did not conform to the Cambrian Empire's usual straightforward offensive style. Hey, so that's what it is. Our officer never told us about this before. I thought we were supposed to retreat with the artilleries. A player said casually, not hesitating to pin the blame on a non-existent officer. Then your officer is really incompetent. When he gives orders, does he not explain them to you? Perhaps it was because the player's attitude was too casual, showing no signs of anything amiss. So even though a flaw was exposed, the Black Hawk soldiers in front of him didn't become suspicious. Of course, this was mainly because the player acted too naturally. If they were normal Cambrian soldiers, and there were only a dozen of them, having penetrated deep into an enemy force of several thousand, how could they still be chatting and laughing with the enemy? It was only because the player had no fear whatsoever, and was even prepared to go on a killing spree, that he acted so naturally. Not long after, this unit retreated to a castle abandoned by a Cambrian Empire noble. This was considered their army's temporary base. Of course, they couldn't let all the soldiers live in the castle. This castle wasn't a large one, how could it accommodate thousands of soldiers? The castle before them was merely their command post. The camps where the other soldiers were stationed were arranged in villages near the castle. After returning to their own territory, these Black Hawk soldiers completely relaxed. They didn't believe that any Cambrian army could chase them all the way here. To them, the camp before them was the safe zone subconsciously designated in their minds. When these soldiers jumped out of the vehicles, they also completely lowered their guard. A few of them casually propped their guns up in tripods, then headed to their respective camps to rest. The players, still holding their guns, looked around in wonder. It was their first time observing a Black Hawk army camp up close. Overall, they felt that this camp seemed to be no different from a Cambrian army camp. There was nothing they could do. For most players, they couldn't discern the details between these military camps. They were purely outsiders watching the spectacle. So, after looking around, they felt that the camps on both sides seemed pretty similar, except for the soldiers moving around in the camp. Perhaps because a fierce battle had just ended, these Black Hawk soldiers were too tired, so much so that no one paid attention to the few players scurrying around the camp. Some Black Hawk soldiers were also responsible for carrying down the bodies of their fallen comrades, preparing to find a place to bury them. These Black Hawk soldiers who were able to bring back bodies were fortunate, because most Black Hawk soldiers' bodies were left on the battlefield and simply could not be transported away. Hoping to snatch back fallen comrades' bodies amidst the players' fierce melee was simply unrealistic. If they charged in, just managing not to become a corpse themselves was already a stroke of luck. A few Black Hawk soldiers looked at the players with some surprise, seemingly wondering why the shape of their firearms was incorrect. After all, most of the weapons held by these players came from Battlefield 1, and naturally were not part of the same system as the weapons of other Black Hawk soldiers. Even if they were holding German-made weapons, the differences between German-made weapons from different periods were huge, let alone those from the Black Eagle Empire of another world. A nosy Black Hawk soldiers came over, asking curiously about the guns in their hands. "Ah, this? Don't mind it. These are a new batch of experimental guns issued to us. They don't seem to have been mass-produced for the army yet." A player casually patted the MP-18 submachine gun in his hand, grinning with a mouthful of white teeth. "Is that so? Why does it feel like the new guns produced by the Empire have become uglier?" That Black Hawk soldiers didn't pay much attention, just casually complained. This situation, while not very common on the battlefield, wasn't unheard of either. If the Empire wanted to develop firearms, it naturally had to conduct a series of tests on them, and the battlefield itself was the best testing environment. Some weapons undergoing live-fire testing would first be small-scale equipped to a few armies, allowing them to use them on the battlefield, and then based on the soldiers' usage results, it would be determined whether the item was effective or not. After wandering for a while, these players saw what appeared to be military police approaching, so they quickly slipped away to a corner of the camp. "How is it? Any ideas?" Zhong Xiaoyang Xuanhe Ludan, who had proposed this action plan and was now in charge of commanding all the players, asked everyone. "War Master, just give the order. Our plan is to kill, burn, and loot everything. Let's just flatten this camp." Seeing his teammates' excited expressions, Zhong Xiaoyang Xuanhe Ludan couldn't help but shake his head. Good heavens! He seriously suspected that the people he was leading might not be Astartes veterans of countless battles, right? How did these guys look so abstract, every single one of them a hot-headed old man? Don't even think about it. We only have this many people, and no other teammates followed us. Unless you're prepared to share the merits with others, we won't be able to completely blow up this camp. If you ask me, we should first find an opportunity to attack that castle, wipe out the enemy's command post for this unit, and then talk about other things. Even if we have to call others, we must first eat the biggest piece of meat, otherwise wouldn't it be a loss? The other players nodded in agreement, unanimously stating. The War Master is right, let's do as the War Master says. Zhong Xiaoyang Xuanhe Ludan was a little speechless. He just gave himself such an ID, how did he actually become a War Master? At least wait until later, when he gets a set of Horus's power armor, along with the iconic Horus's claw and the World Breaker Warmer, then call him War Master. Not long after, this group of players began to study the problem of infiltrating the castle. They initially wanted to devise a sufficiently detailed plan, silently infiltrating the castle, and then launching a central attack on the enemy. But unfortunately, they really didn't have any tactical master here. After studying for a long time, the anti-Japanese drama plots in their minds didn't seem very reliable. Zhong Xiaoyang Xuanhe Ludan was a little annoyed. He directly threw the wooden stick in his hand to the ground, and after kicking the messy drawing in front of him, he said. All right, making it so complicated. Anyone would think we're special forces. Find a way to climb over the wall and sneak in. At the castle gate, directly kill the guards there by force, and then just keep killing your way in. Our mission is to eliminate the commander inside. As soon as this mission was set, the players all agreed unanimously. Not long after, they found a sufficiently secluded forest path, circled around to the outer wall of the castle, and then climbed over the wall. Hey, what are you guys doing? A Black Hawk soldiers on guard duty spotted these strangely acting guys and ran over, asking impatiently. They had just been beaten badly by the enemy, and now these soldiers were so energetic, trying to cause him trouble. If these guys wanted to fight, they should fight outside, don't chase the enemy into the command post. But just as he thought this, a throwing knife instantly pierced his throat, making him stare wide-eyed in astonishment. He seemed to want to cry out, but his pierced throat could only emit an almost imperceptible whimper. This sentry fell to the ground without a sound. Wait a minute, where did that throwing knife come from? This sudden throwing knife startled Zhong Xiaoyang Xuanhe Ludan. He turned his head back in surprise, but then, he felt as if he saw Orgar. Behind him, a player seemed to have changed his profession to a zealot with unlocked abilities. He had now become a bald man in a red hood, his face covered in scripture tattoos, and strips of scriptures drawn with fresh blood hanging from his body. Behind him, a strange candelabra was lit, burning candles quietly placed on both sides of his shoulders, giving him an indescribable sense of divinity and eeriness. War Master. The player who chose the zealot profession was about to speak when Zhongxiao Yangchuan Hiluden repeatedly shook his head and said, "Please don't call me War Master, I feel like this atmosphere isn't quite right." Good heavens, the appearance of this profession was a bit too much like Lorgar. Except he wasn't an Astartes, and his height was only that of a normal person, in all other aspects, he gave him a very Lorgar-like feeling. Facing such a teammate who also liked to call himself War Master, Zhongxiao Yangchuan Hiluden always felt that he might be about to launch a birthday tribute at any moment. He didn't even know to whom he should pay tribute. Was he supposed to pay tribute to André? The other players also shed their disguises, all choosing various bizarre skins and professions. For the players, since they no longer needed to disguise themselves and were preparing for a direct assault, why would they still wear these Black Hawk soldiers' skins? During a direct assault, natural strength was naturally the most important thing. Such a group of strange-looking individuals suddenly appeared near the command post, and there seemed to be a sentry lying on the ground. The other sentries patrolling nearby naturally also noticed that something was wrong. At the top of the castle tower, a machine gunner seemed to be shouting something loudly, but after changing their skins, these players, who had not loaded language packs, no longer understood. What are they mumbling about? Eat my cannon. An Ogren player lifted a mortar and, with a bang, slammed a shell over, hitting the machine gunner at the top of the tower precisely. Under normal circumstances, a mortar would definitely have to be set up on the ground to be used, but for a strong Ogren, couldn't he just hold it with one hand? Immediately after, the other players also displayed their various abilities, directly charging towards the castle ahead. What's going on? What happened outside? Colonel Herbert was still in the command post, reviewing the battle with other officers, but the sudden sound of artillery outside startled him. A guard suddenly ran in, saluted him, and shouted loudly. "Reporting, Colonel, we are under attack." "Soldier, tell me, how many enemies are there?" "Colonel, there are only 13 enemies in total." Hearing this number, Colonel Herbert immediately chuckled. "Only 13 enemies, just little mice that snuck in from somewhere. Get rid of them quickly, don't waste time." The guard immediately ran out, and at the same time, squad after squad of security soldiers stationed throughout the castle also rushed out. But within 2 minutes, that guard ran in again, his face clearly showing panic. "Colonel, it's bad, the enemy is about to break through, we should retreat quickly." Hearing this, Colonel Herbert turned pale with shock. He had already felt uneasy when he heard the increasingly dense gunfire, but he still refused to believe that the soldiers in this castle would be unable to defeat the enemy. What exactly is going on? This castle is garrisoned by a whole security company, are you telling me a company can't defeat 13 attackers? The guard stammered. "Colonel, the enemies we are facing are not normal people at all. Their team includes a series of modified humans, and possibly even religious zealots from the Cambrian Empire, who seem to possess some strange power. We've lost half a company, but they haven't lost a single man. They've already reached the 3rd floor of the castle. 2 more floors and they'll be rushing up here. By the Emperor, where did these monsters come from?" Colonel Herbert was a little flustered. He never expected that the company he had stationed in the castle, a total of 200 security soldiers, would almost be wiped out by the enemy. "Fear cavalry, where are our fear cavalry? Where did my 2 escort cavalry go?" "Colonel, both of those escort cavalry were killed by the enemy, and so was our mage consultant. Our mage consultant was stabbed to death by a madman who used a bayonet to pierce through his shield, and both fear cavalry were blown to bits by their artillery. We really can't hold on." Hearing this, Colonel Herbert no longer hesitated. He quickly ordered his staff officers to burn the documents, while he himself prepared to turn and run. Although the staff officers had countless curses in their hearts, they could only obey orders, because obedience had been engraved into the bones of Black Hawk soldiers. Unfortunately, it seemed there was nowhere for them to run, as the players had already caught up. Several Black Hawk soldiers nervously threw grenades towards the stairwell. Hearing a series of explosions ahead, they breathed a slight sigh of relief. The enemy opposite should be dead. One Black Hawk soldier asked curiously, but before he could finish, a cat girl assassin, who had jumped down from above, mercilessly cut down several of them with her katana. The cat girl subhuman's climbing skills were exceptionally good at this moment. They could easily climb along the side or top of a wall, hanging upside down. Relying on this skill, they could silently sneak to a relatively close distance to the enemy, and then unleash a flurry of katana swings. This was simply the perfect assassin. Of course, Ogren expressed his disagreement. "If I grab the Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, I'll just mow down everyone I see. Isn't that more perfect than an assassin playing with a katana?" After dealing with the enemies in the stairwell, other players immediately rushed over. Before the Black Hawk soldiers could even fire a few shots, Ogren, with his shield mountain-like physique, squeezed in and set up his steel shield on the ground. At the same time, the heavy water-cooled heavy machine gun in his hand also let out a deafening roar towards the Black Hawk soldiers' opposite. What kind of scene would it be when an enemy, in a narrow corridor, at a distance of less than 20 meters, fired more than 100 rounds from a water-cooled heavy machine gun? The Black Hawk soldiers had never imagined they would encounter such a thing before, but this time, they had the privilege of experiencing this unique sensation. When Ogren stopped firing, there were no living people left in the corridor. All the counterattacks that the Black Hawk soldiers had painstakingly organized seemed extremely powerless against this machine gun. So, the unlucky Colonel Herbert was blocked by the players here before he even had a chance to escape. Who are you people, and what exactly are you doing here? I warn you, I am a colonel in the Black Eagle Empire Army. You will not insult my honor with despicable means. Colonel Herbert puffed out his bulging belly, seemingly still wanting to put on an act. But to the players, they didn't understand what this old geezer was mumbling about, and they didn't expect to capture him anyway. Although capturing a colonel would certainly bring them a lot of merit, they couldn't take this colonel out. Since that was the case, killing the colonel would also earn them a lot of merit, at most a little less than capturing him. So, under the disbelieving gazes of Colonel Herbert and the other staff officers, these strangely shaped newcomers, without a word, aimed their guns at them. In the next instant, the dense sound of machine gun fire rang out again, and the office before them seemed to turn into a purgatory. After eliminating everyone in the room, the other players were about to rush out for a killing spree. But at this moment, Zhong Xiaoliang Xuanhe Ludan, who had also changed into a zealot skin and was holding a flamethrower, suddenly said, "Wait a moment, let's take the documents on the table first, and the maps on the wall too. These things should also be exchangeable for merit. These things are different from prisoners. They can be directly put into our backpacks. Later, we can just respawn at our home base's respawn point, and then we can hand these things in." Hearing this, the players quickly divided their tasks. Some players ran to the corridor to block people, using heavy firepower to continue suppressing the rushing Black Hawk soldiers, while others quickly began to collect everything in the room. They picked up everything that seemed to be exchangeable for merit, not even sparing a fancy-looking golden pen belonging to the enemy. Then, after packing up all these items, these bandits all chose to respawn at the Folkov respawn point, instantly turning into a ray of light and disappearing from the spot. The Black Hawk soldiers outside did not know that these enemies had already transferred themselves by choosing a different respawn point. Hearing the enemy's firepower above suddenly disappear, they hesitated for a moment, and not a single person dared to rush up. There was no other way, the piles of corpses outside the door had already proven what fate awaited those who charged rashly. They didn't know where these murderous gods had come from, but they had killed their way through, almost wiping out the entire garrison in the castle. At this moment, these Black Hawk soldiers launching the counterattack were other units who had heard the commotion from outside the castle and rushed over. The security soldiers originally hiding in the castle had now largely collapsed. After hesitating for a while, a brave Black Hawk soldiers cautiously approached and threw some grenades to the other end of the corridor. After throwing more than a dozen grenades, feeling his arm ache a little, he then, like a mine detector, led several other soldiers to approach. But when they reached the office, they found that the officers in the office were already strewn across the floor, all documents had been ransacked, but the enemies were nowhere to be found. "No. Damn it, find those rats for me." A major officer leading the charge in, seeing the tragic state of the meeting room, couldn't help but cry out in grief. Returning from a proper battle, he hadn't noticed the enemy infiltrating their ranks, which resulted in the death of his own army's commanding officer. This was definitely a black mark on his resume. When he looked back, he might even be disciplined for this. He was furious at this moment, only wanting to drag out all these rats who had somehow infiltrated. But he personally led his soldiers to sweep through the entire castle, yet failed to find any enemy corpses, nor any living enemies. Those 13 damned fellows had vanished from their castle as if they had evaporated into thin air. Many soldiers shivered, unable to help but suspect that they might have encountered ghosts left on the battlefield by the Cambrian Empire. This terrifying attack was quickly reported by the Black Eagle Army, but until the end of the war, this attack incident remained an unsolved mystery. Andrei, far away in Folkhov, glanced at the players' movements and couldn't help but shake his head. "Ah, players. You always manage to pull off all sorts of amazing feats for me. But there's no time to mess around anymore. Next, we need to launch a counterattack. We absolutely cannot let the Black Eagle Army occupy Siniavino." Andrei muttered to himself while making a quick sketch on the map. He had now confirmed that the previous offensive launched by the Black Eagle Army on the front line was actually just an artillery bombardment designed to divert his attention. Although the players quickly launched a counterattack, causing the war on the front line to devolve into a chaotic mess again. However, based on the enemy units eliminated by the players and the subsequent series of enemy movements, Andrei concluded that the opponent had no intention of launching a large-scale attack against him. At the same time, he received a call from General Konstantin, learning that the enemy was currently launching a fierce assault towards Schlüsselburg and had already successfully occupied Siniavino, next to Schlüsselburg. This news was truly terrible, because it also meant that the food supply to Petrograd was once again cut off by the enemy. In the previous days, General Konstantin had successfully purchased a large quantity of food from Moscow, essentially resolving Petrograd's food crisis. But once the enemy completed this occupation, cutting off Petrograd from Folkhov, Petrograd's food supply would quickly face a crisis again. There was no other way, even if Andrei knew that this wave of enemy attacks was somewhat fierce, he still had to lead his army to launch an attack again towards Schlüsselburg. Looking at his current troop distribution, Andrei quickly recalled the players from the front line, and on the other hand, he had the players contact Jean, who was still messing around with the enemy at the warehouse fortress, to have the 1000th Demon Legion return immediately. Perhaps because she was a Tsian's chosen one, Jean could always pinpoint Andrei's location and successfully transfer the 1000th Demon Legion. As a giant vortex appeared, Andrei saw Jean and squad after squad of 1000th Demon soldiers emerge from the vortex. Everyone's appearance seemed unchanged, exactly the same as before. "Andrei, I've received the notification from your soldiers. Are we launching another fierce attack this time?" Jean asked casually while closing the portal, but no sooner had she spoken than she froze in place, staring intently at Andrei, without blinking. What's going on? He had clearly turned off his Emperor's aura. Seeing Jean's stunned expression at this moment, Andrei inexplicably recalled Yelena and Katyusha's reactions when he first activated his Emperor's aura. He quickly checked, confirming that his Emperor's aura was indeed off at this moment. Jean quickly walked forward, thoroughly examining Andrei from head to toe, then said with a slight hint of confusion, "How strange, is it my imagination? Why do I feel like there's some new power added to your body? I don't know why, but I always feel that this extra power on you seems ominous." Chapter 307, The Second Defense of Schlüsselburg. Not so good. Hearing this, Andrei's expression was slightly subtle. Old Man Wang's power was indeed a bit not so good, after all, it represented erosion and destruction, and this power had always been very unfriendly to demons. He suddenly became curious, wondering what the situation was like in the warp right now. Could Old Man Wang be busy beating up the big blue bird? It's fine, don't worry about these details. These are all trivial, unimportant issues. Andrei waved his hand, casually interjecting. By the way, speaking of which, have your battles at the warehouse fortress been going smoothly these past few days? Andrei hadn't really paid attention to the situation at the warehouse these past 2 days. In any case, with the player's abilities, as long as he ordered them to cause trouble, they would definitely bring a lot of problems to the Black Hawk army. However, he was genuinely curious, wondering how Jean and the player's soldiers were cooperating, and if they could adapt to the player's high-intensity offensive mode. How should I put it? The fighting has been quite smooth, I suppose. Jean pondered for a moment, not directly asking Andrei the question on her mind. Although she was very curious and wanted to know what was going on with those soldiers who seemed to be in a strange state. But Jean felt that even if she asked Andrei, he most likely wouldn't tell her. In these days, the more she observed, the more she felt that these soldiers were full of a series of abnormalities. She was almost certain that this group of soldiers under Andrei's command could not possibly be ordinary soldiers, or even humans at all. She now had a guess, perhaps these soldiers had undergone some special demon subduing rituals by Andrei, appearing to move in human bodies, but in reality, what controlled these soldiers might be some non-human entities. Could it be that Andrei's soldiers were also enchanted warriors, just like the operations the Free Iris organization was busy carrying out at this moment? Otherwise, she found it difficult to explain the series of abnormalities these soldiers displayed. But she observed carefully and found no demonic reactions on these soldiers, and the feeling they gave her was also completely different from demons. If she had to say, the biggest commonality she felt between these soldiers and demons was probably that inexplicable fanaticism for war. Both sides were the type who felt uncomfortable if they didn't fight for a day. As Jean thought this, she casually answered Andrei with other matters. Speaking of which, during this fortress defense battle, I suddenly discovered that my Thousand Suns Legion seems to be more suited for water combat. Immediately after, Jean recounted the events that had transpired to Andrei in detail. Good heavens, so the Thousand Suns Legion can do that. When Andrei learned that Jean had thrown a large number of Thousand Suns Legion soldiers into the river behind them, and then had these empty power armor suits quietly swim under enemy ships to use great swords to pierce through the enemy's hulls, his expression was also a bit hard to maintain. One could only say that the Black Hawk army, having encountered a series of monsters and ghosts, was truly living in dire straits. When he launched an attack on the several factories occupied by the enemy on the front line, Andrei had given orders to the players in the fortress, telling them to tie down the enemy as much as possible and attract their attention. He didn't know how many enemy troops these players had successfully tied down, but according to Jean's description, these players had secretly dug a tunnel underground that led directly to the enemy's rear camp. Then, just as the enemy had just moved a Big Bertha cannon into position, this group of players suddenly burst out of the tunnel and forcibly snatched this Big Bertha from the enemy's hands. Although this giant cannon was eventually destroyed by enemy air force in the subsequent battle. However, before the air force arrived, the players had a blast with this cannon, and who knows how many enemy armies and camps they shelled. In any case, from the current situation, the Black Hawk army was almost driven mad by the remaining players in that fortress. They had used almost every means available, but still failed to eliminate the players in the fortress. Facing these players, who were like unkillable cockroaches, the Black Hawk army racked their brains but ultimately couldn't find a way to defeat them. They had left thousands of corpses in front of this fortress, and even leveled a small part of the fortress, but the remaining players still stood firm. Now that Kadayan soldiers have garrisoned there, the fortress has truly become an unyielding Cadia. Andrei couldn't help but inwardly complain, feeling that the Black Hawk army truly suffered when they encountered players. Very good. Overall, you fought exceptionally well at the fortress. On behalf of the Folkhoff Front army, I thank you. I will issue you a commendation and some other rewards later. Hearing Andrei say this, Jean merely smiled and said. You're welcome. It's nothing, after all, we have a common enemy. The purpose of my coming here is to follow the Lord's instructions, resist the Black Hawk Empire, give the Iris Empire a chance to be restored, and ensure that this war leads to ultimate victory. For someone like Jean, who had faith in her heart, she didn't really care much about material rewards. In her view, what she was doing at this moment was a holy war that could save humanity, and at the same time, help her defeat the enemy and restore her homeland. As long as these could be accomplished, the rewards Andrei gave were actually not important. Andrei was a little emotional. No matter when, in the face of wars of aggression, it was precisely because of patriots like Jean, who sought no reward and feared no sacrifice, that the soldiers could achieve final victory. It was just a pity that Jean's faith was really wrong. Those who believe in the big blue bird mostly don't end well. Thinking of this, Andre couldn't help but worry about Jean's future fate. Let me tell you about the upcoming operation. Next, we need to first take Siniavino, and then, based on that, launch an attack towards Schlüsselburg to cut off the enemy's offensive. In this war, we will most likely encounter the enemy's Black Skull Titan Legion, and possibly even some other special units. For example, based on some intelligence I previously captured, I learned that the Black Hawk Army is now mass equipping necromancer soldiers. Andre said, handing Jean the intelligence captured by the players on the table. He never expected that these players were considering more and more things during combat. They were gradually growing into a group of qualified players, or rather, qualified laborers. At this moment, what worried Andre most was the information on this intelligence report about the Black Hawk Army mass equipping necromancer soldiers. Although his cavalry players had previously encountered a small undead legion, the scale of that legion wasn't very large, so Andre initially didn't pay much attention to it. The Black Hawk Army always came up with strange new tricks on the battlefield, but before these things formed a scale, he didn't really need to take them too seriously. Fleeting ideas were nothing and couldn't change the overall situation of the war, just like the Maus and Jagdtiger tank destroyers that Nazi Germany improvised during World War II. Things like these, before they could be mass-equipped, actually posed no threat. At most, these things would achieve some results in local battles, merely surprising the enemy, but they couldn't form a system at all. However, according to the intelligence, the Black Hawk Army was currently forcibly ordering all units to collect soldier corpses as much as possible and transport them back to the country. According to their plan, within about a month, the Black Hawk Army would send at least 50,000 necromancer soldiers to various battlefields. These ghoul soldiers, named the Resurgent Legion, feared no death, were difficult to kill with ordinary weapons, and could even be repaired and resurrected by necromancers. Although they had a series of problems like a strong appetite, and seemed to be in a not-so-good mental state. But this was enough to make Andre nervous. After reading the contents of these intelligence reports, Jean's brows also furrowed deeply. Damn it! These Black Hawk devils all deserve to go to hell, they are so cruel even to their own people. Jean was also shocked by the series of actions by the Black Hawk Empire. She didn't understand, what exactly were these guys fighting for? With the war having reached this point, what did the Black Hawk Empire want to do? Did they just want to gain more land and benefits in the war? Thinking of this, Jean couldn't help but feel sad for the common people of the Black Hawk Empire. If the upper echelons of the Black Hawk Empire were truly like this, only for their own interests and completely disregarding the lives of ordinary people, then that would be too evil. Living in such an empire, they themselves were a tragedy. These are the enemies we need to focus on defending against next. I plan to temporarily incorporate your troops into Katyusha's Titan Legion, having your soldiers serve as the Titan Guard. What do you think? Andre said, pointing to the several red-letter warriors standing outside the command post. Clearly, your troops are not suitable for operating alongside ordinary soldiers, and Katyusha's Titan Legion is currently severely lacking a Titan Guard. Therefore, I think having the Thousand Suns Legion serve as the Titan Guard seems like a good choice. Just as tanks need infantry-tank coordination to unleash their true combat power, Titan units also need a Titan Guard to unleash their combat power. Previously, the Wrath of Winter Titan Legion naturally had its own Titan Guard. However, in the previous series of engagements, those Cambrian Empire armored units suffered heavy losses, and the remaining armored forces were borrowed by General Constantin to fill the gaps on the front lines. According to General Constantin's statement, you already have so many armored units in your hands, why are you still staring at the remaining Titan Guard? When you turn back, just draw some people from your armored units to serve as Katyusha's Titan Guard, wouldn't that work? Jean nodded, accepting Andre's arrangement. Indeed, Jean's Thousand Suns Legion was actually quite abnormal. Having them fight alongside ordinary troops would indeed lead to a series of problems. Whether it was the difference in mobility, the difference in physical strength, or the assault capabilities of this unit, all made them unsuitable for fighting alongside ordinary troops. If they could fight alongside Titans, they would certainly be even more formidable. Very good, get ready. You have less than a day of rest. Our troops will depart tomorrow morning. Can you handle this intensity of combat? Jean patted her breastplate, making a clanging sound. Don't worry, this level of combat intensity is completely fine for me. Trust my will and physical strength. And you've been commanding battles without feeling tired, so why should I be tired? At Jean's words, Andre blushed slightly. Although he, as a commander, seemed to be constantly engaged in front army operations, giving orders to the army at every moment, in reality, he was quite idle. For operational plans, he only needed to give a general idea, and the rest would be slowly refined by his staff. As for commanding battles, he would hand over the general objectives to the players, leaving the rest for them to handle as they saw fit, with regular soldiers following the players into battle. So, in fact, this commander of his, despite appearing very busy, had a quite leisurely job in the command post, barely needing to use his brain. Andre's troops were preparing for a major battle, and at this time, in the castle where the players had previously encountered the Black Hawk Devils, the local Black Hawk soldiers also clashed with the Emperor's Imperial Guard. Enough. These soldiers all died gloriously on the battlefield, they deserve to be buried, not taken back by you. Seeing the Emperor's Imperial Guard attempting to dig up the bodies of soldiers who had just been buried, an officer angrily rushed forward and stopped them. But no sooner had he spoken than the Imperial Guard officer in front of him drew his pistol and pointed it directly at his head. Witnessing this, the ordinary Black Hawk soldiers, already quite indignant towards these Imperial Guards, also raised their rifles and aimed them, their eyes filled with fury. What is the meaning of this? Are you defying His Imperial Majesty's will? The Imperial Guard officer looked around, roaring at the soldiers. His Imperial Majesty has issued an order, all fallen soldiers' bodies must be preserved as intact as possible and sent back to the rear. What is the meaning of you privately burying these soldiers' bodies? Burial for peace is merely a formality. The Empire absolutely cannot indulge in formalism now, we should grant these soldiers the right to serve the Empire faithfully once more. Immediately after, another Imperial Guard officer who had rushed over glared at everyone like a hawk, his expression somewhat grim as he spoke to the officer of this unit. Sir, I think I must remind you that not only was your command post previously ambushed and decapitated by the enemy, but you also lost a series of important documents. We haven't settled that score yet. If, at a time like this, you still want to clash with us, then I think you can be sent to a military court for trial and execution right now. As more and more Imperial Guard soldiers, carrying submachine guns, ferociously charged forward, the other Black Hawk soldiers, who had previously mustered their courage, couldn't help but feel fear once more. These Imperial Guard soldiers also served as military police to some extent, so, theoretically, they had the authority to manage and suppress these men. And although some soldiers believed that digging up comrades' bodies from the ground and taking them to the rear for some necromancer transformation was an extremely blasphemous act. At this moment, another group of soldiers felt that if their comrades could be reborn in this way, it might not be a bad thing. They did not know how much pain the soldiers transformed into any kind of ghoul suffered, so they still thought being resurrected again was a good thing. Especially in military propaganda, many soldiers felt that being able to resurrect and continue serving the Emperor was their supreme glory. In the end, they still couldn't stand against these Imperial Guard soldiers. These soldiers could only retreat, allowing the Imperial Guard to dig up the already buried bodies and load them onto vehicles to be taken away. At this moment, many Black Hawk soldiers felt an emptiness in their hearts, they didn't know how to describe this feeling. This damned war. At this moment, at Schlüsselburg. On the slightly chilly high ground, General Bogaichuk, who was in charge of defending the area with his infantry division, let out a heavy sigh. Ah, this damned war. Looking at the front-line position, he couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. Compared to when his troops first arrived here, the position he was currently in had suffered extremely heavy casualties. The infantry division he had just brought here was a reorganized division with reinforced artillery, and although the entire infantry division was newly formed, more than half of the soldiers in it were veterans who had returned from the battlefield and then been reorganized. The entire division, totaling over 14,000 men, after 2 days and 2 nights of fierce fighting, now had fewer than 8,000 remaining. Even the artillery assigned to the position, and an armored regiment assisting the infantry division, had suffered over half their losses. The Black Hawk army was relentlessly attacking here, the enemy's offensive came in wave after wave, seemingly unstoppable. Facing the powerful enemy assault, their defense of this position was extremely difficult. Although he had almost perfectly replicated the position Andrei had defended here, it must be said that sometimes defense is not about how the position is, but about how the soldiers are. I wonder how General Andrei trained his troops, why are his soldiers so strong in combat? In the command post, General Bogaichuk thought with some puzzlement, feeling that the gap between his soldiers and Andrei's soldiers was truly not insignificant. In the previous war, Andrei's army had easily repelled the fierce assault of the enemy's armored forces, even crippling one of their armored divisions. Although he had to admit that Andrei's ability to achieve such astonishing results in that war was largely due to the sudden arrival of the Tsar cannon. But even without the Tsar cannon, he still felt a clear disparity between his army and Andrei's army. Perhaps because the Black Hawk army had suffered considerable losses in their previous attack, they were noticeably more cautious when launching their current offensive on this area. Although the Black Hawk army's Titan Legion had arrived, to prevent the Titan Legion from encountering the enemy's Tsar cannon attack, they did not dare to directly commit the Titans to the current battle. It was precisely because of this that General Bogaichuk was still able to hold his position with his infantry division, otherwise, if the enemy had truly deployed the Titan Legion, their position would have long since fallen. General, can we request Tsar cannon support from the rear? If we can bring the Tsar cannon here, I believe this war will become much easier. An officer asked the general, but the general shook his head. Unfortunately, I already inquired with the front army commander, but His Excellency the commander stated that the Tsar cannon cannot be moved. On one hand, he needs to use this super cannon to guard against the Emperor's Sun Titan Legion's attack, and on the other hand, it's also because the enemy's air force is rampant, making the risk of moving this cannon too great. Thinking of the continuous bombardment his position had endured from enemy airships during the battles of these past days, General Bogaichuk's face also turned grim. The losses he was currently experiencing, especially those of his armored forces and artillery, were largely inflicted by the enemy air force. If it weren't for the enemy's air force constantly raging overhead, this battle wouldn't have been so difficult. Just then, a call suddenly came from the front line. General, the enemy's armored forces are attacking us again, and our anti-tank gun numbers are severely insufficient. Hold your ground. General Bogaichuk roared loudly. I will immediately send you the last batch of anti-tank guns I have, but no matter what, you must hold on for me and absolutely not let the enemy break through the front line. Also, I remember we buried a large number of landmines in front, didn't we? Don't the Black Hawk Army's armored forces get blown up by these landmines? The general was somewhat puzzled. To perfectly replicate Andrei's original victory, he had emulated Andrei's actions at that time and set up large minefields. He was certain that, apart from a few communication paths, the remaining areas in front were all covered with landmines. If the Black Hawk Army's armored forces attacked under those conditions, they would inevitably suffer heavy losses. But General, the enemy used a special mine-clearing weapon, and many of the landmines we laid have already been cleared. They have now broken through our outermost minefield and, using assault teams, have eliminated the moose mechs we deployed on the flanks of the position. We really can't hold on much longer. While General Bogajczyk was still thinking of replicating Andrei's miracle and busy recreating Andrei's original deployment 1-to-1, he had actually already fallen behind. Because war is never static, only by constantly adapting can they keep up with the nature of war. For example, this time, the Black Hawk Army had clearly learned from the failure of their previous attack. They not only strengthened air force cover for ground troops but also equipped the engineers in their units with the latest mine-clearing weapons. In the minefield ahead, engineers were seen holding a strange device resembling a large skyrocket. After lighting the fuse, they fiercely launched it. Immediately after, this rocket projectile rapidly shot towards the distance, carrying a huge black strip. When this rocket projectile landed in the distance, this large strip also happened to be laid precisely in the center of the minefield, and at that very moment, as the rocket projectile detonated, all the explosives contained within the strip were also detonated one after another. Accompanied by a barrage of explosions, the shockwave generated by the blast detonated countless surrounding landmines, with continuous explosions echoing one after another. After the explosions ceased, a large minefield in front of the Black Hawk Army had already had a path cleared through it by this device. Very good, excellent, just like that. Destroy their minefield for me. A Black Hawk officer, using binoculars from an armored car in the rear, excitedly watched the scene unfold in front. Once the minefield was cleared, his armored grenadiers could launch their assault on the front. At this time, while these soldiers were still busy clearing mines, the Black Hawk Army's artillery also launched a fierce bombardment towards the distance. Large numbers of artillery shells were continuously poured onto the Cambrian Army's rear defensive lines, and the artillery deployed at the second and third defensive lines were all unable to lift their heads under this barrage of bombardment. Although the Cambrian Army had moved their remaining artillery beforehand, they did not suffer many artillery losses in this bombardment. But clearly, their artillery were also unable to provide artillery support to the front line at this moment. As the minefield was cleared by the enemy, large numbers of Black Hawk soldiers also began to assault along the cleared path, with armored vehicles and accompanying infantry advancing rapidly towards the front line positions. Damn it! The enemy is charging. Where are our anti-tank guns? And our anti-armor rifles? We have nothing. How am I supposed to fight? A frontline Cambrian officer, looking through a periscope in the trench, saw the Black Hawk armored forces rapidly advancing. Watching the armored vehicles, and the dozens of mechs interspersed among them, he couldn't help but let out an angry roar. At this moment, the biggest problem on his position was a severe lack of anti-armor capabilities. In the previous battle, 80% of the anti-tank guns on his position had been destroyed by the enemy, now only the last 2 guns remained. He didn't dare to use the last 2 cannons, fearing that if they were destroyed now, they would have no way to deal with the hunter mechs that would come later. If it was just armored cars, or small fry-like pacifier mechs, he could deal with them using anti-armor rifles. But facing the 80mm frontal armor thickness of a hunter mech, unless he used anti-tank cannons, he would truly be helpless. 2 soldiers, holding anti-armor rifles borrowed from another position, ran over, their faces beaming with joy, cradling the rifles as if they were their own wives. No, they wouldn't even be that careful with their wives. Officer, we've borrowed the weapons. Idiots, what are you waiting for? Quickly destroy their charging tanks. Hearing this, several soldiers quickly set up their anti-armor rifles and quietly aimed at an armored vehicle charging at the forefront. With a bang, an armor-piercing round flew out, precisely penetrating the armored car's cockpit and killing the driver inside. The soldier who had just fired gritted his teeth, preparing to fire a second shot, but at that moment, a pacifier mech on the other side had already spotted him. Black Eagle Empire armored soldiers were of extremely high caliber, incredibly quick to spot enemies and react swiftly. Amidst a burst of intense machine gun fire, the soldier who had just poked his head out to fire was instantly killed. His comrade next to him tried to retrieve the anti-armor rifle he had dropped outside the trench, but continuous machine gun fire blew off his head. Bang! The second anti-armor rifle fired a bullet, destroying the pacifier mech from the side. But the Black Eagle artillery, immediately following, locked onto the anti-armor rifle's position, firing several shells into that section of the trench. Amidst a barrage of gunfire, the Cambrian soldier was killed on the spot, but to prevent the rifle from being damaged, even as he was blown apart by the shells, he covered the gun with his body, just to keep it from being affected by the explosion. Cambrian soldiers on the other side tried to rush over, but that section of the trench was already sealed off by enemy artillery fire. Watching the enemy armored cars advancing menacingly, about to charge the position, suddenly, a Cambrian soldier pulled out a bundle of grenades he had prepared earlier and shouted to the other soldiers. Brothers, those who aren't afraid to die, follow me. Let's fight them to the death. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the grenades and jumped out of the trench. Although he was almost immediately gunned down by enemy machine guns the moment he jumped out, other Cambrian soldiers also roared in anger, grabbing grenades or satchel charges and rushing forward. The armored car remained stationary, continuously sweeping them with machine gun fire, but more and more Cambrian soldiers surged out of the trenches, charging towards the vehicle. With a loud boom, several Cambrian soldiers ultimately perished with the satchel charges and the armored car. But immediately after, even more tanks were heading their way. Let's deploy our anti-tank cannons, quickly. Having no other choice, the frontline officer finally had to order the use of anti-tank cannons, hoping that before these two anti-tank cannons were destroyed, they could destroy as many enemy armored units as possible. He knew very well that given the current state of the Cambrian army, as soon as these two anti-tank cannons appeared, they would inevitably be unable to escape enemy artillery fire. Both of these anti-tank cannons were 76mm caliber artillery pieces, and it was impossible for soldiers to move them from their positions instantly. Therefore, even the artilleries operating these two cannons knew that as soon as they began operating them, their lives would officially begin a countdown. But to hold the position, they were fearless. With two booming cannon shots, two pacifier mechs were unexpectedly blown apart. After knocking out these two mechs that had been suppressing the infantry, the two cannons, without any pause, immediately re-aimed, loaded shells at the fastest speed, and continued to blast the armored vehicles in front. Because of the haste, one cannon missed this time, but the other still successfully penetrated the front of the armored car. As the armored car stopped, its engine ablaze, Black Hawk soldiers around the tank scattered, and the heavy machine guns, already prepared, unleashed a fierce barrage of fire on them. But at that moment, accompanied by a screech of shells, the Black Eagle Army's artillery successfully blanketed the two anti-tank cannon positions with fire. Several 120mm howitzers easily destroyed these two artillery positions, turning the two anti-tank cannons that couldn't be moved from the position into a twisted mess of scrap metal. When the anti-tank cannons were completely destroyed, losing their artillery suppression, the Black Eagle Army's armored cars successfully approached the edge of the trenches. Immediately after, these armored cars began to unscrupulously suppress the Cambrian soldiers inside the trenches with their roof-mounted machine gun turrets, while a large number of armored grenadiers also poured out from behind the vehicles, quickly jumping into the trenches with submachine guns. Tat-tat-tat. Tat-tat-tat. In a fierce burst of concentrated fire, the Cambrian soldiers in this trench were quickly cleared out. But more Cambrian soldiers continued to arrive, roaring and joining the bloody slaughter before them. Behind the Black Eagle Army, an officer, somewhat perplexed, asked the division commander. "General, I don't understand why we aren't deploying more troops to take this position in one fell swoop. The Air Force clearly hasn't detected any traces of the enemy's Tsar cannon, and the possibility of a Tsar cannon appearing here again is minuscule. We could completely push the Titan Legion forward and wipe out the defenders here in one go." He couldn't understand why, when their own army clearly had the capability to completely devour this place in one go, they insisted on wearing down the enemy. Hearing his question, the division commander shrugged slightly, a hint of helplessness on his face, and said, "Don't ask me about this, because I also really want the Titan Legion to quickly sweep away all the enemies in front of us, so we can relax. Unfortunately, our commanders above seem to have a bigger plan. They seem to be preparing to have the Black Skull Titan Legion act, looking for an opportunity to launch a fierce attack on the Cambrian army coming to reinforce. According to the Black Eagle Army's estimates, this attacked position was such an important transportation hub that the Cambrian Empire would not allow them to take it. Given this, the Cambrian Empire would inevitably send a large number of reinforcements to aid the area, and their Titan Legion could take this opportunity to suddenly strike out and completely wipe out the enemy's reinforcements in one go. To be precise, many Black Eagle officers, including Marshal Schwegen, hoped to use this opportunity to severely cripple Andrei's Volkov front army, and even kill General Andrei, the ever-victorious general, in one fell swoop. Although they had tried a similar tactic of besieging a point to strike at reinforcements by setting up an ambush to attack Andrei last time, unfortunately, they failed. However, they seemed not to have learned from their previous failure. These Black Hawk generals still believed that Andrei's escape from the encirclement last time was merely a stroke of luck. On the last battlefield, a strange greater daemon suddenly appeared and destroyed two giant cannons they had prepared, which was why they suffered a defeat. But the situation was different this time. They had prepared a large number of abyss mages. Even if a daemon was summoned, their abyss mages could banish the enemy's daemon. Therefore, they believed that even the renowned ever-victorious general, when facing a surprise attack from a Titan Legion during a march, would certainly not be able to react in time. Especially since the Black Skull Titan Legion had temporarily received reinforcements. With a new batch of Titans forged in the rear arriving, this Titan Legion had now recovered to a powerful strength of 6 Titans in total. Andrei didn't know that the enemy had set up the same old trick against him again, but even if he did, he wouldn't care. As the saying goes, people learn from experience. After Andrei encountered the last ambush, how could he not pay attention to such matters? Before he launched this attack, he had already dispatched a large number of Air Force players in advance to conduct reconnaissance on the Black Eagle Army at the front line, and simultaneously launch a large-scale bombing campaign against the enemy. Watching plane after plane take off from the crude field airfield, Andrei's eyes grew brighter. Ha ha ha, this time we're also launching a large-scale bombing campaign. First bombing, then a fierce charge by armored units. This is Blitzkrieg. After a laugh, Andrei thought of the new batch of supplies that had arrived at the train station, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. How strange, I didn't expect the Tsar to be so generous this time. Not only did he replenish the urgently needed fuel, but he even sent an additional infantry division. Andrei did not take the arriving infantry division with him, because these guys had not received any training and lacked sufficient mechanized equipment. They simply couldn't keep up with the movement speed of his armored units. Conveniently, this infantry division was left by Andrei to be responsible for defending Volkov, and he would consider strengthening this infantry division's armament later. At the train station, General Spiridovich, who had just led his infantry division of only 8,000 men off the train, looked at the buildings around the train station with a hint of curiosity. So this is Volkov. I didn't expect it to be so dilapidated. Looking at the officer who had come to greet him, he walked forward, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then began to guide his troops to their station. Thinking of the mission that Tsar had given him before arriving here, he couldn't help but feel a headache. Your Majesty, did you perhaps choose the wrong person? This isn't even my area of expertise. This is really making things difficult for me. How am I supposed to know where the Vorontsov family's hidden biological laboratory is? They even have a secret biological laboratory. Just as General Spyridovich was still feeling somewhat incredulous, he suddenly saw several Ogren players under Andrei's command busy helping his soldiers unload supplies from the train. When he saw those several strong men, all over 2.5 meters tall, effortlessly carrying several 122mm howitzers weighing over 2 tons each off the flat car with their bare hands, his mind suddenly crashed. Good heavens, he seemed to understand why the Tsar had said that. What else could these be but modified soldiers? The Vorontsov family actually had such powerful modified warriors. Chapter 308, Two arch-enemy Titan legions meet again. What is this thing? My heavens, how did those soldiers get so strong? Major General Spyridovich was still wondering, unable to understand how these Ogren had grown so massive. Just then, one of the Major General's guards suddenly ran back and whispered to him. General, I just asked those big guys how they grew so tall. How did they grow? Tell me in detail. The Major General thought the soldier he sent out had actually found some useful information, and asked eagerly. General, after I asked, they all said it was natural, and that they were all born with divine strength. Born with divine strength, my foot. Is that what you call being born with divine strength? Good heavens. The Major General said he also wanted to experience this level of divine strength, but he wondered why he had never seen anyone else grow like this. Damn it, they're clearly treating me like an idiot. The Major General said, somewhat dejectedly, and incidentally patted the head of the soldier next to him, feeling that this guy was truly a blockhead. Get me a few people to keep an eye on where they usually go. I don't believe they won't return to the Research Institute for regular check UPS or anything. Major General Spyridovich ordered quietly. Although he didn't understand these modified soldiers, he understood what the Tsar's Imperial Eagle were all about. Having come from a background as a close aide-de-camp to the Tsar, he naturally had the right to know the secrets of the Imperial Eagle, and had also visited laboratories to observe the capabilities of these Imperial Eagle warriors. To be honest, he felt that the enhancement of the Imperial Eagle didn't seem as astonishing as he imagined compared to the enhancement of these big guys in front of him. The strength displayed by these big guys was definitely stronger than the Imperial Eagle. Of course, he felt that the Imperial Eagle agility should be stronger than these people's, it could only be said that the focus of the enhancements was different. But if given the chance to choose, if he were on the battlefield, he would definitely choose strength enhancement. In his opinion, what good was agility, even if it was enhanced to the extreme? Could one perform a bullet-dodging act? In contrast, stronger power would allow one to wield heavier weapons and equipment, and also wear thicker armor. Donning heavy armor and wielding heavy artillery, this was the best choice for modified soldiers. He knew that the Imperial Eagle warriors modified by the Tsar could not do without drug support, and their bodies also had to undergo regular check UPS. And he didn't believe that the Vorontsov family's modification technology could be better than the Tsar's. No matter what, these modified soldiers of theirs would always need regular check UPS, right? By then, he could follow the clues and find the Vorontsov family's hidden biological laboratory. Unfortunately, his tracking plan fell through. Because after helping him transport this batch of heavy howitzers, these Ogren players also joined the departing team. If the railway had not been cut off by the enemy, they would certainly have chosen to take a train directly to the Schlüsselburg train station. However, because the enemy had already cut off this railway line, dug up a considerable part of the tracks, and even deployed the Air Force and various landmines along the way to blockade it. Therefore, Andrei and his troops naturally couldn't advance by rail. Andrei had considered sending out some engineer players in advance to repair the cut-off railway ahead and restore its smooth operation. However, after weighing it, he felt that doing so was not very reliable. The reason the railway was cut off by the enemy now was not because the enemy had a sabotage team come over, but because the enemy's main forces had already arrived. As long as the enemy's main forces could not be eliminated, even if the players could quickly restore the railway, it would be meaningless, they would still be intercepted. So, Andrei's advance route this time was mainly along the highway, which also made it convenient for their armored units to deploy. Before the armored units deployed, the Air Force players had already rushed towards the enemy's direction. When dozens of Andrei's warplanes deployed simultaneously and began bombing the Black Hawk Army, the Black Hawk Army's troubles began. Several Black Hawk Army gathering points were successively discovered by players and subjected to bombing. The Mosquito bomber's speed was extremely fast, and in many cases, the Black Hawk Army didn't even have time to deploy their anti-aircraft guns before these bombers had completed a round of bombing. Mages, we need Abyss Mages. Quickly bring some Abyss Mages who can fire cannons. Hearing the roar of the artillery officer over there, an Abyss Mage who had just arrived had a dark expression. What do you mean, Abyss Mages who can fire cannons? His spells were clearly of the blessing type, all right? Without time to think, he quickly enchanted a cannon in front of him with the fastest speed. Immediately after, a cannonball shot into the sky, precisely hitting a Mosquito bomber that was retreating. Watching this bomber being shot down, the surrounding Black Hawk soldiers cheered, but the officer next to them looked grim. Indeed, they successfully shot down one of the enemy's bombers as it retreated, but what good did that do? Looking around, their position had just undergone a baptism of bombs. Although most soldiers had scattered and escaped in time, without losing too many people, the supplies they left behind were bombed. Watching a batch of recently transported canned goods, especially several boxes of fruit preserves, burned to ashes in the bombing, the Black Hawk soldiers who came to their senses were all furious. How shameless! Getting rid of their food during a war, isn't that taking lives? Especially since, during this period, due to logistical shortages, they had been busy gnawing on those tooth-breaking compressed biscuits. They finally got a chance to improve their diet, only for the enemy's bombing to destroy it. Many Black Hawk soldiers, driven almost mad by biscuits, gritted their teeth, wishing they could jump into the sky and kick those pilots down. I say, do you think these soldiers will blow up the biscuit factory when they return home? An officer looked at the burning pile of canned goods in front, slumped dejectedly to the side, and casually complained to his colleague next to him. I don't know, but if I had a choice, I would definitely assassinate the owners of those biscuit factories. Who knows what materials they used to make the biscuits, that they could be so hard? Another officer next to him said, while taking something out of his chest. Looking closely, it turned out to be a cigarette case made of a stack of biscuits. I've collected all the leftover biscuits now. Some are used for carving, and some are used for cigarette cases. This thing is really too suitable for making cigarette cases. Seeing the surprised expression of his companion, he smiled and said, don't laugh, it's true. I even tried it myself with a pistol. 5 stacked together can have a bulletproof effect. Maybe this thing can save your life on the battlefield. Whether it could save a life or not, the officer, when he laughed, revealed his 2 missing teeth. Before the attack on the Cambrian Empire, this officer's teeth were still intact, but now, he was missing 2 front teeth. Where did those 2 teeth go? That can only be said to be open to interpretation. Although the player's air force suffered some losses during the bombing of the enemy, overall, their bombing operation was quite smooth. The Black Hawk Army's anti-aircraft capabilities were still too weak. Their more serious losses were due to the sudden discovery of an enemy airship formation suspended in the air earlier. Several planes rushed up, originally wanting to take down an enemy airship, but they only took down 2 small peripheral airships, and then were burned by the laser crystals on the large airship in the center. These laser crystals were truly hateful. Who knows what black technology the Black Eagle Empire used to actually create laser weapons? Among the units players hated now, these laser crystals were almost ranked at the top, because this thing, used for anti-aircraft defense, was simply unsolvable. No matter how agile the players' planes were, as long as they were locked on by the enemy's laser crystals, they would be hard-pressed to escape death. Facing this thing, the best choice was to bypass it from afar, or launch rockets from a very long distance to gamble on the hit rate of these rockets, because these laser crystals seemed unable to shoot too far. Andrei, at this moment, was also rapidly moving with the main army, but this time he was not following the vanguard, but rather the rear supply troops. Because according to the situation observed by the players, they found that the enemy seemed to be setting up another encirclement. Although the players' range of activity was not that large, so they didn't fully observe the entire minimap. Based on the current situation, the enemy's Titan Legion seemed not to have been deployed to the front lines, but was in a hidden state. Andrei didn't know where the enemy's Titans were hiding, but he felt that if he continued to move with the vanguard, it would be very unsafe. Katyusha, when we act next, pay attention to the enemy's movements. Don't let your Titans charge too far forward. Let the outer Titan guard scout the situation first. I have a bad feeling. The enemy's operation this time feels a bit familiar. They might be trying to do another surround and hit reinforcements tactic. Over the radio, Andrei warned Katyusha, who was in charge of commanding the Titan Legion on the front line. Don't worry, Andriusha, I'm not stupid. Since the enemy's Titans are hidden, they must be coming for me. Next, I'll first send that Iris Empire's big cow to scout ahead. Anyway, the soldiers under that guy are all undead puppets, so they're not afraid of dying out there. When Andrei's air force discovered that the enemy had not launched a full-scale attack in the Schlüsselburg direction, he already realized that something was wrong. The Black Hawk Army had already deployed their Titan Legion, yet the front line had not encountered any attacks from enemy Titans. This couldn't possibly be because the enemy's Titan Legion got lost on the way, could it? Since the enemy had hidden their Titans, they must have a corresponding plan. Andrei's most curious question at this moment was how the enemy had managed to hide the Titans. Titan mechs were not like other things, they had such a massive size that, logically, they would be immediately obvious on the battlefield and impossible to hide. But the players searched for a long time and still couldn't find any trace of the enemy's Titans. After a team of player fighter jets swept over the top of a gentle slope, suddenly, accompanied by a strange fluctuation of imagery, several huge black monsters appeared on the originally boundless plain. Looking around, weren't these behemoths precisely the Black Hawk Titans that Andrei had been desperately searching for? A total of 6 Caesar-class Titans were all hidden here, and around these Titans, there were also a large number of various types of armored units. These armored units were all tightly clustered around the Titans, and even the Titans themselves were very close to each other, looking as if they were huddling together for warmth. But if one looked closely, they would find that what was being tightly clustered in this team was actually the large truck in the very center. This truck was originally a mobile deflection shield generator, but after a series of magical modifications by the ancient god system mage, its deflection shield actually became a large illusion area. Phew, it looks like we weren't discovered by the enemy. After the planes overhead left, and seeing the surrounding shield disappear, General Dyrich Baker, commander of the Black Skull Titan Legion, let out a heavy sigh of relief. The Imperial Air Force is truly disappointing. They completely failed to cover our skies. Although they temporarily solved their own defense problems, this is only a temporary solution. In another Titan, a commander couldn't help but complain to the Legion commander. In his opinion, although the Black Eagle Empire had always believed that successfully installing weapons on airships that could effectively defend against planes was a great victory. In fact, they had not changed the fundamental disadvantage they faced. They still couldn't seize the initiative in aerial combat, only passively facing enemy air force attacks, and they couldn't even mount an effective counterattack. Don't think about these things. Let the Air Force handle their own affairs. I heard that the Empire has already replicated a mechanical bird and is currently conducting a series of tests on it. It won't be long before we should have a new war machine that can counter the enemy. General Baker said disingenuously. Although he didn't think the mechanical bird replicated by the Empire could defeat the opponent, at least they would have an aircraft that could match the enemy. Otherwise, airships are large and clumsy, their maneuverability simply can't keep up with the opponent. How could they gain the initiative in the war? Just then, a reconnaissance unit in the distance notified the Titan Legion, which was in ambush, via radio. Stay hidden, another enemy air formation is coming. Ah, why again? General Baker couldn't help but curse, but he quickly gave the order to reactivate the shield and continue to hide. If it weren't for the shield consuming too much energy, and they only brought a few energy cores, he would definitely keep the shield on all the time. But there was no other way, if it stayed on, it would deplete one core in about 20 minutes. As such, he could only activate the shield at critical moments, and it had to be kept off normally. Several fighter jets, cooperating with 2 bombers, flew over. However, compared to before, even though the Black Hawk Army had activated its shield, the Cambrian fighter jets did not leave this time. A player on the edge of the formation stared intently at his mini-map, quickly took a screenshot of the mini-map, and then sent it to his teammates' communication, saying, "Wait, turn back quickly, I see a lot of enemies here." "Where? How come I don't see any?" On the other side, a teammate's fighter jet looked back and forth at the ground below while casually asking. He looked for a long time and only saw empty grasslands below. As for enemies, he didn't see any at all. But as he adjusted the direction of his fighter jet and flew over, he also saw a large number of red dots appear on his minimap instantly. So the question arose, was this a game bug, or had they discovered hidden enemies? The players didn't know the answer to this question, but they decided to rush over and investigate. Immediately, 2 fighter jets used their autocannons to strafe the ground below, but this series of shells were all deflected by the void shield. However, when the shells hit the shield, it generated layers of astonishing ripples. Along with the appearance of these ripples, the scene below began to fluctuate violently, like a broken reflection on the water's surface. Aha, this is indeed suspicious. The mosquito bomber immediately rushed here, preparing to drop bombs on the ground below. According to the players' research, as long as they were not too high, any bombs dropped seemed to be able to penetrate the enemy's void shield, thereby achieving actual bombing effects. Seeing the ripple reaction just now, the players already knew that this might be some new type of void shield. If that was the case, then it was time to drop bombs. Damn it, they found us. How did they find us? Use laser weapons, shoot them down, quickly. General Baker didn't hesitate at all and immediately ordered the Titans to use their laser weapons. He knew that the enemy's planes had discovered them, and that dive bombing could penetrate the shield above. Immediately, several crimson lasers shot out from the Titans, heading directly towards the 2 mosquito bombers. In just a few seconds, the 2 mosquito bombers were engulfed in flames and plummeted, but one of the more forward aircraft still managed to drop a series of small bombs before crashing. With a series of explosions, the Black Hawk armored unit on the edge of this position suffered greatly. 2 fearless mech suits were instantly blown over on the ground, and the Titan Guard soldiers covering the mechs were also blown away. Immediately after, the other anti-aircraft guns on this position also began to fire fiercely into the sky, and the entire position became completely lively. Holy crap! Cheaters! These Titans can even be invisible. Unbelievable! What kind of black technology does the Black Hawk Empire have? Can we even play without nerfing them? The players couldn't help but complain, feeling that the Black Hawk Empire's technology was truly dark, able to create such absurd things. The other fighter jets only strafed the enemy on the periphery for 2 rounds and then retreated. They knew that the enemy's laser weapons were a bit too powerful. Unless they could form a large formation, they couldn't charge in with just a few fighter jets, charging in would mean instant death. Although they successfully repelled the enemy's planes, the Black Skull Titan Legion was not satisfied. On the contrary, they felt incredibly depressed. Retreat, immediately evacuate from here, we can't stay here any longer. General Baker suddenly shouted over the radio to the other Titans. Our position has been exposed. The Cambrian Air Force will soon leak our position. If you don't want to encounter heavy artillery fire, then retreat quickly. Contact our Air Force, let them cover us overhead. The Empire doesn't have that much production capacity allocated to Titans right now. Every Titan mech is a valuable asset to the Empire. Upon hearing this, the entire Titan Legion quickly mobilized. Compared to the somewhat disorganized movement of the Cambrian Empire's Titan Legion, the Black Hawk's Legion appeared orderly when moving. All Titans moved in pairs, rapidly transferring to the rear, and the mechs below immediately formed formations, positioned around the Titans, covering them while retreating. Even the soldiers who were bombed and killed just now had specialized Black Hawk soldiers collecting their bodies. As for whether these shattered bodies could still be used, that was a matter for the necromancer in the rear. Anyway, for these Black Hawk soldiers, the Emperor had issued the order, and they just had to follow it. As for whether the order was reasonable, when most people believe an order is very reasonable, then even if that order is unreasonable, it will become reasonable. Report, we have found traces of the enemy Titan Legion. They are hidden behind Hill 083. The Air Force players reported the news to Andrei, who then relayed the message to the front line. So, before long, Katyusha learned the location of the enemy Titan Legion. Upon receiving this news, an excited glint appeared in her eyes. Haha, perfect timing, I didn't expect them to hide there. Order our Titan Legion to immediately change course and pursue them. The Air Force will cover us. Catch them. A look of hatred appeared in Katyusha's eyes. Their Winter's Fury Titan Legion had been reduced from 8 Titans to this state because of this Black Skull Titan Legion. Even in the previous engagement, they had another Titan destroyed by the enemy. Although she also successfully destroyed an enemy Titan, it still didn't appease her. Currently, the Black Skull Titan Legion was their old opponent. Even if the enemy had replenished a batch of brand new Titans, bringing this Titan Legion back to full strength, they would not be afraid. The Winter's Fury Titan Legion wanted revenge. When the position of this Titan Legion was exposed, it was as if they had poked a hornet's nest. More and more players rushed towards them. In the sky, one fighter jet after another swept by. The player Air Force, who had previously been busy harassing the Black Hawk Army and occasionally launching bombing runs, immediately focused all their targets here. Although they had no way to attack the Titans and had to dodge those laser weapons. But these Titans weren't omnipotent. Could they really defend against the entire Titan Guard? Clearly, the Black Skull Titan Legion could not use the Titans as anti-aircraft guns, nor could the Titan Guard within this Titan Legion remain in a tightly grouped formation during a march. Therefore, before their forces could even evacuate this dangerous area, player fighter jets were already fluttering down on them. Bang! 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 The autocannons on the player fighter jets unleashed fierce fire on the ground. At the same time, 4 machine guns also strafed the enemy infantry. The firepower formed by the 4 machine guns was quite dense. With just one sweep, more than a dozen Black Hawk soldiers were riddled with bullets. Take cover! Quick, take cover! Anti-aircraft guns, return fire! Having encountered such an attack from the enemy air force, the Black Hawk soldiers were somewhat flustered. The 20mm anti-aircraft guns mounted on armored cars began to fire into the sky with a series of bangs. However, these anti-aircraft guns were mediocre in both power and accuracy, and it seemed difficult for them to inflict enough damage on the player air force. Sir, we've been caught by the enemy air force. What should we do? A military officer asked General Baker. After some thought, he frowned and gave the order. Have our legion halt and immediately re-establish an anti-aircraft defensive position. And also, urge our air force again, where are their airships? He knew that since he had been caught by the enemy's air force, he naturally couldn't continue to retreat. If he continued to retreat at this rate, he might be able to ensure that 6 Titans were not lost, but the attached Titan Guard would suffer at least half casualties, which was a loss he absolutely could not accept. If his Titan Legion suffered severe losses due to such a ridiculous reason as being caught by the enemy's tail during a retreat, then his position as Legion commander might not be secure. Therefore, even though he knew that staying might not turn out well, he still had to order the soldiers to actively counterattack. Haha, if nothing goes wrong, the Winter's Fury should have already moved in my direction, right? Thinking of his old opponent, General Baker's face showed a sinister smile. I wonder how many Titans that Titan Legion has left now, 2 or 3. But it doesn't matter. With their current strength, how can they defeat my Titan Legion? Despite General Baker suffering heavier losses than the enemy in the last engagement, he was still full of confidence for the upcoming Titan battle. All things considered, they had a 6-on-3 situation, which was clearly an advantage. Moreover, he had always believed that the Black Eagle Empire's Titan quality was superior to the Cambrian Empire's, so he absolutely did not believe he would be defeated by the enemy. The 6 Titans were deployed in a circular formation, aiming their laser weapons at the sky. The void shields were reactivated, and various anti-aircraft gun teams quickly deployed around them, forming overlapping fields of fire. Their astonishing deployment speed alone was enough to show the Black Hawk Army's skill. With this series of deployments, the Air Force's achievements were significantly reduced. Of course, the main reason was still those damned lasers. Quite a few players had already protested, feeling that lasers were simply too unbalanced. The game developers, if they had the ability to equip enemy units with laser weapons, why couldn't they give them a few as well? I say, I have an idea. Let's just play a kamikaze charge with them and go all out. Brother Hunan, flying his plane, looked down and a grim smile suddenly appeared on his face. Let's aim our planes in one direction and just crash into them with all our might. Even if we're destroyed by their lasers, I think our wreckage should still be able to smash into them, right? But as soon as he finished speaking, another player retorted. No, not unless we switch to old biplanes. Otherwise, at our current plane speed, if we crash into them, we'll definitely be thrown into the warp by the void shield. By the way, I think their void shield doesn't seem to connect to the warp. It's more like it connects to some kind of 7-layered hell or something. The location we entered before didn't seem like the warp, either. At this point, the players started arguing again. Some players believed that they had definitely entered the warp before. As for why the scenery in the warp was not exactly what they imagined? Please, whose warp scenery is unchanging? Theoretically, aren't the environments supposed to appear according to each person's inner world? Different people should see different warps. But some players also felt that the Black Hawk Army in this world didn't seem to play with demons from the warp, their demons seemed to come from hell. So shouldn't their void shield also come from hell? While the players were still arguing, they suddenly noticed that Brother Hanan seemed to be starting an operation. He called one of his teammates, and their two fighter jets simultaneously cut in from different directions, flying together towards the Titan Legion ahead. As expected, both of their planes were instantly shot down by suddenly appearing lasers, immediately turning into two blazing black wrecks. But even so, these two wrecks were still plummeting downwards at high speed. Just as the players thought these two wrecks were about to hit the void shield and be teleported away, the two chunks of wreckage collided with each other first. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, and under the bewildered gaze of the Black Hawk soldiers, the two colliding wrecks together formed an indescribable, twisted creation. But then, the speed of these two things suddenly slowed down, and they began to fall straight towards the ground. Not good. That thing. A Black Hawk soldiers couldn't help but scream. He seemed to have understood the enemy's operation. Before he finished speaking, that large mass of wreckage slammed heavily onto a Caesar-class Titan, like an iron fist smashing into its face, causing the Titan to instantly reel backward. Boom. The sound produced by the combined explosion of fuel and ammunition in the plane was deafening. That Caesar-class Titan seemed to have stubbornly withstood the collision by virtue of its powerful armor, but it was clear that the Titan had also suffered some malfunctions. The conspicuous 380mm main cannon in the center of the Titan was directly broken in the collision, and even one of its mechanical legs was constantly spewing sparks. From this sight, it was clear that the Titan in front of them could no longer participate in the battle. Damn it! Are these Cambrian soldiers all crazy? Seeing this scene, General Baker couldn't help but want to curse. He had thought that the enemy might crash their aircraft into his Titans, but he never expected that, in order to avoid being teleported away by the shield, they would make two aircraft collide with each other before hitting his own. This terrifying scene left him stunned. He truly found it hard to understand, were the Cambrian Empire's pilots really so worthless? Clearly, he still didn't understand the value of players. The players who had just completed that operation had already revived at the rear Air Force base and were selecting new fighter jets. Although they couldn't completely destroy that Titan, the severe damage they caused to it earned them a large amount of merit rewards. This merit reward was more than enough to replace their fighter jets, not to mention that they had already dealt with many other enemies with their previous fighter jets. Other players also tried to replicate that astonishing operation, but unfortunately, they didn't seem to have such precise abilities. Some of them did succeed in colliding, but they couldn't ensure that after the planes collided, the wreckage would still maintain its charge towards the Titan. After trying several times and losing several planes for nothing, the other players stopped attempting such a ridiculous operation. It was simply not cost-effective to continue fighting like that. But even so, these players' operations had brought great shock to General Baker. He now couldn't help but wonder if General Vorontsov had fed something strange to his subordinates or brainwashed them with some religion. Otherwise, how could these guys all be so fearless? The operation just now was no longer even a suicide attack, this style of fighting was purely seeking death. He didn't know if he was scared, but he was at least truly shocked. Just then, General Baker suddenly noticed. Many players' planes suddenly changed course, flying rapidly towards high altitude, passing over their heads, and heading straight for their rear. He looked back and saw a fleet of airships approaching from the rear. Judging by some of the damage and gaps in this airship fleet, they should be the exact same one the players had encountered earlier. Great, our air force is here. General Baker and the other Black Hawk soldiers cheered. They had had enough of being suppressed by the enemy's air force. On the players' side, more and more planes were swooping towards the enemy's airships. Although they were having some difficulty dealing with large airships at the moment, they still didn't give up trying. Some players planned to use the previous boarding tactics to raid the enemy's airships again, while others planned to attack with the rockets built into their planes, hoping these rockets would be reliable. Meanwhile, on a distant hillside, a massive steel beast suddenly appeared. Unbeknownst to them, Katyusha's Winter's Fury Titan Legion had already arrived here. In addition to the three heavily modified Warlord Titans, Andrias's Arrogance Fortress and the Skull Lord also appeared here. The appearance of a total of 5 Titan units made many Black Hawk soldiers' faces turn ugly, because they suddenly realized that their own Titan Legion no longer seemed to have a numerical advantage. One Caesar Titan's main cannon was destroyed, essentially losing its offensive capability. Wouldn't the remaining battle become 5v5? General Baker's mouth twitched slightly. He was not only astonished by the 2 massive mechanical arms added to the Warlord Titan's additional modifications, but at this moment, he was even more shocked by the Skull Lord's abstract design. What the hell kind of design is this? Is this thing a tank or a Titan mech? Watching this thing, which was a tank at the bottom and a giant robot on top, charging towards them, General Baker was truly bewildered. Warriors, advance. Destroy the enemy's Titans. Do not fear their artillery, we are now equipped with the same void shields, and we also have a melee advantage that the enemy does not. Drive the Titans forward, dismantle them with our scythes. This time, we will completely annihilate the Black Skull. Katyusha shouted excitedly over the comms. At this moment, she was driving her Titan, charging at the forefront. Although Andriusha had told her not to charge too recklessly and to be careful of enemy ambushes, Katyusha was already a bit hot-blooded by the time she reached this point in the battle. Accompanying the charge of the Titan beasts, other players driving tanks and serving as the Titan Guard also charged forward. Among them, several assault tigers were particularly eye-catching. The Black Hawk soldiers focused almost all their attention on these assault tigers, and many soldiers nervously swallowed their saliva. Although they had learned about the enemy's latest tanks from the front line, they were still stunned when they saw these tanks, armed with 380mm main cannons, appear before them. It had to be said, This thing was truly abstract. In addition to these tanks, Jean's Thousand Suns Legion was also advancing. At this moment, Jean had entered Katyusha's Titan, staying with Katyusha, the driver, in the Winter Empress. Hey, Cow, are your soldiers ready? Can they do it? Katyusha asked without turning her head, while operating the Titan forward. Don't worry, they'll absolutely be fine. I've never encountered an enemy that the Thousand Suns Legion couldn't break through. Jean said with confidence, not caring about Katyusha's address to her. After all, in her opinion, that address was a symbol of her charm, only certain dull individuals would care about such matters. Looking out, a large number of armored soldiers wearing blue power armor were charging alongside the players. However, some of these armored soldiers carried strange weapons. Upon closer inspection, these weapons were clearly the meltaguns that players had recently captured on the battlefield. After the players captured a batch of meltaguns, Andriusha spent a considerable amount of merit to purchase the captured meltaguns from several players, and then gave these items to the Thousand Suns Legion. He originally wanted this Tsianch chosen one to research them and see if there was a way to replicate them. But unfortunately, although Jean was a chosen one, she truly didn't understand magic. So these few weapons were ultimately directly equipped to the soldiers of the Thousand Suns Legion, to serve as a deadly anti-armor force to be used at critical moments. Of course, in addition to them, some players also equipped these things, and these players were already eager to try burning titans with them. Chapter 309, I don't understand where Cambrian gets so many elite armored soldiers. Fire. Almost simultaneously, both sides' titans began shelling each other. One heavy artillery shell after another heavily bombarded the opposing titans, but then these shells were all diverted by the void shield, causing no damage. When both Black Eagle and Cambrian titans had donned these turtle shells, the current shelling became quite boring. Although they could continuously bombard to deplete the enemy's shield energy and make it disappear, the time required for such an action was too long, and Katyusha simply didn't have that patience. Therefore, when facing the Black Eagle titans, the Winter's Fury Titan Legion all charged forward while firing, not caring if their shells hit their mark. Even if their shells missed, as long as they could charge to the enemy's front, they would still win this battle. Because the Black Eagle Empire's Caesar-class titans did not have close combat weapons, once a Warlord Titan got close, they would be destroyed almost instantly. The Black Eagle side also realized this situation, and General Baker's expression was not good, because he suddenly discovered that his titans seemed a bit outdated. Damn it, it's all because of that captured shield. Recalling the entire process of the enemy Titan Legion acquiring shields, General Baker couldn't help but curse. At the very beginning of the war, the Cambrian Empire's titans didn't have their shield systems, and the Black Eagle army could stay far away and rely on shelling to blast the enemy titans apart. Even if the Cambrian titans had thickened armor in front, under continuous artillery fire, this armor would be peeled away layer by layer, passively taking hits was ultimately not advisable. But now, the situation had become completely different. When both sides had shields, to quickly resolve the battle, they could only rely on close combat. He glanced at his own cannon barrels, no matter how he looked, he didn't think he could win in close combat against the opponent. If I had known this, I would have brought the Black Widow battle platform. At least it could have used bombs to hinder the enemy's advance. General Baker suddenly regretted it. In fact, when his Titan Legion was being resupplied earlier, in addition to replacing all the lost Caesar-class titans, he was also given 2 extra Black Widow battle platforms. Although that platform, which could continuously produce skull bombs, was very useful, its mobility was simply too slow, even slower than the Big Bertha artillery. Therefore, he had no interest in bringing this thing along, it would only slow down his Titan Legion's movement speed. Let our dreadnought mechs penetrate the enemy Titan's void shield as much as possible, attack their Titans from below, and cripple their legs first. At this moment, General Baker knew he had to make a choice. The Titan Guard beside the Titans were essentially cannon fodder used to cover the Titans. Even if these soldiers were the Black Eagle Empire's most outstanding armored units, at this moment, he had to make them sacrifice. Upon receiving the order, the Black Eagle's Titan Guard prepared. The mobile void shield slowly advanced, with some dreadnought mechs following inside, ready to charge at any time, while other dreadnought mechs simply ran out of the void shields and outflanked the Winter's Fury Legion from both sides. Soldiers of the Empire, you are the best armored soldiers in the world. It's time to show your strength. Destroy their clumsy war vehicles, break the legs of their Titans, and tell these bumpkins of the Cambrian Empire that not just anyone can play with dreadnought mechs. In the communication, General Baker passionately shouted to the other armored soldiers. Subsequently, these fanatical armored soldiers launched a fierce attack on the enemy. Oh, so they're planning to use cannon fodder to wear me down first. Seeing this scene, Katyusha curled her lips into a sneer of disdain, because she knew this clearly meant the Black Eagle Titan Legion had no way to deal with her, which was why they resorted to such a tactic. Otherwise, if the opponent truly had confidence in stopping her Titans, they wouldn't have sent so many soldiers on a desperate charge. Did they really think their armored soldiers grew on trees? Hey, Big Cow, it's time for your people to perform next. I trust that your puppet soldiers shouldn't be unable to stop this batch of enemy dreadnought mechs, right? Jean stood on the command platform, quietly looking at the scene ahead, and casually said. Shorty, you don't need to remind me, and I feel that my soldiers might not even get a chance to deal with the enemy dreadnought mechs, because I see Andrei's soldiers have already charged. And indeed, it was true. Katyusha was astonished to find that the players' armored units directly launched a desperate charge at the enemy, not intending to stay by her Titans to provide cover at all. No way, What kind of mesmerizing potion did Andryusha give his soldiers? Are these guys on drugs or something? Katyusha was utterly shocked, because at this moment, these armored units, while charging, were not facing just anything else, but the enemy Titan's 380mm main cannon. If these armored units could constantly stay around her Titan's shields could still help block some attacks, but charging out directly and exposing themselves would mean facing the enemy's fierce artillery bombardment head-on. A 380mm shell heavily landed in the player's ranks, directly hitting a moving tiger. Despite the tiger's massive tonnage, with the violent explosion, the war vehicle was still violently thrown to the ground by the shockwave, and the ammunition inside was detonated on the spot, blasting the turret high into the sky. In addition, this terrifying shockwave also instantly wiped out other players advancing with the tank. Several players felt a flash of light before their eyes, inexplicably flew into the sky, and then found themselves prompted that they had been eliminated. However, even though heavy tanks could be taken out by a single enemy shot, the player's charge remained quite fierce. In the communication channel, Katyusha heard continuous Yura shouts, and the charging scene before her felt like the Empire's former Cossack cavalry charging. However, when the Cossack cavalry charged, they only used sabers and rode ordinary war horses, but these warriors before her were undoubtedly steel knights. Plus, the Titan's main cannon is truly brutal, anything it hits is instantly gone. Brothers, don't panic, just charge straight ahead. Don't forget our Sturm Tiger. I've always wanted to see if the Sturmtiger's main cannon can damage a Titan. Just charge in. At this moment, the players showed no fear at all, each of them was only excited by the grand spectacle. He, relying on your void shield, you think everything will be fine, right? Once our Storm Tiger drives deep into your void shield's range and aims its 380mm big gun at the Titan from close range, then it will be the Black Eagle army on the other side that will be sweating profusely. It must be said that the Sturmtiger's 380mm big gun gave the players immense confidence. As long as they had this thing, they were confident they could deal with all enemy armored units. Even if there were battleships at sea, as long as they could get close enough to the enemy, they would dare to bombard them with the Storm Tiger. However, before the Storm Tiger could bombard, the Black Eagle's Titan Guard confronted them first. These Titan Guard originally intended to flank and attack several Cambrian Titans, but halfway through, they found that the enemy's Titan Guard had actually charged head-on. This wouldn't do, they absolutely could not let the enemy's Titan Guard get close, because the composition of the opposing Titan Guard was simply toxic. They had already noticed the strange war vehicle in the enemy's ranks, knowing that it was equipped with a 380mm giant cannon. Who knew what this thing was thinking, to even consider mounting a nearly 400mm caliber cannon on a vehicle? But undoubtedly, if this thing got close to their Titans and fired a shot, the damage it would cause to their Titans would absolutely be quite fatal. Especially since the Sturmtiger's main cannon also had a large elevation angle, which meant that if this thing fiercely bombarded a Titan at close range, a single shot could hit the cockpit on top. Boom. A KV-2 tank next to a Storm Tiger noticed a dreadnought charging from the side, aimed in a general direction, and fired fiercely. Although the KV-2 tank didn't have the Sturmtiger's abnormal big gun, its 152mm main cannon was enough to make the enemy feel a toothache. Using this caliber of howitzer, the tank hardly needed to aim carefully, it only needed to fire the shell, and the shockwave alone would be enough to damage the enemy's armored units. Previously, players, out of habit, preferred to use armor-piercing shells, but they found that for most enemy armored units, using ordinary high-explosive shells was already brutal enough. Unless the Black Eagle Army's shock absorption system had an epic breakthrough, most armored units could not withstand a close-range bombardment from a 152mm howitzer. A shell was fired, and the charging dreadnought mech overturned. Watching the dreadnought mech heavily blasted to the ground, seemingly unable to get up for a while, the player immediately reloaded the shell with astonishing arm strength, then aimed the 152mm big gun at enemies in other directions. Bang! But just then, a crisp impact sound rang out, a dreadnought mech in the distance successfully fired a shell at the front armor of the KV-2 tank. Unfortunately, this shell failed to penetrate. Although compared to the heavy tanks of late World War II, the KV-2 tank's defensive capabilities were not outstanding, it was still a genuine heavy tank. Penetrating its armor was not as easy as imagined, especially when the enemy adopted a long-range sniping mode for artillery fire, which further reduced the main cannon's penetration power. The dreadnought mech failed to penetrate and immediately wanted to change position, get closer, and continue firing. But a tiger in the distance precisely locked onto its position and instantly took out the dreadnought mech with an 88 flak gunshot. According to current player research, they found that when using tanks like the Tiger, there was no need to engage in close quarters combat with the enemy. Although the Tiger's performance in all aspects was actually quite balanced, especially after the digitized Tiger eliminated the problem of high failure rates, its mobility could be said to be quite good. But comparatively, the Tiger's most powerful feature was its 88mm main cannon. A skilled crew could achieve a hit rate of over 50% within 2,000 meters, which meant this thing was practically a sniper among tanks, the armored Grim Reaper of the battlefield. Just then, accompanied by two earth-shattering cannon shots, two 380mm shells heavily landed among the Black Eagle's Titan Guard. The arrogant fortress, which had been circling on the side of the battlefield, aimed its two massive cannons at the enemy and fired shells. Compared to other Titan units, the arrogant fortress was still a tank and lacked close quarters combat capability. Therefore, with the Wrath of Winter Titan Legion having the Warlord Titan as a frontline tank, the arrogant fortress's actions were more focused on a shooter's role, primarily providing cover with artillery fire. Watching two 380mm shells explode among the enemies, Katyusha couldn't help but excitedly wave her fists, causing the two shoulder mechanical arms of her warlord titan to move as well. But just then, she suddenly thought of a question. Wait a minute, Mama, where did your Titan Legion's two titans go? It's strange, I remember you successfully captured two converted enemy titans, didn't you, and modified them with magic. Katiusha didn't understand what a demon engine was, and Andre couldn't explain it clearly at the moment. So Andre directly told Katiusha that Jean had used a special spell to convert two captured giant cannons from the Black Eagle army, which then transformed into their current appearance. As for the specific principle of this spell, Andre said, sorry, I'm not a mage, I'm just an ordinary chosen one. Chosen ones directly use skills after acquiring them and don't understand the principles behind them, he didn't know how this thing was modified. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten those two cannons, they have other uses. Andre said before that the greatest use of those two cannons isn't their power, but their suddenness, so I plan to teleport them over directly when the time is right. Jean might not have fully realized the power of these two cannons yet, but Andre had already fully grasped how terrifying they were. A titan that could warp shift and directly board the center of the enemy's formation, what kind of monstrous existence was that? So he didn't want Jean to bring these two things directly to the battlefield and use them as ordinary artillery, that would be a huge waste of two titans, and he wasn't lacking two large caliber giant cannons here. Currently, he was waiting for an opportunity. When a psyker on the player's side exploded among the enemy forces, Jean would directly drag these two cannons over. True giant cannons should be used for close-range output. That was the kingly way of giant cannons. In the command room of the mech at the core of the Black Eagle Titan Legion, the Titan pilot anxiously shouted to General Baker. General, the situation is bad. Our Titan guard is blocked by the enemy, and they seem to be launching a countercharge in our direction. Shut up, I see it, my eyes aren't blind. Keep firing and retreat while firing. I want to see how many Cambrian armored soldiers can die at this rate. General Baker said, somewhat annoyed. He was also stumped by the Cambrian armored forces in front of him. Is it really necessary to be so desperate? Isn't it better to just hide under the protection of the Titan's void shield? He couldn't understand the enemy's strategy, but he was somewhat stunned by the fierce charge, leaving him in a dilemma. If the enemy's armored forces really charged to the feet of his Titan, their giant cannons would definitely cause huge damage to his Titan. Who knew why those battle vehicles carried such large cannons? But if he withdrew the Titan guard, he would lose the possibility of turning the tide and would only surrender the initiative of the war to the enemy. Damn it, what is our air force doing above us? Why haven't they reached the enemy's head to bomb them yet? Suddenly remembering something, General Baker looked up at the sky, but unfortunately, due to a blind spot, he couldn't see the aerial combat scene above. However, at this moment, he truly placed all his hopes on the air force above, only hoping they could play a role. Unfortunately, the air force he had placed great hopes on also seemed to be in a difficult situation. In the aerial battle at hand, both the Black Eagle Air Force and the players felt somewhat disgusted, because after all the effort, they felt like neither side could do anything to the other. Player aircraft couldn't launch assaults, because once they got close to the large airships, the laser weapons mounted on them would unleash powerful attacks, instantly burning down their aircraft. But at the same time, player aircraft kept harassing them from the periphery, making it difficult for Black Eagle airships to navigate normally. Especially since only their large airships were equipped with such weapons, while other escort airships and small airships remained as before, resulting in these airships being continuously destroyed under the attack of player aircraft. If small airships once had hope of contending with biplanes, now these small airships had truly become live targets in aerial combat. The huge difference in maneuverability meant these airships were defenseless against player fighter planes, and they themselves lacked void shields, making them extremely fragile. Many Black Hawk soldiers were now calling for the cancellation of these airships, because in their view, these things had no advantage whatsoever against the enemy's mechanical birds. No matter how skilled their pilots were, these things could not defeat the enemy's air force, to the point that they were becoming pilot killers. Pilots who went up were purely being expended. Damn it, let our airships crash straight ahead. I don't believe it, can't we shake off these guys' entanglement? The commander in the large airship ordered the other Black Hawk soldiers. Listen up, our current mission is to support the ground forces. No matter how great our losses, we must destroy this Cambrian Empire Titan Legion. Your bombing is crucial at this moment. Even if our aircraft are shot down by enemy aircraft, we must drop our bombs squarely on the enemy's heads. Accompanied by a fanatical cheer, the remaining airship formations all sped up to maximum, as if preparing to collide with enemy aircraft, charging directly forward. The Black Eagle army seemed to have won this gamble, because for players, they indeed dared not directly crash into enemy airships. Once they collided with an enemy airship, they would instantly be teleported by the outer void shield to an unknown area, effectively being eliminated on the spot. However, the players were not to be outdone. After some hesitation, they all chose a fanatic boarding action. No matter what, just jump. Faced with this hammer-style combat, nothing couldn't be solved by boarding. Brothers, I'm going in. Brother Hanan roared. At this moment, he had chosen the Ogren subhuman, not only equipping himself with a machine gun sentry elite suit but also not forgetting his huge iron shield. Anyway, for an Ogren, the machine gun sentry's heavy machine gun was a weapon that could be held with one hand, leaving the other hand free for a secondary weapon. Wearing such protection, he planned to rely on his sufficiently thick health to smash onto the enemy's airship. Although the plane launching the boarding action had flown as high as possible, and several other fighter planes were desperately charging forward to cover it, the Black Eagle Empire's pilots were also experienced. They immediately identified the enemy aircraft posing the greatest threat to them and unleashed their lasers with full force. The outer fighter planes didn't need to be dealt with, their firepower couldn't penetrate the void shield in a short time, and they couldn't directly crash, so they posed no significant threat. Only the guy above, it was clear he wanted to throw something down, and such an enemy had to be dealt with. The Black Eagle Air Force succeeded, but they also failed. They successfully shot down the mosquito bomber carrying the player, but before that mosquito bomber was burnt down by the laser, Brother Hunan had already deployed his aerial drop. He never expected that the parachuting skill, almost like a causality in the battlefield, could still be used normally even by an Ogryn. Although when using this skill, the Ogryn's parachute seemed much larger, clearly different from the parachutes used by ordinary soldiers. But the actual effect of the skill was consistent, as long as the parachute was opened in mid-air, no matter how close the player was to the ground when it opened, they could land safely. Ordinary players couldn't parachute because as soon as they jumped, they would be instantly killed by the enemy's lasers. However, Brother Hunan, through his subhuman class and the stack of armor he had on, managed to withstand the enemy's laser fire. Watching the thick red laser burn through the large iron shield in front of him in 2 seconds, then burn his body, Brother Hunan let out a roar. For the Emperor. He didn't know why he suddenly wanted to let out that roar, but he also didn't know whether it was the Emperor's blessing or if his armor was thick enough, but he successfully landed before being taken down by the laser. Brother Hunan, wearing heavy armor, thus smashed onto the top of the enemy's airship. Because the impact was completely cushioned by the parachute, he didn't damage the airship below. It wasn't until he landed on the top of the airship that he thought of a crucial question. If he hadn't opened his parachute earlier and had just jumped down as a big iron lump, could he have smashed straight through the airship? He didn't have time to think about such things, his primary task was to first eliminate this disgusting laser. Quickly finding the half-human tall laser crystal located at the front of the airship, he set up his machine gun and started spraying the red crystal. This red crystal didn't look sturdy at all, just a fierce burst of machine gun fire shattered it into a pile of fragments on the spot. And the laser, which had been constantly sweeping the sky and posing a huge threat to player aircraft, now disappeared with the shattering of the crystal. Just then, he heard a thumping sound behind him. A Fear Knight quickly rushed up from behind, carrying a 37mm anti-armor gun, and fired an armor-piercing round at him. Die, you damned monster! The Fear Knight felt a hint of fear at this moment, because he knew that he was not facing some ordinary enemy, but a modified warrior newly researched by the Cambrian Empire. They couldn't distinguish between an Ogryn and the Cambrian Imperial Eagle, and even at one point thought these two units were the same thing. However, in his opinion, even if this monster was extremely tall and covered in heavy armor, surely it would die from his 37mm armor-piercing round? With a crisp sound, the armor-piercing round penetrated Brother Hunan's breastplate, and a splash of blood appeared before his eyes. But even though his chest was bleeding, he didn't seem to care about the damage at all. Such damage was nothing to an Ogryn. Facing the Fear Knight, he didn't pick up his machine gun for meaningless shooting, but instead directly switched to his club. The Spirit Infusion Rod, which had seemed somewhat small in the hands of the machine gun sentry, had now become an extremely thick iron club due to its adaptation for the Ogryn. Seeing the big guy opposite actually pull out an iron rod about the thickness of a bowl, the Fear Knight was momentarily stunned. Emperor above, could his power armor withstand the attack of this thing? Just as the Fear Knight was still wondering, Brother Hunan already roared and charged forward. Perfect timing, you monster! The Fear Knight quickly threw away his anti-armor gun, drew his greatsword, and met the charge, thrusting the sword into the opposing player's body. But the next moment, when the large club swept across and struck his chest, he finally felt what astonishing power was. The Ogryn's several tons of strength were all concentrated on this club, and the heavy iron rod, like hitting a baseball, sent the fully armed Fear Knight flying. His 100-pound power armor couldn't withstand the fierce attack, the immense impact caused the Fear Knight's sternum to concave instantly, and broken ribs deeply pierced his internal organs, making him vomit blood. Until he fell to the ground, on the verge of death, he had an unbelievable feeling. He, wearing such heavy armor, was actually killed by a single club strike from an enemy? And when he saw that the hulking figure, whose abdomen had been pierced by the blade, simply pulled out the great sword and tossed it aside, then charged forward as if nothing had happened, he deeply understood. People are not all the same. And people and monsters are even more different. Brother Hunan picked up the club and fiercely struck the Fear Knight's head again. After seeing the kill record, he continued to rush into the airship. With a rampage, the terrifying heavily armored Ogryn instantly swept through the airship. When the airship's strongest boarding force, the Fear Knight, was eliminated, the remaining ordinary Black Hawk soldiers were powerless to resist. However, what annoyed him was that the airship's captain, before dying, heavily pressed a button on the control panel. When this button was pressed, the entire airship instantly glowed red, and piercing alarms rang out continuously. Brother Hunan didn't know what this meant, but he knew it certainly wouldn't be anything good. Without much hesitation, he kicked open the airship's turret, made of reinforced glass, and jumped towards the ground, then opened his parachute. Almost a few seconds after he jumped, the airship suddenly exploded in the air, turning into a giant fireball. Holy cow, does it have to be this extreme? It even has a self-destruct program. Brother Hunan, hanging from his parachute, looked at this scene with a surprised expression, feeling somewhat unable to comprehend the Black Hawk Army's operations. The hidden energy in the back activated, it looked pretty awesome, but weren't they afraid of accidentally triggering the button sometime? He didn't know that the Black Hawk Army's airships had this function precisely because they were forced into it by the players' continuous boarding battles. Under normal circumstances, the Black Hawk army would naturally not install self-destruct devices, but who made these Cambrian soldiers so unscrupulous, all jumping onto their airships? If it weren't for their fear of their own airships being captured by the enemy, they wouldn't have installed this thing. General Baker's heart was like dead ash, although he hadn't figured out what was happening in the sky. He saw the huge wreckage of the airship burning and falling. Does it have to be this bad? He was still counting on the Air Force above to save him. Why were his Air Force brothers above cooling off even faster than him? Just then, players were already approaching the Black Skull Titan Legion. Several players, clustered around a Storm Tiger, successfully broke into the retreating Black Eagle Titan Legion. As soon as it entered the Void Shield's range, the Storm Tiger fired its shell with a powerful explosion. Boom! With a loud bang, a retreating Caesar-class Titan was instantly hit in the lower part of its cockpit. The violent explosion tore through the protective armor there, instantly killing the Black Hawk soldiers operating inside, and even a suspended turret located there was blown apart, its wreckage falling heavily to the ground. But at the same time, the side secondary cannon of another Caesar-class Titan next to it aimed its barrel at him. With an 88 flak gun armor-piercing shell fired fiercely from the side, this Storm Tiger was also destroyed by the enemy. However, several players wielding Melta weapons took this opportunity to charge forward, bringing their Melta guns to the enemy Titan's legs. Damn it! This thing runs pretty fast. One player cursed under his breath as he chased. In previous battles, they hadn't really paid much attention, only thinking that the enemy's Titans moved slowly. But after actually chasing it, he realized that while the thing's steps were slow, the distance it covered in one stride was truly far. Without any hesitation, he immediately fired a scorching red beam of light, and with a dazzling flash, the Titan's leg armor began to melt. The terrifying Melta gun emitted a beam of extremely high temperature, and the Black Eagle Titan seemed to have no additional armor protection, so facing the firing of such a terrible weapon, its performance seemed no different from ordinary mechs. As large sections of armor melted, the Titan's leg finally couldn't hold on. With a crack, this mechanical leg, which had been burned through a large section by the Melta beam, actually broke in front of everyone's eyes. With one mechanical leg suddenly broken, the Titan's movement had serious problems. Although the Titan could still barely move with its remaining 3 legs, its balance was clearly off, making it sway precariously. From the turrets on its other 3 legs, Black Hawk soldiers operated autocannons, firing fiercely at the players, but as Melta fire was unleashed again, the Black Hawk soldiers in those turrets also died in the terrifying energy flux. Not bad, this thing on a Titan is simply a leg-breaking artifact, the only drawback is that it melts a bit slowly. The player briefly commented on the Melta gun. Besides its small caliber, everything else was good. If they could enlarge the caliber of this thing and mount it on a tank, it would be invincible. Of course, its short range was also a huge drawback. If they could also increase the range of this thing, then enlarge the caliber, and mount it on a tank. Good heavens, what kind of Shadow Sword tank would that be? General, this Titan of ours can't get away. We'll stay behind to cover the retreat, you all evacuate quickly. Realizing that he couldn't escape, this Caesar-class Titan, while continuously eliminating surrounding players with its leg turrets, shouted to General Baker in the rear. General Baker nodded, said take care over the radio, and then cut off communication with this Titan. Titan Guard, quickly fall back and reinforce, we can't hold on here anymore. At this point, even though General Baker knew that withdrawing the Titan Guard meant abandoning their hope of turning the tide, he had no choice but to make such a decision. There was no hope of victory now, he could only try to cut his losses in time. Based on the current battle situation, even if he kept the Titan Guard at the front, these men would most likely not be able to break through the enemy's blockade. In that case, it was better to use them as cannon fodder for cover and rearguard action. Thinking of this, General Baker was also a bit confused. He didn't understand where this Cambrian army's armored units came from. Vorontsov, when did they train so many armored soldiers? The quality of these armored soldiers seems to be no worse than the Imperial armored soldiers. This was what surprised him the most. Even if the Cambrian Empire had the ability to quickly produce these armored units, where did their armored soldiers come from? He didn't know if these armored vehicles were easier to drive than Imperial mechs, but he knew that even if they were easy to drive, it wasn't easy to form a fighting force. This was what puzzled him. He didn't understand where the enemy got so many experienced elite armored soldiers, even capable of holding their armored elites in a counterattack. If not for this, their armored elites wouldn't have been unable to charge forward, even if their armored units might be somewhat inferior to the enemy's, the gap would never be this obvious. He didn't have time to think, he had to make the other Titans accelerate their retreat, because enemy troops with Melta weapons were charging up again. Jean's Thousand Sun soldiers also charged up. Compared to the players, these red-letter warriors, who were completely puppets, were even more ruthless. Their fighting style wasn't just spraying Melta, but turning themselves into Melta bombs and directly detonating. With a brilliant flash of light, a red-letter warrior violently collided with another Caesar-class Titan on the other side, instantly blowing off one of its mechanical legs. Immediately after, this Caesar-class Titan made the same choice as its companion, which was to stay behind and cover the retreat. Only 3 Titans remain intact and battle-ready. General Baker muttered to himself with a heavy heart. 2 Titans had their legs blown off, and another Titan had its main cannon destroyed earlier. The losses were truly tragic. With this fighting style, even if he did his best, he could only withdraw 4 Titans, and among them, the one with its main cannon destroyed would need extensive repairs. This was simply terrible, as one of the Empire's 3 main Titan legions, the Black Skull, when had they ever suffered such heavy losses? Just as he was fuming, Katayusha's warlord titan had already caught up and engaged in a fierce battle with the two Caesar-class titans that remained on the spot. As soon as the void shields of the two titans collided, they cancelled each other out due to energy conflict, and at the same time, both titans fired their shells at each other almost simultaneously. The Winter Empress's 305 caliber heavy cannon struck the opposing titan's front, destroying two secondary cannons, but failed to penetrate its armor. At the same time, Katayusha's Winter Empress was hit by the enemy's main cannon, but the thick frontal armor firmly blocked the 380mm shell fired at close range. Ha ha ha, do you really think my thick armor is just for show? Die. With Katayusha's somewhat crazed laughter, the Winter Empress's pair of giant scythe-like mechanical arms behind her swung out fiercely, and two colossal scythes, almost as long as the Titan mech itself, thus pierced into the opposing Titan. As the two mechanical arms continued to exert force, the sharp scythes, combined with their plated metal, began to cut through the enemy with astonishing speed. With a crisp snap, this Caesar-class Titan was actually torn into several pieces by the pair of scythe-like mechanical arms.